Welcome, dear friends, to this tranquil evening where we embrace the gentle whispers of spring. As the world around us begins to bloom anew, it is the perfect season to pause and indulge in the delightful, calming stories that await us tonight. We are so grateful to have you here, sharing this serene moment. May this story time be a soothing embrace, preparing you for a wonderful start to your day ahead. So cozy up, relax, and let the gentle narration carry you away into the warmth and wonder of a peaceful night. Story 1. The dusty shelves of the Willow Creek Library held more than just books. They held whispers of forgotten adventures, the scent of aged paper like dried flowers, and secrets tucked between leather spines. Among the quiet patrons was a young librarian named Finn, whose greatest joy was the hush of the reading room and the satisfying thump of a catalogued book finding its proper place. Finn wasn't one for grand adventures, preferring the predictable comfort of dewy decimals and the soft glow of the reading lamps. One rainy Tuesday, while reshelving in the basement archives a place smelling of damp earth, old ink, and possibility, Finn stumbled. A stack of donated books teetered precariously, and as Finn lunged to steady them, an elbow knocked a forgotten box off a high shelf. It landed with a soft thud, not a crash, and disgorged its contents. A tangle of yellowed knitting wool, a chipped porcelain figurine of a frog playing a tiny violin, and a teapot. Not just any teapot. It was small, fitting snugly in two hands, made of plain, unglazed clay the color of riverbank mud. It felt cool and surprisingly heavy. There were no markings, no intricate patterns, just the smooth, unassuming shape of a humble pot. Yet as Finn picked it up, brushing off dust, a faint warmth seemed to emanate from it, like a stone that had soaked up the afternoon sun. Intrigued, Finn filled it with water from the archive sink and placed it on the small electric heater, usually reserved for warming chilly fingers. Minutes later, the water wasn't just boiling, it was singing. Not a whistle, but a soft, melodious hum, like a contented bee in a clover patch. And the steam, oh, the steam. It curled upwards not in plain white wisps, but in shimmering tendrils that shifted color: pale lavender, mossy green, warm amber, and carried the most extraordinary scents. Cinnamon and rain-washed pine, fresh-baked bread and salty sea air, all mingling together. Finn poured a little into a chipped mug. The liquid inside wasn't just hot water. It was a clear, shimmering broth tasting faintly of wild honey and starlight. And as Finn took a tentative sip, the basement walls seemed to soften. The dusty shelves became towering trees draped in moss, the concrete floor transformed into soft, cool earth. Finn wasn't in the archives anymore. Finn was standing at the edge of a sun-dappled glade deep within an ancient, whispering forest. A frantic chittering broke the spell. A small, spectacled badger in a tiny, patched waistcoat scurried out from behind a giant toadstool. "Oh, crumbs, another one," he exclaimed, adjusting his round glasses. "Did you come through the clay gateway? You look terribly misplaced." This was Bartholomew, keeper of the crossroads, perpetually worried about lost travelers and misaligned ley lines. Before Finn could answer, a flash of iridescent blue zipped past. "Misplaced or perfectly placed," chirped a hummingbird-sized bird with feathers like stained glass. "Look at their eyes, Bart, full of wonder, not fear. That's important. I'm Pip, by the way, navigator of nebulous notions." Pip did a joyful loop-the-loop in the air. Finn stammered an explanation about the teapot and the library basement. Bartholomew stroked his chin thoughtfully. "The clay gateway, yes, it surfaces when the veil thins, usually near places thick with stories. Libraries are perfect, but it shouldn't have stayed open. Something's wrong." Pip landed gently on Finn's shoulder. "The glimmer glade is fading," she whispered sadly. "The colors are dimming, the Whisperwood grows restless." Finn learned that the glimmer glade was the heart of the Whisperwood, a place sustained by shared stories and quiet joys. But lately a creeping grayness, a numbing silence, was spreading. The usual stories told by the wind through the leaves and the brook over stones weren't enough anymore. The glade needed something new, something forgotten, to rekindle its light. The clay gateway had brought Finn here for a reason. "But I'm just a librarian," Finn protested, feeling utterly inadequate. "I don't know any magic stories." "Stories aren't magic because they have wizards and dragons," Bartholomew said kindly, tapping his spectacles. "They're magic because they connect, they remind us. What stories live in your library's bones?" Finn thought of the basement archives, the forgotten donations, the boxes of unsorted memories. "There are scraps," Finn offered hesitantly. "Diaries no one reads, recipes for cakes no one bakes anymore, letters tied with faded ribbon." Pip zipped excitedly. "Scraps, fragments, forgotten moments, exactly what the Glade needs, but to share them you need to reach the story stone at the Glade's center. The path, well, it's become tricky." The journey through the Whisperwood was unlike anything Finn had ever experienced. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shafts of liquid gold, illuminating ferns that unfurled like emerald scrolls. Flowers chimed softly when touched. But the further they ventured, the more the vibrant colors muted towards gray. The cheerful chittering of unseen creatures faded to anxious rustling. The air grew heavy and still. Their challenge manifested not as a monster, but as a swirling, silent fog that descended without warning. It wasn't cold, but it was deeply disorienting. It swallowed sound and distorted vision. Finn could barely see Bartholomew's worried face inches away, and Pip's vibrant light was dimmed to a faint flicker. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle Finn's skin. Running blindly or shouting felt useless, even dangerous. "This is the gray muddle," Bartholomew murmured, his voice sounding muffled and distant. "It feeds on confusion and fear. Force just makes it thicker." Pip fluttered nervously. "It twists paths. We could walk in circles forever." Finn stood very still, heart pounding. The librarian instinct kicked in. When faced with chaos in the archives, Finn didn't shove books wildly. Finn listened, observed, looked for patterns. Closing their eyes, Finn focused past the fear. The silence wasn't complete. Underneath the oppressive hush, Finn could hear something. A faint, rhythmic thumping, like a slow, steady heartbeat. And then softer still, a melody not with notes, but with feeling. It was a song of deep sorrow, a loneliness as vast as the fog itself. "It's not just fog," Finn whispered, realization dawning. "It's lost, it's forgotten, like the scraps in the archive box. It doesn't want to hurt us, it is hurt." Wisdom, not force. Finn remembered the teapot, still warm where it was tucked into a cloth bag. Carefully, Finn poured a little of the shimmering liquid into the cup. The colored steam curled defiantly against the gray. Finn didn't try to banish the fog. Instead, Finn held the cup out, letting the warm steam mingle with the cool mist, letting the gentle scent cinnamon, pine, sea air drift into the silence. "Hello," Finn called softly, not demanding but inviting. "We hear you. You're not alone anymore." Finn began to hum, not a tune, but a feeling the comfort of a well-loved book, the quiet joy of finding a misplaced volume, the warmth of lamplight on a rainy day. Bartholomew, understanding, tapped his claws softly on a root, creating a gentle, grounding rhythm. Pip, her light brightening with hope, added soft, wordless chirps that wove around Finn's hum like threads of starlight. The swirling gray fog seemed to hesitate. The oppressive silence softened. The rhythmic thumping grew a little louder, a little closer. Finn poured a tiny offering of the shimmering water onto the mossy ground. "We have stories," Finn said gently. "Stories waiting to be remembered. Will you help us find the way?" Slowly, almost shyly, the fog began to thin. not vanishing but parting like shy curtains drawing back. It revealed a path Finn hadn't seen before, glowing faintly with trapped moonlight on dewdrops. The thumping resolved into the slow, deliberate footsteps of a creature made of swirling mist and ancient stone, the guardian of the gray, not a foe, but a lonely sentinel. It inclined its head towards Finn, a silent acknowledgement, and gestured with a vaporous limb down the newly revealed path. Guided by the guardian's subtle presence and the renewed light of Pip's wings, they reached the heart of the Glimmer Glade. It was still beautiful, but dimmed, like a lamp running low on oil. At its center stood the Story Stone, a smooth, pale monolith humming with a faint, fading vibration. One by one, Finn pulled out the forgotten scraps from the archive box, not literally, but their essence, drawn forth by the Teapot's magic and Finn's newfound courage. A recipe for lavender shortbread, shared with the stone, filled the air with the sweet, calming scent and the warmth of a grandmother's kitchen. A page from a diary describing a child's first snowfall brought the crisp chill and sparkling wonder of winter. A love letter, its ink faded but its emotion potent, released a wave of gentle warmth and the soft sigh of shared secrets. As each forgotten moment touched the Story Stone, a pulse of colored light radiated outwards. Lavender, frosty blue, rose gold, they washed over the glade like liquid light. The grayness receded, not banished but soothed, absorbed back into the vibrant tapestry of the Whisperwood. Flowers chimed brightly, unseen creatures sang tentative choruses, and the very air shimmered with renewed life. The guardian of the gray stood at the edge of the glade, its form less dense, touched with streaks of the newly restored colors. It nodded once more to Finn, a silent thank you, before dissolving into the revitalized air. The journey back through the Whisperwood was a celebration. The path was clear, bathed in dappled sunlight. Bartholomew chattered excitedly about realigning the crossroads. Now the balance was restored. Pip zipped ahead, her stained glass wings catching the light, singing snippets of the newly remembered stories. At the edge of the sun-dappled glade, where the clay gateway shimmered, Bartholomew presented Finn with a small, smooth stone, warm to the touch and veined with colors that shifted like the teapot's steam. A piece of the Story Stone, he explained, to remember and to share. Pip landed on Finn's finger. You found the story the glade needed most, she chirped, the one about listening, remembering, and sharing quiet moments. Even fog has a story to tell. With a final wave, Finn stepped through the shimmering air near a giant, moss-covered oak. The scent of damp earth and old paper replaced pine and wildflowers. Finn stood back in the basement archives, the ordinary teapot cool in Finn's hands, the chipped mug sitting beside it. The only sound was the gentle hum of the electric heater and the distant patter of rain on the high windows. But the warmth in Finn's chest, the scent of lavender and starlight faintly clinging, and the smooth, colorful stone in Finn's pocket were real. That night back in the cozy librarian's apartment above the library, Finn filled the humble clay teapot. As it began its soft, melodious hum and released steam in shimmering colors, lavender, mossy green, warm amber, Finn didn't see a forest. Instead, Finn saw the familiar, beloved shapes of the library downstairs, the rows of books glowing softly with their own quiet magic. The steam carried the comforting scent of old paper, lemon wood polish, and the faint, sweet promise of shared stories yet to be discovered. Finn poured a cup, the liquid shimmering gently. The adventure hadn't been about escaping the ordinary, but about discovering the extraordinary magic woven into its very fabric, the magic of forgotten moments, quiet listening, and the warmth of connection found in the most unexpected places, like a humble clay teapot on a rainy Tuesday. As Finn sipped the honey starlight brew, a deep sense of peace settled, as comforting and enduring as the quiet hum of the library at night, a reminder that wonder was always just a sip away. The final secret the teapot revealed wasn't a place, but a feeling. Home, wherever stories were cherished, was the most magical glade of all. And with that warmth cradled close, Finn drifted into a sleep as deep and peaceful as the Whisperwood after a gentle rain. Story 2. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where twilight lingered a little longer, painting the sky in soft lavender and peach each evening. Cobbled streets wound between cottages with thatched roofs like sleeping badgers, and friendly wisps of chimney smoke carried the comforting scent of baking bread and wood smoke. It was a place where daffodils chimed faintly in the morning breeze, and fireflies painted constellations low to the ground after dusk. Here lived a young girl named Sylvie, with eyes as bright as polished river stones, and a heart that hummed with quiet curiosity. Lately, however, a gentle mystery had begun to unsettle Willowbrook's usual peace. Small, precious things were vanishing. Not stolen with malice, it seemed, but simply disappearing. Old Mrs. Thimbleton's prized silver thimble, polished to a moon-bright shine, vanished from her windowsill where she'd left it to catch the morning sun. Master Hemlock the carpenter found his favorite whittling knife, worn smooth by years of careful work, absent from its usual peg. Even the baker's cat, a plump tabby named Crumpet, reported her cherished ball of rainbow yarn had rolled away without a trace during her afternoon nap. The disappearances were baffling. Doors were left unlatched in Willowbrook's trusting air, but nothing else was disturbed. No muddy footprints, no broken windows, just an empty space where a treasured belonging had been. A quiet murmur of puzzlement rippled through the village, tinged with a touch of unease. What unseen force was at work? Sylvie felt the mystery tug at her like a silken thread. She loved Willowbrook's gentle magic and couldn't bear the thought of its peace being truly broken. Armed with nothing but her keen eyes and a small woven basket, she decided to investigate. Her first stop was the cozy cottage of Master Bramblewick, the village apothecary. He wasn't just a mixer of soothing syrups and sunbeam teas. He was known as the wisest soul in the valley, often seen deep in conversation with the badgers that lived near the Whispering Woods, or sharing crumbs with the shy, moss-covered rock sprites. Master Bramblewick's cottage smelled perpetually of dried lavender, cinnamon bark, and warm earth. He himself resembled a kindly hedgehog, with spectacles perched on his nose and a waistcoat of deep green velvet. He listened patiently as Sylvie recounted the disappearances, his eyes twinkling behind his lenses like distant stars. "Hum," he rumbled, his voice like stones gently tumbling in a brook. "Things don't simply vanish, child, not truly. They go somewhere. The question is where and why." He stirred a pot of shimmering, honey-colored liquid that bubbled with a sound like tiny bells. "Tell me, Sylvie, what do these missing things have in common, besides being cherished?" Sylvie thought hard, picturing the thimble, the knife, the yarn ball. "They're all small," she ventured, "and they were all left out, not locked away." "Precisely," Master Bramblewick nodded, a satisfied smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. "Left where they could be easily seen and perhaps easily admired. Now observe." He pointed a gnarled finger towards his open window. Outside, perched delicately on a sun-warmed stone, sat a shimmering dragonfly, its wings like stained glass catching the light. "Beautiful, isn't it? Imagine if that beauty was its most precious possession. Where might it keep such a thing safe?" Sylvie pondered this. "Somewhere hidden, somewhere special." "Perhaps," the apothecary murmured. "Perhaps somewhere that feels safe and bright and full of other beautiful things." He handed Sylvie a small corked vial filled with a luminous dust. "Moon moth powder, sprinkle a little near where something vanished. It won't bring it back, but it might show you the path its taker walked for a short while under the right light. Be gentle, Sylvie. Seek understanding before judgment. Often the strangest occurrences stem from the simplest needs, misunderstood." Thanking the wise hedgehog man, Sylvie carefully pocketed the vial. She felt a thrill, not of fear, but of purpose. Her investigation had a direction. She visited Mrs. Thimbleton's cottage first. The windowsill where the thimble had sat was bathed in afternoon sunlight. Sylvie uncorked the vial and sprinkled a tiny pinch of the luminous dust onto the sill. For a moment, nothing happened. Then as the sun dipped lower, the dust began to glow with a soft, silver light. And within that light, faint as cobwebs, Sylvie saw shimmering, tiny footprints. They weren't human nor animal she recognized, delicate, multi-pointed, like tiny stars pressed into the wood. They led off the windowsill and down the mossy stone wall of the cottage. Her heart beating a little faster, Sylvie followed the faint, fading trail. It led her across a small, fragrant herb garden, past a sleeping garden gnome, and towards the ancient, gnarled roots of the great willow tree that stood sentinel at the village green. The glowing trail ended abruptly at a small, almost invisible gap between two massive roots. Kneeling on the soft, cool moss, Sylvie peered into the darkness. It smelled of damp earth and something else, something sweet and faintly metallic, like old pennies and crushed violets. She could see nothing within. Remembering Master Bramblewick's words about seeking understanding, she didn't reach inside. Instead, she sat back on her heels and spoke softly into the opening. "Hello, is anyone there? I mean no harm. I'm Sylvie from the village. I'm just looking for some things that seem to be missing. Beautiful things, like a shiny thimble and a smooth whittling knife and a ball of rainbow yarn." Silence greeted her. But the air near the roots seemed to shimmer slightly, like heat rising from sun-baked stone. Then a tiny sound, like the tinkling of minuscule bells, echoed from the darkness. It wasn't unfriendly, merely hesitant. Sylvie thought about the dragonfly, about needing a safe, bright place for beautiful things. An idea sparked. She opened her woven basket. Inside, nestled beside her lunch of honey bread and wild strawberries, was her own most treasured possession, a smooth, iridescent piece of sea glass, the color of a midsummer sky, found on a rare trip to the coast. It glowed warmly in the dappled sunlight filtering through the willow leaves. Carefully, Sylvie placed the sea glass just outside the gap in the roots, on a velvety patch of moss. "This is my beautiful thing," she said softly. "It reminds me of the wide ocean and sunny days. Maybe you like beautiful things too." She sat quietly, breathing in the scent of earth and willow bark. Minutes ticked by, filled only with the rustle of leaves and the distant chirp of sparrows. Then movement. From the darkness of the root gap, something emerged. It was smaller than her hand, a creature woven seemingly from twilight and starlight. Its body was slender and dark, like polished obsidian, but covered in countless minute facets that caught the light, making it shimmer. It had large, multifaceted eyes that glowed with a soft, internal amber light, and delicate, multi-jointed limbs that ended in tiny, precise points. It moved with a skittering grace, silent as a shadow. Hovering around it like tiny, living lanterns were several fireflies, their gentle glow illuminating the creature. The starlight creature paused, its luminous eyes fixed on the piece of sea glass. It tilted its head, emitting another soft chime. Slowly, cautiously, it extended one delicate limb and touched the glass. A ripple of light, like a miniature aurora, flowed across its shimmering body. It made a sound like a contented sigh, a tiny melody of pure delight. Encouraged, Sylvie whispered, "Hello, my name is Sylvie. Are you the one who's been admiring the beautiful things from the village?" The creature blinked its amber eyes, then nodded its tiny head, a gesture surprisingly human. It chittered softly, a sound like wind chimes and falling water. The fireflies around it bobbed gently, their light pulsing. Sylvie, though she couldn't understand the words, felt a wave of emotion, not malice, but a profound, innocent longing for beauty. You take them because they are beautiful?" Sylvie asked gently. "To keep them safe in your special place?" Another nod, more emphatic this time. The creature gestured towards the dark gap with one pointed limb, then back to the sea glass, its eyes pleading. Sylvie understood. This being, this collector of light and loveliness, saw the villagers' cherished items as wondrous treasures. It wasn't stealing, it was gathering, driven by a deep appreciation, taking them to what it perceived as a safe haven among the roots of the ancient willow. The disappearances weren't malicious, they were acts of admiration, albeit misplaced. But Sylvie said softly, her voice filled with kindness, those things belong to other people. Mrs. Thimbleton misses her thimble terribly. It was a gift from her grandmother. Master Hemlock needs his knife to carve beautiful things himself. And Crumpet, well, Crumpet just wants her yarn ball back for batting around. She smiled. They are beautiful, you're right, but their beauty is meant to be shared out here, where everyone can see them and remember the stories they hold. The starlight creature looked from Sylvie to the sea glass, then back towards its dark den. Its shimmering form seemed to dim slightly, a visible droop of understanding and perhaps disappointment. It chittered mournfully. Sylvie had an idea. "Wait here," she said, jumping up. She ran back to Master Bramblewick's cottage, explaining her discovery breathlessly. The wise apothecary listened, his eyes crinkling with delight at the mystery solved. He rummaged in his cupboards and emerged with a small, polished wooden box, its lid inlaid with chips of sparkling quartz and a ballon shell. An offering box, he explained. Meant for small tokens of appreciation left for the forest spirits. Empty now, but perfect. He also gave Sylvie a pouch filled with smooth, colorful pebbles he collected from the brook, deep red jasper, milky white quartz, banded agate, all polished by the water to a soft gleam. Things that are beautiful but belong to no one, and ask for nothing but to be admired. Sylvie ran back to the willow roots. The starlight creature was still there, huddled near the sea glass, looking small and uncertain. Sylvie placed the beautiful wooden box carefully near the gap. "This," she said, opening the lid, "is a special place, just for beautiful things found in the valley, things that have no owner." She poured the pouch of gleaming pebbles into the box. They caught the fading light, glowing like captured embers in moonlight. "You can admire these, add others you find pretty leaves, shiny beetle wings, dewdrops on spiderwebs, and you can leave them here, safe, for others to see too." She then gently picked up her piece of sea glass. "And this is a gift for you, to keep in your special place under the roots because you appreciate its beauty so much." The creature's eyes widened, glowing brighter than ever. It looked at the box full of shimmering pebbles, then at the sea glass in Sylvie's hand. It chittered, a sound now bubbling with pure, chiming joy. It reached out and took the sea glass with infinite care, cradling it against its shimmering chest. Then, with a flurry of movement almost too fast to follow, it darted back into the gap in the roots. Moments later it reappeared, followed by a procession of fireflies. One by one it placed objects carefully beside the offering box. Mrs. Thimbleton's gleaming silver thimble, Master Hemlock's smooth-handled whittling knife, and Crumpet's beloved rainbow yarn ball, slightly unraveled but undamaged. It looked at Sylvie, gave a little bow that scattered points of light, and vanished back into the earth with its precious sea glass. Sylvie gathered the returned treasures, her heart swelling with warmth. That evening, under the great willow, as the fireflies began their nightly dance, Sylvie explained the mystery to the villagers. She told them of the shy, starlight collector who loved beauty, showed them the offering box now sparkling with its collection of river pebbles, soon joined by a polished acorn cap and a particularly blue robin's eggshell, carefully emptied, and returned the missing items. Laughter replaced puzzlement, wonder replaced unease. Mrs. Thimbleton polished her thimble and placed it proudly back on her windowsill, but now with a new understanding. Master Hemlock carved a tiny, perfect replica of the willow tree for the offering box. Crumpet batted her yarn ball happily, occasionally pausing to watch the fireflies dance near the roots. The strange occurrences ceased. but Willowbrook gained a new, gentle wonder. The offering box under the great willow became a place of shared beauty. Villagers would sometimes leave a particularly smooth stone or a feather touched by sunrise. And often on clear nights, if you looked very closely near the ancient roots, you might see the faintest shimmer of starlight or hear the softest chime on the breeze, as the little collector admired its treasures or added a newfound sparkle to the box, content in the knowledge that beauty, much like kindness, was meant to be both cherished and shared. Sylvie would visit sometimes, sitting quietly on the moss. She never saw the creature fully again, but she felt its presence, a gentle hum of appreciation in the twilight air, a reminder that the world holds wonders in the quietest corners, understood best with a kind heart and watchful eyes. And as the fireflies painted their constellations low to the ground, weaving patterns of soft gold in the gathering dark, the village of Willowbrook settled into its peaceful rhythm once more, cradled in the gentle magic of understanding and shared delight, ready for a night of restful, dreamless sleep. Story 3. The town of Meadows Rest was known for three things: cobblestone streets that chimed like bells when rain fell, bakeries that smelled perpetually of cinnamon and honey, and the quiet, thoughtful boy named Leo who lived above the bookshop. Leo loved ordinary things: the weight of a smooth stone, the whisper of pages turning, the way dust motes danced in afternoon sunbeams. He never imagined that one of these ordinary things held an extraordinary secret. It began on a Tuesday. Leo was tidying the shop's cluttered storeroom when he unearthed a small, forgotten box tucked behind a stack of atlases. Inside, nestled in faded velvet, lay a single button. It wasn't particularly grand, just a simple circle of polished blue wood, slightly larger than a coin, with two tiny holes in its center. But as Leo picked it up, a strange warmth spread through his fingers, and a faint, sweet hum, like a distant honeybee, vibrated in the air around it. Intrigued, he slipped it into his pocket. That night, as Leo lay in bed, the button resting on his nightstand, he noticed something peculiar. The shadows cast by his bedside lamp weren't behaving normally. Instead of lying still, they rippled. A shadow shaped like a bird fluttered briefly on the ceiling. A shadow resembling a tiny boat sailed across the wall. Leo sat up, heart pounding softly. He picked up the button. The humming intensified, a gentle thrum against his palm. He held it up to the lamplight. Instantly the shadows deepened, coalescing and swirling like ink in water. They formed shapes not frightening, but curious. A miniature shadow deer pranced silently near the door. A cluster of shadow butterflies fluttered near the window. Leo gasped, a sound of pure wonder, not fear. The button wasn't just wood. It was a key to seeing the world's hidden movements, the quiet ballet of light and dark that usually went unseen. The next morning, Leo discovered the button did more. Walking past Mrs. Thistle's garden, bursting with sunflowers and lavender, he paused. The button hummed softly. Leo held it up, and the world shimmered. He saw not just the flowers, but their intent behind them. He saw the sunflowers' slow, determined turn towards the sun, felt the lavender's calming breath released into the air. He saw the deep contentment radiating from Mrs. Thistle herself as she watered her plants, a soft golden glow around her. The button revealed the essence of things, their feelings, their quiet purposes. Leo was enchanted. But with wonder came a prickling sense of responsibility. This secret felt fragile, precious. He needed help understanding it. He thought of Finnegan, the old lamplighter who whistled tunes older than the town, and seemed to know everything about everything. Finnegan, with his perpetually twinkling eyes and a pocket full of interesting pebbles, listened to Leo's hushed story without a trace of disbelief. He examined the blue button, his calloused fingers tracing its smooth surface. "Ah," Finnegan murmured, his voice like dry leaves rustling. "The Lumina button, I thought it lost forever. Legends whisper it was carved from the heartwood of the whispering willow deep in the silverwood forest. It doesn't create magic, lad. It simply opens your eyes to the magic already here. The dance of light, the song of growing things, the quiet hum of kindness. Finnegan became Leo's first guide. He taught him to listen with the button, not just look. He showed Leo how the cobblestones hummed with the memory of countless footsteps, how the wind carried whispered stories from distant hills. Magic isn't always grand explosions, Leo, Finnegan said, lighting an evening lamp with a practiced flick. It's in the connection, in understanding. Then came the challenge. Mayor Thorne, a stern man who valued order above all else, decided the ancient silverwood forest bordering Meadow's Rest was untidy and unproductive. He announced plans to clear a large section for new housing. The news sent a ripple of dismay through the town. Finnegan sighed heavily. Thorne sees only timber and land value. He doesn't hear the forest's song. If he cuts it, a vital piece of Meadow's Rest's heart will be silenced. Leo felt a surge of protectiveness. The silverwood wasn't just trees. It was alive with the magic the button revealed. He could see the ancient oaks sharing wisdom through tangled roots, the playful shimmer of light sprites darting through ferns, the deep, grounding peace that radiated from the forest floor. He had to make Mayor Thorne see. But how? Confronting the mayor directly would be useless. Force wasn't the answer, wisdom was. Leo needed more helpers. He went to Mrs. Thistle. Holding the lumina button gently, he showed her the vibrant, pulsing life force of her garden, how it intertwined with the forest's energy. Tears welled in her eyes. Oh, Leo, it's all connected. My little patch draws strength from the great wood. She agreed to help. He went to Silas the baker, whose grumpiness hid a heart as soft as his dough. With the button, Leo showed him how the scent of his cinnamon rolls, carried on the breeze, actually wove threads of comfort and joy through the town, threads that originated in the forest's own breath. Silas, stunned, wiped floury hands on his apron. Well, I suppose my buns are rather special. Can't have that forest gone. Ruin the flavor it would. Together, Leo, Finnegan, Mrs. Thistle, and Silas devised a plan. Not a protest, but an invitation. They would host a town harmony gathering in the square. Finnegan crafted intricate lanterns that cast mesmerizing shadow patterns. Mrs. Thistle brought bouquets that seemed to glow with inner light. Silas baked special forest friend rolls infused with herbs gathered at the wood's edge. And Leo, holding the lumina button aloft, focused all his newfound understanding. As dusk fell, the square transformed. The lanterns cast Finnegan's shadow dances onto walls, deer grazing, owls gliding, trees swaying. Mrs. Thistle's flowers released visible waves of calming, sweet-scented light. Silas's rolls filled the air with shimmering warmth. And Leo, standing quietly, channeled the lumina button's power. He didn't create illusions. He amplified the essence of the forest and its connection to the town. Mayor Thorne arrived, his face set in its usual sour apple expression, ready to dismiss the gathering as sentimental nonsense. But as he stepped into the square, the amplified sensations washed over him. He saw the shadow deer look directly at him with ancient, knowing eyes. He felt the deep peace radiating from the glowing flowers seep into his bones. The scent of Silas's rolls carried not just sweetness, but the rich, earthy promise of the forest. He truly saw for the first time, the intricate threads of light golden from the town, deep green from the forest weaving together above the square, forming a shimmering canopy of connection. He stopped. His stern face softened, then crumpled with a profound, bewildered wonder. He looked at Leo, who met his gaze calmly, the blue button warm in his hand. Finnegan stepped forward, his voice gentle but firm. It's not just trees, Mayor, it's our roots, our breath, our shared song. Mayor Thorne didn't speak for a long moment. He simply stood, breathing in the magic of the connection made visible. Finally he nodded, a single, slow dip of his head. "The clearing plans," he said, his voice rough with unexpected emotion. "They are cancelled permanently." A sigh of pure relief, like a gentle breeze, swept through the square. The shimmering canopy of light pulsed brighter, filled with the silent gratitude of the forest and the quiet joy of the townsfolk. In the weeks that followed, Meadow's rest changed subtly. People walked a little slower, listened a little closer. Finnegan started leading twilight walks, pointing out the ordinary magic, the way moss grew, the sound of the river stones. Mrs. Thistle shared cuttings more freely, her garden becoming a hub of shared calm. Silas's rolls tasted even better, infused with a newfound sense of place. And Leo. He grew less quiet, his eyes holding a deep, knowing light. One crisp autumn evening, Leo sat by his window, the lumina button in his palm. He looked out at the silverwood, its leaves blazing gold and crimson. He held the button up. The humming was softer now, a contented purr. He saw the forest's vibrant energy, the town's warm glow, intertwined like threads in a tapestry. He saw Finnegan lighting the first lamp, his aura a steady, comforting amber. He saw Mrs. Thistle tending her chrysanthemums, radiating peaceful grain. He saw Silas closing his bakery, his usual grumble softened by a warm, satisfied glow. Leo smiled. The extraordinary secret hadn't just shown him hidden magic, it had shown him the magic of connection, of kindness, of seeing the world with open eyes and an open heart. He realized the Lumina button's greatest gift wasn't the vision it provided, but the understanding it nurtured within him. He placed the blue button back in its velvet-lined box. It felt lighter, its work perhaps complete for him. The humming faded to a mere memory of warmth against his skin. He didn't need to hold it constantly anymore. The magic it revealed, the dance of light, the song of growing things, the quiet hum of kindness was now woven into the fabric of his being. He could see it, feel it, hear it in the ordinary rhythm of his town, in the laughter of friends, in the rustle of the protected forest. That night, as Leo drifted to sleep, the shadows in his room danced a gentle, familiar waltz without any button's aid. Outside, the cobblestones chimed softly under a light rain, a lullaby for Meadow's rest. The silverwood stood sentinel, its ancient song a steady, grounding hum on the breeze. And Leo, the boy who found wonder in the ordinary, slept peacefully, knowing the greatest magic wasn't hidden in objects, but in the connections we nurture, the kindness we share, and the quiet wisdom of truly seeing the world and each other with an open heart. The secret wasn't just safe, it was alive, breathing in every corner of his beloved town, a gentle, everlasting enchantment. Story 4. Deep in the heart of the Whisperwood, where ancient trees wore cloaks of velvet moss and sunlight dappled the forest floor like scattered gold coins, lived a world unseen by hurried eyes. Here, the boundaries between the solid earth and the shimmering veil of magic were as thin as a spider's silk, woven anew with each dew-kissed dawn. It was a place where the rustle of leaves held secrets, the gurgle of the hidden brook sang lullabies, and the very air hummed with the quiet pulse of life. At the heart of this realm stood Grandmother Birch, a tree so ancient her silver bark was etched with patterns deeper than rivers, each groove a story whispered by the wind. Her roots, vast and gnarled, delved deep into the dreaming earth, touching the warm heartstone that pulsed with the forest's lifeblood. High in her branches, where the sunlight lingered longest, lived a small, thoughtful creature named Moss, a hedgehog whose spines were perpetually adorned with tiny, living blossoms that changed with the season's pale snowdrops in winter, bluebells in spring, clover in summer, and russet oak leaves in autumn. Moss was the keeper of small comforts, tending to the tiny moss gardens on Grandmother Birch's roots and listening to the old tree's slow, rumbling thoughts. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the air turned sharp with the scent of wood smoke and decaying leaves, a tremor ran through the Whisperwood. not an earthquake but a shiver of unease. The vibrant tapestry of reds, golds, and oranges seemed muted, dulled. The hidden brook gurgled fretfully, its usually clear water clouded. Moss, gathering fallen acorns near the brook, felt a prickle of worry travel up his spine, making the tiny oak leaves nestled there tremble. Grandmother Moss called softly, pressing a paw against the cool, silver bark. The brook is troubled, the colors they feel tired. A low, resonant hum vibrated through the wood. "Ah, little keeper," Grandmother Birch's voice echoed in Moss's mind, a sound like distant thunder softened by layers of earth. The weaver is restless. The threads of the season snag the weaver Moss knew was the unseen spirit of the forest's balance, the force that spun the seasons and wove the magic that connected root to rock, stream to sky. High above, where Grandmother Birch's highest branches brushed the clouds, lived Azure, a kingfisher whose feathers held the shifting blues of twilight skies and deep, clear pools. She soared down, landing lightly on a mossy branch beside Moss. "The wind carries strange whispers," Azure chirruped, her voice like water over smooth stones. "Dry sighs from the south, a bite sharper than frost. The air feels thin." Moss looked from the troubled brook to Azure's worried eyes. "Grandmother says the weaver is restless. The balance feels wrong." He described the clouded water, the weary colors. "We must find the source." Their journey took them deep into the Whisperwood's embrace. They followed the hidden brook upstream, its path winding through cathedral-like stands of ancient oaks and past meadows where luminous moonflowers, closed tight now, waited for dusk. The sensory tapestry of the forest enveloped them, the rich, damp smell of loam underfoot, the sweet decay of fallen apples, the crisp snap of dry twigs, the cool kiss of the autumn air carrying the faintest tang of wood smoke from a distant, unseen hearth. Sunlight filtering through the thinning canopy felt warm and golden on Moss's back, yet the air held an underlying chill that made Azure fluff her feathers. They met others. Old Fern, the badger whose set lay beneath a hill crowned with whispering ferns, emerged blinking into the afternoon light. "The earth dreams troubled dreams," she rumbled, her voice thick with sleep and concern. "Deep below, the roots whisper of a thirst the rains haven't quenched." Further on, near a grove of luminous toadstools that glowed faintly even in daylight, they encountered Pip, a quick, bright-eyed dormouse. "The nuts are smaller this year," Pip chattered, holding up a tiny acorn. "And the air feels scratchy, like it forgets how to be gentle." The pieces gathered like fallen leaves. Thirsty earth, thin air, small nuts, troubled water, weary colors. It wasn't a single disaster, but a gentle unraveling, a sigh of disharmony seeping through the forest's veins. They reached the source of the hidden brook, a spring bubbling up from a mossy cleft in a tumble of ancient, lichen-covered stones known as the Elder's Cairn. But the water emerging was sluggish, murky, and barely a trickle. The vibrant moss around it was dry and brittle. Atop the tallest stone sat Silas, an ancient owl whose feathers were the color of storm clouds and whose eyes held the depth of starless nights. He rarely spoke, observing the slow turning of seasons with timeless patience. "The heartstone weakens," Silas hooted, his voice a soft vibration in the still air. "The deep earth forgets the rain's promise, the weaver's pattern frays because the connection between sky and stone has thinned. The old songs, the ones that call the gentle rains and soften the winds, they have grown faint." Moss remembered Grandmother Birch's words about the rings within her trunk, each holding the memory of a season past. Grandmother Birch, her roots touch the heartstone, and her rings, they hold the memories, the old songs. Hope, fragile as a frost flower, bloomed in Azure's eyes. "We must remind the heartstone, we must sing the songs the forest has forgotten." The murky water bubbled suddenly, clearing, flowing stronger, washing away the grit and murk with a joyful gurgle. Above, the angry wind faltered. the harsh thunder softened into a distant rumble. And then it began. Not a deluge, but a gentle, persistent rain. Soft, cool drops fell like a blessing, pattering on the dry leaves, soaking into the thirsty earth, washing the dust from the air. It smelled of petrichor, that deep, clean, magical scent of rain on dry soil and renewal. The creatures kept singing, their voices blending with the sigh of the wind easing and the gentle percussion of the rain. The weary colors of the leaves seemed to deepen, glowing with a renewed inner light in the fading dusk. The air lost its scratchy edge, becoming cool, moist, and profoundly peaceful. As the gentle rain continued through the night, the creatures gathered closer to Grandmother Birch's protective trunk, sheltered by her vast canopy. Moss curled up in his soft nest of moss and leaves high in the crook of a branch, the scent of wet bark and clean earth filling his senses. Azure nestled nearby, her feathers fluffed against the cool dampness. Below, old fern snored softly in her set entrance, and Pip slept soundly in a hollow lined with soft down. The storm had passed, not with violence, but with the quiet power of remembrance and unity. The weaver's threads had been smoothed, the pattern restored through the wisdom held in the rings of the ancient tree and the shared song of the forest's heart. The subtle magic of the seasons, the gentle rain nourishing the roots, preparing the earth for winter's rest, flowed freely once more. Dawn broke, pale gold and misty. The Whisperwood glistened, every leaf, every blade of grass, every spiderweb jeweled with raindrops. The air was crystal clear, filled with the sweet chorus of waking birds and the satisfied gurgle of the hidden brook, running strong and clean. Grandmother Birch stood serene, her silver bark gleaming, her deepest roots humming with the steady, strong pulse of the heartstone, connected once more to the sky's gentle gifts. Moss blinked awake, the tiny oak leaves on his spines refreshed and vibrant. He looked out over the glistening forest, a profound sense of peace settling over him like a warm blanket. The balance was restored, a harmony woven from memory, shared song, and the quiet, enduring magic of the natural world, whispering its timeless secrets to those who listened with their hearts. The ancient forest breathed deep, its hidden life secure, its future cradled in the gentle rhythm of the seasons, sung softly under the watchful branches of the oldest trees. And all was well. Story 5. The scent of cinnamon and wood smoke always seemed thicker on the nights when the wind whispered secrets through the ancient oaks bordering Bramblewood village. Inside her snug cottage, young Maya traced the frost patterns on her window pane, her breath fogging the cold glass. Outside, the world felt vast and a little frightening. Maya preferred the known, the click of her grandmother's knitting needles, the bubbling pot of spiced cider on the hearth, the familiar stories read by lamplight. She was a girl who mapped her world in careful steps, avoiding the shadows cast by uncertainty. One crisp autumn afternoon, a gust stronger than usual ripped a cherished blue scarf, a gift from her grandmother, from Maya's neck, sending it tumbling like a frantic bird over the garden wall and into the dense embrace of the whispering woods. These woods, older than the village itself, were a place of murmured warnings. Stay to the known paths, her grandmother always cautioned, her eyes holding unspoken tales. But the scarf, woven with threads of memory and love, was irreplaceable. Gritting her teeth against the flutter of fear in her chest, Maya pushed open the creaking garden gate and stepped into the dappled gloom beneath the trees. The familiar world fell away instantly. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in shifting gold and emerald shafts, illuminating dust motes dancing in the still air. The air tasted different here, damp earth, decaying leaves, and something else, something like ozone before a storm, but sweeter. The path, so clear near the village, became a winding ribbon of mossy stones, soon vanishing altogether. Panic threatened to rise, a cold tide in her throat, when a faint, melodic hum caught her ear. It wasn't wind through leaves, it was rhythmic, resonant, like the lowest string of a well-tuned harp plucked with infinite patience. Drawn by the sound, Maya pushed aside a curtain of weeping willow fronds. She gasped. She stood at the edge of a hidden glade bathed in perpetual twilight. Giant luminous mushrooms pulsed with soft blues and violets, casting an ethereal glow. Fireflies, larger and brighter than any she'd ever seen, drifted like living stars. At the glade's heart, bathed in the soft light, stood an object of breathtaking beauty and impossible age. It was a loom, but unlike any earthly craft. Its frame appeared carved from moonstone and dark, polished heartwood that seemed to drink in the light. The warp threads shimmered with captured starlight, silver and opal, while the weft threads dangling from a carved shuttle pulsed with the deep, vibrant hues of a twilight sky indigo, emerald, and molten gold. The source of the humming was the loom itself. It vibrated gently, resonating with the very heartbeat of the hidden place. Mesmerized, Maya approached. The air around the loom thrummed with quiet power. As her fingers brushed the cool, smooth wood of the frame, a cascade of images flooded her mind, not her own memories, but fleeting impressions. A towering oak sapling reaching for the sun, a badger curled in its set deep beneath frosty earth, a mountain stream laughing over smooth stones. The loom seemed to hold the essence of the woods within its structure. Then she saw it her blue scarf, tangled not in brambles, but caught gently on the lower beam of the loom itself, as if placed there deliberately. As she carefully untangled the precious fabric, a low, guttural growl rumbled behind her. Whirling, Maya froze. Not 3 paces away, silhouetted against the glowing mushrooms, stood a badger. But this was no ordinary creature. It was nearly twice the size of any badger she'd ever glimpsed, its thick fur striped in bands of purest obsidian and startling silver that gleamed in the twilight. Its eyes, deep and intelligent, glowed with an inner amber light, fixed unblinkingly on her. Fear, cold and sharp, lanced through Maya. Every village story spoke of badgers as fierce, unpredictable beasts. She stumbled back, clutching her scarf, ready to flee. But the badger didn't charge. It tilted its massive head, sniffing the air. Its gaze flickered from Maya's terrified face to the loom, then back. Slowly, deliberately, it took a step forward, not towards her, but towards the loom. It let out a soft, chuffing sound, almost like a question. Then it lowered its head and nudged something near the base of the loom with its broad snout. Curiosity warred with fear. Maya peered closer. Partially obscured by fallen, luminous petals was a section of tapestry woven into the loom itself. But it wasn't beautiful. The threads here were frayed, knotted, and tangled into a chaotic mess of muddy browns, sickly greens, and an ugly, bruise-like purple. The humming around this section was discordant, a jarring, painful vibration that seemed to leach the warmth from the air. Where the healthy threads pulsed with life, these knots felt diseased. And emanating from the knotted mass was a faint, chilling mist that smelled of decay. The silver-striped badger nudged the tangled threads again, then looked pointedly at Maya. It chuffed again, a softer sound now, tinged with unmistakable sorrow. It wasn't threatening her. It was showing her. This magnificent creature, guardian of the glade, was communicating a deep distress. The discord wasn't just ugly, it was wrong. It felt like a wound in the heart of the hidden world. This. Maya whispered, her voice trembling. It's broken. The badger nodded its great head, a surprisingly human gesture. It pawed gently at the tangled mess, then looked at the shuttle Maya still held unconsciously, the one pulsing with vibrant twilight hues. Understanding dawned, fragile but bright. The loom wasn't just a relic, it was alive, weaving the very essence of the whispering woods. And this tangled knot was a sickness spreading from its core. But I don't know how to weave. Maya protested, the fear returning. I can barely darn a sock. The badger simply gazed at her, its amber eyes holding a depth of patience and quiet expectation. It nudged the shuttle again, then settled its massive body beside the loom, watching her. It wasn't demanding action, it was offering trust. The hum of the loom seemed to swell around her, less a sound now and more a feeling, a gentle pressure urging her towards the threads. The fear didn't vanish, but it was joined by something else, a profound sense of responsibility, and a flicker of determination ignited by the badger's silent plea. Taking a deep breath, Maya stepped closer to the loom. The discordant vibration from the tangled knot made her teeth ache. She tentatively touched the healthy warp threads. They felt warm, resilient, humming with contained energy. The shuttle in her hand pulsed gently, as if eager to be used. She looked at the snarled mess. It wasn't just tangled, the threads themselves seemed brittle, corrupted. How could she possibly fix it? Where did she even begin? Remembering her grandmother's lessons about patience and starting with one small stitch, Maya focused on the very edge of the knot. With trembling fingers, she carefully teased apart two frayed threads, a muddy brown and that ugly purple. As she separated them, a faint, acrid smell rose, making her nose wrinkle. The discordant hum momentarily spiked, a jarring screech. Maya flinched but held firm, guided by an instinct she didn't know she possessed. She picked up the shuttle, its smooth wood warm in her palm. Selecting a thread the deep, rich green of healthy pine needles, she carefully passed it through the tiny gap she'd created, over and under the silver warp. The effect was instantaneous. Where the vibrant green touched the corrupted threads, the muddy brown seemed to flake away like rust, revealing a healthier, earth brown beneath. The discordant hum softened just a fraction. Encouraged, Maya worked slowly, painstakingly. She teased apart knots, her fingers growing more confident. She learned to listen to the loom's hum, feeling when a thread needed the cool blue of a mountain spring to cleanse it, or the warm gold of sunlight to strengthen it. The badger remained a silent, watchful presence, its steady breathing a comforting rhythm in the twilight glade. Hours slipped by, marked only by the rhythmic clack of the shuttle and the gradual, painstaking transformation of the tapestry. As she worked deeper into the knot, the images returned, clearer now. She saw the source deep within the oldest part of the woods, a sacred spring, its waters once clear and singing, had been choked by a landslide of slick, oily black rock that shouldn't be there. The poisoned water seeped into the roots of a great sentinel oak, the heart tree of the whispering woods, causing its vibrant life force to twist and fester, manifesting as the tangled knot on the loom. The loom wasn't just reflecting the sickness, it was the sickness woven into the fabric of the place. Finishing a particularly stubborn knot with a thread of pure, cleansing silver, Maya finally understood. The spring, she murmured, looking at the badger. The poison spring near the sentinel oak, that's the source. Fixing the tapestry. It helps, but it's like bandaging a wound without cleaning it. We need to heal the spring. The badger rose to its full height, its silver stripes gleaming. It gave a single, sharp bark of affirmation, then turned and padded silently towards the edge of the glade, pausing to look back at her. The journey wasn't over. They needed to go deeper, to the heart of the corruption. Leaving the loom humming more harmoniously, though the central knot still pulsed with residual sickness, Maya followed the silver-striped badger. They traveled paths no human foot had likely trodden for centuries, beneath arches of gnarled roots, through tunnels woven by ancient vines. The badger moved with surprising grace and certainty, leading her unerringly towards a growing sense of dampness and a faint, unpleasant metallic tang in the air. The vibrant life of the woods grew muted. Leaves hung limp, flowers were stunted and gray, and the air felt heavy and cold. Finally, they emerged into a small, dismal clearing. Towering above them was the sentinel oak, but its majesty was marred. Its bark was cracked and weeping a dark, viscous sap. Its leaves, normally a vibrant canopy of green and gold even in autumn, were shriveled and blackened. At its massive roots bubbled the spring, but its waters were sluggish and murky, choked by a grotesque tumble of jagged, oily black stones that seemed to absorb the light. The stench of decay was overwhelming here. The discordant hum Maya had felt at the loom was a physical pressure here, a sickening throb in the air. The source of the corruption was horrifyingly clear. The badger growled, a deep, rumbling sound of pure fury, its hackles raised as it stared at the black rocks. Maya felt despair creep in. How could they move such stones? They looked massive, immovable, radiating palpable malice. As she stood there overwhelmed, the image of the tapestry flashed in her mind. She saw the threads she'd woven, the cleansing silver, the strengthening gold, the resilient green. She remembered the feeling of the loom, the way the vibrant threads interacted with the corrupted ones. The loom wasn't just a map, it was a conduit. Could she influence the source through the threads she'd already woven? Closing her eyes, Maya focused not on the daunting stones before her, but on the repaired section of the tapestry back in the glade. She recalled the precise feeling of passing the silver thread, its cool, purifying energy. She poured her intention into that memory, her desire for cleansing, for purity. She imagined that silver light flowing not just through the woven threads, but down through the roots of the loom, through the interconnected roots of the forest, towards this poisoned spring. She felt a sudden warmth in her hands. Opening her eyes, she saw faint, shimmering silver light coalescing around her fingers, mirroring the thread she'd used. Heart-pounding, she directed this gathered light towards the nearest oily stone. As the silver light touched it, the stone sizzled faintly. The slick, dark coating seemed to evaporate like smoke, revealing dull, ordinary granite beneath. The effect was small, localized, but it was real. Hope surged. "We can do this," she whispered fiercely to the badger. "Together." She focused again, this time summoning the warm, strengthening gold of sunlight. The light gathered, brighter now, and she directed it towards the base of the sentinel oak itself, willing strength into its roots. The badger, understanding, moved to the edge of the spring. It didn't attack the stones directly. Instead, it lowered its massive head and began to dig with powerful forepaws, not at the stones, but in the soft earth around them, creating channels. Clear water, seeping from deeper, unpolluted layers, began to trickle into these channels, slowly diluting the murky pool. Maya worked tirelessly. Silver light to cleanse the stone's corruption. Gold light to bolster the ancient tree. Emerald green for regrowth and resilience, directed at the wilted plants around the spring. She wove her intentions as carefully as she had woven the threads, channeling the power of the loom through her connection to it and her fierce desire to heal. Sweat beaded on her forehead and exhaustion pulled at her, but the sight of the badger digging with unwavering determination and the gradual, visible retreat of the oily darkness fueled her resolve. Slowly, painstakingly, the clearing began to change. The black coating on the stones vanished entirely under Maya's silver light, leaving them inert. The water in the spring, fed by the clear channels the badger dug, began to run clearer, pushing the residual sludge aside. The sentinel oak shuddered. A crack in its bark sealed over. One shriveled leaf unfurled, tentative at first, then gaining a vibrant, healthy green hue. The discordant thrum faded, replaced by a tentative, healthy hum that resonated up from the earth itself, the true song of the woods returning. Exhausted but elated, Maya sank to her knees beside the now babbling spring, its waters sparkling clear once more. The badger padded over, its massive head lowered. It nudged her gently with its cold, wet nose, a gesture of profound gratitude. Its amber eyes held no fierceness now, only deep, ancient wisdom and a warmth that mirrored the restored sunlight filtering through the rejuvenating leaves of the sentinel oak. The journey back to the loom glade felt different. The woods seemed lighter, the air sweeter, the colors more vibrant. Birdsong, absent near the poison spring, now filled the canopy. When they stepped back into the twilight glade, the loom was singing a pure, harmonious melody that vibrated through Maya's bones. The tapestry was whole. The terrible knot was gone, seamlessly rewoven with threads of deep, healthy brown, resilient green, sparkling silver, and warm gold. It depicted a scene of perfect harmony, the sentinel oak standing tall and strong, the spring bubbling clear at its roots, and in the foreground, a small girl and a large, silver-striped badger sitting peacefully side by side. Maya reached out and touched the image of herself and her unlikely friend. The threads were warm, humming with contentment. She looked at the badger. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice thick with emotion, "for trusting me." The badger chuffed softly, then turned and melted silently back into the luminous foliage, its duty fulfilled, its home healed. Maya knew she wouldn't see it again, not like this, but she felt its presence, a gentle guardian spirit woven into the very fabric of the woods. Finding her way back to the village edge felt easier, guided by an inner sense of belonging she hadn't possessed before. She emerged from the trees just as the first stars pricked the twilight sky. Her grandmother was waiting at the garden gate, worry etched on her face, a lantern held high. "Maya, child, where have you been?" We were frantic. Her grandmother pulled her into a fierce hug. Maya hugged her back, breathing in the familiar scents of cinnamon and wool. She held up her blue scarf, miraculously unharmed. "I found it, grandmother, and I found something else." She looked back at the whispering woods, no longer a place of shadows, but a realm of deep, singing magic. "I found the heart of the woods, and it was broken, but we mended it." Her grandmother studied her granddaughter's face, the lingering awe, the newfound quiet strength in her eyes, the absence of the old, familiar fear. She saw not just a returned child, but one profoundly changed. She didn't press for details then, simply wrapped an arm around Maya's shoulders. "Come inside, little weaver," she murmured, a knowing smile touching her lips. "The cider's hot and the fire's bright. You have a story to tell, I think." Years later, Maya, no longer timid, became the village's wise woman, known for her deep connection to the whispering woods. She never spoke of the silver-striped badger or the moonstone loom to anyone but her own grandchildren, and then only in hushed tones by the fireside. But she carried the lessons deep within her. That courage isn't the absence of fear, but the choice to act despite it. That friendship can blossom in the most unexpected places. That true strength often lies in gentle understanding and patient mending, and that the world holds hidden wonders for those brave enough to listen to its whispers and tend to its wounds. On quiet nights when the wind sighed through the oaks, Maya would sometimes pause her own weaving, her fingers tracing intricate patterns, and smile, hearing the faint, harmonious echo of a loom singing deep within the heart of the ancient woods, a lullaby of resilience and quiet magic, forever woven into the tapestry of her soul. And the woods themselves thrived, a testament to the enduring power of kindness, unexpected friendship, and the quiet courage to mend what is broken, one careful thread at a time. Story 6. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where autumn painted the hills in cinnamon and gold. Each evening as the sun dipped behind the whispering woods, tiny glimmerbugs would awaken, creatures no larger than thumbprints with wings like spun moonlight. They danced through the streets, casting soft, buttery glows on cobblestone paths and thatched roofs. But one crisp October night, something changed. The glimmerbugs didn't appear. Young Clara noticed it first. She'd been waiting by her window, breath fogging the glass, eager to watch their nightly ballet. Instead, an unnatural stillness settled over Willowbrook. The air felt thick, as if holding its breath. Even the village's ancient willow trees, famous for their gentle rustling songs, stood silent. Their leaves hung limp like forgotten sheet music. "Papa," Clara whispered, tugging her father's sleeve as he stoked the hearth. The glimmerbugs are gone, and the willows, they're not singing. Her father frowned, peering into the unnaturally dark street. Strange indeed, little one. Best stay inside tonight. But Clara couldn't sleep. She tiptoed to her bookshelf, where a worn volume titled Creatures of Quiet Magic sat beside a jar of firefly dust. Flipping pages, she found a sketch of glimmerbugs. Beneath it a note drawn to warmth and kindness, repelled by disharmony. A shiver traced her spine. Disharmony. Willowbrook was the gentlest place she knew. The next morning, Clara bundled into her scarf and set out to investigate. The village brook, usually chattering over stones, flowed silent as glass. At the baker's, warm rolls sat unsold. No one lingered without the evening glow. Even the air tasted different, dull, like flat gingerbread. Clara's boots crunched through fallen leaves as she headed to the edge of the whispering woods. There, beneath the grandest willow, sat Old Man Hemlock. His cottage smelled of drying lavender and wisdom, and his beard held more stories than the village library. He was whispering to a cluster of trembling blue mushrooms that glowed faintly. "Ah, Clara," he murmured, not turning. "Come to ask about the quiet." She nodded, breath puffing white in the cold. The glimmerbugs vanished, the willows stopped whispering, even the brook's gone silent. Hemlock's eyes, deep as forest pools, softened. "Nature speaks when it's heard, child. Something is muffling its voice." He plucked a mushroom, its glow pulsing in his palm. "These shy shrooms usually sing with the willows. Now they only tremble. Tell me what's changed." Clara thought hard. "The quiet started 3 nights ago. That's when the north wind brought the first frost." She paused, remembering something else. "And the fireflies by the mill pond disappeared weeks ago. I thought they'd just gone to sleep early." "Ah." Hemlock's eyebrows rose like startled birds. "Fireflies, glimmerbugs, whispering trees, all creatures of soft light and softer sound. Something is stealing their songs." He handed her the shy shroom. "Hold this. Listen." Clara cupped it gently. At first, nothing. Then a faint vibration hummed against her skin, a sound like a bee trapped in glass. "They're frightened," Hemlock said. "But why?" For days, Clara observed. She left honeycakes by the brook for water sprites who didn't appear, and sang lullabies to the willows who didn't answer. One twilight, as she sketched the silent mill pond, she noticed ripples moving against the current. Tiny, perfect whirlpools spiraled where the water met the reeds. She ran to Hemlock. "The pond's making whirlpools." His eyes lit. "Show me." At the pond, Hemlock knelt, dipping a cedar twig into a whirlpool. It emerged coated in silvery dust that sparkled like frozen starlight. "Dream sand," he breathed. "But it only gathers where magic sleeps deeply, or where it's being sucked away." Suddenly a shadow flickered beneath the water, sleek and dark as a river stone. It darted away, leaving a trail of bubbles. "Did you see that?" Clara whispered. A mossback, Hemlock said, or in his voice. "Turtle folk who tend the roots of the world. They're shy but wise. If anyone knows what's happening, it's them." He pulled a walnut shell flute from his pocket and played 3 liquid notes. Nothing happened. He played again, slower, sweeter. The water stirred. A head emerged, round, dark eyes blinking, moss furrowing its shell like emerald velvet. It regarded them, silent. "Great mossback," Hemlock said, bowing. "Willowbrook's gentle magics are fading. Can you help?" The mossback blinked slowly. Then it sank below, resurfacing with a smooth river stone balanced on its nose. The stone glowed faintly where the mossback touched it. Clara gasped. It was the same soft gold as the missing glimmer bugs. It's collecting light, she realized. But why? The mossback nudged the stone toward Clara's hand. As she touched it, images flooded her mind, a deep, earthy burrow, a pile of identical glowing stones, and curled atop them a smaller mossback, its shell pale and fragile. Sick. Oh, Clara breathed. Your little one is ill. The mossback nodded, eyes glistening. And the light, its medicine. Another nod. The mossback gestured to the pond, then to the woods, then patted its own chest. Hemlock translated, it's been gathering magic, firefly glow, willow songs, brook murmurs, to heal its child, but taking too much too fast has silenced everything. Clara's heart ached. We want to help, but the village needs its magic back. The mossback tilted its head, then nudged Clara's hand where she'd held the shy shroom. Understanding dawned. The mushrooms, they make gentle music. Maybe that's a kinder magic. Hemlock beamed. Wisely said Clara, soft sounds to heal soft creatures. Together, they gathered armfuls of glowing shy shrooms from the woods. The mossback led them to its burrow beneath the willow roots. Inside, the air hummed with stored magic. Glimmerbug light pulsed in stones, willow whispers rustled in dried leaves. On a nest of fern lay the little mossback, breathing weakly. Clara placed the shy shrooms in a circle. Hemlock hummed a lullaby. Slowly the mushrooms began to glow brighter, their trembling stilling into a soft, harmonic chime, like raindrops on crystal. The sound washed over the little mossback. Its pale shell deepened to healthy green. It opened its eyes, blinking at Clara with quiet gratitude. The parent mossback rumbled, a sound like contented thunder. One by one, it nudged the glowing stones toward Clara and Hemlock. Return these, its eyes seemed to say. Back in the village, they placed the stones where magic belonged, by the brook, in the willow branches, near the mill pond. As night fell, glimmerbugs sparked to life, swirling joyfully around the returned light. The willows rustled, their whispers returning as soft as secrets. The brook giggled over stones once more. But the sweetest moment came when Clara looked back at the woods. Beneath the grandest willow, the mossback family sat watching, the little one now strong and bright. And as the glimmerbugs danced, they wove a new pattern, a glowing, golden turtle shape in the sky, a silent thank you that lit the smiles of everyone below. That night, Clara drifted to sleep with her window open. The willows whispered lullabies, the brook sang countermelody, and glimmerbugs pirouetted outside like tiny stars. And beneath it all, if she listened very closely, she could hear a new sound, a contented, mossy hum from the woods, weaving into the symphony of their mended world. All was warm, all was bright, and the quiet magic of Willowbrook glowed softer, deeper, and kinder than ever before. Story 7. The rain whispered secrets against the window pane of old Mr. Thimblebee's clockwork shop. Inside, the air hummed with the steady tick-tock of 100 timepieces and smelled of oiled brass, polished wood, and the faintest hint of cinnamon from the tea mister Thimblebee always kept brewing. His apprentice, a quiet boy named Leo with ink-smudged fingers and a head full of cogs and springs, was sorting through a dusty box of forgotten parts. He sighed. Nothing but broken mainsprings and chipped gears. Then his fingers brushed something smooth and cool beneath the tangle of metal. He pulled out a teacup. Not brass or porcelain, but something else entirely like polished moonlight held in a curve. It felt impossibly light, yet solid. Delicate swirls like captured smoke danced just beneath its surface. Leo held it up, utterly bewildered. How had this ended up in a box of clock parts? He carried it to Mr. Thimbleby, who peered over his spectacles. Ah, the old man murmured, his voice like a well-oiled gear. The luminous cup thought it was lost to the dust bunnies years ago. He didn't seem surprised, only thoughtful. Not for telling time, that one, for finding things. Finding things. Leo echoed. Lost things, Mr. Thimbleby clarified, tapping the cup gently. Pour warm tea into it, see what appears. Intrigued, Leo filled the small kettle, lit the spirit lamp beneath it, and selected Mr. Thimbleby's special chamomile blend. As the water heated, filling the shop with its gentle, floral scent, he placed the luminous cup carefully on the workbench. He poured the steaming tea. Instantly, the liquid inside the cup began to shimmer, not reflecting the lamplight, but glowing with its own soft, internal light. Wisps of steam curled upwards, forming shapes. Leo gasped. Within the steam, he saw a miniature image not of the shop, but of a sun-dappled forest path. And there, lying half-buried in fallen leaves beside a gnarled oak root, was the tiny, perfect image of his most treasured possession, his father's old brass compass, lost weeks ago during a walk in the Whispering Woods. His heart leapt. Mr. Thimbleby, it shows the compass, in the woods. Leo exclaimed. The old clockmaker smiled faintly. It shows what the heart seeks most when lost, but the cup only shows the where. Finding it, that's the journey, and journeys are best not taken alone, especially into the Whispering Woods near dusk. Be mindful, Leo. Wisdom sees clearer than haste. Leo understood. He filled a small thermos with the fragrant tea, carefully wrapped the luminous cup in soft cloth, and set out. The rain had softened to a mist that clung to the cobblestones as he left the cozy glow of the shop. The image in the cup led him towards the edge of town, where the neat houses gave way to the ancient, towering trees of the Whispering Woods. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth, pine resin, and secrets. His first helper appeared near the old stone bridge. Mrs. Nettle the baker was wrestling with a sack of flour that had tipped precariously from her cart. She was a woman built like a sturdy loaf herself, cheeks rosy and perpetually dusted with flour. Blast this stubborn thing, she huffed. Can I help, Mrs. Nettle? Leo offered. She beamed. Bless you, lad, strong arms are welcome. Together they righted the sack. Seeing Leo glance towards the woods, she asked about his journey. He showed her the cup, pouring a little warm tea into it. The swirling steam reformed, showing the compass nestled by the oak root, deeper in the woods. Mrs. Nettle's eyes widened. Lost things finding their way back, that's a bit of magic, that is. Here, she rummaged in her cart and handed him a small, warm parcel. Hazelnut shortbread for the path, and remember, lad, she added, her voice softening, sometimes the loudest problems crumble like pastry if you give him a gentle touch, not a shove. Her kindness was like the warmth from the thermos against his chest. Deeper into the woods, the mist thickened, and the light grew dimmer. The path became tangled and confusing. Doubt began to creep into Leo's heart. Had he taken a wrong turn? He poured a little more tea. The image flickered, the compass still waiting, but the path around it seemed obscured by shifting shadows. Suddenly, a soft, rhythmic clink-clink echoed nearby. Following the sound, Leo found Mr. Filbert, the lamplighter, perched precariously on a ladder, carefully cleaning one of the rare glass lanterns that marked the safe paths through the deeper woods. He was a thin, quiet man who moved with deliberate grace. He saw Leo's worried face and the glowing cup. Lost, young master. Mr. Filbert asked, his voice as soft as lamplight. Not lost, Leo said, showing him the cup's image. But the path seems hidden now. Mr. Filbert studied the steam picture, then the surrounding gloom. Ah, the glimmer moss is thick here after the rain, tricks the eyes, makes straight paths seem crooked and safe ground look treacherous. He descended the ladder. Come, I'll walk with you a ways. These old lamps need tending deeper in, regardless. Walking beside the quiet lamplighter was calming. Mr. Filbert pointed out things Leo would have missed. The safe stepping stones across a gurgling stream, the subtle notch on an ancient birch tree marking a fork, the way the fireflies gathered where the ground was firmest. The woods speak, Mr. Filbert murmured, polishing a lantern globe as they walked. Not in words but in signs. Moss grows thickest where the earth is solid. Birdsong falters near hidden water. Patience listens, young master. Patience sees what haste rushes past. His quiet wisdom was a lantern itself in the growing dusk. Finally, guided by the lamplighter and the occasional sip of tea to renew the cup's vision, they reached the great gnarled oak. And there, just as the image showed, half buried in damp leaves, gleamed Leo's brass compass. Relief washed over him. He knelt to retrieve it. But as his fingers brushed the cool metal, a low, rumbling growl echoed through the trees. A massive shadow detached itself from the deeper gloom beneath the oak. It was a guardian stag, its coat the deep brown of ancient bark, its antlers like tangled branches tipped with points of sharpened moonlight. Its eyes, intelligent and wary, fixed on Leo and the compass in his hand. It stood squarely over the path Leo needed to take back. Leo's heart hammered. He remembered Mrs. Nettle's words about gentle touches and Mr. Filbert's advice about patience. He remembered Mr. Thimbleby's warning, wisdom sees clearer than haste. Force wasn't an option against such a majestic creature. What did it want? Why was it guarding the path? He looked at the luminous cup, still warm in his hand. He had one last measure of tea in the thermos. An idea sparked. He poured the tea slowly into the luminous cup. The steam swirled, but instead of showing the compass, Leo focused his thoughts, his deepest wish. Show me what the guardian needs. The steam shimmered, shifted, and reformed. This time it showed not an object, but a scene. The guardian stag limping slightly, its powerful flank marred by a deep, angry gash tangled with thorny vines. The image pulsed with the creature's pain. Understanding dawned. The stag wasn't guarding the path out of malice. It was protecting itself, wounded and vulnerable. Mr. Filbert, Leo whispered urgently, do you have anything sharp, but small? The lamplighter, understanding instantly, pulled a tiny, precise folding knife from his pocket used for trimming wicks. Leo took it gratefully. He held up the luminous cup, showing the stag the image of its own wound. The great beast snorted, its eyes fixed on the glowing steam. Slowly, cautiously, Leo approached, not towards the path, but towards the stag's flank. He spoke softly, words he didn't fully understand, but that felt calm and reassuring, like the ticking of a well-made clock. The stag remained tense but didn't move away. With painstaking care, using the tiny knife, Leo gently began to cut and unwind the cruel thorns biting into the creature's hide. It took time. He moved slowly, deliberately, whispering apologies whenever the stag flinched. Mr. Filbert stood quietly nearby, his presence a steady anchor. Finally, the last thorn came free. Leo stepped back. The guardian stag shook its massive head, then lowered it. Not in threat, but in what looked remarkably like gratitude. It nudged Leo gently with its velvet nose, then turned and limped away, disappearing silently into the trees, leaving the path clear. Leo's hands trembled, but his heart felt light. He had his compass, cold and reassuring, in his palm. He looked at the luminous cup. The steam had faded, leaving only the dregs of chamomile tea. Its magic felt spent for now, but its lesson glowed warmly within him. The journey back through the whispering woods felt different. The mist still curled, but it seemed softer. The sounds, the rustle of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl felt like companions, not mysteries. Mr. Filbert walked beside him, his lanterns casting warm pools of light on the path, his quiet presence a comfort. They parted ways at the edge of the woods, the lamplighter heading back to his rounds with a nod and a soft, well-found young master. Back in Mr. Thimbleby's warm, ticking shop, the smell of cinnamon and brass was a welcome embrace. Leo placed the brass compass carefully on the workbench and set the now cool, ordinary-looking luminous cup beside it. He told the old clockmaker everything: the finding, the woods, Mrs. Nettle's kindness, Mr. Filbert's guidance, the guardian stag, the thorns. Mr. Thimbleby listened, polishing a gear with a soft cloth. When Leo finished, the old man nodded, a slow, satisfied smile spreading across his face. "Extraordinary secrets hide in ordinary things, lad," he said, his voice a soft rumble. "But the greatest magic isn't always in the object. Sometimes it's what the object helps us find within ourselves. Wisdom, patience, kindness, and the courage to use them." He poured fresh tea chamomile into 2 ordinary mugs. "You found more than a compass today, Leo. You found your own true north." Leo sipped the warm tea, the gentle floral taste soothing. He looked at the luminous cup, now just a beautiful, silent vessel on the bench. It had shown him the way, but the journey, the helpers, the gentle wisdom to overcome the challenge, that had all been his own. The steady tick-tock of the clocks filled the cozy room, a comforting rhythm marking the peaceful end of an extraordinary day. Outside, the night was still and quiet, holding its secrets close, while inside, warmed by tea and accomplishment, Leo felt a deep sense of calm settle over him, as soft and sure as the moonlight finally breaking through the clouds outside the window. He had journeyed, he had discovered, and he had returned, not just with a lost treasure, but with a quiet understanding that would tick steadily within him, like the most reliable clock of all. Sleep, when it came, would be deep and dreamless, wrapped in the cozy certainty that even in a world of hidden wonders, kindness and wisdom were the truest magic. Story 8. The first chill of autumn whispered through the woods, turning the edges of the maple leaves crimson and gold. It was the time of day Sylvie loved best, the long, slanting hour just before twilight, when the world seemed to hold its breath. Sylvie, a girl whose thoughts often ran deeper than her quiet voice, wandered her familiar path behind the old stone cottage. She wasn't afraid of the gathering shadows. She felt more at home among the ancient oaks and rustling ferns than anywhere else. Her footsteps, light on the carpet of moss and fallen leaves, were the only sound besides the distant chuckle of Pebblebrook. Tonight, however, the woods felt different. Not frightening, but expectant. A silvery mist, unusual for the season, curled around the gnarled roots of the grandfather oak, the oldest tree in the Whispering Woods. Sylvie paused, her breath catching. Nestled within the hollow of one massive root, something glimmered. Not a firefly, nor a piece of discarded glass. It was a stone, smooth and cool to the touch when she carefully reached for it. It was the size of a robin's egg, but perfectly round, and it held within its depths a soft, swirling light, like captured moonlight on a still pond. It seemed to hum faintly against her palm, a gentle vibration that resonated deep within her chest. Sylvie knew with a certainty that surprised her that this was no ordinary stone. She tucked it carefully into the pocket of her worn corduroy jacket, feeling its comforting warmth seep through the fabric. That night, sleep was elusive. The stone, now resting on her bedside table beside a smooth river pebble and a dried acorn cap, pulsed with a soft, internal rhythm. Moonlight streamed through her window, striking the stone and causing intricate patterns of silver light to dance across her ceiling, images of winding paths, towering mushrooms with luminous caps, and creatures she couldn't name. The air shimmered, and a faint, sweet scent, like crushed pine needles and wild honeysuckle, filled her room. Sylvie sat up, her heart pounding not with fear, but with a thrilling sense of invitation. The patterns coalesced into a shimmering doorway right there, against her bedroom wall. Taking a deep breath, clutching the moonstone tightly, Sylvie stepped through. The transition was instantaneous. One moment she was in her cozy room, the next she stood in a world bathed in perpetual twilight. Gigantic bioluminescent mushrooms towered like cathedral spires, casting pools of soft blue, violet, and green light. Trees with bark that shimmered like mother of pearl stretched impossibly high, their leaves whispering secrets in a language that brushed against the edges of understanding. Glowing moss carpeted the ground, and strange, beautiful flowers unfurled petals that seemed woven from starlight. This was the Glimmerweald, a hidden realm existing just beyond the veil of her own world, revealed only by the moonstone's magic. Sylvie gasped, overwhelmed by the beauty and strangeness. The air hummed with life, filled with the chirps and clicks of unseen creatures, and the gentle chime of crystal leaves brushing together. The moonstone in her hand glowed brighter, its light a steady beacon in the soft gloom. She took a tentative step forward, the glowing moss yielding softly beneath her feet. She had barely walked 10 paces when a low, grumbling voice made her jump. HMPH, another one, lost are ye, or just nosy? Sylvie whirled around. Peering from beneath the enormous cap of an amethyst-hued mushroom was a badger. But no ordinary badger. This one was larger, his coarse fur streaked with silver like frost, and his eyes held an ancient, weary intelligence. He wore a tiny, woven cap of dried reeds perched slightly askew on his head, and a small satchel made of iridescent beetle wings was slung across his broad shoulders. He regarded her with distinct disapproval. I found this stone," Sylvie stammered, holding out the moonstone. Its light flared gently. The badger squinted, his nose twitching. "The keystone. HMPH. Found you more like. They always do." He shuffled closer, sniffing the air around her. "Sylvie, is it, from the stone cottage?" He didn't wait for an answer. "Name's Thorn, Thorn of the Deep Burrows, and you, Sylvie of the Stone Cottage, are trespassing. Though," he added, his gruff tone softening a fraction as he looked at the glowing stone, "the keystone doesn't choose lightly. What's broken, then?" "Broken?" Sylvie asked, bewildered. "The keystone awakens," calls its bearer, "when the balance between your world and the Glimmerweald is fraying," Thorn explained, his voice a low rumble. "Something's amiss, the weald feels thinner, the veil weakens, the singing stones at the heartspring have fallen silent. That's the source of the weald's harmony, without their song." He trailed off, a profound sadness in his old eyes. The magic fades, the veil tears, both worlds suffer. Sylvie felt a pang of responsibility mixed with awe. This strange, hidden world, so full of wonder, was in peril, and the stone had chosen her. "What can I do?" she asked, her voice small but steady. Thorn studied her, his gaze piercing. "The keystone is a key and a compass. It responds to need, to intention. It sensed the discord and led you here. To mend the veil, we must journey to the heartspring and discover why the singing stones are silent. It won't be an easy path. The weald grows restless when the heartspring sleeps." He sighed, a puff of mist in the cool air. "Well, come on then, keystone bearer. Can't stand about gulping all night. The heartspring lies beyond the Whisperwillow thicket and across the shimmering marsh. Best get moving." And so began an unlikely alliance. Sylvie quiet and observant, and Thorn gruff and pragmatic, yet possessing a deep, abiding love for the Glimmerweald. He grumbled about her human slowness, her impractical shoes, her tendency to stop and marvel at every glowing insect or floating seed pod. Yet as they walked deeper into the luminous twilight forest, navigating by the moonstone's increasingly warm pulse, Sylvie noticed things Thorn, in his familiarity, sometimes missed. A patch of glowing moss dimmer than its neighbors, the faint tremor in a crystal leaf that signaled unease, the subtle shift in the wind carrying a scent of decay beneath the honeysuckle sweetness. She shared her observations quietly, and Thorn, after an initial huff, began to listen, his beady eyes sharpening. They traversed the Whisperwillow thicket, where trees with long, silver fronds swayed and sighed secrets. The moonstone's light kept the grasping fronds at bay, creating a safe path. Sylvie learned to listen to the whispers, not words, but feelings. She sensed the trees' anxiety, their deep-rooted connection to the silent heartspring fraying. Thorn taught her which glowing berries were safe to eat, lumiberries, tart and refreshing, and which luminous pools to avoid, the stillwater pools, beautiful but dangerously ensnaring. Crossing the shimmering marsh was trickier. The ground was treacherous, patches of solid earth disguised by luminous algae-covered water. Strange, will-o'-the-wisp lights darted playfully, sometimes leading towards hidden sinkholes. Thorn, with his badger's instinct for solid ground, took the lead, testing each step with a cautious paw. Sylvie, following closely, felt the moonstone grow warm whenever a deceptive light neared, a silent warning. She used a long, fallen-branch thorn found for her to probe the ground ahead. When Thorn misjudged a step and began to sink into sucking mud, it was Sylvie's quick thinking and strong pull on his sturdy forelegs that hauled him back onto firm ground. He shook the mud from his fur, grumbling, but there was a new respect in his glance. "Not completely useless then," he muttered, earning a small, proud smile from Sylvie. As they journeyed, Sylvie felt a change within herself. The quiet girl who preferred solitude found strength in this purposeful quest. Her keen observation, often overlooked in her own world, became vital. Her quiet determination surprised even her. Thorn, beneath his prickly exterior, proved to be fiercely loyal and surprisingly wise. He shared stories of the Glimmerwield's history, of past veil thinnings and how they were mended, always through courage and connection. He spoke of the Heartspring not just as a place of power, but as the soul of the Weald, a living thing that needed care. Sylvie realized wisdom wasn't always loud pronouncements. Sometimes it was the steady rumble of a grumpy badger who knew the hidden paths of the world. The air grew colder, the light dimmer the closer they got to the Heartspring. The vibrant glow of the flora faded to sickly hues. The cheerful chirps and chimes were replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the mournful sigh of the wind through bare, crystalline branches. A sense of profound sadness hung heavy in the air, making Sylvie's heart ache. The moonstone pulsed insistently now, its light a determined beacon against the encroaching gloom. Finally, they emerged into a vast, circular clearing. In its center lay the Heartspring, not a spring of water, but a pool of pure, liquid light, usually swirling with vibrant colors and emitting a harmonious, resonant hum that was the song of the Weald. Now the light was dull, sluggish, barely more than a faint shimmer. 5 enormous, multifaceted crystals, the singing stones, stood around the pool, but they were dark and silent, their surfaces covered in a creeping, grayish moss that seemed to absorb the light. "The blight," Thorn whispered, his voice thick with grief. He gestured to the moss. "It feeds on discord, on neglect. It chokes the song." He shuffled closer to the nearest stone, pawing at the moss futilely. "We need to cleanse the stones, but how? The blight resists ordinary means." Sylvie approached the nearest singing stone, drawn by the moonstone's intense warmth. She placed her hand, still clutching the keystone, against the cold, moss-covered crystal. Instantly, the gray moss recoiled slightly where the moonstone touched it, revealing a tiny patch of the crystal's inner light. A jolt of understanding shot through Sylvie. The blight fed on negativity, on the weakening connection between the worlds. The keystone, it pulsed with pure connection, with the simple wonder and quiet courage she had carried on her journey. It wasn't about force, it was about resonance, about harmony. "It needs the song back," Sylvie murmured, more to herself than to Thorn. But not just any song, the song of connection. She looked at the moonstone, then at the vast, sorrowful expanse of the Heartspring. An idea, fragile but clear, formed in her mind. It wasn't about grand gestures, but about sharing the small, true feelings the keystone had awakened in her. Thorn, she said, her voice gaining strength, I think we need to sing. Thorn blinked. Sing, girl, my voice sounds like rocks tumbling down a hill, and the stones haven't sung in moons. Not like that, Sylvie insisted. She knelt by the edge of the dull pool. The keystone showed me things. It showed me the woods I love. It brought me here to you. It showed me wonder and a little fear and hope. She placed the moonstone gently on the ground near the pool. Its light spread in a soft circle. The song isn't about perfect notes. It's about what's in here. She touched her chest. About caring for this place, about our journey, about friendship. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to hum. It was a simple, wordless melody, born from the feeling of moss underfoot, the scent of pine and honeysuckle, the sight of glowing mushrooms, the gruff kindness of a badger in a woven cap. She poured into it her quiet determination, her awe, her newfound courage, and her deep, growing affection for the Glimmerweald and her unexpected companion. It was the song of her heart, amplified by the connection the keystone had forged. For a moment, nothing happened. Thorn watched, skeptical but willing. Then the moonstone's light flared, brighter than ever before, bathing Sylvie and the nearest singing stone in pure silver radiance. Where the light touched the blight, the gray moss began to shrivel and flake away, revealing the crystal beneath. As Sylvie's simple, heartfelt hum continued, a faint, answering vibration began deep within the singing stone she touched. A single pure note resonated, weak but clear, joining her hum. Encouraged, Thorn shuffled closer. He cleared his throat, a rough sound, and then, tentatively, he began to add his own voice. Not a melody, but a deep, rhythmic rumble, like stones shifting deep in the earth, like the steady beat of a loyal heart. It was the sound of ancient roots, of deep burrows, of unwavering guardianship. His voice, rough and true, intertwined with Sylvie's gentle hum. Together their combined sound the quiet wonder, and the steadfast rumble washed over the singing stone. The vibration within it grew stronger. The patch of cleansed crystal grew larger, shining brighter. The moonstone's light pulsed in time with their joined song. Sylvie felt the connection flowing not just between her and Thorn, but between them and the stone, between the stone and the heartspring, between the Glimmerweald and the world beyond the veil. One by one, the other singing stones began to resonate. Tiny cracks appeared in the blight covering them. Faint lights like distant stars flickered deep within their facets. Sylvie and Thorn kept singing, pouring their shared experience, their unlikely friendship, and their shared love for this hidden world into the clearing. The keystone's light became a column, reaching towards the twilight sky. With a sound like 1,000 crystal bells chiming softly, the blight covering the first stone shattered completely, falling away like dust. The singing stone blazed with inner light, emitting a strong, clear note that soared into the silence. The note touched the next stone, and its blight shattered too, adding its voice to the growing harmony. One after another the singing stones awoke, their lights blazing, their pure, resonant notes weaving together into the ancient, healing song of the Weald. Their effect was instantaneous. The dull pool of the heartspring erupted in a fountain of swirling, vibrant light sapphire, emerald, topaz, amethyst dancing and singing in harmony with the stones. The light spread outwards like a wave, washing over the clearing, touching the sickly trees and plants. Where the light touched, the gray gloom retreated. Leaves regained their luminous sheen, flowers unfurled bright petals, and the air itself shimmered with renewed life and energy. The mournful sigh of the wind was replaced by the joyful chime of crystal leaves and the cheerful chorus of unseen creatures returning. The veil, thin and frayed, thrummed with renewed strength, its connection to Sylvie's world solidifying once more. Sylvie and Thorn stopped singing, breathless, awestruck by the beauty they had helped restore. The Glimmerweald glowed with its full, magical radiance, the song of the stones, a comforting, powerful hum that vibrated through the very ground. Thorn looked at Sylvie, his gruffness completely gone, replaced by profound gratitude and respect. "You did it, Keystone Bearer, with your quiet heart song." He nudged her gently with his head. "Told you the stone chose wisely." Sylvie picked up the moonstone. It was warm, but its frantic pulse had calmed to a steady, contented glow. Its work for now was done. She looked at the vibrant heartspring, then back towards the path they had taken. A shimmering doorway, much like the one in her bedroom, had appeared at the edge of the clearing. "It's time for me to go back, isn't it?" Sylvie asked, a pang of sadness touching her joy. Thorn nodded. "The balance is restored, the veil is strong. You belong in your world, Sylvie of the stone cottage, but you carry the Glimmerweald with you now, and the keystone." He looked at the stone in her hand. "It will sleep again until it's next needed. But it will always remember you. And so will I." Sylvie knelt and wrapped her arms around the sturdy badger, burying her face in his silver-frosted fur. He tolerated it for a moment, then gave a soft, rumbling chuckle. "None of that now, off you go. Remember the paths, remember the song." Holding the moonstone tightly, Sylvie stepped through the shimmering doorway. She found herself instantly back in her bedroom, the first pale light of dawn just beginning to tint the sky outside her window. The moonstone on her bedside table was once again a smooth, cool stone, though deep within its heart, she could swear she saw a tiny, dormant swirl of captured light. She was different. The quiet girl was still there, but she felt taller, stronger inside. She carried the memory of bioluminescent forests, the rumble of a grumpy badger's loyalty, and the profound understanding that true strength often lay in quiet observation, in heartfelt connection, and in the courage to sing your own simple song, however small it seemed. The woods outside her window, bathed in the soft dawn light, looked familiar yet forever changed. They held a secret now, a hidden world of wonder she had helped to save. She knew the paths. She remembered the song. And as she drifted back to sleep, the moonstone resting peacefully beside her, Sylvie smiled, her heart full of the gentle magic of the Glimmerweald and the warmth of an unexpected friendship that defied all expectations. The world was wider, kinder, and far more magical than she had ever dreamed, and she, in her quiet way, was now a part of its eternal, whispering story. The dawn chorus of birds outside her window sounded sweeter, carrying an echo of crystal leaves and the deep, comforting hum of ancient stones, singing the world whole once more. Story 9. The old grandfather clock in the hallway had just chimed 8 soft notes when Leo noticed the peculiar thing about his favorite stone. Nestled in his palm, the smooth, oval stone, found years ago near Whisper Creek, usually held the cool, calming weight of river-polished granite. Tonight, however, it pulsed with a warmth like a tiny captured sunbeam. Leo traced the silvery veins running through its deep blue surface, his breath fogging the chilly window pane as he peered into the moonlit woods beyond his cottage garden. The forest always felt like a sleeping giant, ancient and mysterious, but tonight the shadows between the oaks seemed to breathe, beckoning with a silent call that resonated in the stone's gentle thrum against his skin. "Strange," Leo murmured, tucking the stone into his pocket. Its warmth seeped through the fabric, a comforting anchor against the crisp autumn air. He pulled on his worn boots and thick woolen scarf, the one his grandmother had knitted the color of moss after rain. A sense of quiet urgency propelled him out the back door, across the dew-silvered grass, and toward the tree line where fireflies winked like stray stars. The moment Leo stepped beneath the canopy, the world shifted. The familiar crunch of fallen leaves softened into a whisper, and the moonlight, instead of dappling through branches, pooled in liquid silver on the forest floor. The air hummed with the scent of damp earth and something else, something wild and sweet, like crushed juniper berries in starlight. He followed an almost invisible path, guided by the stone's increasing warmth. It tugged gently, insistently, pulling him deeper than he'd ever ventured. After what felt like both minutes and hours, Leo emerged into a clearing that shouldn't have existed. Moonlit Meadow, his grandfather called it, a place of tall, whispering grasses and a single, ancient hawthorn tree. But this was different. The grasses here shimmered with their own soft, internal light, blues and violets rippling like water. The hawthorn tree, usually gnarled and sleepy, now stood tall and radiant, its branches heavy not with berries, but with glowing, pearlescent orbs that cast shifting patterns on the ground. On the air it sang. A low, harmonious thrumming vibrated through Leo's boots, a song without words that spoke of deep roots and patient time. He stood transfixed until a rustle in the luminous grass startled him. A shadow detached itself from the base of the hawthorn, large, hunched, and moving with a slow, deliberate grace. Leo's heart hammered against his ribs. The figure resolved into something immense, a creature woven from shadows and bark, with limbs like knotted roots, eyes like chips of obsidian reflecting the meadow's glow, and antlers that branched like the hawthorn itself, twined with glowing vines. It stopped a few paces away, its massive head tilted, observing him. Fear, cold and sharp, prickled Leo's skin. He fumbled for the stone in his pocket, its heat flaring against his fingers. The creature made a sound, a deep, resonant rumble like stones shifting in a riverbed. It wasn't hostile. It sounded curious. Slowly it extended a hand that was more like a gnarled branch, palm upturned. Nestled within the rough bark was a small, glowing orb identical to those on the hawthorn tree, but its light was faint, flickering weakly. Leo understood. The stone in his pocket was burning now, a beacon. He pulled it out. The silvery veins blazed, casting a circle of warm light around him. The creature's obsidian eyes fixed on the stone, and a low, sorrowful note vibrated from its chest. It gestured again to the dying orb in its hand, then pointed one thick, root-like finger toward the heart of the meadow, where the light seemed dimmest. "My name is Leo," he whispered, his voice swallowed by the meadow's hum. "And this is my heart stone." He held it up. "It led me here. Are you hurt? Is this place fading?" The creature rumbled again, a sound layered with meaning Leo felt rather than heard. Loss, fading, connection broken. It tapped its chest with a thick finger, then pointed to the stone in Leo's hand. "Mine. Yours. Ours." It gestured emphatically toward the fading core of the meadow. "Help." "Grimbark," Leo said suddenly, the name blooming in his mind like a shy flower. "Can I call you Grimbark?" The creature tilted its head again, then gave a slow, ponderous nod. A spark of understanding, fragile but bright, ignited between the small boy and the giant guardian of the hidden world. The journey, Leo realized, wasn't just into this place. It was for this place and for the sorrowful creature before him. He slipped the warm stone back into his pocket, its heat now a promise. "Show me, Grimbark, show me how to help." Their path led away from the radiant hawthorn, deeper into moonlit meadow, where the vibrant glow of the grasses dimmed to a sickly gray-green. The harmonious thrumming faded, replaced by an unsettling silence broken only by the dry rasp of dying stalks brushing against Leo's coat. Grimbark moved with heavy steps, his root-like feet sinking slightly into the soft, unhappy earth. The air grew colder, carrying a faint, acrid smell like rust and forgotten things. They reached the meadow's heart, a circular depression where the ground dipped, centered around a large, flat stone veined with cracks. Atop the stone lay a cluster of the pearlescent orbs, but their light was feeble, guttering like candle flames in a draught. Tendrils of gray mist curled from the cracks in the stone, snuffing out the glow wherever they touched. Grimbark stopped, a low groan escaping him as he pointed a trembling limb at the cluster. He held out his own flickering orb. The connection was clear, the meadow's heart was failing. Leo approached cautiously. The stone pulsed urgently in his pocket. He pulled it out, and its warm light pushed back the encroaching gray mist, causing it to recoil with a faint hiss. Hope flickered in Grimbark's dark eyes. Leo knelt by the cluster of dying orbs. As he brought his heartstone closer, the veins within it flared brighter, and the nearest orb responded with a faint pulse of its own light. The gray mist retreated further. "It needs the stone, doesn't it?" Leo whispered. "Or something the stone has." He placed his warm stone gently beside the cluster. Immediately, a stronger pulse of light emanated from it, washing over the orbs. One, the closest, brightened noticeably, its pearlescent sheen returning. But the gray mist, as if angered, swirled more violently from the cracks, thickening and lashing out. It stung Leo's hand with a cold burn when it got too close. Grimbark rumbled a warning. He placed his large, bark-covered hand protectively over Leo's head, shielding him. The mist couldn't touch Grimbark directly. It recoiled from his ancient bark as if repelled. But it could harm Leo. The Guardian couldn't reach the Heartstone cluster without Leo being exposed. Leo understood the challenge. The mist was drawn to the fading life like carrion crows. His Heartstone could strengthen the orbs, pushing the mist back, but he needed to get it closer to the core, the source of the mist deep within the cracked stone. He needed to mend the cracks, somehow seal the breach where the grayness seeped in. And he needed to do it while Grimbark shielded him from the mist's chilling touch. "Grimbark," Leo said, his voice steadier now, fueled by the stone's warmth and the Guardian's silent strength. "Keep the mist off me. I need to reach the cracks." He pointed to the fissures in the flat stone. Grimbark gave a determined nod, positioning his massive bulk between Leo and the worst of the swirling grayness, his shadow-wood form absorbing the chilling tendrils that lashed out. Taking a deep breath, Leo focused on the Heartstone. He pressed it against the largest crack in the flat stone. The gray mist hissed violently, surging towards his hand. Grimbark grunted, shifting to intercept it, taking the stinging cold onto his bark-armored shoulder. The Heartstone blazed. Leo poured his will into it, thinking of the vibrant meadow, the singing air, the kind, sorrowful eyes of his unlikely friend. Mend. Heal. Be strong. A warm, golden light, different from the stone's usual silver blue, seeped from the Heartstone into the crack. It flowed like liquid sunlight, chasing the gray mist, filling the fissure. The stone beneath Leo's hand grew warmer, almost alive. He moved to the next crack, then the next. Each time the mist fought back, forcing Grimbark to intercept, his groans deepening as the cold took its toll. Leo saw patches of Grimbark's bark darken and wither where the mist struck repeatedly. Sweat beaded on Leo's forehead despite the chill. The effort was draining him. The Heartstone felt heavier, its light flickering slightly. One stubborn crack remained, wider than the others, spewing thick tendrils of mist. Grimbark was tiring, his movements slower. A particularly vicious lash of mist slipped past his guard, striking Leo's wrist. Icy pain shot up his arm, making him gasp and nearly drop the stone. No. Leo gritted his teeth, clutching the stone tighter. He thought of Grimbark shielding him, of the meadow's fading song, of the connection he felt, not just to the stone, but to this hidden world and its guardian. This wasn't just about fixing a stone, it was about healing a bond. He poured every ounce of his determination, his newfound friendship, his courage into the Heartstone. Be whole. He slammed the stone down onto the final crack. A silent explosion of pure, golden light erupted from the point of contact. It flooded the depression, washing over the cluster of orbs, surging through the veins of the flat stone, and blasting the gray mist into nothingness. The light surged upwards, a radiant column piercing the hidden canopy. The harmonious thrumming returned, stronger and sweeter than before, vibrating through the earth and air. The grasses around them blazed back to life, their blues and violets deeper, richer, shimmering with renewed vigor. The pearlescent orbs on the cluster pulsed with steady, brilliant light. Grimbark staggered back, not in pain, but in awe. The dark patches on his bark faded, replaced by a healthy, deep brown sheen. The vines twined around his antlers glowed brightly. He looked down at Leo, his obsidian eyes filled with profound gratitude and relief. He rumbled a sound like deep, contented thunder, and gently nudged Leo's shoulder with his massive head. "Thank you." Leo slumped, exhausted but exhilarated. The heartstone lay on the mended flat stone, its light now soft and steady, intertwined with the glow of the meadow's heart. He reached for it, but as his fingers touched the warm surface, he felt a shift. The stone wasn't just his anymore. It was part of this place, part of the pulse thrumming beneath his feet. He understood the final choice. Keeping it would dim this light again. This world needed its heart whole. He looked up at Grimbark. "It belongs here," Leo said softly, his voice thick with emotion but clear. "With you, with the meadow." Grimbark rumbled softly, a question in the sound. "You are sure?" Leo nodded. He gently pushed the heartstone deeper into the cluster of orbs, nestling it among them. As he did, the combined light flared once, warmly, then settled into a harmonious, unified glow. The meadow felt complete, vibrant, and deeply peaceful. The connection Leo felt didn't vanish. It deepened, becoming a gentle awareness in his own chest, a quiet warmth that had nothing to do with holding a stone. Grimbark lowered himself, offering his broad, bark-covered back. Leo climbed on, holding onto the thick vines around the guardian's neck. They moved back through the meadow, now radiantly alive. The hawthorn tree shone like a beacon, its orbs pulsing in time with the meadow's heart. Fireflies danced in joyous spirals. At the edge of the hidden clearing, where the ordinary forest began, Grimbark stopped. He carefully lowered Leo to the ground. The air shimmered faintly, marking the boundary between worlds. Grimbark placed one large, gentle hand on Leo's head. The touch was rough but incredibly tender. He rumbled a farewell layered with promises. "Remember, you are welcome, friend." Then he turned and melted back into the luminous embrace of moonlit meadow, his form blending with the shadows and light, until only the vibrant glow of the hidden world remained. Leo stepped back into the familiar forest. The air was crisp autumn again, smelling of damp leaves and pine. The moon cast its ordinary silver light through the branches. He looked back. The entrance to moonlit meadow was gone, hidden once more. But in his pocket, where the stone had been, he found a single, perfect hawthorn leaf, glowing with a soft, internal silver light for just a moment before fading to ordinary green. And deep within his chest the gentle warmth remained, a quiet echo of the meadow's song, a constant reminder of the bond forged and the world saved. He walked home slowly, the crunch of leaves underfoot a comforting rhythm. The cottage windows glowed with welcoming light. As he slipped inside, the grandfather clock chimed 9 soft notes. It felt impossible, an entire journey in a single hour. He climbed the stairs to his room, the hawthorn leaf safe in his hand. He placed it carefully on his windowsill, where the moonlight touched it. Leo no longer felt the lonely ache that sometimes crept in. He felt connected. To the ancient forest beyond his window, to the hidden world within it, to the gentle giant who guarded its heart. He knew the path to moonlit meadow might not always open for him, but its light, its song, and the memory of Grimbark's grateful eyes were woven into him now, a part of his own heart. As he drifted off to sleep, the comforting warmth pulsed softly within him, a lullaby sung by roots and starlight, promising that even in the quietest moments, magic and friendship were never truly far away. The world outside his window held hidden wonders, and he, Leo, belonged to them just as they belonged to him. The last thought that fluttered through his mind before sleep claimed him was the deep, resonant rumble of a friend, a sound like stones shifting in a riverbed, settling into peace. Story 10. The twin moons of Cygnus Minor cast long silver shadows across the whispering dunes as Kalen adjusted the seals on his environmental suit. He was a Xylarian, tall and slender with skin the color of twilight and eyes that shimmered like liquid mercury. His people built cities that scraped the heavens, spoke in complex data streams, and valued precision above all else. This desolate moon, designated Survey Site Gamma 7, was supposed to be uninhabited. Yet the anomalous energy signature he'd tracked led him here, to the edge of a vast, crystalline cavern. Inside, the air hummed with a low, resonant energy. Strange, bioluminescent moss clung to the walls, bathing everything in a soft, emerald glow. That's where Kalen found her. Borval was a Verdantian, stout and sturdy like ancient oak, her skin a tapestry of mossy greens and earthy browns, crowned with a mane of vibrant, fern-like hair. She was carefully placing glowing crystals into woven baskets, humming a melody that sounded like wind through leaves. To Kalen's sophisticated sensors, the crystals pulsed with dangerous, unstable energy. Cease your activity. Kalen's voice, amplified by his suit's calm, echoed harshly in the cavern. Borval jumped, dropping a crystal that shattered with a surprisingly musical chime. She whirled, large amber eyes wide with alarm and indignation. "You, Skytreader, what do you do?" Her voice was deep and resonant, like stones tumbling in a stream, heavily accented but understandable. "You break the singing stones." "Singing stones." Kalen scoffed, his mercury eyes narrowing. "These are Class 4 unstable isotopic crystals. They are volatile, you're harvesting potential explosives." Borval drew herself up, puffing out her moss-covered chest. "Explosives, foolish sky talk, these are the heart song of the deep earth. My people tend them, sing to them, keep their song gentle. For generations, you come with clanging metal and loud words, you break one." The misunderstanding was instant and profound. Kalen saw recklessness and ignorance, Borval saw arrogance and destruction. He insisted the crystals needed immediate containment and study. She insisted he was disturbing the sacred balance. Their voices rose, bouncing off the cavern walls, Kalen's precise, clipped tones clashing with Borval's rumbling, emotive speech. They argued over the nature of the energy, the purpose of the cavern, even the definition of song. Kalen found her reliance on intuition baffling. Borval found his dependence on machines cold and untrustworthy. Suddenly, the cavern groaned. A deep, shuddering rumble vibrated through the floor, stronger than the constant low hum. Dust and small pebbles rained from the ceiling. Both froze. Seismic instability. Kalen's sensors screamed warnings. Likely triggered by the crystal fracture. The deep earth is angry. Borval cried, her voice thick with fear. The song is disrupted. Before they could resume their argument, a section of the cavern wall near the entrance collapsed with a thunderous roar, sealing them in. Emerald light flickered erratically as dust choked the air. Panic, sharp and cold, pierced Kalen's analytical mind. Borval let out a low, distressed moan, like a wounded tree. Trapped. Together. The initial silence was heavy with fear and mutual blame. Kalen scanned the rubble, tons of rock, structurally unsound. His suit's power was limited, his comms useless this deep. Borval sank to her knees, placing her broad hands flat on the trembling ground, whispering urgently in her verdant tongue. "My tools can analyze the rock density," Kalen said, his voice tight but calmer now, the shared peril overriding his frustration. "Perhaps find a weak point." Borval looked up, her amber eyes meeting his metallic ones. The earth song, it is frightened, chaotic, but perhaps. She hesitated, then gestured towards the glowing moss and the remaining crystals. The heart song, it is energy, like you say, but not for boom, for life, for connection. Maybe it can listen, if we sing true. Kaelin was skeptical. Sing. To rocks. Yet her earnestness, the raw fear mixed with a desperate hope, was undeniable. He had no better immediate solution. Explain, he said simply. So, amidst the groaning rock and flickering light, an unlikely collaboration began. Kaelin used his sonic mapper not to blast, but to emit precise, resonant frequencies data translated into sound. Borval closed her eyes, her deep voice weaving a complex, soothing melody, ancient words praising the earth's strength and begging for calm. She gestured for Kaelin to adjust his frequencies, listening intently to the subtle shifts in the cavern's own vibrations. It was clumsy at first. Kaelin's sounds were too harsh, startling the already frightened energy field. Borval's songs sometimes clashed with his frequencies. But slowly, painfully, they learned to listen not just to each other's words or sounds, but to the intent behind them. Kaelin began to perceive the intricate patterns in the energy field Borval described, not just as dangerous volatility, but as a complex living system. Borval started to understand the logic behind Kaelin's scans, seeing the structure of the rock not just as spirit, but as physics. Hours passed. They shared water from Kaelin's recycler and fibrous, sweet roots Borval carried. He explained the constellations visible from Xylaria. She described the great mycelium network that connected forests on her world. They talked of loneliness, Kaelin amidst the cold logic of his people, Borval feeling disconnected from the ancient rhythms in her role as a young tender. The shared darkness, the shared fear, and the shared, tentative effort to understand became a fragile bridge. Another tremor shook them. A larger crack snaked across the ceiling, directly above Borval. Without thinking, Kaelin lunged, pulling her aside just as a shower of rocks fell where she'd been kneeling. His suit whined under the strain of the debris that hit his shoulder. You saved me, Borval breathed, stunned. Skytreader, Kaelin. Your song, it was working, Kaelin grunted, checking his suit integrity. The energy signatures stabilized briefly. We need to combine it again. Focus on that section. He pointed with his good arm. This time their harmony was different. Borval's song wasn't just pleading, it was confident, weaving Kaelin's resonant frequencies into its core like strong threads in a tapestry. Kaelin didn't just emit data, he focused on the purpose Borval described: reassurance, stability, connection. The chaotic vibrations in the cavern softened, the groaning subsided into a deep, steady hum. The emerald light glowed steadily once more, and then Borval gasped. There, the earth song, it shows a path. She pointed towards a section of the wall where the moss pulsed with a distinct, rhythmic pattern, different from the rest. Kaelin scanned it. Fracture lines leading upwards, minimal density. Borval, you're brilliant. The unfamiliar praise warmed him as much as it surprised her. Working together using Kaelin's sonic cutter, set to its gentlest, most precise frequency, and Borval guiding him to the natural fault lines she felt through the earth, they painstakingly cleared a narrow tunnel. Borval used her knowledge of root structures to brace the loose soil with strands of incredibly tough, woven vine from her baskets. Kaelin used his suit's strength to move larger rocks she couldn't budge. It was slow, exhausting work, illuminated only by the cavern's glow and their suit lamps, but they moved as one. Finally, after what felt like an age, cool, fresh air brushed their faces. They pushed through the last layer of loose scree and tumbled out onto the whispering dunes under the twin moons. They lay on their backs, gasping, staring up at the star-strewn sky, the vast silence a stark contrast to the cavern's ordeal. Kalen sat up first, wincing at his bruised shoulder. He looked at Borval, her fern hair matted with dust, her earthy face streaked with exhaustion, but her amber eyes bright with relief and something else, kinship. "You called me Kalen," he said softly. "And you called me brilliant," she rumbled, a slow, warm smile spreading across her face. "Not foolish Verdantian." Kalen managed a small smile in return, a rare expression on his usually impassive features. "I was wrong about the crystals, about many things. Your way, it's not ignorance. It's a different kind of knowledge, a deeper connection." Borval nodded, placing a broad hand on the sand. "And your machines, they are not cold. They are clever hands, extensions, useful tools like a good digging stick." She carefully pulled an intact, softly pulsing singing stone from her basket. "The song is calm again, thanks to both songs together." She offered the crystal to Kalen. He hesitated, then accepted it. In his hand it didn't feel volatile. It felt alive, humming with a gentle warmth that resonated in his bones. It was energy, yes, but energy shaped by harmony, not chaos. "Will your people understand?" Borval asked, a hint of worry in her eyes. Kalen looked at the crystal, then at his new friend. "I will make them understand. The data, the experience, is irrefutable. True understanding bridges worlds." He reached into his equipment pack and pulled out a small, intricate device, a sonic resonator. It emits stabilizing frequencies. Perhaps it can help you sing to the crystals in new ways, or warn you if the song grows too strained. Borval took the device reverently. A new voice for the Earth song, a gift from the sky. She tucked it safely away. "You will return to hear the song properly, without the rock fall." Kalen looked at the cavern entrance, then back at Borval. "I would be honored, there's much to learn," and he paused, the unfamiliar warmth spreading in his chest. Friendship is a powerful resonance all its own. Under the twin moons, a Xylarian and a Verdantian sat together on the whispering sand, sharing water and quiet words, the shared memory of darkness making the starlight seem brighter, the vastness of space feeling less lonely. They had come from worlds apart, speaking different languages of mind and heart. Misunderstanding had built walls, but facing the crushing darkness together had forged a bond stronger than rock. They had discovered that friendship wasn't about being the same. It was about listening to the unique song within another, finding the harmony in their differences, and realizing that the truest strength often lies in the hand offered in the dark, no matter what world it comes from. And as the smaller moon dipped towards the horizon, casting long, peaceful shadows, the gentle hum of the singing stone in Kalen's pocket seemed to echo the newfound, comforting resonance between them, a lullaby of unlikely companionship beneath the endless, starry sky. Story 11. The village of Meadowhaven nestled in a valley where the sunlight tasted like honey and the breeze carried the scent of wild thyme. Chimneys puffed contentedly above cottages with thatched roofs, and fireflies danced in the lavender fields at dusk. Young Milo, with a mop of chestnut hair and eyes as curious as a magpie's, lived in a crooked blue house near the old oak inn. For 3 mornings straight he awoke to a peculiar sight. The village's beloved glimmer pond, usually clear as polished crystal, had frozen overnight into delicate, swirling patterns, despite the balmy autumn. "Papa," Milo murmured over porridge sweetened with cloudberry jam, "the pond's wearing ice lace again. And Mrs. Thistlewick's prize roses have frost on their petals." His father, a clockmaker with gentle hands, frowned. "Strange indeed, little sprout. Frost in Meadowhaven only visits in deep winter, and never so, artistically." The mystery deepened. That afternoon, the village baker's bread turned mysteriously icy cold inside its warm oven. At twilight, the copper weather vane atop the town hall creaked to a halt, coated in shimmering rime. Whispers rustled through the willow trees. A frost goblin's mischief, claimed old Granny Nettle. Or perhaps the moon's forgotten sigh, sighed the dreamy librarian. Milo decided to investigate. Armed with his woolen scarf and a pocketful of honey candies, he visited the wise tortoise, Alabaster, who lived beneath the hollow roots of the whispering willow. Alabaster's shell glowed like milky moonstone, and his voice rumbled like distant thunder. "Patience, young one," he advised, blinking slowly. "Seek not with haste, but with open eyes. Frost leaves footprints, even when invisible." Taking Alabaster's words to heart, Milo sat by Glimmer Pond at dawn. He noticed something others missed. The frost patterns weren't random. They spiraled toward the ancient icebell flowers growing near the water's edge, flowers that normally slept until the first snow. Kneeling, Milo spotted tiny, crystalline footprints, no larger than acorn caps, leading into the reeds. Following them, he discovered a shivering creature huddled beneath a dock lily pad. It was a frost sprite no taller than Milo's hand, with hair like spun starlight and a gown of frost fern fronds. Her eyes, the pale blue of glacier ice, brimmed with tears that froze into tiny diamonds. "I am lost," she whispered, her voice like wind chimes. "My home was the Silver Peak Caverns, but a landslide sealed it. I drifted on a north wind, and this warm valley felt so lonely." Her magic, meant to sculpt ice caves, spilled out in anxious bursts, freezing anything nearby. Milo's heart softened. "You don't have to be lonely," he said, offering a honey candy. The sprite named Lumi nibbled it, and a tiny smile warmed her frosty cheeks. "But your magic's making trouble," Milo added gently. "Mrs. Thistlewick's roses are shivering." Lumi hung her head. "I don't mean to. Cold is my breath. When I'm sad or scared, it escapes." Milo remembered Alabaster's wisdom. Problems are knots, kindness and cleverness loosen them. What if, he proposed, you had a cozy, cold place of your own, somewhere your magic belongs? Together they visited Bramblewick, the badger who tended the village ice house, a mossy stone cottage dug into a hillside, where winter's ice was stored in sawdust for summer feasts. Bramblewick's spectacles fogged with excitement. "A frost sprite, why, your magic could keep our ice perfectly crisp, no more melting in July." He showed Lumi the deepest chamber, lined with cool quartz. "Make it your palace, little one." Lumi waved her hands. Frost bloomed across the walls in breathtaking fractals, swans, snowflakes, and frosted vines. The air grew deliciously chilly without spilling outside. "It's beautiful," breathed Milo. Bramblewick chuckled. "And practical, our strawberry ices will be legendary." But one puzzle remained, the frozen weather vane. Lumi confessed she'd perched there, weeping, the night the landslide trapped her. Her tears had jammed the mechanism. Milo, recalling his father's clockwork lessons, brought tweezers and a vial of sunflower oil. With Lumi's delicate guidance, a little left, now gently, he melted the frozen gears with his warm breath and oiled them. The vein creaked, then spun freely, pointing toward Silver Peak with a cheerful ting. That evening, Meadowhaven gathered at Glimmer Pond for the Moonflower Festival. Lanterns glowed like captured stars, and the air hummed with laughter. Lumi, now the village's honored ice keeper, gifted everyone with goblets of lemonade poured over enchanted ice shards that chimed like bells. Mrs. Thistlewick's frost-kissed roses, it turned out, had bloomed into dazzling ice-blue hybrids, the talk of the valley. As Milo lay in bed, listening to the crickets' lullaby, he replayed the mystery's end. The frost hadn't been mischief or magic gone awry. It was a lonely heart seeking warmth of a different kind. Alabaster's words echoed. Seek with open eyes. Milo had seen footprints where others saw only ice, and a friend where others feared a nuisance. Outside his window, Lumi danced atop the ice house, weaving frost into a glittering crown for the moon. The pond reflected it all, clear and calm once more, holding the quiet truth. That kindness melts the coldest loneliness, and every ending, no matter how frosty, can blossom into a new beginning. And with that thought, as comforting as a quilt tucked beneath his chin, Milo drifted into dreams of crystalline swans and honeyed sunbeams. Story 12. Story 13. Oliver had always been curious about the woods behind his grandmother's cottage, especially the part where the tall pines seemed to whisper secrets to the wind. One crisp autumn afternoon, the golden sunlight slanting through the leaves felt particularly inviting, like a warm hand beckoning him deeper than he'd ever dared to go before. Bundled in his favorite woolly jumper, he stepped off the familiar path, crunching through fallen leaves the color of rubies and topazes. Soon the air grew thick with the scent of damp earth and something sweet and ancient, like forgotten spices. He pushed aside a curtain of thick, emerald-green ferns and gasped. Before him stretched a place he'd never seen on any map, the Whisperwood Glade. It wasn't just trees and moss, it was alive with a soft, internal light. Giant mushrooms taller than Oliver himself glowed with gentle pulses of amethyst and topaz. Delicate vines, strung between ancient oaks whose bark shimmered like polished silver, dripped with tiny, pearlescent berries that hummed faintly. The very air seemed to sparkle with drifting motes of light, like captured stardust. A carpet of moss, impossibly soft and velvety, spread beneath his feet, glowing faintly emerald wherever he stepped. A sense of profound peace, mixed with thrilling curiosity, settled over him. His first encounter wasn't a creature, but a phenomenon. As he wandered deeper, marveling at a cluster of flowers whose petals changed color with the breeze from sky blue to sunset pink, he noticed the light shifting. The sparkling motes began to gather, swirling together like miniature galaxies. They coalesced into the shapes of glowing fireflies, but these weren't insects. They were tiny constellations forming fleeting pictures, a leaping hare, a blooming rose, a winding river. They danced around Oliver, their light cool and gentle against his skin, leaving trails of shimmering dust that faded slowly. They seemed curious about him, darting close, then swirling away in playful loops. Oliver laughed softly, a sound that made the constellation fireflies pulse brighter. He realized they responded to wonder, to joy. He focused on the feeling of being in this magical place, and the tiny lights danced even more exuberantly, painting joyful shapes in the air. It was his first gentle challenge, to meet wonder with wonder. Further into the glade, Oliver came upon a clearing dominated by an enormous, moss-covered stone shaped vaguely like a sleeping bear. Nestled against its side was a small creature he'd never imagined. It looked like a cross between a badger and an owl, covered in soft, downy gray feathers, with large, round, amber eyes that blinked slowly. It had fluffy rabbit-like ears that twitched, and tiny, clawed paws tucked under its chin. It seemed to be humming, a low, soothing vibration that resonated through the mossy ground. It watched Oliver with calm intelligence. "Hello," Oliver whispered, kneeling slowly so as not to startle it. "Are you the guardian of the glade?" The creature blinked again, its humming shifting pitch slightly. It nudged a small, smooth river stone towards Oliver with its nose. On the stone were etched faint, swirling symbols Oliver couldn't decipher. Then it nudged 3 more stones nearby, each etched with different symbols. It looked at Oliver, then back at the stones, its humming becoming a questioning trill. The challenge was clear but gentle, understand the pattern. Oliver sat cross-legged, examining the stones. He traced the symbols with a finger, feeling their cool smoothness. He noticed that the symbols on the stones near the creature matched the swirling patterns on the giant mushroom caps nearby. He looked around, truly observing. The symbols weren't just random. They echoed the natural shapes of the glade, the curve of a fern, the spiral of a snail shell on a log, the pattern of veins on a glowing leaf. He carefully arranged the stones not by logic, but by feeling, placing them in an order that felt harmonious, like the glade itself. As he placed the last stone, the symbols on all four glowed faintly silver. The creature gave a soft, approving hoot-burr and nudged a fifth stone towards him, this one unmarked but radiating a deep warmth. It was a gift, a token of understanding. The creature, Oliver realized, wasn't guarding the glade fiercely, but gently guiding those who came with respect. Courage here meant quiet observation and trusting intuition. Oliver continued, the warm stone a comforting weight in his pocket. He reached the heart of the Whisperwood Glade, a crystal-clear pool fed by a waterfall that seemed to flow upwards, defying gravity. The water tumbled upwards over smooth, dark rocks before cascading down into the pool with a sound like chiming bells. Tiny, silver fish with wings like dragonflies darted just below the surface, creating ripples that shimmered with rainbow hues. The air here tasted cool and clean, like mint and mountain air. Sitting by the pool's edge, dipping his fingers into the surprisingly warm water, Oliver felt a pang. The glade was beautiful, but the sun was dipping low, painting the sky with streaks of lavender and tangerine. It was time to think of home. Yet the way he'd come felt different, subtly shifted. The glowing path seemed less distinct. He felt a flutter of unease. He had ventured in with courage, but finding his way back felt like a new, quiet test. He took a deep breath, remembering the constellation fireflies. He focused on the feeling of his grandmother's cottage, the smell of her baking, the warmth of his own bed. He held the warm stone the creature had given him. Almost immediately, the tiny silver fish near the shore darted closer. Instead of scattering, they formed a shimmering line, pointing steadily towards a gap between two giant, intertwined roots he hadn't noticed before. Their wings hummed softly, a gentle, guiding song. He followed their silvery path, the fish moving just ahead, always keeping him in sight. They led him past the humming creature, who gave another soft hoot-burr, and through a tunnel woven from glowing vines. The constellation fireflies reappeared, swirling around him like a joyful escort, their light banishing the gathering twilight shadows. Courage, he understood now, wasn't just about venturing into the unknown. It was also about knowing when to turn towards the familiar, guided by kindness and the memories of home. Oliver stepped out of the thicket of ferns just as the last rays of the sun vanished. The ordinary woods behind his grandmother's cottage looked familiar again, yet profoundly changed. He could still smell the faint sweetness of the Whisperwood Glade on his jumper, feel the comforting warmth of the stone in his pocket, and hear the echo of the chime-like waterfall in the rustling leaves. He looked back, but the entrance he'd found seemed to have vanished, swallowed by the deepening dusk. He ran back to the cottage, bursting through the door just as his grandmother was lighting the lamps. "Grandma, you'll never believe it. I found a magical glade, with glowing mushrooms and constellation fireflies, and a waterfall that flows upwards, and a kind furry owl badger and silver fish that guided me home." His grandmother smiled, her eyes crinkling at the corners. She didn't look surprised. She simply pulled him close, brushing a stray leaf from his hair, a leaf that glowed faintly emerald for a second before fading. "Did you now, my little explorer?" she murmured, her voice as warm as the hearth fire. "The Whisperwood Glade finds those with brave hearts and kind eyes. It sounds like you had a wondrous adventure." Later, tucked snugly into bed, the familiar quilt pulled up to his chin, Oliver held the smooth, warm stone. It pulsed softly like a tiny heartbeat in his palm. He looked out his window at the moonlit woods. They didn't look dark or scary anymore. They looked like a place holding gentle secrets, a reminder that just beyond the edge of the known world, wonders waited for those willing to take a curious step. He thought of the constellation fireflies, the humming creature's wise eyes, the guiding fish. He hadn't fought dragons or conquered mountains, but he had explored the unknown with an open heart, met its gentle inhabitants with kindness, and found his way back, carrying its magic within him. As sleep began to pull him under, softer than the Whisperwood moss, he felt a profound sense of peace. The world was vast and filled with enchantment, but it was also kind. Courage wasn't about being fearless. It was about stepping forward anyway, trusting that wonder and friendship could light the path, both into the unknown and safely back home. The stone's warmth spread through him, a silent promise from the glade, and with the scent of ancient spices and stardust lingering in his dreams, Oliver drifted into the deepest, most contented sleep, knowing the greatest adventures often begin with a single, curious step into the whispering woods. Story 14. Clara had always been the quiet girl of Willowbrook, the one who noticed how dewdrops clung to spiderwebs like crystal necklaces, or how the oldest oak's bark formed patterns like secret maps. While other children chased butterflies through sun-drenched meadows, she'd linger at the forest's edge, feeling the cool breath of the pines whisper across her cheeks. It was there, beneath a waterfall of ivy cascading down a mossy boulder, that she found the locket. No bigger than a hazelnut, its silver surface was etched with constellations she'd never seen, and when she brushed away the soil, it pulsed with a warmth like a captured sunbeam against her palm. That night, as moonlight painted silver stripes across her quilt, Clara fastened the locket around her neck. Instantly, her room dissolved. Not into darkness, but into a shimmering veil of light, like sunlight filtering through 1,000 emerald leaves. When the glow subsided, she stood not in her familiar bedroom, but in a twilight grove where trees glowed with inner radiance, their roots cradling pools of liquid starlight. Fireflies, each carrying a tiny lantern of blue flame, drifted like constellations come alive. This was Lumara, the hidden heart of the woods, a world woven from forgotten dreams and nature's quiet magic. Yet a hush lay heavy upon it, a stillness deeper than sleep. The air lacked the usual symphony of crickets and rustling leaves. Even the glowing moss seemed dimmer, its light flickering weakly. A small, frantic voice shattered the silence. "Oh, crumbs and cobwebs, not another one lost." A creature no taller than Clara's knee scurried from behind a luminous toadstool. He resembled a badger, his fur a patchwork of silver and charcoal, but he wore a tiny waistcoat stitched from birch bark and walked upright on sturdy hind legs. His name was Thorn, and his brow was furrowed with worry deeper than the grooves in the ancient oak. "Human child, you shouldn't be here. The glimmer is fading, the weave is unraveling. It's dangerous." He wrung his paws, his voice gruff but edged with fear. Before Clara could reply, a soft chime sounded near her ear. A tiny being, no larger than her thumb, hovered before her. Her wings were spun from moonbeams, casting delicate prisms of light, and her body shimmered like a dewdrop catching the dawn. This was Flicker, a Lumarian firefly. Unlike Thorn's gruffness, Flicker's voice was a gentle chime, like wind bells. "Thorn, be kind," she found the heart locket, the forest chose her. Flicker's light dimmed slightly. The glimmer, the life spark of Lumara, is draining away. The pools of starlight grow cold, the whispering leaves have fallen silent, and our kin are vanishing. The locket pulsed warmly against Clara's chest, a silent confirmation. She understood then, the locket wasn't just a key, it was a compass attuned to Lumara's fading heartbeat. "Vanishing," Clara whispered, the word tasting cold. "Where?" Thorn snorted, kicking a pebble that sank into the starlight pool without a ripple. "Gone, snuffed out, like the veilfire moss over the crystal caves. The elders say it's the shadow siphon, an old darkness stirring, but nobody knows where it lurks or how to stop it." His gruffness cracked, revealing raw grief. "My cousin Bramble, he vanished near the Whispering Falls yesterday." Flicker landed softly on Clara's shoulder, her light a comforting warmth. "The locket showed you our world for a reason, Clara. You see things differently. Will you help us find the source? Thorn knows the old paths, I sense the shifts in the glimmer, and you have the locket's sight. It was an unlikely fellowship, a grumpy badger wary of humans, a timid firefly whose light faltered in fear, and a quiet human girl who preferred solitude. Yet looking at Thorn's desperate eyes and Flicker's dimming glow, Clara felt a spark of determination ignite within her, warmer than the locket's pulse. She nodded. "We have to try." Their journey began beneath the great glimmerroot trees, whose branches dripped liquid light. Guided by the locket's subtle pulls a gentle tug towards the east, a faint vibration near disturbances, they traversed landscapes woven from wonder and decay. They crossed bridges spun from solidified spider silk, glistening with dew, only to find sections frayed and crumbling. They navigated the meadow of murmuring blossoms, where flowers hummed soft melodies, but many petals were withered, their songs reduced to broken sighs. The locket warmed when Clara focused, revealing hidden things, faint, shimmering footprints where a creature had vanished, or a subtle tear in the air where the glimmer bled away like mist. Thorn proved invaluable, remembering ancient badger tunnels through treacherous terrain like the Quicksilver quagmire, where solid ground disguised sucking mud. He used his claws to carve handholds in glowing fungus when paths crumbled, his gruff instructions surprisingly patient. "Steady now, human, left paw on that amber cap, don't look down." Flicker, meanwhile, became their early warning system. She'd dim and shiver when the glimmer grew dangerously thin, her chimes turning sharp and urgent. Cold, so cold ahead, the siphon's breath. Her tiny light, though fragile, pierced encroaching gloom, revealing safe passage through patches of unnatural darkness. The mystery deepened at the Whispering Falls. Once legend said the cascading water spoke secrets and sang lullabies. Now it fell in eerie silence, its luminous flow reduced to a thin, sickly trickle. The locket burned fiercely against Clara's skin. Focusing its power, she saw not just the stagnant water, but spectral images flickering above the pool. Confused, frightened Lumerians, a family of acorn sprite weavers, a wise old tree turtle dissolving into swirling shadows before vanishing. The air tasted of frost and despair. "It takes them," Flicker chimed mournfully, hiding her light under her wings. "Pulls them into the dark." Clara knelt, dipping her fingers into the unnaturally cold water. The locket's warmth surged down her arm, and for a fleeting moment the water cleared, reflecting not her face, but a deeper darkness far below Lumara, a network of roots blackened like charred bone, pulsing with a slow, draining rhythm. "It's below," she breathed. "The siphon, it's rooted deep, under everything." Thorn's fur bristled. "The deep roots, but that's forbidden, sealed since the elder days." According to badger lore, the deep roots were Lumara's foundations, but also where primal shadows dwelled. An ancient pact had sealed them away, a pact now broken. Their path led downwards, into caverns untouched by glimmer. The air grew thick and stale. Bioluminescent fungi gave way to jagged, dark rock. The locket's light became their only beacon, casting long, dancing shadows that seemed to writhe on the walls. Fear, cold and heavy, pressed in. Thorn's confident stride faltered. He flinched at every drip of water, his claws scraping nervously on stone. Flicker's light flickered erratically, barely a pinprick, her chimes reduced to terrified whimpers. Clara's own heart hammered against her ribs. The comforting warmth of the locket felt small against the suffocating darkness. She wanted to turn back, to flee to the sunlit world above. Then Thorn stumbled, letting out a yelp. His foot was caught in a crevice. Panic flashed in his eyes, the bravado gone. Blasted roots, he snarled, tugging uselessly. Flicker darted around him, her light frantic but too weak to help. "Hold on, Thorn, oh, please hold on." Clara froze. The darkness seemed to coil tighter, whispering of isolation and despair. "Run," it seemed to urge. "Save yourself." She looked at Thorn, trapped and terrified, and at Flicker, a tiny beacon fighting overwhelming gloom. The locket pulsed not just with warmth, but with a surge of their shared fear and their fragile trust in her. They hadn't given up on each other. She couldn't give up on them. Taking a deep breath that tasted of damp stone and courage, Clara pushed her fear down. "Flicker," she said, her voice surprisingly steady, "shine your light right here on his foot. Thorn, stop pulling, push your weight this way." She knelt, ignoring the cold bite of the rock, and wedged her hands beneath Thorn's trapped foot. Guided by Flicker's focused beam, Clara used the locket's subtle push of energy, not to force, but to gently shift the rock just enough. With a grunt and a shower of pebbles, Thorn wrenched free. He stood panting, looking at Clara with an expression entirely new, profound respect, replacing the wary suspicion. Flicker's light glowed a fraction brighter, steadier. You stayed," Thorn rasped. "Even in this darkness." Clara managed a small smile, the warmth returning to her limbs. "We stay together, that's what friends do." The words, simple and true, seemed to resonate in the cavern. The oppressive darkness recoiled slightly. Their bond, forged in shared peril, became their shield against the shadow siphon's whispers. They pressed on not as three separate beings, but as one resolute heart. Finally, they reached the heart of the deep roots. It wasn't a cavern, but a vast, hollow space within the world's foundation. Towering pillars of petrified wood, once vibrant, now stood blackened and cracked. At the center pulsed the shadow siphon. It resembled a colossal, withered flower made of pure darkness, its thorned roots digging deep into the bedrock. From its gaping maw, tendrils of Inkai smoke reached upwards, sucking the very light and life from Lumara above. Whispers of emptiness echoed from it, promising oblivion. Tethered to these tendrils, like fading stars caught in a black web, were the vanished Lumarians, including Thorn's cousin, Bramble. They hung motionless, their forms translucent, their essence slowly draining into the siphon. Flicker whimpered, her light guttering. The glimmer, it's being consumed. Thorn growled, low and fierce. "How do we fight that?" The locket blazed on Clara's chest, almost too hot to bear. Its power surged through her, not as a weapon, but as a lens. She saw the siphon's core not pure evil, but a wound. A deep crack ran through its base, leaking not darkness, but a cold, hungry void. The ancient seal had shattered, and this void was devouring Lumara's light to fill its own emptiness. Destroying the siphon might destroy Lumara itself. The answer wasn't force, it was healing. It was restoring the balance the pact had once maintained. "The seal is broken," Clara said, understanding flooding her. "The pact was broken, it needs connection, light to fill the void." She looked at Flicker, the embodiment of Lumara's delicate light, and at Thorn, representing its steadfast earth. "The locket is a bridge, I think we can mend it, together." Flicker trembled but flew closer to Clara's face, her tiny light unwavering now. "Show us, Clara." Thorn placed a sturdy paw on Clara's boot, his gaze resolute. "Aye, for Bramble, for Lumara." Clara closed her eyes, focusing all her will, all her newfound courage, and the deep affection she felt for her strange friends into the locket. She poured in the memory of sun-dappled leaves, the scent of rain on moss, Flicker's hopeful chime, Thorn's gruff loyalty, the hum of the murmuring blossoms, the cool touch of starlight pools. She channeled not just her own feelings, but the collective essence of Lumara's fading beauty and the strength of their fellowship. The locket amplified it, transforming their shared resolve into pure, radiant energy. A beam of soft, golden light, woven with threads of Flicker's blue flame and the deep brown resilience of Thorn's spirit, erupted from the locket. It didn't strike the siphon, it flowed towards the crack at its base, the source of the hungry void. The light touched the void. For a terrifying moment, the darkness writhed, resisting. The siphon shuddered, its draining tendrils flailing. but the light wasn't attacking, it was filling. It was offering warmth where there was cold, connection where there was emptiness. The void greedily absorbed the radiant energy, not to consume, but to sate its endless hunger. The light flowed through the crack, knitting the broken edges, mending the ancient wound. The blackened roots began to soften, turning a deep, rich brown. The withered petals of the siphon flushed with a deep violet light, no longer draining, but pulsing gently, rhythmically, like a healed heart. The Inkai tendrils dissolved, releasing the captured Lumerians. They floated gently downwards, their forms solidifying, blinking in confusion and dawning relief. Bramble landed beside Thorn with a soft thud, shaking his head groggily. Above, the effect was instantaneous. A wave of restored energy rippled upwards through the rock. In the Whispering Falls, the water roared back to life, singing a triumphant, sparkling song. The meadow of murmuring blossoms erupted in vibrant color and harmonious chorus. The glimmerroot trees blazed with renewed light, painting the hidden world in hues of emerald, sapphire, and gold. Lumara breathed again, vibrant and whole. Standing in the now softly glowing chamber of the deep roots, Clara felt the locket's warmth subside to a gentle, steady pulse. Flicker danced around her head, her light brighter than ever, casting joyful prisms on the healed roots. Thorn embraced his cousin Bramble, tears glistening in his eyes, before turning to Clara. He placed a paw over his heart and bowed deeply, a gesture of profound respect. The pact is renewed, Clara of Willowbrook. Lumara owes you its song. Their return journey was a celebration. They walked paths now thrumming with life, greeted by grateful Lumerian sprites, moss folk, gleaming beetles whose eyes held new hope. The bridge of spider silk gleamed strong, the quicksilver quagmire reflected the vibrant sky. When they reached the ivy-draped boulder, the portal back shimmered invitingly. Thorn nudged Clara gently. Your world awaits, Heartkeeper. Flicker landed on her nose, her chimes soft and sweet. Remember us, remember the glimmer. Clara stepped through the veil. She found herself back in her moonlit room, the locket cool and smooth against her skin. Dawn was painting the sky peach and lavender. She rushed to her window, throwing it open. The woods looked the same, yet utterly different. She could feel Lumara now, a warm, vibrant hum beneath the surface. The rustle of leaves sounded like laughter. The bird song held an extra note of pure joy. She wasn't just Clara, the quiet girl, anymore. She was the girl who had befriended a grumpy badger and a timid firefly, who had faced the deepest darkness not with force, but with light and connection. She had learned that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to stand with others despite it, that true strength lay in kindness and understanding, and that the most magical worlds often existed just beside our own, waiting for a heart brave enough to see. That night, as she lay in bed, the locket resting peacefully on her nightstand, Clara closed her eyes. She didn't just see darkness. She saw Thorn sharing stories with Bramble by a pool of restored starlight, heard Flicker's joyful chime dancing with the Whispering Falls. She felt the steady, contented pulse of the healed world beneath the roots. The fear that once made her shy had transformed into a quiet, radiant strength. She was part of a larger story now, a keeper of light and friendship. And as sleep gently pulled her under, a warm, golden glow, soft as Flicker's wings, seemed to emanate from the locket, filling her room with the peaceful, enduring magic of Lumara's restored heart, a silent promise that she was never truly alone. Story 15. The village of Willowbrook nestled in the valley like a contented cat curled beside a hearth. Chimneys puffed plumes of fragrant wood smoke that mingled with the scent of cinnamon baking and damp earth. Cobblestone streets worn smooth by generations, wound between cottages with thatched roofs heavy with moss and windows glowing with warm, buttery light. It was a place where teacups never stayed empty for long, and fireflies danced like scattered stars in the velvet evenings. Yet a gentle perplexity had settled over Willowbrook, as soft and persistent as the morning mist clinging to the river reeds. It began with little things, easily dismissed. Mrs. Thistledown, the baker famed for her plum and almond tarts, swore she set out a dozen on her cooling rack, only to find 11. Old Mr. Hemlock, who mended clocks with the patience of a spider weaving silk, discovered his favorite tiny screwdriver missing from its velvet-lined box, reappearing hours later nestled beside his teacup. Young Finn, who spent his days sketching fantastical creatures in the meadow, lost a cherished piece of sky-blue chalk, finding it the next morning perched on his windowsill, glistening with dew. Then the disappearances grew bolder. Mrs. Thistledown's entire basket of just-picked cloudberries vanished from her kitchen table. Mr. Hemlock's meticulously polished brass pendulum disappeared overnight. Finn's sketchbook, filled with drawings of whispering willows and shy river sprites, went missing from his satchel while he napped under the great oak. A quiet murmur of concern rippled through the village. Was it mischievous pixies? A forgetful house brownie? The air, usually thick with the scent of contentment, now held a faint thread of unease. Finn, with his observant eyes and quiet nature, felt the shift keenly. He decided to find the truth, not with shouts or suspicion, but with watchful eyes and a kind heart. He enlisted his closest friend, Leela, whose family ran the village library. Leela possessed a mind like a well-organized index, cataloging details others overlooked. Their first step was observation. They sat on the worn wooden bench outside the bakery, sipping warm cider misses, thistledown pressed into their hands. Finn noticed how the missing items were always small, portable things, often left unattended for just a moment. Leela noted that nothing valuable like coins or jewels was taken, only things imbued with care or personal significance: the baker's berries, the clockmaker's tools, the artist's chalk and sketches. "It's not greed," Leela murmured, her breath misting in the crisp air. "It's curiosity, or perhaps a need." They decided to seek counsel from the wisest creature they knew, Thistlewick, the ancient hedgehog who lived in a cozy den beneath the roots of the sentinel oak at the village green. Thistlewick was known for his slow, deliberate speech, his eyes holding the deep, knowing calm of centuries. His den smelled of dried herbs, warm earth, and polished acorns. Finn described the strange occurrences: the vanishing tart, the migrating screwdriver, the elusive chalk, the missing berries, pendulum, and sketchbook. Leela presented her observations: small items, personal value, no malice, reappearing often in unexpected places. Thistlewick listened, his quills rustling softly as he shifted. He took a slow sip of lavender tea from a tiny acorn cup. "HMMM," he rumbled, a sound like stones tumbling gently in a stream. "Patterns whisper truths, young ones. Look not only at what is gone, but where it returns. Look not only at the object, but the moment it vanished, and ask what else might be unseen." He offered no direct answer, only a gentle nudge. "Patience and perception are your lanterns in this gentle fog. Watch the spaces between the scene." Taking his words to heart, Finn and Layla intensified their watch. Finn spent hours sitting quietly near the places where things had vanished, sketching not just what he saw, but the feeling of the air, the play of light and shadow. Leela compiled a meticulous list: item missing, time, location, weather, returned, location found. One misty twilight, as Finn sat sketching the baker's cottage, he noticed something peculiar. A faint, shimmering trail, like gossamer thread spun from moonlight, seemed to hover near the windowsill where Mrs. Thistledown often left her cooling racks. It was there for only a heartbeat, then gone. He blinked, wondering if it was a trick of the fading light. Later, near Mr. Hemlock's workshop, he saw it again, a brief, silvery glimmer near the workbench where the pendulum had sat. excitement, warm and fizzy, bubbled within him. He rushed to Leela, who was cross-referencing her list by the light of a friendly glowworm lantern in the library nook. "Shimmering trails," he whispered, "like moonlight made visible." Leela's eyes widened. She scanned her list. "Finn, look, the disappearances, they all happened either just after dawn, when the light is thin and golden, or just before dusk, when the shadows grow long and blue, and the returns, often early morning, when dew is fresh." Thistlewick's words echoed, "Watch the spaces between the scene." They realized they needed to observe during those liminal moments the fleeting times between day and night. The next dawn found Finn and Leela hidden behind a fragrant lilac bush near the village green, wrapped in warm woolen scarves, their breath puffing white in the chill air. The world was hushed, painted in soft grays and pinks. They watched the dew-kissed grass near the sentinel oak. And then they saw it. Not one creature, but dozens. Tiny figures no taller than Finn's thumb flitted through the long grass. They seemed woven from dawn light itself, translucent, shimmering with soft hues of rose, gold, and lavender. Their wings, like delicate petals, hummed almost silently. They moved with incredible speed and grace, darting here and there. One paused near a particularly glistening dewdrop, seeming to admire its sparkle. Another hovered near a bright red ladybug, tilting its head curiously. Dawn sprites. Leela breathed in awe, recalling a faded illustration in an old bestiary. "I thought they were just stories. They're drawn to transient beauty, things that sparkle, things that fade." As they watched, a group of sprites flitted towards Mrs. Thistledown's cottage. Moments later they emerged, struggling together to carry a single, plump cloudberry that gleamed like a ruby in the nascent light. They flew erratically, not towards any den, but towards the great, ancient maple tree that stood near the riverbank, its leaves just beginning to blush with autumn gold. The berry vanished into the thick foliage. Finn and Leela exchanged a look. The maple tree. It wasn't on anyone's property. It stood alone, a beloved landmark. They remembered Finn's sketchbook had been found on his windowsill, overlooking the river, near the maple. Mr. Hemlock's screwdriver reappeared beside his teacup on a windowsill, also facing that direction. Under the bright noon sun, which the dawn sprites seemed to avoid, Finn and Leela cautiously approached the grand maple. Up close, its bark was deeply furrowed, like wise wrinkles. High up, nestled securely in a broad crook where three large branches met, they spotted something astonishing. It wasn't a nest, but a collection. Glinting in the dappled sunlight were Mrs. Thistledown's cloudberries slightly squashed, Mr. Hemlock's brass pendulum catching the sun, Finn's sky-blue chalk, several other small, shiny or colorful objects reported missing, and Finn's sketchbook lying open. The sprites had carefully placed it, open to a page where Finn had drawn the maple tree itself, ablaze in imagined autumn fire. They weren't stealing, Finn whispered, his heart swelling with understanding. They were collecting beauty. Things that caught the light, things that felt precious. They saw Mr. Hemlock polishing the pendulum until it shone like the sun. They saw Mrs. Thistledown's berries glistening with dew. They saw my blue chalk, bright as a summer sky, and my drawings. And they brought them here, Leela finished, her voice thick with wonder. To this beautiful tree, like an offering, or a treasure hoard of fleeting moments. The mystery was solved not with blame, but with a revelation of innocent wonder. But how to prevent future vanishings? Taking things back felt wrong. They needed Thistlewick's wisdom again. The old hedgehog listened, a slow smile spreading across his snout. Ah, the dawn sprites, shy custodians of ephemeral beauty, they mean no harm, only admiration. To live beside them is a privilege. The solution lies not in stopping their nature, but in guiding it. Inspired, the village came together. Finn and Leela explained the sprites, describing their shimmering beauty, an innocent fascination. Mrs. Thistledown, her eyes twinkling, had an idea. She began baking tiny, glistening tarts with edible silver leaf. Mr. Hemlock polished spare brass cogs and gears until they gleamed like miniature suns. Finn drew beautiful, intricate patterns on smooth river stones with his brightest chalks. Leela carefully placed polished crystals that caught the light. Each evening, just as dusk began to paint the sky, they placed these specially chosen offerings on a large, smooth stone beneath the ancient maple tree, a dedicated place for the sprites to admire and take if they wished. Finn added a final touch, a small, beautifully carved wooden box with a hinged lid left open near the offerings. Inside, he placed a note written in his neatest hand, for the keepers of Dawn's beauty. Share your wonders here. The next morning, the offerings were gone. But in their place, nestled within the wooden box, were the missing items. Mrs. Thistledown's original cloudberries, a little worse for wear, Mr. Hemlock's pendulum, Finn's chalks, and his sketchbook unharmed. And tucked beside them was something new, a single, impossibly perfect feather, shimmering with all the colors of dawn. A gift. From that day on, the strange vanishings ceased. Occasionally, a particularly shiny button or a bright autumn leaf might go missing from a windowsill, but it would always reappear the next morning, carefully placed in the wooden box beneath the maple tree, often accompanied by a dewdrop jewel, a particularly luminous petal, or another shimmering feather. The box became known as the Dawn Exchange. Willowbrook learned to share its small beauties knowingly. The dawn sprites, no longer misunderstood, became gentle, invisible neighbors, their presence felt in the extra sparkle on a dewy morning or the unexpected glint of light on a path. Finn and Leela often visited the maple tree at dawn, sitting quietly. Sometimes, if the light was just right and the air utterly still, they would catch the faintest shimmer, a whisper of iridescent wings, a fleeting glimpse of tiny figures admiring the village's offerings before vanishing with the rising sun, leaving behind only the scent of damp earth and the deep, peaceful contentment of a mystery gently solved, and a world made richer by understanding and shared wonder. And as the village settled into its cozy rhythm each night, the knowledge of the shy, beautiful collectors added a new layer of magic to their dreams, as soft and comforting as moonlight on a quilt. Story 16. The velvet dark of evening settled over the village of Willow Creek like a soft blanket, painting the sky with streaks of indigo and the last blush of rose. Inside a snug cottage nestled beside the whispering woods, young Avery traced the frost patterns blooming on her windowpane. Her heart, usually as light as a dandelion seed, felt heavy tonight. Tomorrow was the Grand Meadow Fair, a day of music, games, and most importantly, the young crafters' showcase. Avery had spent weeks meticulously carving a tiny bird from a piece of luminous moonpine wood, but her hands, always a little clumsy with nervousness, had betrayed her. A careless slip had snapped the delicate wing clean off. Tears pricked her eyes. How could she stand before everyone with her broken creation? As she turned away from the window, a glint caught her eye. High on a dusty shelf, tucked behind jars of dried lavender and forgotten buttons, lay her great-aunt Alara's old trinket box. Avery had seen it countless times, but tonight, drawn by a strange pull, she dragged a stool over and carefully lifted it down. It was made of weathered oak, bound with tarnished silver, and smelled faintly of cinnamon and old parchment. Inside, nestled in faded blue velvet, wasn't a collection of shiny stones or beads, but a single object, a locket. It was oval, warm brass with intricate swirling patterns that seemed to shift in the candlelight. At its center was a smooth, polished stone the color of deep forest moss, flecked with tiny sparks like captured starlight. Avery's breath caught. She'd heard whispers about Great-Aunt Alara tales of her wandering the whispering woods alone, returning with eyes full of secrets and pockets full of strange, beautiful mosses. Her parents called them fanciful stories, but holding the cool brass in her palm, Avery felt a gentle hum, a vibration like a sleeping bee. Hesitantly, she pressed the tiny clasp. The locket sprung open. Inside, instead of a portrait, were two miniature paintings. One depicted a sun-drenched meadow bursting with impossible flowers blooms shaped like tiny stars, others glowing with their own soft light. The other showed a deep, shadowed forest glade, where mushrooms pulsed with gentle bioluminescence and fireflies wove patterns in the air. Between them, written in impossibly fine script, were the words, "Seek the Heartwood's whisper." A gasp escaped Avery. This was no ordinary locket. As she stared, the painted scenes seemed to shimmer, the colors deepening. The hum in her palm grew warmer, spreading a comforting tingle up her arm. A sudden, impossible conviction bloomed within her. The answer to her broken bird, perhaps to her own nervous clumsiness, lay within the whispering woods. Maybe Great Aunt Alara hadn't just been wandering. Maybe she'd been seeking. Bundling up in her warmest cloak, the locket securely fastened around her neck beneath her nightdress, its gentle warmth a constant reassurance against her skin, Avery slipped out into the cool night. The familiar path into the woods felt different tonight. Moonlight filtered through the dense canopy, painted silver puddles on the mossy floor. The air hummed with unseen life, the chirrup of crickets, the rustle of small creatures, the sigh of wind through ancient pines. As she walked deeper, guided by an instinct she couldn't name, the locket pulsed softly against her chest, its light glowing faintly through the fabric. The woods grew wilder, the trees taller and stranger. Gnarled roots formed archways, thick moss muffled her footsteps, and luminescent fungi dotted the shadows like fallen constellations. Then she saw it, an enormous ancient oak, its trunk wider than her cottage, its bark deeply furrowed like wise old skin. At its base, veiled by cascading ivy and feathery ferns, was an opening not a cave, but a doorway woven seamlessly from living wood and vines. The locket's pulse quickened, its light brightening, casting dancing green-gold patterns on the surrounding foliage. This was it. The Heartwood's whisper. Taking a deep breath filled with the scent of damp earth and pine resin, Avery stepped through the living archway. The world shifted. One moment she was in the cool, shadowed forest, the next she was bathed in warm, golden light. She stood in a vast clearing that shouldn't have fit within the woods. Above, instead of sky, a canopy of impossibly large, glowing leaves cast a soft, dappled radiance. The air shimmered gently. Towering mushrooms, their caps striped and spotted in vibrant hues, reached higher than the village church spire. Flowers bloomed with petals of spun glass, chiming softly in a non-existent breeze. Butterflies with wings like stained glass drifted lazily, and the ground was carpeted not with grass, but with velvety moss that glowed faintly emerald. This was Sunpetal Vale, the meadow from the locket, alive and breathing. Avery stood transfixed, her earlier worries momentarily forgotten in the sheer wonder. She reached out to touch a flower that pulsed like a tiny heart. Its chime resonated through her fingertips, a pure, sweet note. Nearby, a cluster of bluebell-shaped blooms emitted soft puffs of shimmering pollen that smelled like honey and sunshine. It was breathtakingly beautiful, yet empty. Where were the creatures who belonged here? A sharp, high-pitched yelp shattered the peaceful hum. It came from near a cluster of enormous, speckled toadstools. Avery hurried towards the sound, her heart pounding. Peering around the thick stem, she saw a most unexpected sight. A small figure no taller than her knee was hopping frantically in place. He had skin the color of weathered bark, bright green hair sticking out in tufts like moss, and wore clothes stitched from leaves and woven reeds. He was tangled quite spectacularly in a thicket of brambles that seemed to be actively growing around his ankles. The thorns, glinting wickedly, were tightening their grip. His wide, amber eyes were filled with panic. "Blasted bindweed, curse my clumsy roots," he grumbled in a voice like pebbles tumbling in a stream. just wanted a sniff of the moon mint. Without thinking, Avery rushed forward. "Hold still," she urged, her voice surprisingly steady despite the strangeness. She knelt, carefully avoiding the grasping thorns. The locket pulsed warmly against her skin, a comforting anchor. She focused, her fingers, usually so prone to fumbling, moving with unexpected deftness. She gently pried the thorny tendrils apart, one by one, whispering soothing words as if calming a frightened animal. The brambles seemed to resist at first, but under her calm, persistent touch, they loosened their grip. Finally, with a last tug, the little figure tumbled free. He scrambled back, rubbing his ankles, eyeing Avery with deep suspicion. What are you? Tall folk aren't supposed to be here. Not since, well, not for a long time." He puffed out his chest, trying to look imposing despite his diminutive size. "I am Thistle, guardian of the Vale, or I will be once I pass my trials." His shoulders slumped slightly. Avery smiled gently. "I'm Avery. I found a locket. It led me here." She carefully showed him the open locket, the painting of Sunpetal Vale glowing brighter than ever in the ambient light. Thistle's eyes widened, his suspicion momentarily replaced by awe. "The verdant key, great Aunt Alara's key. She was the last tall folk we trusted. Where is she?" She passed away a long time ago," Avery said softly. "I found this in her things." Thistle's bright green hair seemed to droop. "Oh, the Vale misses her." He shuffled his feet. "And thank you for the untangling. Bindweed's tricky. Seems to have a mind of its own lately." He glanced nervously at the now quiet brambles. "Things haven't been right. The Vale feels dimmer. The glimmer blooms don't shine as bright, the singing stones are silent, and the heartwoods whisper, well, it's more of a worried murmur." He explained that Sunpetal Vale and its counterpart, the deep forest realm of Gloaming Hollow, the other seen in the locket, were connected by ancient magic flowing from the heartwood tree itself, the very oak Avery had entered through. This magic, the verdant pulse, sustained both realms. But it was weakening. The heartwood's whisper, a constant comforting presence felt by all creatures, had grown faint and anxious. Thistle, as a guardian in training, was supposed to help maintain the balance, but he felt overwhelmed and clumsy, much like Avery felt before the fair. As they talked, sitting on a soft patch of glowing moss, a profound sense of kinship washed over Avery. Thistle wasn't some mythical perfect creature. He was small, worried, and felt he wasn't good enough, just like her. His fear wasn't of her, but of failing his home. The locket hummed warmly between them, its light pulsing softly in time with their conversation. "We need to find the heartwood," Thistle declared, his initial suspicion replaced by a hesitant trust. "It's deep within Gloaming Hollow, on the other side of the Whispering Falls, but the path, it's changed. The pulse is weak, and the shadows feel watchful." The journey through Sunpetal Vale was a wonder. Thistle showed her how to step on certain stones, to make bridges of light appear across shimmering streams, and how a gentle hum could coax the path-finding fireflies to guide them. Avery, her usual nervousness calmed by the locket's warmth and Thistle's earnest chatter, found her hands steady and sure as she helped navigate. She felt a connection to the living world around her she'd never known, sensing the subtle shifts in the moss, understanding the language of the rustling leaves. The locket wasn't just showing her the way, it was awakening something within her. They reached the boundary marked by a curtain of cascading water, the Whispering Falls. It wasn't water but liquid moonlight, tumbling down a mossy cliff face with a sound like distant bells. Passing through it felt like stepping through cool silk, leaving them damp and sparkling on the other side. Gloaming Hollow was the Vale's shadowed twin. The light here was dimmer, cast by enormous bioluminescent fungi in shades of blue, purple, and soft green. Ancient trees dripped with moss beards, and the air was cool and damp, filled with the scent of loam and deep earth. Fireflies here moved in slow, deliberate patterns, like floating embers. It was beautiful but undeniably more solemn, and the silence felt heavy, broken only by the drip of water and the occasional creak of ancient wood. The comforting hum of the vale was muted here. The locket's light, though steady, seemed to push back against the deeper gloom. As they ventured deeper, following a path Thistle knew only from guardian lore, the unease grew. Patches of darkness seemed unnaturally thick and clung to the edges of the luminous fungi like tar. The glowing moss beneath their feet grew sparse and sickly. Then they heard it, a low, mournful groaning, like a great tree in pain. It vibrated through the ground and settled in their bones. "It's the heartwood," Thistle whispered, his voice tight with fear. "It's hurting." Pushing through a final curtain of weeping willow-like vines, they entered a vast, cathedral-like cavern. In the center stood the heartwood. It wasn't just a tree, it was the source. Its trunk, wider than anything Avery could comprehend, pulsed with a deep, rhythmic, green-gold light. But the light was flickering erratically, like a failing heartbeat. Great veins of sickly blackness, like creeping rot, marred its surface, spreading from a deep wound near its base, where a massive, jagged shard of obsidian stone was embedded. The air thrummed with pain. The obsidian shard. Thistle gasped. "It shouldn't be here. It drains life, poisons the pulse. But how did it get inside?" He looked utterly terrified. Only pure, focused verdant energy can dislodge it. The Guardians used to channel it through special stones, but we lost the last one ages ago. He looked down at his small hands, despair in his eyes. "I don't know how." Avery felt the heartwood's pain resonate within her, a deep ache that mirrored her own past fears of inadequacy. She looked at the flickering light, the spreading darkness, and then at the locket resting against her chest. The verdant key. Great Aunt Alara's key. Understanding dawned, bright and clear. The locket wasn't just a map or a key to the realms, it was the focus. The central stone, the color of deep forest moss flecked with starlight, pulsed in time with the heartwood's faltering beat. She stepped forward, ignoring Thistle's startled protest. The air near the heartwood crackled with unstable energy. The black veins seemed to writhe. Focusing all her will, Avery placed both hands on the locket, then gently pressed the stone against the heartwood's trunk, near the base of the wound, avoiding the obsidian shard. She closed her eyes. She didn't force anything. Instead, she remembered. She remembered the feel of the cool moonpine wood under her carving knife, the joy of shaping something beautiful. She remembered the scent of her garden after rain, the warmth of sunlight on her face, the comforting crackle of the fireplace. She remembered Thistle's amber eyes filled with trust, the chime of the glass flowers, the velvet glow of the vale's moss. She thought of connection, of growth, of the quiet, resilient strength in nature and in friendship. She poured all these feelings, her calm focus, her newfound confidence, her care for this world and her unlikely friend, through the locket and into the heartwood. The locket blazed. Not a harsh light, but a deep, emerald radiance that streamed from the central stone, flowing into the ancient wood. It met the flickering green-gold pulse of the heartwood, bolstering it, strengthening it. The rhythm steadied, grew stronger, louder. The verdant light swelled, pushing back against the creeping black veins. They recoiled, shriveling like shadows before the dawn. The heartwood's groan softened into a deep, resonant hum of relief. The obsidian shard, deprived of the darkness it fed upon, began to vibrate. With a final surge of pure, verdant energy channeled through Avery and the locket, the shard dislodged with a soft pop and clattered harmlessly to the mossy floor, instantly dull and inert. The transformation was instantaneous. Light exploded from the heartwood, not blinding, but a warm, life-giving radiance that flooded the cavern and pulsed outwards through the roots, through the very air. In gloaming hollow, the fungi blazed brighter, the air warmed, the oppressive silence lifted into a chorus of chirps, clicks, and rustles. Back in Sunpetal Vale, the glimmerblooms shone like captured stars, the singing stones hummed harmonious tunes, and the colors became impossibly vibrant. The verdant pulse flowed strong and true once more. Avery staggered back, breathing heavily. The locket's intense light faded back to its gentle, warm glow. She felt drained, yet filled with a profound sense of peace and rightness. Thistle stared, his jaw slack, then let out a whoop of pure joy, dancing a little jig on the spot. "You did it, Avery, you did it. The pulse, it's back. You channeled it." He rushed over, grabbing her hand with his small, bark-like one. "You are a guardian like Alara." As they stood bathed in the Heartwood's restored light, Avery felt different. The constant flutter of nervousness in her chest was gone, replaced by a deep, steady calm. She looked at her hands, the hands that had clumsily broken the bird, but had also deftly freed Thistle and channeled the life force of a magical realm. She hadn't needed the locket to give her skill. It had helped her find the focus and the courage that was already within her. The magic wasn't in the object, it was in the connection, the care, the quiet strength she'd learned to trust. The journey back through Gloaming Hollow and Sunpetal Vale was a celebration. Creatures emerged from hiding, luminous moths with wings like stained glass, shy fern sprites peeking from fronds, a majestic stag with antlers woven from living vines who dipped his head in silent thanks. The vale was alive, buzzing with joyous energy. Thistle walked beside her, his chest puffed out with pride not just for the vale, but for his friend. At the Whispering Falls, Thistle stopped. "You have to go back, don't you, to your tallfolk fair?" He sounded wistful. Avery nodded. "I have something to fix." She touched the locket, now warm and quiet. "Thank you, Thistle, for trusting me." "Thank you, Avery," he said earnestly. "You saved the Heartwood, you saved us all." And he grinned, a mischievous glint in his amber eyes. "You're not so clumsy after all." He reached into a pouch made of woven grass and pulled out a small, smooth stone. It was warm to the touch and pulsed with a soft, steady green light, mirroring the Heartwood's rhythm. A Heartwood pebble, so you never forget the pulse, or your friend. Avery clutched the warm pebble, tears of happiness welling. "I could never forget." Passing back through the Heartwood's archway felt like stepping through a veil. One moment she was in the vibrant, magical air of Sunpetal Vale. The next, she was back in the familiar, cool darkness of the Whispering Woods near Willow Creek. Dawn was just breaking, painting the sky in soft pastels. She hurried home, slipping back into her cottage unnoticed, the Heartwood pebble warm in her pocket, the locket cool against her skin. Later that morning, the village green bustled with activity for the Grand Meadow Fair. Avery stood at the young crafter's table, her repaired moon pine bird in her hands. She hadn't just glued the wing back on. Inspired by the living magic of the vale, she'd carved tiny, delicate vines and leaves from the broken pieces, weaving them around the join, making the repair part of the bird's beauty. It looked like the bird was perched on a miniature branch, the broken wing cleverly integrated into the design. It was unique, alive with a quiet story. As she placed it on the table, a hush fell over the nearby crowd. The judge, old Master Hemlock, known for his stern eye, picked it up. He turned it over in his gnarled hands, his bushy eyebrows drawn together. Avery's heart beat steadily. She wasn't nervous. She felt the warm pulse of the pebble in her pocket, remembered the Heartwood's strength, Thistle's friendship, the feel of pure life flowing through her. She stood tall. Master Hemlock looked up, a slow smile spreading across his weathered face. "Well now," he rumbled, his voice warm with approval. This shows true understanding. It's not just mended, lass, it's transformed. There's heart in this wood. Real heart." He awarded her the blue ribbon. As the villagers clapped, Avery smiled, not just at the praise, but at the deeper knowledge within her. She touched the locket beneath her dress, no longer a crutch for confidence, but a cherished reminder of a hidden world, an unlikely friendship, and the quiet, resilient magic found in connection, care, and believing in your own two hands. That night, as she lay in bed, the scent of damp earth and luminous moss seemed to linger. She held the warm heartwood pebble, its gentle pulse a lullaby. Somewhere beyond the whispering woods, in a sun-drenched vale or a softly glowing hollow, a small gnome with moss-green hair smiled up at the restored stars, knowing his tall friend remembered. And under her pillow the brass locket rested, its magic quiet now, its work done, a silent testament to the extraordinary journey that began with a broken wing and healed a world. The crackle of the dying fire in the hearth was the only sound, a cozy counterpoint to the peaceful silence, wrapping Avery in warmth as deep and comforting as the heartwood's restored whisper, carrying her gently into dreams of verdant glades and steadfast friendship. Story 17. The village of Meadowhaven nestled in a valley where morning mist clung to the hills like silver cobwebs, and evenings smelled of cinnamon and damp earth. Its cottages, with thatched roofs and crooked chimneys, glowed with warm lantern light after sunset. For generations, the villagers lived in harmony with gentle magics, whispering brooks that offered advice, fireflies that danced in complex patterns to predict the weather, and gardens where carrots giggled when pulled from the soil. But one autumn, a peculiar stillness settled over Meadowhaven, punctuated by whispers about strange happenings. It began with the clocks. Every morning, villagers would find their timepieces mysteriously rewound by exactly 1 hour. Grandfather clocks in hallways, pocket watches on nightstands, even the sundial in the town square, all turned stubbornly backward. Mrs. Gable's prized cuckoo clock now chirped at midnight instead of noon, startling her cat into leaping onto the pantry shelves. Then came the vanished sounds, the cheerful jingle of the miller's wind chimes, the rhythmic creak of the old rope swing by the creek, even the satisfying pop of Mrs. Thorne's famous berry jam sealing in its jars. The silence felt heavy, like a woolen blanket thrown over the village. Young Milo, with eyes as bright as polished acorns and a patchwork scarf always looped twice around his neck, noticed something others hadn't. While everyone grumbled about late breakfasts and missed appointments, Milo saw that the backward clocks always stopped at the same wrong time, 4:44, and that the vanished sounds disappeared only after sunset. "It's like someone's borrowing them," he mused to his friend, a small, moss-colored creature named Teapot who lived in his satchel. Teapot, a forest sprite no taller than a teacup, blinked his luminous eyes and chirped softly. He understood the language of hidden things. Seeking wisdom, Milo visited Elder Hemlock, a gentle badger who resided in a cozy burrow beneath the roots of the great oak. Shelves lined with jars of starlight and dried thunder rumbled as Hemlock stirred a pot of lavender-scented tea. "Ah," he murmured, his voice like stones tumbling in a stream, "time and sound are threads in the tapestry of our valley. When one unravels, others fray, but look for patterns, little one. Magic leaves footprints." He gifted Milo a small, frost-patterned magnifying glass that glowed faintly when touched. "This reveals what eyes alone cannot see." That night, Milo and Teapot tucked themselves into the hollow of the great oak, watching as moonlight painted the village in shades of pearl. With the magnifying glass, Milo scanned the shadows. At precisely 4:44, now the village knew, baffling midnight, tiny shimmering footprints, like crushed diamonds, appeared on the cobblestones. They led past silent wind chimes and stilled swings, winding toward the abandoned clock tower on the hill, its face dark and hands frozen. Teapot trembled, whispering gloamwings. He explained they were shy, moth-like creatures who wove dreams from sounds and memories. But gloamwings were peaceful, stealing nothing. Inside the clock tower, dust danced in moonbeams. The air hummed with a low, sorrowful vibration. There, beneath the broken gears, huddled three glowwings, their usually iridescent wings dull and frayed, their antennae drooping. Around them lay ghostly echoes of the missing sounds, a faint chime, a distant creak, the ghost of a pop. One glowwing fluttered weakly toward Milo, projecting images into his mind. A storm months ago had cracked their hidden nest in the clock tower's bell. Cold drafts seeped in, freezing their delicate sound looms. Starving and desperate to repair their nest, they'd gathered warmth from the village, the time from clocks which held the day's residual heat, and sounds which vibrated with energy. But they were too weak to weave them into lasting magic. Milo's heart ached. The creatures weren't thieves, but frightened neighbors in need. He remembered Elder Hemlock's words, "Magic leaves footprints, but kindness builds bridges." The solution wasn't to stop them, but to help. The next day, Milo rallied the village. Children gathered tufts of thistledown, softer than clouds. Carpenters brought slivers of sun-warmed cedar. Musicians played lullabies near the tower, their notes floating like visible ribbons of gold for the glowwings to gather. Mrs. Thorne left jars of warm jam by the entrance, their sealing pops crisp and generous. Together they patched the nest with thistledown and cedar, sealing cracks with melted beeswax that smelled of summer. The glowwings, strengthened by the offered sounds and warmth, spun threads of melody and time into a new, glowing nest, a soft cradle of chimes and sighs and ticking whispers. That evening, as the real clock tower struck 6, a miracle unfolded. Every village clock gently whirred and reset to the correct hour. Wind chimes sang in the breeze, the rope swing creaked merrily, and Mrs. Thorne's jam popped in perfect chorus. But the greatest wonder was the soft, collective sigh that swept through Meadowhaven, a sigh of pure relief that tasted like honey and starlight. The glowwings, now shimmering like captured moonlight, fluttered down to brush grateful wings against cheeks and hands. They'd woven a final gift into their nest, a tiny, everlasting chime that echoed the village's heartbeat, ensuring no sound would ever be truly lost again. Elder Hemlock chuckled as he sipped his lavender tea, watching Milo receive a shimmering scale, a glowwing's token of friendship. "Well done, little observer," he rumbled. "You saw the fear beneath the mystery and turned it into fellowship. Now Meadowhaven's evenings hold an extra layer of magic. Fireflies pulse in time to the gentle chime from the hill, and if you listen closely at 4:44, you might hear the soft flutter of wings mending the edges of dreams. Villagers leave out crumbs of spice caked near their clocks, not because they must, but because they remember." And Milo, curled under his quilt with Pippet snoring softly in his pocket, smiles as the warm silence wraps around him like his grandmother's arms. For in the heart of every solved mystery, he learned, lies a simple truth. Even the quietest voices and the most hidden neighbors long to be heard, to be warm, and to belong. And so, wrapped in the peaceful hum of his mended world, he drifts into dreams woven from the very sounds he helped return, a lullaby of creaks, chimes, pops, and the steady, comforting tick of time, right where it should be. Sleep well, little listener, for all is calm beneath the watchful stars of Meadowhaven. Story 18. The ion storm howled outside the Haven station, rattling the observation deck's thick viewports with tendrils of violet lightning. Inside, the air hummed with the scent of ozone and warm cinnamon, a comforting blend piped through the vents to ease stranded travelers. In a quiet corner booth, two beings waited out the tempest, separated by more than just species. Rin, a petite botanist from the moss-draped world of Verdantia, perched on the edge of her seat. Her fur, the color of twilight moss, bristled slightly as she watched her companion. She'd never met a crystalline being before, and this one, tall, angular, and shimmering with internal light like captured starlight, seemed colder than the vacuum beyond the glass. His name was Kale, a geologist from Geminus, a planet where mountains sang in mineral harmonies. He hadn't spoken since they'd been forced to share this space, his faceted eyes fixed on the storm, reflecting jagged bolts in prismatic silence. Rin rustled her satchel, pulling out a sprig of starlight mint. Its silver leaves glowed softly, releasing a fragrance like cool rain on fresh soil, a Verdantian gesture of peace. She nudged it across the table. "For calm," she chimed, her voice a melody of soft bells. Cale recoiled, his crystalline joints emitting a sharp, discordant chime. "Organic matter interferes with my resonance," he stated, his voice like stones grinding together. He shifted away, light fracturing nervously across the walls. Rin's ears drooped. She'd only meant kindness. On her world, sharing flora was the deepest trust. To him, it was contamination. The misunderstanding hung between them, thick as the storm's static. Suddenly, the station shuddered violently. Lights flickered, plunging the deck into near-darkness save for Cale's natural glow and Rin's mint. A crackle echoed over the intercom, power fluctuation in Sector Gamma. All non-essential personnel seal bulkheads. Alarm trilled in Rin's throat. Sector Gamma housed the station's primary oxygen gardens, her reason for being here. If those plants failed, she bolted up, but Cale blocked her path, his broad frame casting fractured shadows. "Unwise," he intoned. "Structural instability. They're my life's work." Rin's chimes trembled. "Without them, this station suffocates in hours." Cale's light dimmed, then steadied. He'd studied Geminian caves, where one fracture could bury entire colonies. Risk was calculable. "Show me," he rumbled. Together, they navigated trembling corridors. Rin darted ahead, her small form agile in the gloom, using her mint's glow to illuminate fallen debris. Cale followed, his strength clearing durasteel beams she couldn't budge. When a conduit sparked overhead, he shielded her with his body, taking the blast on his crystalline shoulder. The impact left a web of fine cracks, glimmering like sorrow. "You're hurt," Rin breathed, reaching out instinctively. Cale flinched but didn't pull away. "Superficial, my structure self-mends." He hesitated, light pulsing softer. "Your gardens, are they fragile?" "Delicate but resilient," Rin chimed gently. "Like trust." In the oxygen garden, chaos reigned. Plants wilted under faltering growth lights, their leaves curling in distress. Rin raced to the control panel, her claws flying over interfaces. "The storm's overloading the circuits. I can reroute, but I need access to the primary junction, behind that rockfall." She gestured to a pile of rubble sealing a maintenance hatch. Cale approached, placing his hands on the largest boulder. His form hummed, resonating deep within the stone. With a grating groan, the rock shattered into harmless gravel, revealing the hatch. "Harmonic frequency," he explained quietly. "Geminus taught me, even the hardest stone listens." Rin rerouted the power, her movements sure. Lights bloomed back to life, bathing the garden in gold and emerald. Plants unfurled, sighing fragrant relief. As warmth returned, Rin noticed Cale studying a Verdantian sky blossom, its petals shimmering like liquid sapphire. Tentatively, she plucked one. "It won't harm you, see." She held it near his hand. Instead of recoiling, he let it brush his surface. The blossom's light merged with his, casting dancing azure stars across the ceiling. "You nurture life," Cale murmured, awe softening his stony voice. "I only catalog it." "You protected it," Rin chimed. "Just now, you protected me." They sat among the reviving flora, sharing stories as the station's heartbeat steadied. Rin spoke of Verdantia's whispering forests, where roots shared secrets underground. Cale described Geminus's crystal forests, singing in seismic harmonies. He'd been alone so long, fearing organic life found him unfeeling. She'd felt small in a vast universe, her kindness misunderstood. Yet here in this crisis, their differences had woven a stronger net, her agility and intuition, his strength and precision. When the all-clear sounded, dawn's first light pierced the viewport, painting the room in rose and amber. At the departure gate, Rin pressed a small terrarium into Kale's hands, a sky blossom rooted in Geminian quartz she'd found in the rubble. A bridge, she chimed softly. Kale cradled it, his light warming the petals. Not contamination, he said, the grinding tone now a gentle rumble. Collaboration. As their shuttles whisked them toward distant stars, neither felt alone. Rin carried a sliver of Kale's resilience in her heart. Kale held the echo of Rin's compassion in his light. Across the light years they'd tend their unlikely garden, a testament that friendship, like starlight, needs no atmosphere to bloom, only the courage to reach through the dark and the wisdom to listen. Outside, the last storm clouds parted, revealing a galaxy strewn with diamond stars. And deep in the soil of understanding, a tiny seed of forever had taken root. Story 19. The cobblestone streets of Willowbrook always glistened after a summer rain, but tonight, young Theo noticed something peculiar about the puddles. Instead of reflecting the amber gas lamps, they shimmered with swirls of indigo and silver, like liquid constellations. Theo, a quiet boy with perpetually ink-stained fingers from sketching in his journal, knelt beside the largest puddle. As he reached out, the water solidified into a perfect porcelain teacup, cool to the touch and etched with tiny, unfamiliar constellations. Theo's attic room became the cup's sanctuary. That evening, while sketching its intricate patterns, he absent-mindedly filled it with chamomile tea. Steam rose in spirals that didn't dissipate but instead formed miniature landscapes above the rim, a meadow of sapphire grasses, a bridge woven from moonbeams, mountains that changed shape like clouds. A soft voice hummed from the steam, "Seek what the roots remember." Guided by the cup's visions, Theo ventured to the Whispering Woods at dawn. There he met Pip, a squirrel whose fur shifted colors with his moods, currently anxious lavender. "You've got the Stardust Cup," Pip chattered, balancing on Theo's shoulder. "It shows forgotten truths, but the memory you seek is guarded by Bramble, the old badger who sleeps beneath the elder tree. Wake him rudely, and he'll bury the past forever." The journey deepened as mossy paths rearranged themselves, leading them to a glade where rivers flowed uphill. Bramble's den lay under a tree with bark like crumpled parchment, roots coiled around a silver locket pulsing with soft light, the very locket from Theo's steam vision. But Bramble himself was enormous, his snoring making the ground tremble, thorns sprouting around him with each exhale. "Force won't work," murmured a new voice. Fern, a will-o'-wisp spirit with hair like dandelion fluff, materialized beside them. "Bramble guards sorrows too heavy to bear. He needs to release them, not defend them." She floated toward the thorns, which softened into velvet petals where her light touched. The challenge was clear: retrieve the locket without startling Bramble. Pip suggested distracting him with acorns, but Fern shook her head. "Sorrow responds to kindness, not tricks." Theo remembered the Stardust Cup's warmth. Pouring tea onto the roots near Bramble's paws, he watched steam rise into a vision of Bramble as a young badger, laughing as a girl, Theo's own grandmother, placed the locket around his furry neck. "For our adventures," her voice echoed. Bramble stirred, tears welling in his sleep-clouded eyes. "She left," he rumbled, the thorns retracting. "I kept the joy safe, but forgot how to hold it without pain." Theo gently lifted the locket. Some memories are meant to be shared, not guarded. As Bramble nuzzled the locket, its light spread through the roots, making the elder tree bloom with luminescent flowers. The woodside path straightening, rivers flowing true once more. Back home, Theo placed the locket beside the stardust cup. Pouring tea, he saw not just memories, but new visions. Bramble tending the glade with fern, Pip chasing falling stars, and his grandmother's smile in the constellations. The cup hadn't just revealed the past, it had woven a tapestry of belonging. That night, as Theo drifted to sleep, the teacup glowed on his windowsill, steam curling into a tiny, contented badger sleeping under starry flowers. And in the quiet he understood, the most extraordinary magic wasn't in objects, but in the courage to heal what was broken, stitch by gentle stitch, with threads of kindness. Story 20. The first whisper of autumn brushed the oak leaves outside Leo's window, painting their edges with gold and rustling secrets only the wind seemed to understand. Inside his small, cozy room, the scent of warm bread from the kitchen below mingled with the faint tang of wood smoke drifting up the chimney. Leo, a quiet boy with eyes the color of twilight, often felt like a pebble on the shore of his bustling village, smooth, unnoticed, content in his solitude, yet yearning for something he couldn't name. He spent hours sketching the intricate veins of leaves, or tracing the constellations his grandmother had shown him, his world rich in detail but small in scope. Tonight, a restlessness stirred him. Pulling on his worn boots and a thick woolen sweater smelling faintly of cedar, he slipped out into the crisp evening air, drawn towards the ancient forest bordering the village like a great, sleeping beast. The path beneath his feet, carpeted in fallen pine needles, yielded softly. Moonlight, pale and silvery, filtered through the canopy, dappling the forest floor. Crickets sang their nightly chorus, and the air hummed with the scent of damp earth, decaying wood, and the sweet, sharp perfume of late-blooming night flowers. Leo walked deeper than usual, past the familiar gnarled oak marking the villager's boundary, lured by an unfamiliar sound, a faint, melodic chiming, like tiny bells carried on the breeze. Following the elusive music, he pushed aside a thick curtain of cascading ivy, its leaves cool and velvety under his fingers. Behind it, hidden by centuries of growth, was an archway formed by intertwined roots of two colossal yew trees. The chime seemed to pulse from within its shadowed mouth. Taking a deep breath of the cool, earthy air, Leo stepped through. He gasped. The air shimmered, thick with golden pollen motes dancing in shafts of impossible moonlight. He stood on the edge of a vast, hidden glade bathed in perpetual twilight. Gigantic mushrooms glowing with soft, bioluminescent blues and purples dotted the landscape like fairy lanterns. Trees unlike any he knew stretched skyward, their bark shimmering with iridescent lichen, their leaves resembling spun moonlight or deep, velvety shadows. A river of liquid starlight, sparkling with points of light like submerged diamonds, wound through the center. This was Lumina Hollow. The chiming came from clusters of crystalline flowers growing near the riverbank, their petals vibrating gently in a non-existent breeze. Leo's heart pounded with awe and a thrilling sense of discovery. He was utterly alone, yet the glade felt deeply alive, pulsing with a quiet, ancient energy. Suddenly, a small, frantic movement caught his eye near the base of a colossal, luminous toadstool. A creature, no larger than a rabbit, was struggling. It looked sculpted from living moss and polished bark, with large, luminous eyes like forest pools reflecting the sky. Delicate fern-like fronds grew from its back, and its limbs ended in root-like fingers. It was tangled in a net of shimmering, sticky spider silk threads that glowed faintly silver, each strand humming with a low, menacing thrum. The creature's large eyes, wide with fear, locked onto Leo. It let out a soft, distressed cheer-up, like a bird caught in thorns. "Easy now," Leo whispered, his voice sounding loud in the profound hush. He approached slowly, keeping his movements gentle. "I won't hurt you." Kneeling, he saw the threads weren't just sticky. They seemed alive, tightening whenever the creature struggled. He pulled out his small pocket knife, its blade worn but sharp. Carefully, with painstaking patience, he began to saw at the resilient threads. They vibrated under his touch, sending a strange, cold tingle up his fingers. The moss creature watched him intently, its fear slowly replaced by wary curiosity. Finally, with a soft ping, the last thread snapped. The creature tumbled free, chirping gratefully. It hopped closer, nudging Leo's hand with its cool, mossy head. A name formed in Leo's mind, clear as the chime of the flowers: Bramble. Bramble chirped again, more urgently this time, then scampered a few paces towards the center of the glade, looking back expectantly. Leo followed. Bramble led him to a small, moss-covered mound beside the river of starlight. At its center lay an empty depression, shaped like a heart, lined with smooth, dark stones that pulsed with a faint, sorrowful gray light. The air around it felt cold and thin, devoid of the vibrant energy that hummed elsewhere. Bramble nudged the depression and let out a mournful warble, pointing a root finger towards a distant, shadowed part of the hollow where the luminous mushrooms grew sparse and gnarled trees twisted into grim shapes. Leo understood. Something precious was missing from this sacred place. The Heartstone. And Bramble needed his help to find it. A thrill mixed with trepidation surged through him. This quiet boy overlooked in his village was being entrusted with a vital task in a hidden world. He nodded firmly. "We'll find it, Bramble, together." Their journey began along the riverbank, the chiming flowers providing a gentle soundtrack. Bramble moved with surprising speed, leaping over glowing roots and ducking under luminous ferns. Leo marveled at the hollow's wonders, trees whose leaves whispered secrets in a language of rustles, shy, furry creatures with moth-like wings that flitted between glowing blooms, pools reflecting not sky, but constellations Leo had never seen. Yet the further they traveled from the mound, the more the landscape changed. The air grew colder, the light dimmer. The vibrant fungi gave way to pale, sickly growths. Strange, thorny vines snaked across the path, and the ground became damp and sucking. The comforting chimes faded, replaced by unsettling creaks and distant, scraping sounds. They reached the edge of a murky swamp, its water thick and oily, reflecting the sickly light like a tarnished mirror. Gnarled skeletal trees rose from the mire, draped with gray moss. The path vanished into the sucking mud. Bramble chirped nervously, hopping from one exposed root to another. Leo scanned the gloom. He spotted stepping stones, slick with algae, leading across the deepest part. "This way," he whispered, testing the first stone cautiously. It held. Bramble followed, clinging tightly to his shoulder, its mossy body surprisingly warm. Halfway across, the mud beside them bubbled violently. With a wet schlorp, a creature surged upwards. It resembled a giant, eyeless salamander, its slimy skin mottled gray and green, its wide mouth lined with rows of needle-sharp teeth. It lunged, jaws snapping at the air, where Leo's leg had been a second before. Leo scrambled backwards onto a larger stone, heart hammering against his ribs. Bramble chittered frantically. The creature lunged again, its bulk causing the unstable stones to wobble. Panic threatened to freeze Leo. He remembered the pocket knife, but it felt pitifully small. Then his gaze fell on a cluster of the pale, sickly mushrooms nearby. They emitted a faint, phosphorescent glow. An idea sparked. He scooped up a handful of wet, sticky mud and hurled it at the cluster. The mud smothered the faint light. The creature, seemingly drawn to the glow, paused, its head swinging blindly towards the now dark spot. Leo grabbed Bramble and scrambled to the next stone, then the next, tossing mud at any glowing growths near their path, creating diversions. The creature thrashed in confusion, buying them precious seconds. Finally, gasping and mud-splattered, they reached the solid, if marshy, ground on the other side. Bramble nuzzled Leo's cheek, a clear gesture of thanks. Leo, breathing hard, managed a shaky smile. He hadn't fought, he'd used observation and quick thinking. The lesson settled within him. Sometimes wisdom meant finding light in the darkness, or knowing when to dim it. They pressed on into the shadowed woods. The trees here were twisted, their bark blackened, their branches claw-like. An unnatural silence hung heavy, broken only by the crunch of brittle twigs underfoot. Bramble grew increasingly agitated, its luminous eyes wide, scanning the oppressive gloom. Suddenly, a low growl rumbled from the darkness ahead. A shape detached itself from the trunk of a massive, dead oak. It was tall and gaunt, covered in shaggy, charcoal-gray fur that seemed to absorb the meager light. Its face was elongated, with large, mournful eyes that glowed a dull, sickly yellow. Long, clawed hands ended in sharp talons. It didn't look aggressive, exactly, but deeply miserable and territorial. It shuffled forward, blocking their path, emitting a low, continuous growl like stones grinding together. Bramble shrank back, chirping in fear. This was the Shadow Drifter, guardian of the blighted woods. Leo felt fear, cold and sharp. He could see the heartstone, then a smooth, palm-sized gem radiating a soft, warm, golden light, pulsing gently like a captured sunset, clutched tightly in the drifter's long, clawed fingers. The creature held it close to its chest, almost protectively, yet the stone's light seemed to cause it pain, flickering erratically against the unnatural gloom clinging to its fur. "Why?" Leo asked softly, stepping forward slightly, keeping his hands open and visible. "Why do you have it?" The drifter flinched, its growl faltering. It looked down at the stone in its claws, then back at Leo, its large yellow eyes filled with profound sadness. It made a series of guttural clicks and whines, pointing a claw towards the dead oak it had emerged from. Bramble, still trembling, chirped hesitantly, then more insistently, hopping a little closer to Leo. "He understands," Leo murmured to Bramble. The moss sprite nodded vigorously, chirping a complex sequence. It was a language of empathy, not words. Images formed in Leo's mind, pieced together from Bramble's sounds and the drifter's mournful posture. The drifter lived alone in the blighted woods, shunned even by other shadow creatures. It was cold, always cold, in this dark place. It had stumbled upon the Heartstone's warmth, a sensation it had never known. It hadn't stolen it to harm Lumina Hollow, but because it was desperately lonely and achingly cold. The stone's warmth was a comfort, a stolen glimpse of the light it could never truly possess. Taking it had been an act of desperate longing, not malice. Its misery wasn't anger, it was profound isolation. Leo's fear dissolved, replaced by a deep pang of sympathy. He looked at the Shadow Drifter, truly looked, seeing not a monster, but a creature burdened by its own nature and environment. The lesson whispered in his heart. Understanding often lies beneath the surface of fear. "The warmth," Leo said gently, taking another small step. "It feels good, doesn't it? Better than the cold." The drifter stared, its growl subsiding into a low whine. It nodded slowly, its clawed hand tightening slightly around the stone. "But this warmth," Leo continued, pointing back the way they had come, towards the heart of Lumina Hollow, "it belongs there. It's the warmth that makes the flowers chime, the mushrooms glow, the river shine. Without it, the hollow grows cold and sick like your woods." He gestured around at the twisted trees. "Taking its warmth doesn't make you less cold forever. It only spreads the cold further." The drifter looked down at the Heartstone, its glow flickering weakly in the oppressive gloom. It looked at the dead oak, its home, then back at Leo. Its large eyes welled with thick, dark tears that traced paths through its shaggy fur. The loneliness radiating from it was palpable, a physical weight in the air. Bramble chirped softly, a sound of profound sadness. Leo knew demanding the stone wouldn't work. true resolution required something more. He remembered the feeling of the hollow's vibrant energy, the connection between all living things there. He thought of the drifter, existing in perpetual cold and shadow. An idea bloomed, fragile but hopeful. "You don't have to be alone in the cold," Leo said softly. He knelt, ignoring the damp earth soaking his trousers. Bramble hopped onto his knee, a small beacon of warmth. "The heartstone belongs in the hollow, but its warmth, maybe it can reach further." He pointed towards the blighted woods. What if we helped, Bramble and me? What if we brought some light here, not to change your woods, but to make a small warm place for you?" The drifter tilted its head, confused. Leo looked at Bramble. Can we bring some light, some warmth, just a little?" Bramble chirped thoughtfully, then hopped down. It scurried to the base of the dead oak. Pressing its mossy paws against the dark bark, it closed its large eyes. A soft green light began to emanate from Bramble, seeping into the wood. Slowly, painstakingly, tiny, luminous green sprouts pushed through the blackened bark near the base, not the vibrant blues and purples of the hollow, but a deep, resilient emerald, a spark of life in the decay. Bramble sagged, the effort clearly draining, but the small patch of living moss and glowing sprouts remained, radiating a gentle, soothing warmth. The shadow drifter stared, transfixed. It shuffled closer, its long claws hovering over the tiny oasis of light and life. It touched the glowing moss with one talon, then flinched back as if burned, but not with pain, with awe. A low, rumbling sound escaped it, not a growl, but something softer, like distant thunder rolling away. It looked from the small patch of warmth Bramble had created to the heartstone clutched in its hand, then to Leo. Slowly, hesitantly, the drifter extended its long arm. It uncurled its claws. Nestled in its palm, the heartstone pulsed, its golden light flaring brightly as if sensing freedom. It looked at Leo, then gently placed the warm gem into the boy's waiting hands. The moment the heartstone touched Leo's skin, a wave of pure, radiant warmth surged through him, not heat, but a deep sense of peace, connection, and profound rightness. It was like holding captured sunlight and the gentle hum of the earth combined. The golden light intensified, washing over Leo and Bramble, pushing back the oppressive shadows of the blighted woods. The drifter shielded its sensitive eyes but didn't retreat. It stood watching, its posture less hunched, less burdened. "Thank you," Leo whispered, his voice thick with emotion. He looked at the drifter. "We will come back, we'll bring more light, little by little." The drifter made a soft clicking sound, almost like a sigh of relief, then melted back into the shadows near its oak, but Leo sensed its presence watching them, no longer hostile, but waiting. The journey back felt different. The heartstone's light radiated outwards, pushing back the gloom. Where its golden glow touched the blighted woods, the thorny vines seemed to shrivel slightly, the sickly fungi dimmed, and the oppressive silence lessened, replaced by the tentative chirp of unseen insects. Crossing the swamp was easier. The murky water seemed less threatening under the heartstone's benevolent light. Even the stepping stones felt firmer. When they reached the spot where they'd encountered the mud salamander, the creature merely watched them pass from a distance, its form a dark silhouette in the water, no longer aggressive. As they neared the heart of Lumina Hollow, the transformation became miraculous. The heartstone's light flowed ahead of them like a returning tide. The gray light faded from the moss-covered mound, replaced by a deep, vibrant emerald glow that pulsed in time with the stone. The chiming flowers erupted into a joyous symphony, their bells ringing clear and bright. The river of starlight blazed with renewed intensity, its diamond points sparkling like a cascade of fallen stars. The luminous mushrooms unfurled wider, bathing the glade in soft blues, purples, and gentle golds. The air itself warmed, thick with the scent of blooming night flowers and healthy earth. Life surged back into the hollow, vibrant, humming, and profoundly grateful. Bramble chirped ecstatically, dancing around Leo's feet, its mossy form practically vibrating with joy. They approached the mound. Leo knelt once more, feeling the warm pulse of the heartstone, synchronizing with the deep thrum of the earth beneath him. Gently, reverently, he placed the glowing gem back into its heart-shaped depression. A wave of pure, golden energy exploded silently outwards. It washed over Leo and Bramble, a warm, tingling sensation that filled them with profound peace and belonging. It rippled through the trees, making their iridescent leaves shimmer like captured rainbows. It flowed down the river of starlight, turning it into a torrent of liquid light. The entire hollow seemed to sigh, a sound of deep contentment, settling back into its true, radiant state. The connection Leo felt was overwhelming, a sense of being part of something vast, ancient, and beautifully alive. He had started his journey feeling like a pebble. Now he felt like a vital root in a magnificent hidden tree. Bramble nudged his hand, then pointed towards the archway of yew roots. It was time to return. Leo felt a pang of sadness at leaving this magical place, but also a deep sense of accomplishment and peace. He looked back at the Heartstone, now radiating its warm, golden light steadily, a beacon in the twilight glade. He knew the Shadow Drifter was waiting, and he silently renewed his promise to return with light. Walking back through the root arch felt like stepping through a veil. The familiar scent of pine needles and damp earth replaced the floral perfume of Lumina Hollow. The moonlight here seemed paler, colder, yet comforting in its familiarity. He emerged near the cascading ivy, the sounds of the ordinary night forest replacing the hollow's magical chorus. Bramble chirped softly beside him, a question in its large eyes. "You can stay," Leo whispered, understanding. "This is your home, but I'll come back, I promise, with light for the shadows." Bramble chirped affirmatively, then nuzzled Leo's hand one last time, its mossy body warm and solid. With a final, melodious chirp, it turned and vanished back through the ivy curtain, leaving Leo alone in the moonlit woods. Walking back to the village, Leo felt different. The quiet was no longer emptiness. It was a space filled with the memory of chimes and starlight rivers. He felt taller, steadier. He wasn't just Leo, the quiet boy who sketched leaves. He was Leo, the bridge between worlds, the friend who understood shadows, the keeper of a gentle promise. He looked up at the familiar constellations, seeing not just patterns, but echoes of the river of starlight. The wind rustling the autumn leaves sounded like Bramble's soft chirp. He knew the hidden arch was there, waiting, a secret warmth held close to his heart. Slipping back into his room, the scent of warm bread and wood smoke welcomed him. He climbed into bed, the soft blankets feeling like the mossy floor of the hollow. As he drifted towards sleep, the image of the Heartstone pulsed gently in his mind, a golden ember of warmth, courage, and the profound understanding that true friendship and light could bloom in the most unexpected places, transforming not just hidden worlds, but quiet boys into heroes of kindness. The wind sighed against the window, whispering of mossy friends and promises kept, and Leo slept deeply and peacefully, forever changed by the heart of the hidden hollow. Story 21. The air in the village of Willow Creek always carried the scent of damp earth and wood smoke, especially as twilight painted the sky in bruised purples and soft oranges. Young Anya, quieter than the rustling reeds by the creek, felt a familiar pang of solitude as she watched the fireflies begin their evening dance from her perch on the worn stone bridge. Her hands, small and perpetually smudged with soil, traced the cool moss clinging to the ancient stones. Anya loved the village, the comforting rhythm of the mill wheel turning, the baker's warm, yeasty aroma, but she often felt like a solitary dandelion seed drifting just outside the bustling garden of community life. One crisp autumn afternoon, while searching for unusually shaped acorns in the Whisperwood, the ancient forest bordering the village Anya stumbled upon something extraordinary. Nestled beneath the gnarled roots of a colossal, silver-barked oak, something glowed with a soft, internal light. It wasn't a jewel nor a firefly. It was a seed. But unlike any seed she'd ever seen. It was the size of her thumb, shaped like a teardrop, and encased in a translucent, opalescent shell. Within, a tiny, intricate swirl of emerald and gold pulsed faintly, like a captured heartbeat. The air around it hummed, a sound felt more than heard, resonating deep in Anya's bones. She named it, instinctively, the luminous seed. That night, cradled in her palm beneath her quilt, the luminous seed pulsed brighter. As Anya drifted towards sleep, a strange sensation washed over her. Not a sound, but a knowing, clear and pure as spring water. It was a call. A pull deep into the heart of the Whisperwood, towards a place the villagers spoke of only in hushed, wary tones, the Veiled Glen. It was said to be a place of shifting paths and strange lights, best avoided. But the seed's gentle insistence felt like trust, an invitation Anya couldn't refuse. Guided by the seed's strengthening glow, Anya slipped from her cottage before dawn. The familiar paths of the Whisperwood soon gave way to less trodden ground. The trees grew taller, their canopy thicker, filtering the weak morning light into shafts of dusty gold. Moss hung heavy like velvet curtains, and the air grew cool and thick with the scent of decaying leaves and rich loam. The seed pulsed, its light illuminating motes dancing in the air. Anya felt a thrill of both fear and exhilaration. She wasn't just walking, she was being led. Suddenly, the dense undergrowth parted as if by an unseen hand, revealing a curtain of shimmering, silver-blue ivy cascading down a moss-covered rock face. The luminous seed flared brilliantly, its light causing the ivy to shimmer like liquid moonlight. Heart-pounding, Anya pushed through the cool, leafy veil. She gasped. Beyond lay the Veiled Glen, a hidden world bathed in perpetual twilight. Gigantic bioluminescent fungi glowed softly in amethyst, jade, and gold, casting an ethereal light. Trees with bark like polished obsidian and leaves like spun silver stood sentinel. Flowers bloomed with petals of pure light, humming softly. Crystal-clear streams trickled over stones that sparkled with embedded minerals, their gentle murmur the only sound. The air was alive, sweet with the scent of unknown blossoms, and crackling with subtle, unseen energy. It was breathtakingly beautiful, yet undeniably strange. Anya hadn't taken 3 steps when a low, guttural growl rumbled through the glen. From behind a cluster of glowing blue mushrooms emerged a creature unlike anything from Anya's storybooks. It stood about as tall as her shoulder, covered in thick, shaggy fur the color of storm clouds and deep moss. Its limbs were powerful, ending in broad paws tipped with formidable claws. But its most striking features were its eyes, large, intelligent, and currently narrowed with suspicion, glowing with an eerie amber light. Twisted horns like gnarled roots curled from its brow. This, Anya realized with a jolt, was the guardian the villagers feared. They called him Grumblehide. Human child, the guardian rumbled, his voice deep as stones grinding together. He stepped forward, blocking her path. You trespass, the Veiled Glen is not for your kind. Your people take, they do not understand. They bring noise and sharp things. He bared teeth like polished river stones. Leave, now. Anya's instinct was to flee, but the luminous seed pulsed warmly in her hand, a comforting anchor. She saw past the fierce exterior. His amber eyes held not just anger, but a deep weariness, a loneliness that mirrored her own. He guarded this beauty fiercely because he loved it, and perhaps because he felt isolated in his duty. I didn't mean to trespass, Anya stammered, holding out her hand slightly, revealing the softly glowing seed. It called me, the seed, it led me here. Grumblehide's eyes flickered to the seed, surprise momentarily replacing suspicion. He leaned closer, sniffing the air cautiously. The heart seed, lost for many turnings of the great wheel, how did you find it? It was under the old silver oak, Anya explained softly. It felt sad, alone, like it needed to come home. She met his gaze, her own wide with sincerity. I only wanted to help it. The guardian studied her, his massive head tilted. He saw no greed in her eyes, only a quiet wonder and that spark of empathy. He grunted, a less hostile sound this time. The heart seed is the heart of the glen, he admitted, his voice softening slightly. Its light feeds the glow petals, strengthens the whisper trees. Without it. He gestured with a clawed paw towards the far end of the glen. Anya followed his gaze and saw patches where the vibrant glow was dimmed. Leaves on the silver trees were turning brittle and gray, and some of the luminous flowers drooped, their light flickering weakly. A creeping blight, dark and shadowy, seemed to be spreading along the mossy ground. The glen was sick. The seed weakened when it was lost, Grumblehide sighed, a sound like wind through dry leaves. The shadow rot grew bold, my strength alone cannot hold it back forever. The seed needs to return to the heartstone at the glen's center to restore the balance, but the path is perilous now, choked by the rot. Anya looked from the suffering glen to the weary guardian, then to the seed pulsing trustingly in her hand. The call she felt wasn't just to bring the seed here, it was to help heal. I want to help, she said, her voice firmer than she felt. Please, show me the way. Grumblehide regarded her for a long moment. Friendship with a human. It defied every expectation, every tale of caution passed down through his long guardianship. Yet the seed had chosen her. And her eyes held the same quiet determination he saw reflected in the glen's own fading light. He gave a slow, ponderous nod. Very well, seed-bearer, we journey together, but be warned, the shadow rot twists perception and saps hope. Trust the seed's light, trust. He hesitated, then added gruffly, trust me. Their journey through the veiled glen was unlike any walk Anya had ever taken. Grumblehide moved with surprising silence for his size, guiding her around shimmering pools reflecting impossible starscapes, and beneath arches woven from living vines dripping with luminous dew. But the beauty was marred. The further they ventured towards the center, the thicker the shadow rot became. It crept over glowing moss, turning it dull and brittle. It choked the luminous streams, turning their water sluggish and dark. Strange, whispering voices seemed to coil at the edges of Anya's hearing, murmuring doubts. You're too small. You don't belong. The guardian will turn on you. You'll fail. Anya clutched the luminous seed tighter. Its warm pulse was a constant reassurance, a counterpoint to the cold whispers. She focused on Grumblehide's steady presence ahead, his shaggy fur catching the seed's light. When a patch of shadow rot seemed to writhe and reach for her ankles, Grumblehide let out a low, resonant growl that vibrated through the ground, causing the darkness to recoil momentarily. Ignore the whispers, seed-bearer, he rumbled. They feed on fear. Focus on the light within. They navigated treacherous ground where paths seemed to shift underfoot, guided only by the seed's increasingly strong pull and Grumblehide's innate knowledge of the land. He showed her how to step only on stones free of the rot, how to listen for the true song of the streams beneath the shadow rot's discordant hum. He pointed out resilient patches of glow petals, their light a beacon against the encroaching gloom. Anya, in turn, shared her knowledge of plants from her world, pointing out similarities in the structure of a luminous fern to a common wood sorrel. She spoke softly of her garden back home, the patience needed for seeds to sprout. Grumblehide listened, a low rumble in his chest that might have been the beginnings of understanding. Their bond, forged in shared purpose against the creeping darkness, became their strongest weapon. When Anya stumbled, exhausted and disheartened by the sheer scale of the blight, Grumblehide would nudge her gently with his broad head, his amber eyes offering silent encouragement. When a particularly aggressive tendril of shadow-rot lashed out towards Grumblehide, attempting to ensnare his leg, Anya didn't hesitate. She darted forward, holding the lumina seed high. Its light flared, pure and intense, driving the darkness back with a hiss like steam. Grumblehide looked at her, surprise and something akin to gratitude warming his fierce gaze. Finally, after what felt like days but could have been hours in the glen's timeless light, they reached the center. Here stood the Heartstone, a massive, natural pillar of clear crystal, taller than Grumblehide. Normally it would radiate a soft, all-encompassing light that bathed the entire glen. Now it was dull, its core clouded with swirling shadows. The shadow rot was thickest here, forming grasping tendrils that seemed to pulse with a malevolent life of their own, actively feeding on the Heartstone's diminished power. The air crackled with wrongness, thick and cold. The Heartstone is choked, Grumblehide growled, hackles rising. The seed must touch it, but the rot will not give up its prize easily. He positioned himself between Anya and the thickest mass of darkness, his claws unsheathed, a low, continuous growl emanating from his chest. Go, Seed-bearer, be swift, I will hold them. Anya took a deep breath, the luminous seed blazing like a tiny sun in her hand. Its light pushed back the oppressive gloom, creating a small circle of safety around her. She could feel the seed's yearning, its desperate desire to return home. Ignoring the icy fear prickling her skin and the shadow rot's frantic whispers that now screamed of failure and betrayal, she focused solely on the Heartstone. Step by careful step, she advanced. The shadow rot reacted violently. Tendrils lashed out like black whips. Grumblehide roared, a sound that shook the crystal pillars, and met them head-on, his powerful claws rending the darkness, his thick fur resisting its chilling touch. He was a whirlwind of moss-green fury, holding back the tide. But for every tendril he severed, two more seemed to writhe from the gloom. Anya reached the base of the Heartstone. The clouded crystal felt icy beneath her fingers. The shadow rot, sensing its goal threatened, concentrated its assault. A thick, snaking tendril shot past Grumblehide's defense, aiming straight for Anya. Time seemed to slow. She saw the darkness rushing towards her, felt its chilling breath. Instinct took over. Not fear, but a profound connection to the seed, to the glen, to the guardian fighting beside her. She didn't just place the seed, she offered it. Holding it gently against the cold crystal, she poured all her hope, her newfound courage, her belief in the glen's beauty, and her surprising friendship with Grumblehide into the tiny vessel of light. Come home, she whispered, her voice surprisingly clear in the chaos. The lumina seed flared with an incandescent brilliance that banished all shadows instantly. It wasn't just light, it was pure, radiant life. The light exploded outwards in a silent wave, pure white and gold, washing over the Heartstone, over Anya, over Grumblehide, and surging through the entire veiled glen. The effect was instantaneous and breathtaking. The shadow rot shrieked, a soundless vibration of pure negation, and dissolved like smoke in sunlight wherever the wave touched. The cloudiness within the Heartstone vanished, replaced by a deep, pulsing luminescence that welled up from its core. The light flowed outwards along the crystal veins in the ground, racing through the glen like liquid sunshine. Where the light passed, the blight vanished. Dull moss sprang back to vibrant, glowing green. Withered glow petals straightened, their petals bursting with renewed light amethyst, jade, gold, brighter than ever before. The whisper trees shed their brittle leaves, new silver foliage shimmering into existence. The dark streams cleared, bubbling with fresh, luminous water. The air itself warmed, filled with the sweet, heady perfume of countless rejuvenated blossoms, and the gentle, harmonious hum of the glen restored. The wave of light washed over Anya and Grumblehide, not as a force, but as a warm embrace, filling them with a profound sense of peace, wholeness, and interconnectedness. Grumblehide's growl subsided into a deep, resonant purr of pure contentment. He looked at Anya, his amber eyes no longer wary, but filled with a deep, abiding warmth and respect. Anya stepped back, her hand tingling where the seed had been. It was gone, fully absorbed into the heartstone, which now pulsed with a steady, powerful rhythm that vibrated through the soles of her feet, a heartbeat shared by the entire glen. The transformation was complete. The veiled glen wasn't just healed, it was alive, singing with light and vitality. Grumblehide lumbered over to her. He lowered his massive head, nudging her shoulder gently. Seed-bearer, he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. Anya, you did not just bring the seed home, you brought understanding, you brought friendship. The word felt new and precious on his tongue. They stood together in the radiant heart of the glen, bathed in its restored glory, no longer just a guardian and a human child, but partners bound by a shared journey and a healed world. Anya felt a warmth spread through her that had nothing to do with the glen's light. The loneliness she'd carried had dissolved, replaced by a profound sense of belonging not just to her village, but to something vast and wondrous. She had discovered hidden worlds not just in the glen but within herself, courage she didn't know she possessed, the strength found in trust, and the transformative power of kindness offered without expectation. Grumblehide guided her back towards the shimmering ivy curtain as the glen settled into its renewed rhythm. The journey back felt different. The path seemed clearer, the air sweeter. The Whisperwood trees seemed to lean in, acknowledging her passage. At the ivy curtain, Grumblehide stopped. The glen remembers its friends, Anya, he said. Your path home will be clear. Remember the light, remember the connection. It lives within you now as it lives within the seed within the stone. He nudged her gently towards the curtain. Go in peace, friend. Anya stepped through the cool ivy, emerging back into the familiar Whisperwood. Dawn was just breaking, painting the sky in soft pinks and golds. She looked back. The ivy curtain shimmered, but seemed ordinary now. Yet she knew the hidden world pulsed just beyond, healed and whole. And she knew she carried a piece of it within her. Walking back towards Willow Creek, Anya felt different. The world looked sharper, more vibrant. She noticed the intricate patterns of dew on spiderwebs, the determined push of a seedling through cracked earth, the chorus of birdsong not just noise, but a complex, beautiful song. The quiet girl who had left was returning, but she was no longer just quiet. She was filled with wonder, with a quiet confidence, and with a deep, resonant peace. Days turned into weeks. Anya tended her garden with renewed passion. Her plants thrived as never before, seeming to respond to the subtle warmth she now carried within her. She spoke less, perhaps, but listened more to the wind, to the creek, to the stories of her neighbors. She began to notice things others missed, the hidden nest of a song thrush, the first fragile bloom of a shy wildflower, the quiet worry in old Mr. Hemlock's eyes. She offered help not with loud proclamations, but with quiet actions, weeding his garden patch, leaving a basket of her unusually vibrant vegetables on his doorstep. One evening, sitting again on the stone bridge watching the fireflies, Anya wasn't alone with her solitude. She felt connected to the earth beneath her, to the water flowing past, to the stars beginning to prick the twilight sky, and to a hidden glen pulsing with light far within the Whisperwood. She understood now that the world was far more intertwined, far more magical, and far more resilient than she had ever imagined. True strength wasn't loud, it was the quiet persistence of a seed pushing through darkness towards the light. True friendship could bridge the widest gaps, born from shared purpose and unexpected trust. And magic wasn't just in glowing seeds or hidden glens. It was in the act of listening, of caring, of offering kindness against the shadows. A soft breeze rustled the reeds, carrying the scent of wood smoke and damp earth. Anya smiled, a small, contented curve of her lips. She closed her eyes, not to shut out the world, but to feel it more deeply. In the quiet space behind her eyelids, she could almost sense the steady, comforting pulse of the heartstone, a gentle reminder that light, once kindled, endures. And as the first stars began to shine like scattered luminous seeds in the vast velvet sky, Anya knew, with a certainty as deep as roots and as bright as the glen's restored heart, that she was exactly where she belonged, forever changed, forever connected, and forever cradled in the quiet magic of a world full of hidden wonders and unbreakable bonds. The fireflies danced around her, their tiny lights echoing the distant, eternal glow within the veiled glen and within her own peaceful heart. Sleep, when it came, was deep and dreamless, a gentle descent into the warm, safe embrace of the earth's own quiet song. Story 22. Leo lived in the sleepy village of Bramble Hollow, where cobblestone lanes wound between cottages with thatched roofs, and the air always smelled of baking bread and damp earth after rain. He was a quiet boy, content to watch ants march along mossy stones or trace the flight of swallows against the sky. His greatest treasure was a small, forgotten corner of the village attic, cluttered with generations of discarded things, cracked teacups, moth-eaten shawls, and a dusty wooden box he'd never opened. Until one rainy afternoon. The box was tucked beneath a broken rocking horse, its hinges stiff with age. Inside, nestled in faded velvet, lay a simple brass compass. Its glass face was clouded, and its needle didn't point north. Instead, it trembled and spun wildly whenever Leo held it, as if restless. Puzzled, he took it outside. The moment his fingers curled around the cool metal, the needle snapped still, pointing unwaveringly toward the whispering woods, a place elders spoke of in hushed tones, where shadows danced oddly and the wind carried faint, melodic sighs. Leo's heart thrummed with curiosity. This was no ordinary compass. It pointed, he realized, not to a direction, but to a longing. The next morning, as dew glittered on spiderwebs, Leo slipped into the woods. The compass pulled him deeper, past gnarled oaks with bark like wrinkled skin and ferns that brushed his ankles with feathery touches. Soon the path vanished, and the light grew dim and green. That's when he met his first helper. A badger, stout and gray-muzzled, shuffled from behind a fallen log. His eyes were deep pools of calm wisdom, and he spoke in a voice like stones rubbing together. "Lost young one or found," he rumbled. Leo showed him the compass. "Ah," said the badger, whose name was Thorn. "The heart-seeker, it guides not to places, but to what is missing in the soul. You seek something unseen." Thorn offered to accompany him, his steady presence a comfort in the deepening woods. The forest grew stranger. Trees leaned in as if listening, and glowing mushrooms pulsed softly on rotting stumps. Suddenly a flurry of russet feathers burst from the canopy, a robin with eyes like polished jet. She darted around Leo's head, chirping in a rapid, musical chatter. "Ooh, a heart-seeker and Thorn and a boy are you seeking? I can't help, I see everything from up high. My name is Pip." Pip's enthusiasm was infectious. She explained the woods were woven with old magic. Objects here sometimes held echoes of stories or hidden purposes. The compass, she trilled, was drawn to a profound emptiness nearby. For days they journeyed. Thorn navigated the treacherous ground, sinking bogs disguised by lily pads, thickets of thorny vines, while Pip soared ahead, scouting and singing snippets of woodland gossip. Leo's feet ached and his bread grew stale, but the compass needle never wavered. It led them to a clearing bathed in perpetual twilight, dominated by the grandest, saddest tree Leo had ever seen. An ancient willow, its silver leaves hung limp and gray, its branches drooping to touch the murky water of a stagnant pond. The air here was heavy with silence, broken only by a faint, sorrowful hum that seemed to come from the tree itself. At the willow's root sat a creature no taller than Leo's knee, hunched and shivering. He had moss-green skin, large ears like crumpled leaves, and eyes wide with fear. Clutched in his spindly fingers was a smooth, opalescent stone that glowed with a soft, inner light. The compass needle pointed straight at it. The willow's heartstone, Thorn murmured sadly. Stolen, without it she withers and her song fades. The woods grow colder because of it. The creature, a wood goblin named Nettle, flinched as they approached. Mine, he squeaked, hugging the stone. Pretty, found it shining, keeps the dark voices away. Here was the challenge. Nettle wasn't wicked, he was terrified. He'd taken the Heartstone because its gentle light silenced the frightening whispers that plagued him in the dark hollows of the woods. Force would make him flee, losing the stone forever. Wisdom was needed. Leo knelt, keeping his voice soft as dandelion fluff. It's very beautiful, Nettle. It makes you feel safe, doesn't it? The goblin nodded, eyes wary. Pip landed gently on Leo's shoulder. But see how sad the willow is, she chirped. Her song keeps the whole forest safe. Without it, the bad whispers get louder for everyone. Thorn added his rumble gentle, that stone's light is borrowed, little one. It belongs to the tree. Take it away and the light and the peace fades for all. Leo remembered something Pip had chattered about days earlier, a hidden grove where crystals grew like flowers, catching moonlight. What if, he said slowly, we found you another light, one just for you, a crystal from the Moonpetal Grove. Pip says they glow softly too. Hope flickered in Nettle's eyes. No tricks, he whispered. A light for just me. Leo promised. Thorn knew the grove's location, and Pip guided them swiftly through tangled paths. There, beneath a shaft of moonlight piercing the canopy, they found clusters of pale blue crystals embedded in a mossy bank. Leo carefully pried one loose. It fit in Nettle's palm, pulsing with a cool, serene light. Back at the willow, Nettle hesitated only a moment before placing the radiant heartstone into the hollow at the tree's base. As it settled, a wave of warmth pulsed outward. The willow's gray leaves flushed silvery green. Branches lifted, rustling with a sound like 1,000 gentle sighs harmonizing. The stagnant pond cleared, reflecting the now vibrant canopy. The sorrowful hum transformed into a soft, joyous melody that filled the clearing. Nettle hugged his new crystal, a shy smile on his face. Quiet now, he sighed. Just quiet and nice. The journey back felt lighter. Sunlight dappled paths that had seemed ominous before. Nettle, no longer afraid, scampered beside them, chattering about beetles and dewdrops. Thorn walked with a prouder stride, and Pip sang ballads of the willow's renewed song. When Bramble Hollow's chimneys came into view, Leo felt changed. He'd carried fear into the woods, but returned with understanding. He'd learned that some treasures aren't meant to be held tight, but shared, that the loudest magic often whispers, and that kindness could turn a thief into a friend. Back in his attic nook, Leo placed the compass beside the open box. Its needle now lay still and peaceful. It had found what was missing, not an object, but a connection, a purpose woven into the heart of the woods and his own. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the distant melody of the willow wove through his open window, a lullaby of restored magic and quiet joy. And in the ember glow of his small fireplace, the brass compass seemed to smile, its secret shared, its journey complete. For in helping the willow find her heart, Leo had found his own place in the wondrous, whispering world. Story 23. The soft hum of the Haven Nebula Station's life support system usually felt like a lullaby to Kalen, a small, moss-furred being from the mist-shrouded forests of Lyra 3. Tonight, though, the gentle vibrations did nothing to calm the flutter in their chest as they huddled near a viewport. Outside, the nebula swirled in ribbons of violet and gold, a sight that normally brought peace. But Kalen's delicate, leaf-shaped ears trembled, attuned to every sound in the station's common room. Their ship, the Whispering Seed, lay dormant in Docking Bay 3, its hyperdrive coils cracked beyond repair. Stranded far from home, Kalen felt as fragile as a dewdrop on a spider's web. In the opposite corner, Boren shifted his massive, stone-plated bulk on a reinforced bench. A geode-born engineer from the molten core world of Ignis Prime, he radiated warmth like a banked furnace. His crystalline eyes scanned a flickering star chart, frustration simmering in the low growl of his breathing. His own vessel, the Molten Forge, needed rare minerals only found in the Lyran system, minerals Kalen's people guarded fiercely. Boren's first attempt to communicate had been disastrous. He'd approached with a booming greeting, sending Kalen scrambling behind a hydroponic planter in terror. Now silence stretched between them, thick as asteroid dust. The misunderstanding festered. Kalen saw Boren's glowing fissures and rumbling steps as threats, reminders of Lyra's volcanic predators. Boren interpreted Kalen's skittishness and melodic, chiming speech as disdain. "Why won't the little one trust me?" he muttered, the sound vibrating the floor plates. Kalen flinched, their fur puffing like a dandelion seed caught in a breeze. Suddenly, the station lights flickered wildly. A bone-deep tremor rattled the walls, followed by a deafening crack from the ceiling. Dust rained down as emergency klaxons wailed, a sound like shrieking metal. Kalen shrieked, a high-pitched chime of pure panic, and bolted blindly. Boren surged to his feet, bracing against the quake. Structural breach, his voice boomed over the alarms. Deck 7. Kalen, darting for the door, collided with Boren's leg. They froze, expecting anger. Instead, Boren gently lowered a hand, palm open. "Safe path," he rumbled, softening his voice to a deep purr. "Follow." Kalen hesitated, then nodded, their large, luminous eyes wide with fear. Together they navigated shuddering corridors, lit only by strobing red lights. Boren shielded Kalen from falling debris with his own body, sparks glancing off his rocky hide. When a collapsed pipe blocked their way, Boren heaved it aside with a grunt, his joints groaning like shifting tectonic plates. "Quickly," he urged. Kalen scurried through, their tiny claws clicking on the grate. They reached the source, a gaping tear in the hull where a rogue comet fragment had struck. Deadly cosmic winds whistled through, frosting the walls. The breach was near engineering, threatening the station's oxygen recyclers. Boren scanned the damage, his internal heat making the ice around him sizzle. "Sealant foam reserves depleted," he groaned. "Need flexible barrier." Kalen chimed urgently, gesturing to the moss gardens in the adjacent arboretum. Boren frowned. "Plants not strong." Kalen trilled a series of notes, their small hands weaving patterns in the air, a story of Lyran canopy moss that hardened like iron when exposed to vacuum. Understanding dawned in Boren's crystalline eyes. "Life protects life," he murmured. Working side by side, they became a symphony of unlikely harmony. Boren used his heat to thaw frozen soil while Kalen, nimble and quick, harvested thick mats of iridescent moss. Boren lifted Kalen to reach high seams, his stony fingers surprisingly careful. Kalen guided him, their chimes now calm and directive. When Boren's strength waned from channeling constant heat, Kalen pressed a hand to his arm, sharing a pulse of bioluminescent energy, a Lyran gesture of kinship. Boren felt it, warm and bright as a sunrise on Ignis. "Little friend," he rumbled, touched. As they packed the final moss into the breach, the station shuddered again. A support beam groaned, shearing loose above Kalen. Borin lunged, wrapping Kalen in his arms just as the beam crashed onto his back. He roared, not in pain, but in defiance, holding the weight aloft. "Go," he gritted. "Seal it." Tears welled in Kalen's eyes as they scrambled to finish, patting the moss into place. It instantly fused, shimmering like stained glass. The howling wind ceased. Silence fell, broken only by Borin's labored breathing as he lowered the beam. In the sudden calm, they slumped together against the repaired wall. Borin's back was cracked, glowing fissures dimmed. Kalen examined it, their tiny hands brushing the fractures. They hummed a healing lullaby from Lyra, their voice soft as wind through ferns. To Borin, it felt like cool water on a burn. "You saved me," he said, awe softening his rumble. Kalen chimed gently, "And you me." They touched their chest, then Borin's, a universal gesture. Friendship wasn't in grand speeches, but in shared weight and whispered songs. Days later, the station hummed peacefully again. Illy, the elderly keeper, served them steaming mugs, spiced nebula root tea for Kalen, molten sulfur crystals for Borin, in the cozy common room. Borin had helped Kalen harvest hyperdrive crystals from Lyra's protected groves, proving trustworthiness. Kalen had shared navigation secrets, guiding Borin to Ignisa's minerals. Now they sat side by side, watching the nebula paint the viewport. Kalen rested against Borin's warm side, their fur no longer bristling. Borin's voice, when he spoke, was a low, contented murmur. Different worlds, same stars. Kalen chimed agreement, a sound like silver bells in a quiet forest. Their ships were repaired, but a new course was plotted together. The Whispering Seed and Molten Forge would travel as one, a testament to bridges built in the cold dark. As sleep gently tugged at them, Kalen curled into Borin's protective shadow, and Borin rested a heavy hand on Kalen's small shoulder. Outside, the nebula cradled the station in its luminous embrace, a reminder that even in the vast, silent expanse of space, warmth blooms where kindness takes root. And in that quiet corner of the universe, two hearts beat a new rhythm, not of fear or solitude, but of a friendship forged stronger than comet strike or cosmic wind. Story 24. In the cozy, cobblestone village of Whisperwood, where chimney smoke curled into cinnamon-scented spirals and daffodils chimed like tiny bells when the wind blew, lived two peculiar friends. Pip was a boy with hair the color of toasted marshmallows and an extraordinary gift. He could hear colors sing. Scarlet crooned bold ballads, while Periwinkle hummed lullabies that made teacups rattle. His best friend Luna wore patchwork overalls sewn from starlight scraps and had knees that glowed like fireflies whenever she told a fib, which happened often, for Luna adored tall tales. Their favorite place was the Giggling Grove, where trees swayed in waltz time and buttercup fairies polished dewdrops into disco balls at dawn. One misty morning, as Pip balanced on a rainbow-slicked log listening to emerald leaves harmonize, Luna crashed through the ferns, her knees blazing like twin lanterns. "Pip, disaster, the snippet snails have vanished." Now, snippet snails were vital to Whisperwood. Each no bigger than a thimble, they nibbled punctuation marks off storybooks and excreted shimmering story gems, tiny crystals that, when dropped in Mayor Puddlewick's soup cauldron, made the broth taste like adventures. Without them, the village's famous dream stew turned bland as boiled socks. Worse still, the book-eating caterpillars in the library were now overstuffed on unpunctuated sentences, hiccuping chaotic plot twists that unraveled tapestry carpets. Pip tilted his head. Hear that, the grove singing in grayscale, something's stolen the joy notes. Luna's knees dimmed guiltily. I might have borrowed 3 story gems to make my pet rock recite limericks, but I returned them, mostly. Their investigation began at Mossy Merc's Curiosity Shop, a leaning tower of teapots and taxidermied tumbleweeds. Merc himself was napping inside a suspended grandfather clock, snoring in fluttering snores that smelled of peppermint. "Find the snails," he mumbled, eyelids flapping like moth wings. "Check Pudding Cup Peak, saw glittery trails heading uphill, but mind the quibble quails, they're nesting." Pudding Cup Peak was a mountain of wobbling vanilla custard, topped with candied cloud. Halfway up they encountered the quibble quails, plump birds who argued in rhyming couplets. "No entry, no entry," squawked one, puffing speckled feathers. "Our eggs are too precious, too rare, and too polka-dotted." Luna's knees flickered. Ridiculous, eggs can't be polka-dotted. Instantly 6 eggs rolled from their nest, each covered in perfect cerulean dots. The quails gasped. Sorcery seized the nearly-glow girl. A chaotic chase ensued. Pip and Luna slid down custard slopes on tortoiseshell sleds, dodging quail feathers and rogue blueberries that rained like sticky hail. At the peak they found not snails, but a glum, glitter-dusted badger named Barnaby balancing on a unicycle. Trying to distract the quails, he panted. "They've been stealing story gems for their nest bling. Your snails followed the trail into the thistle tunnel." The thistle tunnel was a prickly passage behind a waterfall of lemonade. Inside, walls pulsed with bioluminescent moss, painting everything in watery sapphire light. And there, trapped in a sticky spiderweb spun from spun sugar, huddled the snippet snails. But these weren't ordinary snails. Each wore a miniature silk waistcoat and tiny spectacles, and they wept iridescent tears that hardened into story gems on the floor. "Oh, woe," wept the eldest snail, Tranquil. "We fled when Luna's rock recited rude limericks, but this dreadful web caught us mid-escape." Luna's knees blazed crimson. "I taught him one teensy limerick about turnips." Pip sighed. "We need to free them, but that web's tougher than Granny Gurney's fruitcake." Just then, Barnaby trundled in, juggling quail eggs. Distraction worked, also brought snacks. He tossed an egg. It hit the web and the polka dots peeled off, transforming into pacifier-shaped keys that dissolved the sugar threads. The snails tumbled free with grateful sighs. But calamity struck. The freed web strands, now sentient and offended, coiled into a giant, sugary serpent that hissed sherbet breath. "You ruined my art," it rasped, lunging. Pip yelped, hearing its roar as a cacophony of sour brass notes. Luna grabbed Tranquil. "Quick, recite something polite, something sweet." The snail cleared his throat. "Ahem, ode to a dust bunny. Your fluff is quite grand, though seldomly planned." The serpent paused, mesmerized by the iambic pentameter. Seizing the moment, Barnaby lobbed a custard snowball. Splat. The serpent dissolved into a harmless puddle of rainbow sprinkles. Back in Whisperwood, the snails resumed duty with gusto. Mayor Puddlewick's stew bubbled with tales of dragons, who sneezed confetti, and mermaids, who knitted seaweed socks. As for Luna, her punishment was sweeping the library's hiccuping caterpillars. But Pip found joy in the chaos. The caterpillars now hiccuped in perfect hacus, making the bookshelves shiver with giggles. Luna's pet rock, reformed by Tranquil's stern lecture, recited etiquette handbooks in iambic pentameter. And every evening, when the moon rose like a pearl button in the sky, Pip and Luna sat on the rainbow log, listening to the grove sing in jubilant technicolor, a symphony only true friends could hear, lulling Whisperwood into dreams spun from starlight and second chances. Story 25. The village of Glowberry Glen nestled in the valley, where the whispering brook giggled its way over smooth, sun-warmed stones. Here dappled sunlight painted the mossy ground gold and green, and the air always smelled faintly of cinnamon and damp earth. It was home to creatures both ordinary and wonderfully odd, like Oliver the Hedgehog, whose spines were perpetually tangled with tiny, perfect knots tied by invisible sprites, and Pip, a firefly whose light flickered in time with his excited chattering. Pip was currently buzzing frantic circles around Oliver's head. Oliver, Oliver, it's gone, vanished, disappeared like dew at noon. His light pulsed erratically, casting frantic shadows. Oliver, meticulously untangling a particularly stubborn knot near his left ear with a small silver comb, paused. What's gone, Pip, your sense of direction again? Remember the great mushroom mix-up. No, worse, much worse. Pip zipped down, hovering inches from Oliver's nose. The color from Mrs. Thistledown's prize-winning peonies. They were the brightest, happiest pink this morning, like spun sugar clouds at sunset. Now they are beige. Oliver blinked. Beige peonies. In Glowberry Glen. That was like saying the Whispering Brook had forgotten how to giggle. Utterly impossible. Beige, he repeated, his voice thick with disbelief. Lead the way, Pip. They scurried and buzzed towards Mrs. Thistledown's cottage, a charming structure woven from living willow branches and roofed with overlapping lily pads. Sure enough, the magnificent peony bush, usually a riot of exuberant pink, now drooped under the weight of petals the exact shade of oatmeal. Mrs. Thistledown, a plump badger with spectacles perched precariously on her snout, was wringing her paws. Oh, Oliver, Pip, it's dreadful. One moment they were glorious, the next poof, bland as biscuit crumbs, and look. She pointed a trembling claw towards her window box. The forget-me-nots, their lovely sky blue, gone, replaced by, well, gray. Oliver surveyed the scene. It wasn't just Mrs. Thistledown's garden. The usually vibrant bluebells carpeting the forest floor near the cottage looked washed out, like faded denim. Even the emerald moss seemed somehow muted. This is serious, Oliver murmured, a knot of worry forming beneath his own tangled spines. It's like the joy is leaking right out of the glen. Just then, Luna the deer trotted gracefully into view. Luna moved with the quiet grace of moonlight on water, and her large, dark eyes held a deep, calming wisdom. Her normally sleek, russet-brown coat, however, looked strangely dull. "Greetings, friends," she said, her voice soft as rustling leaves. "Have you noticed a certain lack of zing?" "We have," Pip blurted, his light flashing indignantly. "Colors are vanishing, like thieves in the night." "Color thieves." Luna tilted her elegant head, pondering. An intriguing notion, but why and how? She lowered her head, sniffing delicately at the beige peony. No scent of magic, but perhaps the absence is the magic." "Absence?" Oliver puzzled, tapping his comb against his paw. "You mean something is taking the color?" "Perhaps," Luna mused. "But not maliciously, I think. Look." She nudged her nose towards a patch of ground near the peonies. Tiny, almost imperceptible footprints, no larger than pinpricks, led away from the bush and vanished into the thick moss bordering the Whispering Brook. They shimmered faintly, like dust motes catching the sun. Minuscule footprints. Pip gasped, zooming down for a closer look. Shimmery ones made by color thieves. "We need to follow them," Oliver declared, his practical nature kicking in. "Pip, you fly ahead, scout for more prints. Luna, your keen eyes and nose will be invaluable. I'll untangle any obstacles." He brandished his comb with newfound determination. The trail led them deeper into the glen, towards the giggling grotto, a hidden cave where the Whispering Brook bubbled up from underground springs. The shimmering footprints grew more numerous, converging on the cave entrance, which was usually framed by luminous glow moss. Tonight, the moss was a sickly yellow-green. Inside the grotto, the sound of the brook was amplified, a cheerful counterpoint to the strange scene before them. The cave walls, usually adorned with streaks of luminous minerals in blues, purples, and greens, were now uniformly drab gray. But clustered near the water's edge, bathed in a soft, ethereal light emanating from the pool itself, were dozens upon dozens of tiny creatures. They were mice, but not ordinary mice. These were no bigger than Oliver's thumb, and they shimmered with a faint, pearlescent sheen. Each one wore a tiny, jauntily angled hat woven from spider silk and flower petals. And they were incredibly busy. Using impossibly small paintbrushes made from single eyelashes and thistledown, they were meticulously daubing stolen color onto bubbles. Not ordinary bubbles, though. These bubbles floated serenely above the spring, glowing softly from within. They weren't popping, they seemed stable, like tiny, fragile lanterns. And inside each bubble, swirling and shifting like captured rainbows, were the stolen hues, misses, thistledown's vibrant pink, the forget-me-not sky blue, the bluebell's azure, even the deep russet of Luna's coat. Pip's light flickered in astonishment. They are painting bubbles. One mouse, slightly larger than the others, and wearing a tiny acorn cap like a crown, looked up. "Ah, visitors," he squeaked in a surprisingly clear, high-pitched voice. "Welcome to the Chroma Cavalcade, admiring our work, isn't it simply divine?" He gestured grandly with his tiny brush, dripping a bead of stolen moss green onto a new bubble. "Your work." Oliver sputtered, trying to keep his spines from bristling indignantly. "You stole those colors from the flowers from Luna." The Mouse King puffed out his shimmering chest. "Stole, perish the thought, we liberated, we are the chroma pixies. We harvest hues that are underappreciated, trapped in petals and fur, we give them freedom, look." He pointed a tiny paw. Inside the painted bubbles, the colors swirled and danced with an inner light, pulsing gently like captured fireflies. They sing now, they have purpose, they are art. Luna stepped forward, her calm presence filling the grotto. "It is beautiful," she conceded softly, gazing at the swirling rainbows. "But your art has caused sadness, the glen has lost its vibrancy, joy is fading with the colors." The Pixie King's tiny shoulders slumped slightly. "Sadness, we only wanted to make the colors happier. They seemed bored, stuck in one place." "Perhaps," Luna suggested gently, "colors find their greatest happiness not just in being beautiful, but in being shared, in making the world around them bright. A flower's pink brings joy to Mrs. Thistledown, the blue of the sky reflected in the brook brings peace. My coat's russet is part of the forest's tapestry. Trapped inside bubbles, even beautiful ones, they cannot share their gift." The chroma pixies stopped their painting. They looked from their glowing bubble lanterns to the drab cave walls, then to Oliver's knotted spines, Pip's flickering light, and Luna's dull coat. A collective tiny sigh rustled through them. "Oh dear," squeaked the Pixie King, twisting his little acorn cap. "We hadn't thought, we just love making the colors dance. We didn't mean to dim the glen." Oliver, ever practical, saw an opportunity. "You love making them dance, and you love art." The pixies nodded eagerly. What if you shared your art with the glen? Instead of trapping the colors, you set them free to dance everywhere." A spark lit up the Pixie King's tiny eyes. "Set them free, but how?" Pip zipped excitedly. "With bubbles, your bubbles float. What if you painted them, but then let them go out into the glen?" Luna smiled. A parade of color, a chroma cavalcade indeed. The pixies chattered excitedly. This was a new, thrilling idea. They scrambled, gathering their tiny brushes and pots of stolen color. With incredible speed and skill, they began painting the bubbles that naturally formed on the spring's surface. But instead of sealing the color inside, they painted swirling patterns onto the bubbles' surfaces, using the stolen hues like luminous ink. "Ready," cried the Pixie King. "Release the cavalcade." With a collective, delicate puff, the chroma pixies blew the painted bubbles out of the grotto entrance. Dozens, then hundreds, of bubbles floated out into the twilight air of Glowberry Glen. They weren't solid color inside, they were transparent, but their surfaces shimmered with intricate, swirling patterns in every stolen hue: vibrant pinks, sky blues, deep russets, emerald greens. The setting sun caught them, transforming them into floating, stained glass lanterns. The effect was breathtaking. Rainbows danced across the mossy ground, painted the trunks of the ancient oaks, and shimmered on the surface of the Whispering Brook. A bubble painted with forget-me-not blue drifted past Mrs. Thistledown's window, and as its light touched the beige peonies, the vibrant pink flooded back into the petals, brighter than ever. Another bubble, swirling with russet, brushed against Luna's flank, and her coat instantly regained its deep, healthy sheen. The bluebells perked up, their azure restored as bubbles patterned with their hue floated over them. Laughter replaced worry. Mrs. Thistledown clapped her paws. Pip zoomed through the rainbow lights, his own glow pulsing in joyous harmony. Oliver watched, a knot of pure delight forming in his chest, forgetting even his tangled spines. The pixies, riding on the backs of larger bubbles like tiny, shimmering charioteers, cheered. "Look, look, the colors are dancing everywhere, and they're sharing their beauty," squeaked the king. It's magnificent." From that day on, the chroma pixies became beloved artists of Glowberry Glen. Every evening, just as dusk painted the sky, they would gather at the giggling grotto. Using colors freely offered by the flowers, a petal's worth of pink, a leaf's hint of green, or borrowed temporarily from a friendly firefly's glow or a deer's sunlit flank, always returned immediately after, they would paint their luminous patterns onto the spring's bubbles. Then, with a joyful puff, they'd release the chroma cavalcade. The bubbles would drift through the glen, painting the twilight with fleeting, magical rainbows before popping with a soft PFFT, releasing the borrowed colors back to their sources, unharmed and often even brighter for the adventure. The pixies got to create their art, the colors danced freely, and the glen glowed with shared joy and wonder. As Oliver settled into his mossy bed that first magical night, watching a bubble painted with starlight patterns drift past his window, he felt a deep contentment. Pip, snuggled nearby, murmured, "Best problem ever solved, Oliver. Even better than the great mushroom mix-up." Oliver chuckled, a low, rumbling sound like stones in the brook. "Indeed, Pip, sometimes," he yawned, the dancing lights lulling him. "The most beautiful solutions come from sharing the colors, not hoarding them." And as the last chroma cavalcade bubble popped, scattering diamond-bright sparkles that faded into the velvet darkness, Glowberry Glen sighed happily, its colors safe, its magic shared, and its dreams filled with swirling, joyful rainbows. The stars above winked, looking just a little brighter than before. Story 26. The ancient forest of Whisperwood breathed with a rhythm older than memory. Moonlight, thick as cream, spilled through the canopy of ancient oaks and whispering pines, painting the mossy floor in shifting patterns of silver and shadow. The air hummed with the secret symphony of the night, the cheer-up of crickets, the soft rustle of a vole beneath ferns heavy with dew, the distant hoot of an owl echoing like a question in the velvet dark. Here, where the roots of the world ran deep, the veil between the seen and unseen was gossamer thin. In a hollow beneath the vast, gnarled roots of the grandmother oak lived a small community of creatures bound by an unspoken pact of harmony. There was Thistle, a rabbit with fur the color of storm clouds and eyes that held the quiet wisdom of many seasons. Beside her burrow lived Pip, a squirrel whose boundless energy was matched only by his kindness, his tail a constant plume of russet against the green. High above, in a snug knothole warmed by the rising sun, perched Silas, an old owl whose feathers held the gray of twilight and whose gaze saw far beyond the immediate. Their world was woven with magic, as naturally as spiderwebs glistened with dawn dew. The seasons weren't just changes in weather, they were living currents of energy. Spring arrived on the breath of warm zephyrs, carrying the scent of waking earth and the first shy crocuses, coaxing the sap to rise in a visible, golden shimmer along the birch trunks. Summer brought the green song, a low, resonant hum from the deepest roots that pulsed through the ground, felt rather than heard, making the leaves vibrate with vibrant life. Autumn painted the woods in fiery hues, and the falling leaves weren't merely discarded. They swirled in intricate patterns, guided by unseen currents, whispering secrets as they settled. Winter, under a blanket of pristine snow, was a time of crystalline silence and deep dreaming, where frost fairies traced ephemeral lace on every surface, vanishing with the first touch of sunlight. The guardians of this delicate balance were the lumina, tiny creatures of pure light who resembled fireflies but were born from the forest's heart. They danced perpetually, their soft, golden glow not just illuminating, but nourishing. Their light fed the shyest mosses, guided the pollen on the night breeze, and kept the deep magic of the woods pulsing steadily. Thistle often watched them from her burrow entrance, their gentle radiance warming her fur like a miniature sun. But this summer the green song faltered. A strange, unsettling stillness descended. The air grew thick and heavy, tasting of dust rather than damp earth and pine. The streams, usually chattering merrily over smooth stones, ran sluggish and low, their song reduced to a weary murmur. Most worrying of all, the lumina were dimming. Their once vibrant gold flickered weakly, like candles guttering in a draught. Pip, scampering worriedly along a branch, noticed patches of moss turning brittle and brown, where the lumina light no longer touched. The light fades, Silas observed one evening, his voice a low rumble in the stillness. He shifted on his perch, feathers rustling softly. The green song is choked, the forest holds its breath. Thistle twitched her nose, inhaling the stale air. What troubles the heart would wise Silas? The stream's whisper of thirst, the moss sighs for light. Silas swiveled his head slowly, his great eyes scanning the moonlit expanse. The balance trembles, the deep springs beneath the stone hills grow weary. Their song, which feeds the roots and calls the rain, weakens. He spoke of ancient ley lines, veins of earth magic that carried the forest's vital energy. Something blocks their flow. Without the spring's pulse, the green song fades and the lumina starve. Pip, tail twitching anxiously, chattered, but how? Who would block the springs? Not who, young Pip, Silas corrected gently. More likely what? A great stone, perhaps shifted by the last heavy rains, has tumbled into the mouth of the main spring cavern beneath the weeping willow. Or the roots of the ancient ash have grown thick and tangled, choking the channel. The magic cannot flow freely. Thistle felt a pang of sorrow deep in her chest. She remembered her own grandmother's stories, told in the soft darkness of the burrow, about the great drought when she was young. Grandmother Willow, Thistle murmured, thinking of the ancient tree whose long branches trailed in the largest forest pool, fed by the springs. She feels the thirst most deeply. Her tears fall silent now. The creatures knew they had to act. The wisdom of generations flowed through them, passed down in stories, in the feel of the earth, in the patterns of the stars. Silas, keeper of ancient lore, remembered a tale told by his own mentor, an owl long gone to starlight. To move the stone or untangle the roots, he intoned, requires not force but harmony. The deep magic answers to the pure heart and the shared song. What song? Pip asked, his bright eyes wide. The song of the source, Silas explained. The first song the forest ever knew. It sleeps in the heart of every living thing here. If we can wake it together at the place of the blockage with offerings of pure intent, it might persuade the stone to shift or the roots to loosen. The journey to the stone hills beneath the weeping willow was solemn. Thistle led the way, her sensitive paws feeling the unusual dryness of the earth. Pip bounded alongside, collecting small tokens, a perfectly round river stone smoothed by time, a vibrant green leaf still holding the morning dew, a a feather shed by a blue jay. Selas flew above, a silent, watchful shadow against the moon. As they neared the weeping willow, the air grew noticeably heavier, charged with a silent ache. The great willow's branches hung limp, the pool at her feet shallow and still, reflecting the worried faces of the creatures who gathered. Beneath the willow's massive roots, hidden behind a curtain of hanging moss, lay the entrance to the spring cavern. The air here was cool but stale. A faint, sorrowful sigh seemed to emanate from the darkness within. Thistle carefully pushed aside the moss. Inside the cavern mouth, barely visible in the dim light filtering through the entrance, lay a massive, moss-covered boulder. Thick, ancient roots from the willow snaked around it, swollen and tight, like desperate fingers trying to hold back the inevitable. "This is the trouble," Selas hooted softly, landing beside the entrance. The stone blocks the roots bind. Pip placed his gathered tokens carefully at the cavern entrance, the stone for earth, the leaf for life, the feather for air. Thistle added a small, perfectly formed pine cone she had carried, for resilience. They sat in a small circle, the dim flickers of the weakened lumina casting frail, dancing shadows on the cavern walls. "How do we sing the song of the source?" Thistle whispered, her voice barely audible over the sighing of the willow. "Close your eyes," Selas instructed, his voice a soothing murmur. "Feel the forest around you, feel the earth beneath you, the air on your fur, the scent of pine and damp stone. Remember the taste of fresh rain, the warmth of the sun on your back, the cool kiss of dew. Remember the sound of the stream laughing, the wind singing through the leaves, the lumina humming. These are all parts of the song. Let your heart find its note." Silence fell, deep and expectant. Thistle closed her eyes. She felt the cool, gritty earth beneath her paws, smelled the rich scent of loam and ancient stone. She remembered the joyous leap of her kits in the spring clover, the comforting weight of Pip leaning against her during a storm, the steady, wise presence of Selas watching over them. She thought of the lumina's fading light and felt a surge of pure love for her home, a fierce desire for its well-being. A soft, low hum started deep in her chest, unbidden, a vibration of pure belonging. Beside her, Pip, usually so restless, sat perfectly still. He remembered the thrill of finding the first ripe acorn, the cool sweetness of wild berries, the safe embrace of the grandmother oak's roots. His love was bright and energetic, a spark of pure joy. A higher, clearer note joined Thistle's hum, fluttering like a bird's wing. Selas, his old heart beating steadily, remembered countless moonrises, the silent flight through star-strewn skies, the deep, resonant pulse of the forest's lifeblood flowing strong. His love was ancient and vast, a foundation of quiet strength. His note was a deep, resonant thrum, like the lowest string of a harp plucked by the wind. Their three notes, Thistle's grounding hum, Pip's joyful trill, Selas's deep resonance wove together. They weren't singing a melody, they were being the melody, vibrating with the essence of Whisperwood itself. The sound grew not loud but profound, filling the small space before the cavern. It resonated in the earth, thrummed in the air. The few lumina nearby glowed slightly brighter, drawn to the pure energy. As their shared song swelled, something magical happened. The moss covering the boulder began to shimmer with a soft, internal light. The thick willow roots twitched, then slowly, almost imperceptibly, began to loosen their desperate grip. Tiny cracks appeared in the dry earth around the boulder, glistening with moisture. The sigh from the cavern deepened, shifting from sorrow to something like relief. A faint trickle of water, clear and cold, seeped from beneath the boulder. Then another. The trickle became a small stream, gurgling happily as it found its way past the loosened roots and the slightly shifted stone. The sound was like tiny bells ringing pure and clear. The sighing stopped. A deep, contented rumble, like distant thunder but warm and welcoming, echoed from the depths of the cavern. The blocked spring was free. Water, cold and sweet-smelling, began to flow steadily from the cavern mouth, rejoining the thirsty pool beneath the weeping willow. As the water touched the willow's thirsty roots, the great tree shuddered, not with pain, but with profound relief. A shower of diamond-bright droplets fell from her branches, not tears of sorrow, but tears of pure, cleansing joy. Outside, the effect was immediate. The heavy, stagnant air lifted, replaced by a fresh, cool breeze carrying the scent of water and awakened earth. The dim lumina flared back to life, their golden light suddenly strong and steady, bathing the glade in a warm, welcoming radiance. High above, the leaves of the grandmother oak shimmered as if touched by an unseen hand, and a soft, resonant hum, the true, strong green song, pulsed through the ground, up through the roots and into the very air. Thistle, Pip, and Silas opened their eyes. The cavern entrance glistened with flowing water. The willow stood taller, her branches lifted, dripping liquid moonlight. The lumina danced in jubilant spirals, their light reflecting off the newly filled pool. The forest breathed again. They made their way back through the moonlit woods, now alive with renewed energy. The streams chuckled over stones, the crickets sang with renewed vigor, and the scent of damp moss and night-blooming flowers filled the air. Back at the grandmother oak, the other creatures gathered, drawn by the returning light and the palpable shift in the air. Fireflies, ordinary, yet no less magical, winked in the ferns. Silas settled on his branch, surveying the restored harmony. "The balance is delicate," he said, his voice soft but carrying. "Like a spider's web glistening with dew, it requires care, attention, and the harmony of many voices. The wisdom of the old guides, the energy of the young, and the pure love of all who call this place home." Thistle curled up in her moss-lined burrow, the comforting thrum of the green song vibrating gently beneath her. Pip nestled close, his tail a warm blanket. Above them, Silas watched the stars, his old heart full. The lumina drifted peacefully through the clearing, their golden light steady and strong, painting the ancient trees in warm hues. The forest of Whisperwood sighed, a sound of deep contentment, and settled into the peaceful embrace of the moonlit night, its magic flowing freely once more, a testament to the enduring power of harmony, shared wisdom, and the quiet courage found in friendship. All was well, deep in the heart of the ancient woods. Sleep gently now, beneath the watchful stars. Story 27. Story 27. On the tranquil space station Stardust Haven, where the observation decks hummed with the gentle warmth of recycled air and stars glittered like scattered sugar crystals against velvet darkness, two beings watched the cosmos. Kalen, from the moss-draped forests of Veridia, stood no taller than a child. His fur, the color of twilight moss, rippled softly in the climate-controlled breeze, and his large, liquid eyes reflected nebulas with quiet wonder. Beside him, towering and angular, was Zorik, a crystalline entity from the diamond caves of Krillin. Light fractured across his multifaceted body, painting rainbows on the walls, but his posture was rigid, his thoughts locked behind an unreadable, glittering surface. Their mission should have been simple: study the newly discovered moon, Luminara, rich in flora and minerals. But from the start, misunderstanding bloomed like thorned vines. When Kalen offered a sprig of sweet-scented starlight fern, a Veridian gesture of goodwill, Zorik recoiled, mistaking the tender leaves for invasive contaminants. "Organic matter disrupts my resonance," he intoned, voice like grinding quartz. Kalen's ears drooped. To him, rejection felt like winter frost on spring buds. Later, as their shuttle descended to Luminara's surface, Zorik emitted a low, harmonic hum to steady his nerves, a Krillian comfort. To Kalen's sensitive hearing, it was a deafening drone. "Must you shatter the silence?" he chirped, whiskers trembling. Zorik's facets dimmed, interpreting the complaint as disdain. Then catastrophe struck. A solar flare, silent and swift, crippled their engines. The shuttle lurched, alarms wailing like lost birds, and crash-landed in a valley of shimmering violet sands. Sparks fizzed, smoke coiled bitter as burnt metal. Outside, Luminara's twin suns beat down, hot enough to make the air waver like molten glass. Inside, despair settled cold and heavy. Kalen huddled near a cracked viewport, trembling. "We'll never fix this alone," he whispered, the scent of fear sharp in his throat. Zorik, scanning the damage with prismatic eyes, rumbled, "Your fragility complicates survival." The words stung, but necessity bridged the gap. "Then teach me strength," Kalen said softly, "and I'll show you patience." Their first shared challenge came at dusk, when the temperature plunged. Frost feathered the shuttle's hull, and a keening wind howled through the valley. Kalen, shivering, remembered Veridia's icy streams. "We need warmth," he murmured. Zorik, though impervious to cold, noticed the tiny creature's distress. With effort he focused his internal energy, directing fractured light into a beam that glowed like captured sunshine. Kalen crept closer, fur soaking in the gentle heat. "It feels like dawn on the moss meadows," he sighed. Zorik's hum softened, almost melodic. "Describe these meadows," he requested. As Kalen spoke of dewdrops on emerald fronds and the perfume of night-blooming vines, Zorik understood. Beauty could be soft, not just unyielding stone. Daybreak revealed greater perils. Jagged crevices split the land, and silicon serpents, drawn by the shuttle's energy, slithered near. When one struck at Kalen, Zorik moved with surprising speed, his crystalline arm deflecting the fangs. The impact chipped his surface, sending pain vibrations through his core. Kalen, without hesitation, gathered luminescent lichen from a nearby rock, a poultice his people used for wounds. "This might help," he offered. Skeptical but touched, Zorik allowed the application. To his shock, the lichen's bioluminescence soothed the ache, knitting his structure with cool, blue light. "You healed me," Zorik resonated, wonder in his tone. "And you shielded me," Kalen replied. "We're even." The truest test came when they sought water. A cave promised respite, but inside, the walls pulsed with unstable energy crystals. "They'll detonate if disturbed," Zorik warned, recognizing the resonant frequency. But Kalen spotted trickling water deep within, their only hope. "I can navigate tight spaces," he said. "Guide me." So Zorik did, using his knowledge of harmonics to murmur safe paths. Left, where the crystal sings F-sharp. Now right, avoid the low G. Kalen, small and agile, wove through the maze, collecting water in a leaf cup. When he emerged, Zorik's relief shimmered like a prism catching flame. "You were brilliant," he hummed. Kalen beamed. "We were brilliant." Days passed in harmony. Kalen taught Zorik to read the subtle signs of Luminara's flora, how silverleaf trees meant underground springs, how buzzing pollen drifters foretold storms. Zorik showed Kalen the stories written in stone layers, the poetry of pressure and time. One evening, as the twin moons rose, casting the valley in pearl and amethyst light, they sat by a fire of glowing crystals. Kalen shared his deepest fear. "On Veridia, solitude is a slow withering. I thought you found me insignificant." Zorik's facets flickered. "On Krillin, vulnerability is danger. I believed your kindness concealed weakness." He paused, light pulsing gently. "But you are the strongest being I know." Kalen nestled against Zorik's warm, radiant side. "And you're the gentlest." Rescue arrived when Zorik, channeling starlight through his body, signaled the Stardust Haven with a beacon of rainbow brilliance. Back on the station, they stood again at the observation deck, but now Kalen's chirps harmonized with Zorik's hums as they recounted their tale. Their research flourished, Kalen's botany and Zorik's geology intertwining like roots and bedrock. One night, Kalen gifted Zorik a terrarium. Viridian ferns thriving beside Crillian crystal dust. A shared world, he said. Zorik placed a smooth, light-filled stone in Kaelin's paws. And a fragment of my home to remind you that you're never alone. As the stars wheeled outside, warm and constant, they understood. Friendship wasn't about being the same, but about becoming a sanctuary for each other's differences. And in the quiet hum of the station, side by side, they watched the universe unfold, a tapestry woven with trust, one gentle, starlit thread at a time. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars. "And you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. 37. Story 38. Story 39. In the heart of a gentle valley, cradled by rolling hills and whispering woods, there lay a quaint little village known as Willowbrook. Its cobblestone paths wound through fields of wildflowers and past homes with thatched roofs that seemed to smile warmly at the sun. The air was always sweet with the scent of lavender and honey, and the breeze carried the soft, melodic hum of the brook that gave the village its name. In this charming village lived a young woman named Marin. She was known for her kindness and gentle spirit, her presence as soothing as the brook itself. Yet Marin carried within her a quiet turmoil. Life in Willowbrook, though beautiful, felt too predictable for her restless heart. She longed for change, for something beyond the familiar patterns of her days. But the thought of stepping beyond the comfort of her village made her anxious, like a bird hesitant to leave its nest. Marin often found solace in the whispering woods at the edge of the village. There she would sit beneath the ancient oak, its branches stretching like arms to embrace the sky, and listen to the symphony of rustling leaves and chirping crickets. One evening, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky with hues of gold and lavender, Marin noticed something peculiar. Tiny orbs of light began to dance around her, flickering like distant stars brought to earth. These were the will-o'-the-wisps, mischievous yet wise spirits that flitted through the woods on gentle wings. They had watched Marin many times, sensing her inner conflict. As the wisps swirled around her, they whispered in voices like the tinkling of wind chimes, "Follow us, Marin, and discover the magic within." Curiosity, mixed with a sprinkle of courage, tugged at Marin's heart. She rose to her feet and followed the wisps deeper into the woods, where the air grew cooler and the shadows danced with an ethereal glow. The path was narrow, and the canopy of leaves above was thick, but the light of the wisps guided her safely through. As they journeyed deeper, the forest began to change. The trees shimmered with a silvery sheen, and the flowers glowed with an inner light. It was as if Marin had stepped into a realm where magic wove through the very fabric of nature. Finally, they arrived at a clearing where a crystal-clear lake lay cradled in the arms of the forest, its surface reflecting the twinkling stars above. The wisps circled over the lake, creating gentle ripples that danced across the water. Marin approached the edge and gazed into the depths, her reflection mingling with the starlit sky. As she watched, her reflection began to shift, revealing not only her outward form, but the vibrant essence of who she truly was, a tapestry of dreams, fears, and untapped strength. "Change is not to be feared, dear Marin," the wisps chimed softly. "It is the very essence of growth. Just as the seasons transform the world around us, so too must we evolve to discover our true selves." Marin listened, the words sinking into her heart like seeds into fertile soil. In that moment, she understood that change, though daunting, was a part of life's natural rhythm. It was the key to unlocking her potential and embracing the wonders beyond the horizon of her familiarity. With newfound clarity, Marin thanked the wisps, her voice a gentle breeze through the trees. "I see now that change is not my enemy, but my guide. I will embrace it with an open heart." The wisps twinkled with joy, their light brighter than ever. Remember, Marin, you are never alone. We, and all of Willowbrook, are here to support you." With that, the wisps began to drift away, their light fading softly into the night. Marin lingered by the lake, breathing in the cool, fragrant air, her heart beating with the rhythm of the world around her. She felt a sense of peace, as if the forest itself had enveloped her in a loving embrace. When she returned to Willowbrook, the village seemed to glow with a new light, as if seen through eyes that had awakened to its hidden beauty. The cobblestones beneath her feet felt familiar yet inviting, like an old friend encouraging her onward. In the days that followed, Marin began to explore new paths within her life. She took up painting, capturing the vibrant colors of the valley and the magic of the woods on her canvas. She joined the village's evening gatherings more often, sharing stories and laughter beneath the stars. And with each new experience, she felt herself blossoming, like a flower opening to the morning sun. The villagers noticed the change in Marin, and they welcomed it with open arms. Her journey of self-discovery inspired others to embrace their own transformations, creating a ripple of growth throughout Willowbrook. Together, they learned that while change could be uncertain, it was also a gateway to the extraordinary. As the seasons turned and the valley transformed with the passage of time, Marin's heart remained steadfast and open. She knew that life's journey was a tapestry of moments, each thread woven with love, courage, and the magic of embracing one's true self. And so, with the woods whispering their timeless song and the brook humming its gentle lullaby, Marin found her place in the world, a place of wonder, growth, and endless possibility. In the heart of Willowbrook, she learned to dance with change, her spirit alight with the magic of a life fully lived. Story 40. Story 41. Title: The Whispering Woods Secret. In the tranquil village of Elderglow, nestled within the embrace of a lush, ancient forest, there lived a young girl named Mabel. Elderglow was a place where the air was always sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle rustle of leaves in the whispering woods seemed to carry secrets from times long past. The village was small, with stone cottages dotting the landscape like scattered pebbles, each one warmed by the glow of hearth fires that never seemed to fade. Mabel, with her curious hazel eyes and a heart full of wonder, was no ordinary child. She had a penchant for exploring, often venturing to the edges of the village where the whispering wood began. The villagers spoke of the wood with a mixture of reverence and caution, for it was said to be alive with magic, a place where the boundary between the ordinary and the extraordinary was as thin as the morning mist. One crisp autumn afternoon, as the sun dipped low and painted the sky in hues of amber and rose, Mabel set out towards the forest. Her mother had tucked a warm woolen scarf around her neck and placed a gentle kiss on her forehead, saying, "Stay on the path, my little adventurer, and listen to the whispers of the trees. They speak if you know how to listen." Mabel nodded, her eyes gleaming with excitement. She knew the woods well, having spent countless afternoons beneath its towering oaks and whispering pines. Today, however, felt different. There was a tingling in the air, a sense of anticipation that danced along her skin like the first touch of winter's breath. As she wandered deeper into the forest, the world around her shifted subtly. The light filtering through the canopy was dappled and golden, casting playful shadows on the forest floor. The leaves crunched softly under her boots, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves and damp moss. It wasn't long before Mabel came across something unusual, a glimmering stone, half buried in the soft earth. It was the size of a robin's egg, and shimmered with an iridescent glow that seemed to pulse with its own gentle light. Mabel knelt down, her heart pounding with the thrill of discovery. As she reached out to touch it, a soft, melodic voice filled the air, so faint it was almost a sigh. "Seek the heart of the wood, little one, and the truth shall be revealed." Startled, Mabel glanced around, her eyes wide. The voice seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once, as if the forest itself had spoken to her. She picked up the stone, feeling its warmth seep into her palm, and slipped it into her pocket, determined to follow its silent call. The deeper she ventured, the more the forest seemed to change. The trees grew taller and more ancient, their bark etched with patterns that looked like mystic runes. The air grew cooler, and a gentle breeze whispered through the branches, carrying with it a soft, tinkling sound like distant chimes. As she walked, Mabel noticed something extraordinary. The forest floor was dotted with clusters of tiny, luminescent mushrooms that glowed with a soft blue light, illuminating her path. She followed the trail of light deeper into the heart of the wood, her breath visible in the cool air. At last, Mabel arrived at a clearing bathed in moonlight. In the center stood an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching skyward like the arms of a wise old guardian. At the base of the tree, nestled among its roots, was a small door carved into the trunk. It was adorned with intricate carvings of woodland creatures and swirling vines. With a mixture of awe and trepidation, Mabel approached the door. She felt the stone in her pocket grow warm, and the carvings on the door seemed to shimmer in response. Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was a wonderland of light and color. The walls glowed with a soft golden hue, and the air was filled with the scent of honeysuckle and wild roses. At the center of the room stood a table carved from a single piece of crystal, its surface reflecting the light in a myriad of colors. Seated at the table was a figure cloaked in shadows, yet Mabel felt no fear. There was a kindness in the air, a sense of welcome that put her at ease. The figure gestured to a chair opposite, and Mabel sat, her eyes wide with curiosity. "Welcome, Mabel," the figure said, their voice as soothing as the murmur of a gentle stream. "I am the keeper of the Whispering Wood, and you have been chosen to receive a gift." Mabel listened intently, her heart filled with wonder. "A gift?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The keeper nodded, and with a wave of their hand, the room filled with images, scenes of the forest through the ages, its beauty and magic captured in a tapestry of light. "This stone you carry," the keeper said, "is a shard of the forest's heart, a fragment of its ancient magic. With it, you hold the power to listen to the whispers of the world, to understand the language of nature." Mabel gasped, her fingers brushing the stone in her pocket. "But why me?" she asked, her voice filled with awe. The keeper smiled, their eyes twinkling like stars. "Because, dear child, you have the heart of a true listener, one who sees the beauty in the world and cherishes it. Use this gift wisely, and you will bring joy and harmony wherever you go." Mabel nodded, her heart swelling with gratitude. "I will," she promised, her voice strong and clear. As the keeper faded into the shadows, the room began to dissolve into a swirl of light and color. Mabel felt herself being gently lifted, the world spinning around her until she found herself back in the clearing, the ancient oak standing silent sentinel under the moonlit sky. The journey back through the forest was a blur of wonder and joy. The stone in her pocket pulsed with warmth, and the forest seemed to hum with life around her. As she emerged from the woods, the village of Elderglow lay ahead, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Mabel returned home, her heart filled with the magic of the Whispering Wood. She knew that her life would never be the same, that she had been forever changed by the gift she had received. And as she lay in bed that night, the stone glowing softly on her bedside table, she listened to the whispers of the world, her heart open to its secrets. In the days that followed, Mabel discovered that her new gift allowed her to communicate with the natural world in ways she had never imagined. She could hear the songs of the birds, the gentle murmur of the brook, and even the soft sighs of the wind as it danced through the trees. The village of Elderglow seemed to come alive with magic, its beauty magnified by Mabel's newfound ability to listen and understand. Word of Mabel's gift spread quickly through the village, and soon people began to seek her out, eager to hear the stories she could tell and the wisdom she had gained. Mabel, ever kind and generous, shared what she had learned, helping those around her see the world with new eyes. One day, a young boy named Oliver approached Mabel with a look of worry etched on his face. Oliver was known for his mischievous spirit, often getting into trouble with his playful antics. He was well liked, but his restlessness sometimes got the better of him. "Mabel," Oliver said hesitantly, "there's something strange happening in the meadow near my house. The flowers have stopped blooming, and the bees are nowhere to be found. Can you help?" Mabel nodded, her heart filled with determination. "Of course, Oliver. Let's go see what we can do." Together, they made their way to the meadow, the the soft grass whispering beneath their feet. As they arrived, Mabel noticed the silence that hung heavy in the air, the absence of the usual buzz of life that filled the summer days. Closing her eyes, Mabel reached out with her senses, listening to the whispers of the earth beneath her feet. She felt the pulse of the meadow, its energy dampened and subdued. Slowly the truth revealed itself. A patch of tangled brambles had grown unchecked, their thorny vines choking the life from the flowers and blocking the bees' path. "We need to clear the brambles," Mabel said, her voice filled with certainty. "Once the flowers can breathe again, the bees will return." With Oliver's help, they carefully cleared away the brambles, their fingers working gently to free the delicate blooms hidden beneath. As they worked, Mabel could feel the meadow's energy shift, the life returning to the soil and the air. By the time they finished, the sun had begun to set, painting the sky in shades of pink and gold. Mabel and Oliver stood together, watching as the first bees returned, drawn by the sweet scent of the newly freed flowers. "You did it, Mabel," Oliver exclaimed, his eyes shining with gratitude. "We did it," Mabel corrected, smiling at her friend. "Sometimes all it takes is a little listening and a lot of heart." As the days turned to weeks, Mabel's gift continued to bring joy and harmony to Elderglow. She helped the villagers understand their connection to the natural world, teaching them to listen to its whispers and cherish its beauty. One crisp morning, as the first hints of winter touched the air, Mabel was walking through the village when she noticed an elderly man sitting alone on a bench. His eyes were clouded with sorrow, and Mabel's heart went out to him. "Hello," Mabel said softly, sitting down beside him. "Is there something troubling you?" The man sighed, his voice tinged with sadness. "I used to play the violin," he said, his gaze distant, "but my hands are no longer steady, and the music has left me." Mabel reached out, her hand gently resting on his. "Maybe the music hasn't left," she said gently. "Perhaps it's just waiting for you to listen again." The man looked at her, hope flickering in his eyes. "Could you help me find it?" Mabel smiled, nodding with understanding. "Close your eyes and listen with your heart," she instructed softly. "Feel the rhythm of the world around you." Together they sat in silence, the sounds of the village weaving a gentle symphony. Gradually the man's expression softened, the lines of worry smoothing into a look of peace. "I can hear it," he whispered, his voice filled with wonder. "The music is still there." Mabel beamed at him, her heart warm with joy. "It's always there," she said softly. "Sometimes you just need to be still and listen." The man's eyes shone with gratitude as he looked at Mabel. "Thank you," he said, his voice choked with emotion. "You've given me back my music." As the first snowflakes began to fall, Elderglow was transformed into a winter wonderland, its rooftops blanketed in white and the air filled with the crisp scent of pine. Mabel continued to share her gift with the village, her heart full of the magic that had been entrusted to her. One evening, as she sat by the fireplace, her family gathered around her. Mabel's mother smiled at her daughter with pride and love. "You've brought so much light to our village, Mabel," she said softly. "The forest chose well." Mabel looked around at her family, her heart swelling with happiness. "The forest taught me to listen," she replied, her voice gentle and warm, "and in listening, I found a world full of wonder and friends." As the fire crackled and the wind whispered outside, Mabel knew that her journey had only just begun. With each new day, she would continue to listen, to learn, and to share the magic of the Whispering Wood with those around her. And as she drifted into a peaceful sleep, she dreamed of the endless possibilities that lay ahead, her heart open to the whispers of the world and the promise of tomorrow. And so, in the village of Elderglow, where the air was always sweet and the forest alive with magic, Mabel's story became a cherished tale of friendship and wisdom, a reminder that sometimes all it takes to change the world is a little listening and a lot of heart. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. Story 46. Story 47. The first chill of autumn whispered through the woods, turning the edges of the maple leaves crimson and gold. It was the time of day Sylvie loved best, the long, slanting hour just before twilight, when the world seemed to hold its breath. Sylvie, a girl whose thoughts often ran deeper than her quiet voice, wandered her familiar path behind the old stone cottage. She wasn't afraid of the gathering shadows. She felt more at home among the ancient oaks and rustling ferns than anywhere else. Her footsteps, light on the carpet of moss and fallen leaves, were the only sound besides the distant chuckle of Pebblebrook. Tonight, however, the woods felt different. Not frightening, but expectant. A silvery mist, unusual for the season, curled around the gnarled roots of the grandfather oak, the oldest tree in the Whispering Woods. Sylvie paused, her breath catching. Nestled within the hollow of one massive root, something glimmered. Not a firefly, nor a piece of discarded glass. It was a stone, smooth and cool to the touch when she carefully reached for it. It was the size of a robin's egg, but perfectly round, and it held within its depths a soft, swirling light, like captured moonlight on a still pond. It seemed to hum faintly against her palm, a gentle vibration that resonated deep within her chest. Sylvie knew with a certainty that surprised her that this was no ordinary stone. She tucked it carefully into the pocket of her worn corduroy jacket, feeling its comforting warmth seep through the fabric. That night sleep was elusive. The stone, now resting on her bedside table beside a smooth river pebble and a dried acorn cap, pulsed with a soft, internal rhythm. Moonlight streamed through her window, striking the stone and causing intricate patterns of silver light to dance across her ceiling images of winding paths, towering mushrooms with luminous caps, and creatures she couldn't name. The air shimmered and a faint, sweet scent, like crushed pine needles and wild honeysuckle, filled her room. Sylvie sat up, her heart pounding not with fear, but with a thrilling sense of invitation. The patterns coalesced into a shimmering doorway right there, against her bedroom wall. Taking a deep breath, clutching the moonstone tightly, Sylvie stepped through. The transition was instantaneous. One moment she was in her cozy room, the next she stood in a world bathed in perpetual twilight. Gigantic bioluminescent mushrooms towered like cathedral spires, casting pools of soft blue, violet, and green light. Trees with bark that shimmered like mother-of-pearl stretched impossibly high, their leaves whispering secrets in a language that brushed against the edges of understanding. Glowing moss carpeted the ground, and strange, beautiful flowers unfurled petals that seemed woven from starlight. This was the Glimmerweald, a hidden realm existing just beyond the veil of her own world, revealed only by the moonstone's magic. Sylvie gasped, overwhelmed by the beauty and strangeness. The air hummed with life, filled with the chirps and clicks of unseen creatures, and the gentle chime of crystal leaves brushing together. The moonstone in her hand glowed brighter, its light a steady beacon in the soft gloom. She took a tentative step forward, the glowing moss yielding softly beneath her feet. She had barely walked 10 paces when a low, grumbling voice made her jump. HMPH, another one. Lost, are ye, or just nosy? Sylvie whirled around. Peering from beneath the enormous cap of an amethyst-hued mushroom was a badger. But no ordinary badger. This one was larger, his coarse fur streaked with silver like frost, and his eyes held an ancient, weary intelligence. He wore a tiny, woven cap of dried reeds perched slightly askew on his head, and a small satchel made of iridescent beetle wings was slung across his broad shoulders. He regarded her with distinct disapproval. I found this stone," Sylvie stammered, holding out the moonstone. Its light flared gently. The badger squinted, his nose twitching. "The keystone. HMPH. Found you more like. They always do." He shuffled closer, sniffing the air around her. "Sylvie, is it, from the stone cottage?" He didn't wait for an answer. "Name's Thorn, Thorn of the Deep Burrows, and you, Sylvie of the stone cottage, are trespassing. Though," he added, his gruff tone softening a fraction as he looked at the glowing stone, "the keystone doesn't choose lightly. What's broken, then?" "Broken?" Sylvie asked, bewildered. The keystone awakens, calls its bearer, when the balance between your world and the glimmerweald is fraying, Thorn explained, his voice a low rumble. Something's amiss, the weald feels thinner, the veil weakens, the singing stones at the heartspring have fallen silent. That's the source of the weald's harmony, without their song. He trailed off, a profound sadness in his old eyes. The magic fades, the veil tears, both worlds suffer. Sylvie felt a pang of responsibility mixed with awe. This strange, hidden world, so full of wonder, was in peril, and the stone had chosen her. "What can I do?" she asked, her voice small but steady. Thorn studied her, his gaze piercing. "The keystone is a key and a compass. It responds to need, to intention. It sensed the discord and led you here. To mend the veil, we must journey to the heartspring and discover why the singing stones are silent. It won't be an easy path. The weald grows restless when the heartspring sleeps." He sighed, a puff of mist in the cool air. "Well, come on then, keystone bearer. Can't stand about gulping all night. The heartspring lies beyond the whisperwillow thicket and across the shimmering marsh. Best get moving." And so began an unlikely alliance. Sylvie quiet and observant, and Thorn gruff and pragmatic, yet possessing a deep, abiding love for the glimmerweald. He grumbled about her human slowness, her impractical shoes, her tendency to stop and marvel at every glowing insect or floating seed pod. Yet as they walked deeper into the luminous twilight forest, navigating by the moonstone's increasingly warm pulse, Sylvie noticed things Thorn, in his familiarity, sometimes missed. A patch of glowing moss dimmer than its neighbors, the faint tremor in a crystal leaf that signaled unease, the subtle shift in the wind carrying a scent of decay beneath the honeysuckle sweetness. She shared her observations quietly, and Thorn, after an initial huff, began to listen, his beady eyes sharpening. They traversed the whisperwillow thicket, where trees with long, silver fronds swayed and sighed secrets. The moonstone's light kept the grasping fronds at bay, creating a safe path. Sylvie learned to listen to the whispers, not words, but feelings. She sensed the trees' anxiety, their deep-rooted connection to the silent heartspring fraying. Thorn taught her which glowing berries were safe to eat, lumeberries, tart and refreshing, and which luminous pools to avoid, the stillwater pools, beautiful but dangerously ensnaring. Crossing the shimmering marsh was trickier. The ground was treacherous, patches of solid earth disguised by luminous algae-covered water. Strange, will-o'-the-wisp lights darted playfully, sometimes leading towards hidden sinkholes. Thorn, with his badger's instinct for solid ground, took the lead, testing each step with a cautious paw. Sylvie, following closely, felt the moonstone grow warm whenever a deceptive light neared, a silent warning. She used a long, fallen branch Thorn found for her to probe the ground ahead. When Thorn misjudged a step and began to sink into sucking mud, it was Sylvie's quick thinking and strong pull on his sturdy forelegs that hauled him back onto firm ground. He shook the mud from his fur, grumbling, but there was a new respect in his glance. "Not completely useless then," he muttered, earning a small, proud smile from Sylvie. As they journeyed, Sylvie felt a change within herself. The quiet girl who preferred solitude found strength in this purposeful quest. Her keen observation, often overlooked in her own world, became vital. Her quiet determination surprised even her. Thorn, beneath his prickly exterior, proved to be fiercely loyal and surprisingly wise. He shared stories of the Glimmerwield's history, of past veil thinnings and how they were mended, always through courage and connection. He spoke of the heartspring not just as a place of power, but as the soul of the weald, a living thing that needed care. Sylvie realized wisdom wasn't always loud pronouncements. Sometimes it was the steady rumble of a grumpy badger who knew the hidden paths of the world. The air grew colder, the light dimmer the closer they got to the heartspring. The vibrant glow of the flora faded to sickly hues. The cheerful chirps and chimes were replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the mournful sigh of the wind through bare, crystalline branches. A sense of profound sadness hung heavy in the air, making Sylvie's heart ache. The moonstone pulsed insistently now, its light a determined beacon against the encroaching gloom. Finally, they emerged into a vast, circular clearing. In its center lay the heart spring, not a spring of water, but a pool of pure, liquid light, usually swirling with vibrant colors and emitting a harmonious, resonant hum that was the song of the Weald. Now the light was dull, sluggish, barely more than a faint shimmer. 5 enormous, multifaceted crystals, the singing stones, stood around the pool, but they were dark and silent, their surfaces covered in a creeping, grayish moss that seemed to absorb the light. "The blight," Thorn whispered, his voice thick with grief. He gestured to the moss. "It feeds on discord, on neglect. It chokes the song." He shuffled closer to the nearest stone, pawing at the moss futilely. "We need to cleanse the stones, but how? The blight resists ordinary means." Sylvie approached the nearest singing stone, drawn by the moonstone's intense warmth. She placed her hand, still clutching the keystone, against the cold, moss-covered crystal. Instantly, the gray moss recoiled slightly where the moonstone touched it, revealing a tiny patch of the crystal's inner light. A jolt of understanding shot through Sylvie. The blight fed on negativity, on the weakening connection between the worlds. The keystone, it pulsed with pure connection, with the simple wonder and quiet courage she had carried on her journey. It wasn't about force, it was about resonance, about harmony. "It needs the song back," Sylvie murmured, more to herself than to Thorn. But not just any song, the song of connection. She looked at the moonstone, then at the vast, sorrowful expanse of the heartspring. An idea, fragile but clear, formed in her mind. It wasn't about grand gestures, but about sharing the small, true feelings the keystone had awakened in her. "Thorn," she said, her voice gaining strength, I think we need to sing." Thorn blinked. "Sing, girl, my voice sounds like rocks tumbling down a hill, and the stones haven't sung in moons." "Not like that," Sylvie insisted. She knelt by the edge of the dull pool. "The keystone showed me things. It showed me the woods I love. It brought me here to you. It showed me wonder and a little fear and hope." She placed the moonstone gently on the ground near the pool. Its light spread in a soft circle. "The song isn't about perfect notes. It's about what's in here." She touched her chest. "About caring for this place, about our journey, about friendship." She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to hum. It was a simple, wordless melody, born from the feeling of moss underfoot, the scent of pine and honeysuckle, the sight of glowing mushrooms, the gruff kindness of a badger in a woven cap. She poured into it her quiet determination, her awe, her newfound courage, and her deep, growing affection for the Glimmerweald and her unexpected companion. It was the song of her heart, amplified by the connection the keystone had forged. For a moment, nothing happened. Thorn watched, skeptical but willing. Then the moonstone's light flared, brighter than ever before, bathing Sylvie and the nearest singing stone in pure silver radiance. Where the light touched the blight, the gray moss began to shrivel and flake away, revealing the crystal beneath. As Sylvie's simple, heartfelt hum continued, a faint, answering vibration began deep within the singing stone she touched. A single pure note resonated, weak but clear, joining her hum. Encouraged, Thorn shuffled closer. He cleared his throat, a rough sound, and then, tentatively, he began to add his own voice. Not a melody, but a deep, rhythmic rumble, like stones shifting deep in the earth, like the steady beat of a loyal heart. It was the sound of ancient roots, of deep burrows, of unwavering guardianship. His voice, rough and true, intertwined with Sylvie's gentle hum. Together, their combined sound, the quiet wonder, and the steadfast rumble washed over the singing stone. The vibration within it grew stronger. The patch of cleansed crystal grew larger, shining brighter. The moonstone's light pulsed in time with their joined song. Sylvie felt the connection flowing not just between her and Thorn, but between them and the stone, between the stone and the heartspring, between the Glimmerweald and the world beyond the veil. One by one, the other singing stones began to resonate. Tiny cracks appeared in the blight covering them. Faint lights like distant stars flickered deep within their facets. Sylvie and Thorn kept singing, pouring their shared experience, their unlikely friendship, and their shared love for this hidden world into the clearing. The keystone's light became a column, reaching towards the twilight sky. With a sound like 1,000 crystal bells chiming softly, the blight covering the first stone shattered completely, falling away like dust. The singing stone blazed with inner light, emitting a strong, clear note that soared into the silence. The note touched the next stone, and its blight shattered too, adding its voice to the growing harmony. One after another, the singing stones awoke, their lights blazing, their pure, resonant notes weaving together into the ancient, healing song of the Weald. Their effect was instantaneous. The dull pool of the heartspring erupted in a fountain of swirling, vibrant light sapphire, emerald, topaz, amethyst dancing and singing in harmony with the stones. The light spread outwards like a wave, washing over the clearing, touching the sickly trees and plants. Where the light touched, the gray gloom retreated. Leaves regained their luminous sheen, flowers unfurled bright petals, and the air itself shimmered with renewed life and energy. The mournful sigh of the wind was replaced by the joyful chime of crystal leaves and the cheerful chorus of unseen creatures returning. The veil, thin and frayed, thrummed with renewed strength, its connection to Sylvie's world solidifying once more. Sylvie and Thorn stopped singing, breathless, awestruck by the beauty they had helped restore. The Glimmerweald glowed with its full, magical radiance, the song of the stones, a comforting, powerful hum that vibrated through the very ground. Thorn looked at Sylvie, his gruffness completely gone, replaced by profound gratitude and respect. "You did it, Keystone Bearer, with your quiet heart song." He nudged her gently with his head. "Told you the stone chose wisely." Sylvie picked up the moonstone. It was warm, but its frantic pulse had calmed to a steady, contented glow. Its work for now was done. She looked at the vibrant heartspring, then back towards the path they had taken. A shimmering doorway, much like the one in her bedroom, had appeared at the edge of the clearing. "It's time for me to go back, isn't it?" Sylvie asked, a pang of sadness touching her joy. Thorn nodded. "The balance is restored, the veil is strong. You belong in your world, Sylvie of the stone cottage, but you carry the Glimmerweald with you now, and the keystone." He looked at the stone in her hand. "It will sleep again until it's next needed. But it will always remember you. And so will I." Sylvie knelt and wrapped her arms around the sturdy badger, burying her face in his silver-frosted fur. He tolerated it for a moment, then gave a soft, rumbling chuckle. "None of that now, off you go. Remember the paths, remember the song." Holding the moonstone tightly, Sylvie stepped through the shimmering doorway. She found herself instantly back in her bedroom, the first pale light of dawn just beginning to tint the sky outside her window. The moonstone on her bedside table was once again a smooth, cool stone, though deep within its heart, she could swear she saw a tiny, dormant swirl of captured light. She was different. The quiet girl was still there, but she felt taller, stronger inside. She carried the memory of bioluminescent forests, the rumble of a grumpy badger's loyalty, and the profound understanding that true strength often lay in quiet observation, in heartfelt connection, and in the courage to sing your own simple song, however small it seemed. The woods outside her window, bathed in the soft dawn light, looked familiar yet forever changed. They held a secret now, a hidden world of wonder she had helped to save. She knew the paths. She remembered the song. And as she drifted back to sleep, the moonstone resting peacefully beside her, Sylvie smiled, her heart full of the gentle magic of the Glimmerweald and the warmth of an unexpected friendship that defied all expectations. The world was wider, kinder, and far more magical than she had ever dreamed, and she, in her quiet way, was now a part of its eternal, whispering story. The dawn chorus of birds outside her window sounded sweeter, carrying an echo of crystal leaves and the deep, comforting hum of ancient stones, singing the world whole once more. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and whispering woods, there lived a young woman named Clara. Her home was a charming cottage draped in ivy, its stone walls warmed by the golden glow of the evening sun. Clara was known for her gentle heart and a smile that could light up the darkest days. But beneath her cheerful exterior, Clara wrestled with a secret discomfort, an unease that stemmed from the changes she felt lurking in the shadows of her life. The seasons were shifting from summer's lush greenery to autumn's fiery palette, and with this change, Clara felt a stirring within her soul. She often strolled through the village, her feet crunching over fallen leaves, her thoughts a flurry of uncertainty. Why must things change? She would whisper to the rustling trees, as if seeking solace in their ancient wisdom. One crisp morning, while gathering herbs in the forest, Clara stumbled upon a peculiar sight. There, nestled among the roots of an old oak, was a tiny door, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to dance in the dappled sunlight. Curiosity piqued, Clara knelt down and lightly traced the carvings with her fingers. Suddenly she heard a soft, musical voice. "Do you wish to enter, dear one?" the voice asked, gentle as the breeze. Startled, Clara looked around but saw no one. With her heart fluttering like the wings of a sparrow, she nodded. The door creaked open, revealing a shimmering pathway that seemed to beckon her onward. As she stepped through the threshold, Clara found herself in a wondrous realm where the air was fragrant with the scent of wildflowers and the sky blushed with hues of lavender and rose. The landscape was alive with magic. Trees with leaves spun from silver, streams that sang as they flowed, and creatures that glimmered with a luminescent glow. It was here she met Silas, a wise and gentle creature resembling both a fox and a deer, with eyes like pools of starlight. "Welcome, Clara," he said, his voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You've entered the realm of reflection, where inner truths are revealed through the magic that surrounds you." Silas became Clara's guide, leading her through this enchanted land where every step seemed to mirror the transformations she feared. Together, they wandered through fields of golden grass that whispered secrets in the wind, and visited groves where the trees sang songs of old. One afternoon, as they rested by a crystal-clear pond, Silas spoke gently. "Change is like the seasons, dear Clara. It is the nature of life to evolve and grow. It is not something to fear, but to embrace." Clara watched her reflection ripple in the pond, noticing how the water distorted and reshaped her image. She realized that just as the pond could change her reflection, so too could she adapt to the changes within and around her. With each passing day in the magical realm, Clara found herself growing more attuned to the subtle rhythms of life. She learned from the creatures of the forest, who navigated their world with grace and acceptance. From the flowers that bloomed and faded with the sun, she learned the beauty of cycles and renewal. The time came when Clara felt a deep sense of peace settle within her heart, a gentle acceptance of the inevitable changes that life would bring. She thanked Silas for his wisdom and friendship, his presence a comforting balm to her soul. As she prepared to leave the realm of reflection, Silas gifted her a small, translucent stone that shimmered with all the colors of the realm. "Keep this close to your heart," he said, "and remember the lessons you've learned here." Clara stepped back through the tiny door, returning to her village, but the world seemed different now. The autumn leaves no longer whispered of endings, but of new beginnings. Her heart, once burdened with fear, now danced with hope and possibility. As the days turned to weeks and autumn gave way to winter, Clara shared her newfound wisdom with her friends and neighbors, helping them see the beauty in life's ever-turning wheel. The stone from Silas remained a cherished keepsake, a reminder of the magical journey that had transformed her from within. And so, in the warmth of her cottage by the crackling fireplace, Clara found comfort in the knowledge that change was not a foe to be fought, but a friend to be welcomed. Her heart, now open and free, embraced the endless dance of seasons, carrying her ever forward on the gentle wings of transformation. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. The Whispering Wood and the Lantern of Lumina. The sun had begun its descent beyond the horizon, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold. The village of Brambleton nestled comfortably in the valley, surrounded by rolling hills and the dense, ancient forest known as the Whispering Wood. It was a place of legend, where tales of magic and mystery were as old as the trees themselves. In the heart of the village, a small cottage exuded warmth and welcome. The aroma of freshly baked bread mingled with the scent of lavender from the garden, inviting all who passed by to linger a moment longer. Inside, by the flickering light of a crackling fireplace, sat a young girl named Lila. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, a reflection of the adventurous soul that resided within her. Lila had always been drawn to the Whispering Wood, its secrets whispering to her through the rustle of leaves and the songs of birds. The villagers often spoke of a magical artifact hidden within its depths, the Lantern of Lumina. Legend had it that this lantern possessed the power to illuminate the truth, revealing hidden paths and unseen wonders. On this evening, as the fire danced and shadows played across the walls, Lila's grandmother, a wise and gentle soul, shared stories of the lantern. "It is said," she began, her voice a soothing melody, "that the Lantern of Lumina was forged from the first light of dawn, capturing the essence of hope and truth. Many have sought it, yet few have ventured beyond the familiar trails." Lila leaned closer, captivated by the tale. "What does it look like, Grandmama?" she asked, her voice a mixture of awe and determination. "Ah, my dear," her grandmother replied, "it is said to be a simple lantern, yet when it is lit, its light is like no other, a soft, gentle glow that warms the heart and guides the lost." Lila's imagination soared, picturing the lantern's glow illuminating the darkened paths of the Whispering Wood. As the fire crackled and the evening deepened, she made a quiet vow to herself. She would find the Lantern of Lumina and discover its secrets. The following morning dawned crisp and clear, the air carrying the scent of pine and earth. Lila set out with a small satchel, filled with provisions and a map her grandmother had drawn, a map detailing what little was known of the forest's hidden trails. Her heart brimmed with excitement and a hint of apprehension. The path into the Whispering Wood was dappled with sunlight, the trees towering above like ancient guardians. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest began to hum with life. The chatter of squirrels, the distant call of a woodpecker, and the whisper of leaves created a symphony that accompanied her every step. As Lila walked, she marveled at the vibrant tapestry of the forest. The ground was carpeted with moss, soft and springy beneath her feet. Ferns unfurled their fronds in elegant spirals, and wildflowers added splashes of color to the verdant landscape. She paused to admire a particularly beautiful cluster of bluebells, their delicate fragrance filling the air. It was then that Lila noticed a small creature watching her, a fox with eyes as bright as amber. The fox tilted its head as if inviting her to follow. Intrigued, Lila stepped closer, and the fox turned, leading her off the well-trodden path and into the heart of the forest. The journey led Lila through winding trails and across babbling brooks, each step taking her deeper into the unknown. She followed the fox through sun-dappled glades and shadowed hollows, her senses alive with the magic of the forest. As they journeyed, Lila felt a connection with the Whispering Wood, as if the forest itself was guiding her. She paused to rest by a crystal-clear stream, its waters singing a gentle lullaby. The fox sat by her side, its presence comforting and familiar. "Thank you," Lila whispered, reaching out to gently stroke the fox's soft fur. The fox regarded her with a knowing gaze, as if understanding her every word. With renewed determination, Lila continued her journey, the fox ever by her side. The forest seemed to embrace her, its secrets whispering on the breeze. As the sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Lila felt a sense of anticipation building within her. It was then that she saw it, a soft, ethereal glow emanating from a clearing ahead. Her heart quickened as she approached. the fox leading the way. In the center of the clearing stood the lantern of Lumina, its gentle light casting a warm, inviting glow. Lila's breath caught in her throat as she reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal of the lantern. The light within flickered and danced, illuminating the clearing with a soft, golden radiance. In that moment, Lila understood the true power of the lantern. It was not merely a guide through the forest, but a beacon of hope and truth. As she held the lantern, Lila felt a profound sense of peace and clarity. The forest around her seemed to come alive, its beauty and wonder revealed in the lantern's glow. She realized that the journey had changed her, opening her heart to the magic of the world and the wisdom within. With the lantern in hand, Lila made her way back through the forest, the fox at her side. Her journey had taught her the value of friendship and trust, and the importance of listening to the whispers of the world. As she emerged from the Whispering Wood, the village of Brambleton came into view, the lantern's light guiding her home. Lila's heart swelled with gratitude, knowing that she had discovered more than just a magical artifact. She had found a deeper connection to the world and a newfound sense of purpose. The villagers welcomed her return with open arms, their faces alight with curiosity and wonder. Lila shared her story, the lantern's gentle glow illuminating the hopes and dreams of all who gathered around. And so, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. As the night deepened and the stars twinkled above, Lila sat by the fireplace once more, the lantern's glow casting a warm, comforting light. She closed her eyes, listening to the whispers of the forest carried on the evening breeze, and drifted into a peaceful, contented sleep. The journey had come full circle, and with it, Lila had found her place within the timeless tapestry of the Whispering Wood. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. In the heart of the forest, the fox watched over the clearing, its eyes reflecting the lantern's glow. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the tale of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina lived on, a testament to the enduring power of friendship, courage, and the magic that resides within us all. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the story whispered on the breeze, a lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of all who listened. In the quiet of the night, the lantern's light flickered gently, casting its glow across the village, a beacon of warmth and peace. Its story became a cherished memory, passed down through generations, a reminder that the magic of the world is always within reach for those who dare to seek it. And so, with the whisper of the wind and the glow of the lantern, the story of Lila and the Whispering Wood continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened. A timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. the fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, The tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened. A timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the lantern of Lumina and the whispering wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the lantern of Lumina and the whispering wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the Whispering Wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the Whispering Wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the Whispering Wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Leela and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whispering wood and the gentle glow of the lantern. The story lived on, a testament to the enduring magic of the world and the power of friendship, courage, and the wisdom of the heart. With the first light of dawn, the forest awoke once more, its beauty and mystery revealed in the soft glow of the morning sun. The fox stretched and yawned, its amber eyes reflecting the promise of a new day. It knew that the whispering wood would continue to weave its magic, nurturing the dreams and stories of all who ventured into its embrace. And so, the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina continued to inspire, a timeless tale of wonder and discovery, illuminating the path for those who followed in her footsteps. As the sun rose once more, its golden light kissed the village of Brambleton, heralding a new day filled with promise and the enduring magic of the world. In the heart of the whispering wood, the fox lay curled beneath the trees, its amber eyes glowing softly in the dawn light. It knew that the forest held countless stories yet to be told, each one a thread in the rich tapestry of life. The lantern's light continued to shine, a beacon of hope and truth, guiding all who sought its wisdom and wonder. Thus, the tale of the Lantern of Lumina and the Whispering Wood became a cherished part of Brambleton's history, a reminder of the magic that resides in friendship, the wisdom of the natural world, and the transformative power of a journey undertaken with an open heart. And in the quiet moments of the night, when the stars twinkled like diamonds in the sky, the whispers of the forest could still be heard, carrying the story of Lila and the Lantern of Lumina to all who listened, a timeless lullaby of hope and wonder, guiding the dreams of those who dared to dream. As the fire crackled softly and the night deepened, the village of Brambleton lay in peaceful slumber, held in the embrace of the whisper. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. The village of Hearthglen nestled in a valley where morning mist clung to cobblestone streets like silver lace. Chimneys puffed sleepy spirals into the crisp autumn air, and the scent of cinnamon and wood smoke wove through gardens of frost-touched marigolds. Young Finn lived here with his grandfather in a cottage crowned by a thatched roof, where ivy curled around the windows like green ribbons. Finn loved Hearthglen's gentle rhythms, until the week the teacups began singing. It started subtly. Mrs. Gable's porcelain teapot would hum during afternoon tea, a soft melody like distant wind chimes. Then Old Man Hemlock's favorite mug crooned folk tunes at dawn. Soon every ceramic vessel in the village chimed, clinked, or warbled at unpredictable hours. Though the songs were sweet, the constant chorus frayed nerves. Baker Brenner's scones burned thrice because her mixing bowls harmonized too loudly. Finn noticed patterns others missed. The singing only happened near water, a sink, a rain barrel, or the moss-edged well in the square. And the tunes grew strongest when dew glistened on spiderwebs at dawn. Armed with a notebook and his grandfather's advice, listen deeper than the noise, lad, Finn sought the reclusive moss-keeper. She dwelled beyond Sunfall Creek in a cottage woven from living willow branches, her only companion a badger with starlight-dappled fur named Nimbus. "Ah," murmured the moss-keeper when Finn described the singing. Her fingers, knotted like tree roots, stroked Nimbus's fur. Ceramics absorb memories like sponges, but this is the work of brook sprites, shy little things drawn to laughter trapped in clay. She explained that brook sprites polished forgotten joys inside pottery, their magic making memories resonate. "But why now?" Finn asked. The moss-keeper's eyes clouded. "Something frightens them. Sprites only sing this urgently when seeking refuge." Guided by Nimbus's twitching nose, Finn traced the sprite trails, glimmers no brighter than dust motes, along the creek bank. At the mossy hollow where 3 birch trees embraced, he found the source. A once bubbling spring feeding Sunfall Creek had clogged with storm-wrenched branches. The blockage silenced the water's whisper, and without its soothing song, the sprites huddled trembling in cracked acorn caps, their light flickering like guttering candles. They'd fled to the village ceramics, pouring their anxiety into every cup and saucer. But the branches were too heavy for Finn's small hands. Remembering the moss-keeper's wisdom, kindness asks for help, wisdom accepts it, he whistled the lullaby his grandfather sang at bedtime. From fern-shaded tunnels emerged earth giants no taller than Finn's knee, stoic stone dwarves with lichen beards and fists like river rocks. They grumbled in gravelly voices, but nodded at Finn's polite bow. With synchronized heaves, they dislodged the branches. Water gushed free, its melody a liquid sigh. The brook sprites burst upward in a helix of blue light, brushing Finn's cheeks with cool, grateful kisses before diving into the rejuvenated spring. That evening, as Hearthglen gathered in the square, teacups sat silent upon checkered cloths, until Mayor Thistle filled her grandmother's wedding china cup. Instead of chaotic singing, the cup released a single clear note that hung in the air like a frozen raindrop. Then, like an echo, every vessel in the village chimed softly in harmony, a grateful lullaby that curled around the villagers like a warm shawl. Finn's grandfather smiled, stirring honey into his own quiet cup. "Sprites polished more than memories today," he said as fireflies blinked gold above them. "They reminded us that even broken things hold music, if we clear the debris together." Under a sky embroidered with stars, Hearthglen sipped their tea, listening to the creek's contented murmur carry the sprite's lullaby into the dreaming woods. And Finn, wrapped in his grandfather's knitted blanket, knew some mysteries weren't meant to be solved alone, only shared like steam rising from a cup into the cool, kind night. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. The soft hum of the emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a 3-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the 3rd morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Grotharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Grotharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silent Tongue's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. Story 70? Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. In the heart of the whispering woods, where the trees sang ancient lullabies and the streams hummed a gentle tune, a small village lay cradled within a verdant valley. The village was called Lumen's Hollow, named after the soft, ethereal glow that seemed to hang in the air like a constant twilight, casting everything in hues of lavender and gold. It was a place of simple joys, where laughter echoed through cobblestone streets, and the scent of freshly baked bread wafted from every window. The people of Lumen's Hollow lived peacefully, tending to their gardens and weaving tales by the fireside. But what made this village truly remarkable was a secret known only to a few, a hidden world within the forest, a realm where the ordinary and the extraordinary danced in harmony. It was said that deep within the woods, past the ancient oak that stood like a sentinel, lay a portal to this enchanted world, guarded by creatures of light and shadow. In this village lived a young girl named Seraphine, with hair the color of moonlight and eyes as bright as the morning star. She was known for her boundless curiosity and a heart as open as the skies above. Seraphine often wandered the woods, her feet as familiar with the forest paths as a bird is with the wind. Her grandmother, wise and kind, often shared stories of the hidden world, tales spun from dreams and whispers, of creatures who spoke in riddles and streams that sang in harmony with the stars. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky donned its sapphire cloak, Seraphine sat by the fireside, her grandmother's voice weaving magic into the night. The old woman spoke of the prism stone, a magical object said to reside in the hidden world, capable of revealing one's true self and granting the deepest of desires. It was a tale Seraphine had heard many times, yet it never failed to stir a yearning deep within her soul. "Remember, dear heart," her grandmother would say, "the prism stone is not just a treasure to behold, but a journey to be lived. Those who seek it must do so with an open heart and a spirit willing to embrace the unknown." That night, as the village slumbered under a blanket of stars, Seraphine lay awake, the story echoing in her mind. Her heart thrummed with a quiet determination, a longing to discover the hidden world and witness the prism stone's magic for herself. And so, with the first light of dawn, Seraphine set out on her journey, her steps guided by the soft whispers of the forest. The path through the woods was dappled with sunlight, the air sweet with the scent of wildflowers. As she walked, Seraphine felt a gentle tug, an invisible thread pulling her towards the ancient oak, its branches stretching towards the sky like arms in eternal supplication. The tree stood tall and wise, its bark etched with runes that glimmered faintly in the morning light. With a heart full of hope and a mind open to possibilities, Seraphine placed her hand upon the tree. To her amazement, the runes began to glow, a soft luminescence that spread across the bark like ripples on a pond. The air shimmered, and with a whisper of wind, a portal opened before her, revealing a world bathed in iridescent light. Stepping through the portal was like entering a dream. The hidden world was a tapestry of colors and sounds, a symphony of nature's wonders. Trees with leaves of silver and gold swayed gently, their trunks adorned with blossoms that sang with the voices of 1,000 birds. Streams of crystal-clear water wound through the landscape, their surfaces dancing with rainbows. Seraphine wandered deeper into this enchanted realm, her senses alive with the beauty around her. It wasn't long before she encountered her first companion, a creature as curious as herself. It was a fox, its fur a vibrant red that shimmered in the light, its eyes a deep, knowing amber. The fox approached with a cautious grace, its tail flicking like a brush, painting the air with curiosity. "Hello," Seraphine greeted softly, kneeling to meet the fox's gaze. "I am Seraphine. I'm searching for the prism stone." The fox tilted its head, a gesture both thoughtful and inquisitive. "The prism stone," it replied, its voice a gentle rustle like leaves in the breeze. "A treasure sought by many, found by few. Why do you seek it, young wanderer?" Seraphine pondered the fox's question, her heart speaking before her mind. "I wish to understand myself, to see the world with new eyes, and to help my village with whatever wisdom I might gain." The fox regarded her for a moment, its eyes reflecting the forest's quiet wisdom. "Very well," it said finally. "I will guide you, but remember, the journey is as important as the destination." Together they ventured further into the hidden world, the forest unfolding like a story with every step. Along the way, they met other creatures, an owl with feathers of starlight, a rabbit with eyes like pools of moonlit water, and a deer whose antlers glimmered with the essence of twilight. Each joined their journey, drawn by Seraphine's pure heart and the promise of the adventure ahead. As they traveled, the companions shared stories and songs, each revealing a piece of the world's magic. The owl spoke of the stars and their ancient wisdom, the rabbit of the earth's gentle embrace, and the deer of the balance between light and shadow. Through their tales, Seraphine began to understand the interconnectedness of all things, the delicate threads that wove the fabric of life. Days passed in a harmonious cadence, the journey a dance of discovery and friendship. Yet as they neared the heart of the hidden world, the path grew more challenging. The forest thickened, shadows deepening, as if testing Seraphine's resolve. Doubt flickered within her like a candle in a storm, but her companion's presence was a steady flame, guiding her through the darkness. One evening, as the sun dipped low, painting the sky in shades of fire and amethyst, the group arrived at a glade, its center dominated by a pool of still, glassy water. In its depths lay the prism stone, a gem of indescribable beauty, its facets catching the light and refracting it into a spectrum of color that danced across the glade like a living rainbow. Seraphine approached the pool with reverence, her heart a symphony of hope and wonder. As she gazed into the water, she saw her reflection, the girl she was and the woman she was becoming. The prism stone glimmered beneath the surface, its light merging with her own, revealing not just her face, but her essence, her dreams, her fears, her boundless potential. In that moment of clarity, Seraphine understood the true magic of the prism stone. It was not a treasure to be possessed, but a mirror of the soul, a guide to self-discovery and transformation. She realized that the journey itself had granted her the wisdom she sought, the friendships she forged, a testament to the power of kindness and understanding. With a heart full of gratitude, Seraphine turned to her companions, her voice a soft melody of joy. "Thank you," she said, her eyes shining with the light of 1,000 stars. "Thank you for guiding me, for teaching me, for being my friends." The fox, the owl, the rabbit, and the deer gathered around her, their presence a comforting embrace. "You have found what you sought, young wanderer," the fox said, its voice a gentle caress. "Remember this journey, and carry its lessons with you always." With a final lingering look at the prism stone, Seraphine turned back towards the portal, her steps light with newfound purpose. As she crossed into the familiar embrace of the whispering woods, she felt a change within her, a quiet strength, a deeper understanding of herself and the world. Returning to Lumen's Hollow, Seraphine found the village as she had left it, nestled in its valley beneath the twilight sky. Yet, everything felt different, imbued with a richness and depth she had not noticed before. She shared her journey and its lessons with the villagers, her stories weaving a tapestry of hope and possibility. The village thrived, its people united by the knowledge that magic was not confined to distant realms, but lived within every heart, every friendship, every moment of kindness and courage. And as the years passed, Seraphine's tale became a part of the village's lore, a reminder that the greatest journeys are not measured by distance, but by the heart's capacity to grow and embrace the unknown. In the quiet of the evening, as the stars blinked awake and the forest whispered its eternal song, Seraphine would often sit by her grandmother's side, sharing tales of the hidden world, of the creatures who had become her friends, and the magic of the prism stone. And though her hair turned silver with time, her eyes retained the sparkle of that young girl who once stepped into the unknown, guided by the gentle hand of wonder. And so, the story of Seraphine and the prism stone became a part of Lumen's Hollow, a testament to the power of friendship, the beauty of discovery, and the enduring magic of the heart. Under the watchful gaze of the ancient oak, the village thrived, a beacon of light and love in the heart of the whispering woods. As the village slumbered, cradled in the embrace of the forest, the hidden world remained, a secret known to those with the heart to seek it, a reminder that within every ending lies the promise of a new beginning. And in that truth, the village found peace, nestled beneath a sky that sang with the light of 1,000 stars, each a promise of dreams yet to be discovered. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. The Keeper of Twilight Lights. In a village nestled between velvet green hills and a forest that whispered secrets through its pine needles, there lived a girl named Leela with hair the color of walnut shells and eyes that held the curiosity of 1,000 starlit nights. Her favorite hour came when the sun dipped below the horizon and the world turned the soft purple of bruised plums, a time she called the in-between. It was during this twilight that Leela would wander the edge of the woods, collecting pebbles smooth as owl eggs and listening to the crickets hum their evening hymns. One dusk, as the last amber streaks of sunlight clung to the clouds, Leela noticed something glimmering beneath the roots of an ancient oak. Kneeling, she brushed away loam and moss to reveal a lantern unlike any she'd seen. Its glass panels were etched with symbols resembling swirling constellations, and within it burned not a candle, but a cluster of tiny lights that pulsed like fireflies trapped in amber. When she lifted it, the ground trembled faintly, and a path materialized before her, a ribbon of silver moss winding deep into the forest. The air grew sweeter as she followed the trail, carrying notes of honeysuckle and distant campfires. Shadows stretched long and playful, and the trees seemed to lean in, their leaves rustling in approval. At the path's end stood a gate woven from ivy and twilight, guarded by a fox with fur like smoldering embers. His eyes, twin pools of liquid gold, blinked slowly. "You found the Lantern of Veils," he said, his voice a rumble of distant thunder. "It chooses who may enter the gloaming." Leela's breath caught. The gloaming. "A realm that exists in the breath between day and night," the fox replied. "But its light is fading. The northern vault, where all forgotten radiance is stored, has been sealed. Without it, the gloaming will crumble into eternal shadow." He nudged the lantern with his nose, and the symbols on its surface began to rotate. "You must reignite the vault, but beware. The path is watched by the Shade Weaver, who fears light more than anything." The fox, who introduced himself as Ember, led Leela through the gate. The gloaming unfolded like a watercolor painting, rivers of liquid starlight, meadows where flowers chimed like glass bells, and trees with bark that shimmered like fish scales. But as they journeyed north, Leela noticed cracks in the earth and patches where the sky had frayed into void. "Long ago," Ember explained, "the gloaming's light was replenished by memories, laughter trapped in soap bubbles, the glow of a child's first snowfall, the warm haze of a grandmother's story. But humans began to hoard their joy, locking it away in hearts grown heavy with worry. The vault's guardian, the keeper, vanished, and the door sealed itself." Leela tightened her grip on the lantern. "How do we open it?" "With a thread of shared light," said Ember. "But the Shade Weaver will try to unravel it." As if summoned, the air grew cold. A figure emerged from the trees, a woman with a dress of swirling smoke and a face that shifted like mist. "Little thief," she hissed. "You cannot mend what is broken. Light burns, it fades. Better to let the dark claim it gently." Leela's pulse quickened, but Ember stepped forward, his tail bristling. "You mistake kindness for weakness, Weaver. There is strength in what lasts, even a little while." The Shade Weaver lunged, her fingers clawed and cold. Leela swung the lantern, and its light flared, painting the forest in hues of topaz and rose. The Weaver recoiled, screaming, and melted into the shadows. Quickly, Ember urged. "She'll return." They reached the northern vault at dawn, or what passed for dawn in the gloaming, a slow blush of peach light bleeding through the trees. The vault was a towering arch of ice and iron, its surface etched with scenes of children dancing, lovers whispering, and elders smiling under cherry blossom trees. At its center was a keyhole shaped like a teardrop. Leela raised the lantern, but nothing happened. "What's wrong?" Ember's ears flattened. "The key is a memory, one you must give freely." Leela closed her eyes. She thought of her father teaching her to whistle with an acorn cap, of her mother braiding daisies into her hair, of the time the village had gathered to relight the midsummer bonfire after a storm. Each memory tugged at her heart, bright and aching. The lantern's lights swirled faster, then streamed toward the keyhole, weaving into a luminous thread. The vault door groaned open, releasing a cascade of light that flowed like syrup, golden, honeyed, alive. It seeped into the cracked earth, mending the gloaming's wounds. The Shade Weaver's scream echoed one last time before dissolving into a sigh. Ember nuzzled Leela's hand. "You've done it, Keeper. But I'm not. You are now, the lantern chose you. It will always return when the gloaming needs tending." Leela stepped back through the ivy gate at twilight's edge, the lantern dimming to a soft glow. The village lay unchanged, but she felt different, fuller, as if she'd swallowed a piece of the moon. That night, as she drifted to sleep, she glimpsed Ember in her window, winking like a stray ember before vanishing into the dark. Years later, when storms raged or winters bit deep, villagers would murmur of a girl seen wandering the forest edge, a lantern in hand, its light painting the trees in colors no mortal fire could conjure. They spoke of shadows that parted for her, of flowers blooming in her footsteps, and of a fox with eyes like melted gold trailing silently behind. Layla grew old, but the lantern never left her. On her last evening, as she sat beneath the ancient oak, the air turned sweet with honeysuckle, and Ember appeared young as ever. "Ready, keeper?" he asked. She smiled, her face creased like a well-loved map. "Always." The lantern's light enveloped them, and together they stepped into the gloaming, where the sky was forever the color of remembered joy, and the stars sang lullabies only the brave of heart could hear. And so, the village tales say, if you stand very still at the in-between hour, you might glimpse a trail of silver moss, or hear the faint chime of glass flowers. But you must look with eyes unclouded by haste, and a heart light enough to carry memories, both bitter and sweet, like fireflies in a jar. For the gloaming endures, tended by those who understand that light, no matter how fragile, grows brighter when shared. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the whispers of time brushed through the leaves and the sunlight danced in dappled patterns on the forest floor, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were woven together like the roots of the towering trees. This forest, known only to those who listened to the secrets of the earth, was a sanctuary where magic and reality intertwined as naturally as the rivers flow. The creatures of this forest were gentle beings, each unique yet connected by the threads of their environment. There was Silva, the wise old owl, whose feathers shimmered like silver under the moonlight, and whose eyes held the knowledge of countless seasons. Her perch was an ancient oak, its gnarled branches stretching high above the canopy, offering a vantage point from which she could observe the world below. Beneath her, nestled in the soft moss that blanketed the forest floor, was a family of rabbits. The youngest among them, a curious little one named Thistle, was known for his playful spirit and boundless curiosity. His fur was the color of autumn leaves, and he moved with a nimbleness that spoke of his youth and his wonder for the world. Every year, as spring whispered its promise of renewal, the forest came alive with a symphony of sights and sounds. The babbling brook that wound through the trees became a ribbon of laughter, its banks adorned with clusters of wildflowers that swayed in the gentle breeze. The air was sweet with the fragrance of blooming honeysuckle, and the sunlight, warm and golden, filtered through the canopy in soft beams that kissed the earth. This particular spring, however, brought with it a peculiar phenomenon. As the first rains of the season fell, their droplets seemed to glisten with an ethereal glow, casting a rainbow of colors across the forest. It was said among the creatures that these were not ordinary rains, but the tears of joy from the spirit of the forest, celebrating the harmony and balance that had been preserved through the ages. Silva, with her keen wisdom, gathered the creatures for a meeting beneath her oak. The air was filled with anticipation as they assembled, each eager to hear the owl's insights. Her voice, when she spoke, was soft yet resonant, like the rustle of leaves in a gentle wind. "Dear friends," she began, "these magical rains are a gift, a reminder of our bond with this forest, but they are also a call to action. We must ensure that our home remains in balance, that we nurture and protect the delicate harmony that sustains us all." The creatures nodded in understanding, their hearts swelling with a shared sense of purpose. Thistle, ever curious, tilted his head and asked, "But how do we do that, Silva?" With a kind smile, Silva replied, "By listening to the wisdom of our ancestors and the whispers of the forest. We must remember that every action has an echo. The way we care for our home today will shape the world for the generations to come." As the days passed, the creatures set about their tasks, each contributing in their own way to the health of their shared home. The squirrels, with their swift movements and keen eyes, gathered seeds and nuts, ensuring that new life would sprout in the coming seasons. The deer, graceful and watchful, pruned the underbrush, allowing sunlight to reach the seedlings, struggling towards the sky. Even the brook, with its ceaseless flow, played its part, carrying nutrients across the land and quenching the thirst of all who dwelled nearby. The forest thrived under the care of its inhabitants, the magic of the rain seeping into every root and branch, every feather and paw. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and the sky blushed with the colors of twilight, Thistle sat beneath Silva's oak, his eyes wide with wonder at the day's events. The forest was a symphony of chirping crickets and croaking frogs, their melodies a lullaby that wrapped around him like a warm blanket. "Silva," he said, his voice soft yet filled with awe, "I've learned so much. The forest is full of stories, isn't it?" "Indeed it is, little one," Silva replied, her eyes twinkling like stars, "and you are a part of this story. Remember, wisdom is not just knowing the past, but nurturing the future." Thistle nodded, his heart filled with a sense of belonging. As he nestled against the soft moss, his eyes grew heavy with sleep. The forest, with its ancient magic and timeless wisdom, cradled him in its embrace, whispering promises of dreams yet to come. And so the ancient forest continued to thrive, its creatures living in harmony with the land and each other. Through their gentle care and shared wisdom, the balance was preserved, and the magical rains of spring became a cherished legend, passed down through the generations. As the moon rose high above, casting its silver glow across the land, the forest sighed in contentment. For in this hidden world where magic and reality danced together, the heart of nature beat strong and true, a testament to the power of friendship, wisdom, and the enduring beauty of life. Title: Whispering Pines and the Song of the Stars. In a quaint village nestled between emerald hills and sapphire streams, the air always carried the scent of pine and the distant whisper of the sea. Here, in a small cottage with ivy-clad walls and a garden that bloomed with wildflowers, lived a young girl named Lila. Her hair was the color of chestnut leaves in autumn, and her eyes shimmered like the morning dew on a spider's web. Lila was known throughout the village for her kindness and the gentle way she could coax a smile from even the grumpiest of villagers. But what truly set Lila apart was her voice. When she sang, it was as if the world paused to listen. Her melodies floated through windows, slipped into dreams, and wrapped around hearts like a warm embrace. One evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon and painted the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Lila sat by her window, humming softly. The garden outside was alive with the chorus of crickets and the occasional rustle of leaves as a gentle breeze wove through the branches. Her melody twined with the night, a lullaby to the stars that began to twinkle above. Lila's grandmother, a wise woman with silver hair and eyes that sparkled with stories untold, joined her by the window. "Do you hear them, Lila?" she asked, her voice a soft echo of the wind. "Hear what, grandmother?" Lila replied, tilting her head and listening with all her heart. "The stars, my dear. They sing too in their own way. It's a song that only those who truly listen can hear." Lila closed her eyes, letting the world fade away until all that remained was the gentle hum of the night. And then she heard it, a faint melodious whisper, like the tinkling of distant bells. Her eyes flew open, wonder lighting them from within. "I hear it!" she exclaimed, her voice a breathless whisper. Her grandmother smiled, brushing a strand of hair from Lila's face. "There's magic in you, child, a gift, and with it, a journey you must one day take." Lila's heart fluttered with excitement and a hint of trepidation. She had always felt a pull towards something beyond her village, a calling that whispered through her dreams. As the days passed, Lila found herself drawn to the forest that bordered the village, a place both feared and revered by the villagers. It was said that the forest was alive with magic, that it held secrets as ancient as the stars themselves. Lila longed to explore its depths, to uncover the mysteries that lay hidden within. One crisp autumn morning, with the sun casting dappled shadows through the trees, Lila set out on her journey. The path into the forest was winding and narrow, flanked by towering pines that seemed to sway and murmur in greeting. The air was cool and fresh, filled with the earthy scent of moss and the sweet fragrance of fallen leaves. As Lila ventured deeper, the forest around her seemed to come alive. Birds flitted from branch to branch, their songs weaving a tapestry of sound that wrapped around her like a comforting shawl. Squirrels chattered and scurried, their bushy tails flicking playfully as they watched her with curious eyes. Lila walked for what felt like hours, guided by an unseen hand, until she reached a clearing bathed in golden sunlight. At its center stood an ancient oak with branches that reached skyward, its bark etched with intricate patterns that seemed to dance in the shifting light. Drawn to the tree, Lila approached and placed a hand on its trunk. The moment her fingers touched the rough bark, a warmth spread through her, and she felt a presence, a gentle, wise spirit that resided within the tree. "Welcome, Lila," a voice echoed in her mind, soft and resonant like a distant melody carried on the wind. "Who are you?" Lila asked, her voice barely a whisper. "I am the guardian of this forest, keeper of its secrets and its stories. You have been chosen, Lila, to carry the song of the stars and share it with the world." Lila's heart swelled with a sense of purpose, but with it came a wave of uncertainty. "But how? I'm just a girl from a small village." "You are more than you know, Lila. The magic within you is strong. Trust in yourself, and you will find your way." With those words, the presence faded, leaving Lila with a sense of peace and determination. She knew she had a path to follow, a song to share, but how and where she was yet to discover. As she turned to leave, a shimmer of light caught her eye from beneath the roots of the oak. Kneeling down, she discovered a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was cool to the touch, and when she opened it, she found a pendant in the shape of a star, its surface gleaming with an ethereal light. Slipping the pendant around her neck, Lila felt its warmth seep into her, a comforting reminder of her purpose. With renewed resolve, she began her journey back, each step taking her closer to fulfilling the destiny whispered to her by the stars. Over the following weeks, Lila's life took on a new rhythm. She spent her days tending to her garden, her evenings singing to the stars, and her nights dreaming of the journey that lay ahead. The villagers noticed the change in her, drawn to the light that seemed to radiate from within. One evening, as Lila sat by her window, her grandmother joined her, a knowing smile on her lips. "It's time, isn't it?" she said softly. Lila nodded, her heart both heavy and light. "Yes, grandmother, I feel it in my bones." Her grandmother hugged her close, the embrace warm and reassuring. "Remember, dear Lila, you are never alone. The stars are with you, always." With her grandmother's words echoing in her heart, Lila set out at dawn the next day, the pendant around her neck, a beacon of hope and strength. She followed the path through the village, her feet carrying her towards the unknown, guided by the song that sang within her. The journey took her over rolling hills and through misty valleys, each step bringing her closer to the heart of the world's magic. Along the way, she met others who, like her, were drawn to the music of the stars. There was Finn, a kind-hearted boy with hair like spun gold and eyes that twinkled with mischief. He had a way with animals, and wherever he went, creatures great and small followed in his wake. Then there was Mira, a spirited girl with a laugh like a bubbling brook and a knack for finding beauty in the most unexpected places. Together they traveled through enchanted forests and across shimmering lakes, their friendship growing stronger with each shared adventure. They faced challenges, of course, storms that tested their resolve, paths that seemed to lead nowhere, but through it all, they had each other, and that made all the difference. One evening, as they sat by a campfire, the stars twinkling overhead, Lila shared her story with Finn and Mira. She spoke of the song of the stars, of the pendant that glowed with a light not of this world, and the journey she felt destined to take. Finn listened, his expression thoughtful. "I've heard tales of a hidden valley, a place where the stars touch the earth. Perhaps that's where your journey leads." "Do you think it's real?" Mira asked, her eyes wide with wonder. Finn nodded. "I believe so, and I believe we're meant to find it." With a new destination in mind, the trio set out the next morning, their spirits buoyed by the promise of discovery. The days passed in a blur of laughter and song, their path illuminated by the light of the pendant and the hope that burned brightly within them. At last, after many days of travel, they reached the edge of a vast, mist-shrouded valley. The air was thick with magic, and as they descended the slope, the mist parted to reveal a breathtaking sight. The valley was a tapestry of colors and textures, a place where nature's beauty seemed to have found its truest expression. Flowers of every hue carpeted the ground, their petals shimmering in the sunlight. Towering trees stretched towards the sky, their leaves whispering secrets to the wind. And at the center of it all lay a serene lake, its surface like glass reflecting the sky above. As they approached the water's edge, a sense of peace enveloped them, as if the very air was infused with the song of the stars. Lila knelt by the lake, her heart filled with gratitude and awe. She understood now that this place, this hidden valley, was where she was meant to share her song. With Finn and Mira by her side, she sang, her voice a melody of hope and love that echoed through the valley. As her song filled the air, the world seemed to hold its breath, and then, one by one, the stars began to descend from the sky. They danced across the lake, their light mingling with Lila's song, creating a symphony of sound and light that resonated deep within the earth. The magic of the moment was beyond words, a gift to the world, and a reminder of the beauty that lay within each of them. And as the last notes of her song faded into the night, Lila knew that her journey was just beginning. With her friends beside her and the song of the stars within her, she was ready to face whatever lay ahead, a beacon of light in a world that, like her, was ever-changing and full of wonder. In the heart of the whispering woods, where silver birches stood like sentinels and ferns curled into emerald trumpets, there existed a glade known only to its most tender guardians. Here the air hummed with the secrets of centuries, and the streams carried melodies older than memory. It was in this glade that a young girl named Lila tended to the moss grove, an ancient tree whose roots cradled 1,000 stories and whose branches held the fragile magic of the seasons. Lila had been chosen as the moss grove's keeper by the creatures of the forest, the rabbits who wove moonlight into their burrows, the owls with star-speckled feathers, and the foxes whose tails flickered like candle flames. Her days were spent listening to the tree's murmurs, learning the language of rustling leaves and creaking bark. But one crisp autumn morning, the moss grove's usual song faltered. Its leaves, usually a tapestry of amber and scarlet, began to curl and gray at the edges. A chill seeped into the air, sharper than the season warranted, and the brook that trickled beside the tree's roots slowed to a syrupy crawl. A plump hedgehog named Thistle, his spines dusted with dew, trundled to Lila's side. "The frostfang stirs early," he warned, his voice a gravelly whisper. "It gnaws at the roots of balance. If the moss grove fails, winter will claim the woods before its time, and never loosen its grip." Lila knelt, her breath clouding in the unnatural cold. "How do we stop it?" "Seek the emberleaf," Thistle said. "A relic from the time when fireflies were born from sunbeams. It lies hidden in the Chamber of Echoes, deep within the Stonemire caves, but the path is perilous, and the chamber guards its secrets jealously." Determination kindled in Lila's chest like a tiny flame. She packed a satchel with honeyed chestnuts, a vial of glowshroom light, and a cloak spun from moth silk. As she set off, the forest rallied around her. Aria, a red squirrel with a tail like a maple seed, scampered ahead to scout the trails. Orlin, a badger whose fur shimmered with the pearly sheen of dawn, shouldered through thorny thickets. And Wynn, a firefly with wings like stained glass, lit their way with constellations of gold. Their journey carried them through valleys where mist clung to the earth like a lover, over hills where heather buzzed with drowsy bees, and into the shadow of the Stonemire caves, a labyrinth of jagged rock where the air tasted of iron and old storms. The entrance yawned like a stone throat, and within, the walls pulsed with faint, bioluminescent lichen. "The Chamber of Echoes remembers," Orlin rumbled, his claws clicking against the stone. "Speak only truths here, lest the shadows twist your words." The group pressed deeper, their footsteps echoing in eerie harmony. Strange whispers coiled around them, fragments of long-ago conversations, the laughter of forgotten creatures, the sigh of seasons past. At last they reached a vast cavern where stalactites dripped liquid crystal into pools below. At its center, floating atop a plinth of quartz, was the emberleaf, a single leaf forged of molten copper, its veins glowing with captured sunlight. But as Leela reached for it, the ground shuddered. From the shadows emerged a creature of living obsidian, the chamber's guardian, its eyes two smoldering coals. "Why do you seek the emberleaf?" it intoned, its voice like grinding tectonic plates. Leela stood tall, though her heart fluttered. "To save the moss grove, the frostfang threatens the balance. Without the tree, the seasons will unravel, and all who depend on them, the blooming flowers, the hibernating bears, the migrating geese, will suffer." The guardian tilted its head, sending cracks of orange light spiderwebbing across its form. "And what will you sacrifice to protect this balance?" She hesitated, then drew a small wooden flute from her satchel, a gift from her grandmother, carved from the moss grove's own branches. "This," she said softly, "it's the first thing the forest ever gave me." Without the moss grove, its song would be silence anyway. The guardian's fiery gaze softened. "Your heart understands reciprocity." It stepped aside, and the emberleaf floated into Leela's palms, warm as a sun-baked stone. Returning to the glade, they found the frostfang's blight spreading. Icicles clawed at the moss grove's trunk, and the air bit with glass-sharp cold. Working quickly, Leela placed the emberleaf against the tree's heartwood. Arya gathered last autumn's acorns, planting them in a circle to anchor the magic. Orlin dug channels in the soil, guiding the brook's thawing waters to the roots. Wynn and his kin swarmed above, their light merging with the emberleaf's glow until the glade blazed like a captured sunrise. The moss grove shuddered, then sang, a deep, resonant note that shook loose the ice. New leaves unfurled, tender and green, as the tree drew strength from its allies. The frostfang recoiled, its grip shattered by the warmth of shared purpose. By dawn, balance was restored. The first snowflakes of true winter drifted down, gentle and timely, melting into the moss grove's roots without malice. The creatures gathered, sharing a feast of roasted hazelnuts and elderberry wine, their breath mingling in grateful plumes. "The forest thrives not by one will, but by many," Thistle said, toasting Leela with a thimble of dewdrop cider. "You reminded us that even the smallest light can banish the deepest cold." As seasons turned, the tale of the emberleaf wove itself into the moss grove's bark, a new ring in its eternal story. Leela still plays her flute at dusk, its melody a lullaby to the woods, a reminder that harmony is never a solitary act, but a chorus of rustling leaves, trickling streams, and hearts brave enough to kindle light in the dark. And on the coldest nights, when the frostfang's breath nips at the edges of the glade, the creatures nestle close to the moss grove, warmed by the truth that no winter lasts forever, so long as there are hands to hold the flame. Once upon a time, in a cozy village nestled among rolling hills, there lived a young doe named Willow. She was a gentle creature with a soft brown coat and eyes that shone like amber in the sunlight. Willow loved the comfort of her daily routines, nibbling on sweet clover in the meadow, resting in the dappled shade of the ancient oak, and listening to the soothing melodies of the woodland birds. Yet lately, Willow couldn't shake a restless feeling stirring within her. She watched as her friends shed their winter coats, their new fur glistening with renewed vibrancy. But Willow's coat remained dull and threadbare, clinging to her like an itchy reminder that change was afoot, whether she was ready or not. One crisp morning, Willow wandered to the forest's edge where she often found solace among the ferns and wildflowers. There she met an old friend, a wizened tortoise named Sage, who moved with great care and contemplation. "You seem troubled, little one," Sage said, her voice as gentle as the rustling leaves. Willow confided her fears about the impending change. "I feel stuck, like this tattered coat is weighing me down. I'm afraid if I let it go, I'll lose a part of myself forever." Sage smiled knowingly. "The cycle of rebirth can be daunting, but it's nature's way of helping us grow. Think of the butterfly emerging from its chrysalis. a wondrous transformation takes immense courage. As if on cue, a shimmering light danced through the trees, catching Willow's eye. It was a radiant sprite named Glow, one of the forest's fabled guardians. "Don't fret, dear Willow," Glow chimed, her ethereal voice like a tinkling brook. "Every ending is a new beginning in disguise." With a wave of her tiny hand, Glow conjured a glittering pool of water before them. Images began to swirl across its surface, a kaleidoscope of vibrant colors representing the stages of growth and renewal. Willow was transfixed, seeing reflections of her own journey mirrored in nature's eternal rhythm. Glow gestured toward the water. "You'll know when you're ready to embrace the change within you. Trust in the magic that guides all living things." Heartened by her friend's wisdom, Willow realized her fears were rooted in resistance to the unknown. As the days passed, she moved through the transition with newfound grace, allowing her tattered coat to shed naturally. Beneath the weathered exterior, a lustrous new coat emerged, its rich chestnut hues shimmering like sunlight on autumn leaves. Willow felt lighter, revitalized, as if she were seeing the world through fresh, wondering eyes. From that day on, she greeted each season as a wondrous teacher, honoring the continual cycle of transformation as the greatest magic of all. For in surrendering to change, Willow discovered her truest self, resilient, radiant, and beautifully renewed. Once upon a time, in a quaint village nestled between rolling emerald hills and a shimmering, winding river, lived a young lad named Finn. With tousled auburn hair and eyes that sparkled like the morning dew, Finn was known throughout the village for his boundless curiosity and gentle heart. Finn often wandered to the edge of the village, where the Whispering Woods began. These woods were a place of legends, filled with tales of enchantment and wonder. The villagers spoke of it in hushed tones, for it was said to be a realm where the ordinary met the extraordinary. One golden afternoon, as the sun dipped low in the sky and painted the world in hues of amber and rose, Finn felt a tug at his heart, a call to explore the unknown depths of the Whispering Woods. Clad in his favorite cloak, as soft as the down of a fledgling bird, Finn set off with a sense of excitement bubbling within him. The air was crisp and carried the scent of pine and earth, mingled with a hint of something sweet and unnameable. As he ventured deeper, the trees stretched taller, their leaves whispering secrets to one another. Shafts of sunlight danced through the branches, creating patterns on the forest floor that seemed to guide Finn onward. Before long, Finn came upon a glade bathed in a gentle silvery light. In its center stood a tree unlike any he had ever seen. Its bark shimmered like mother of pearl, and its leaves were delicate as lace, whispering with the softest breeze. At the foot of this magnificent tree, a circle of toadstools formed a perfect ring, each cap a brilliant shade of violet. As Finn marveled at the beauty around him, a soft rustle caught his attention. Out from the underbrush hopped a creature so whimsical it seemed plucked from a dream. It was a rabbit, yet not quite. Its fur sparkled as if dusted with stardust, and its eyes twinkled with an intelligence that belied its small size. "Greetings, young adventurer," the rabbit said in a voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "I am Thistle, keeper of the Whispering Woods. What brings you to our enchanted glade?" Finn, though surprised, felt a warmth in his heart at Thistle's gentle demeanor. "I seek to explore and learn, dear Thistle," he replied, his voice soft and sincere. "I wish to understand the wonders of this place." Thistle nodded, his whiskers twitching with delight. "Then you shall," he said, "but remember, true exploration requires courage and a willingness to see with more than just the eyes." With that, Thistle bounded away, leaving a trail of twinkling lights in his wake. Finn followed, his heart beating with a mix of anticipation and joy. The path wound through the woods, leading Finn to a series of gentle challenges. First, he encountered a brook, where stepping stones gleamed like polished gems. As he crossed, each stone played a note, creating a melody that filled the air with a tranquility that soothed his soul. Next, a clearing opened up before him, where flowers of every hue swayed in a harmonious dance. Finn paused, admiring their beauty, when a breeze carried their soft voices to him. "To find your path, you must listen to the whispers of your heart," they chimed, their petals brushing against him like a comforting embrace. Finally, Finn arrived at a misty meadow where the air shimmered with anticipation. There he met an elder turtle named Sage, whose shell was etched with stories of time long past. "Ah, young Finn," Sage greeted, his voice deep and resonant as a distant drum. "You have journeyed far and learned much. But tell me, what is it you seek most?" Finn pondered Sage's question, feeling the warmth of the sun and the coolness of the grass. "I seek to understand the courage within me," he answered, realization dawning in his eyes like the first light of dawn. Sage nodded, a wise smile gracing his features. "Then know this, dear child," he said. "Courage is not the absence of fear, but the strength to face the unknown with an open heart." With those words, the meadow began to glow softly, as if the very earth was smiling upon Finn. He felt a sense of peace and fulfillment, knowing that his journey had revealed the courage that had always resided within him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky with stars, Finn made his way back home, his heart a tapestry of wonder and newfound wisdom. The whispering woods had shared their magic with him, and he carried it in his heart, a gentle reminder of the beauty found in exploration and the courage to embrace the unknown. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Finn drifted into a slumber as deep and serene as the night itself, dreaming of adventures yet to come and the friendships formed along the way. In the heart of the misty blue forest, where trees wore coats of moss and squirrels played hide-and-seek with the sunbeams, there lay a tiny, bustling village known as Twinklewood Hollow. This was no ordinary village, for its inhabitants were as unique and whimsical as the forest itself. You see, Twinklewood was home to a medley of magical creatures, each with their own delightful peculiarity. At the center of the hollow lived a merry little gnome named Pipkin. Pipkin was known far and wide for his penchant for wearing mismatched socks, believing they brought him good luck. His home was a cozy burrow beneath an ancient oak, with windows framed by ivy and a door that creaked a friendly greeting each time it opened. Pipkin's most cherished possession was a brass kettle that whistled the tune of "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" whenever the tea was ready. Next door to Pipkin, in a treehouse woven from willow branches, lived a sprightly fairy named Flick. Flick had wings as delicate as a dragonfly's, shimmering in hues of lavender and gold. She had an infectious giggle that sounded like wind chimes in a gentle breeze, and was known for her remarkable skill in painting the most vibrant rainbows across the sky with her magic paintbrush. A little further down the cobblestone path, one would find the abode of Terence, the talking tortoise. Terence was never in a rush, and he often reminded his friends that the best way to enjoy life was one slow step at a time. His shell was a patchwork of colors, each tile a memory from his travels around the world. Terence was a master storyteller, his tales as rich and layered as the forest floor in autumn. One sunny morning, as the dew sparkled on the meadow like 1,000 tiny diamonds, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence gathered at the village square. They were joined by a lively crowd of other villagers, including the melodic-voiced songbirds, the mischievous squirrel twins, and the wise old owl Hootsworth, who always wore spectacles perched precariously on his beak. The occasion was the annual Twinklewood Festival, a day filled with laughter, games, and feasting. But this year, something peculiar was afoot. As the festivities began, a curious occurrence unfolded. The air shimmered with a peculiar iridescent glow, and suddenly, every sound in the village turned into a melody. The rustling leaves sang a gentle lullaby, the bubbling brook played a merry jig, and even the clattering of dishes at the feast was transformed into a cheerful tune. At first, the villagers found this quite amusing. They danced to the melody of their chores and chuckled at the serenading sounds all around them. However, as the day wore on, it became apparent that this magical melody was more than just a harmless enchantment. Every spoken word was now a song, and trying to communicate became a comical opera of misunderstandings. "We need to solve this musical mystery," declared Pipkin, his words tumbling out in a lively aria that made the crowd giggle. Flick fluttered her wings excitedly, her voice a playful soprano. "Let's head to the Whispering Glade. Perhaps the trees can tell us what's causing this tuneful trouble." The villagers agreed, and off they went, a parade of singing, humming, and whistling creatures, weaving their way through the forest to the Whispering Glade. The glade was a special place where the oldest trees in the forest stood, their branches entwined like the fingers of old friends. It was said that these trees could speak if you listened closely enough. As they reached the glade, the villagers quieted, their melodic chatter turning into a harmonious hum. Pipkin stepped forward, his mismatched socks peeking out from beneath his trousers, and addressed the trees in a gentle ballad. "O wise trees, what is this magical melody that fills our village? Can you help us find a way to bring back our normal voices?" For a moment the glade was silent, save for the rustling leaves. Then, a deep, resonant voice emerged from the largest tree, its bark as gnarled and wise as time itself. Long ago, a playful sprite named Melody cast a spell upon these woods, leaving behind a treasure of musical enchantments. It seems you have stumbled upon one of her playful charms. Terence, in his slow and deliberate baritone, asked, "Is there a way to undo the spell, dear trees?" The elder tree responded with a gentle rustle. "Ah, yes. To return your voices, you must find Melody's forgotten flute, hidden deep within the enchanted grove. Play a tune of friendship, and the spell shall be undone." With newfound determination, Pipkin, Flick, and Terence set out towards the enchanted grove, a place known for its magical wonders and delightful surprises. The path was lined with flowers that opened and closed like little music boxes, and birds that flew in synchronized patterns, creating an aerial symphony. As they reached the grove, they were greeted by a sight that took their breath away. The trees here were not ordinary. Their trunks twisted into fantastical shapes, and their leaves glowed in every color imaginable. In the center of the grove stood a pedestal made of crystal, and atop it lay a flute, its surface shimmering like a moonlit lake. Flick, with her fairy grace, picked up the flute. "I think I know just the tune," she said, her voice a gentle melody. She placed the flute to her lips and began to play. The notes floated through the air, a sweet, simple tune that spoke of friendship and harmony. As the melody swirled around them, the iridescent glow that had filled the village began to fade, and the sounds returned to their natural state. Back in Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers cheered, their voices at last free from the musical enchantment. They gathered around Pipkin, Flick, and Terence, thanking them with heartfelt gratitude. Pipkin grinned, twirling one of his mismatched socks. "It's good to have our voices back, but I must admit it was quite an adventure." Flick giggled, her wings fluttering with joy. "Yes, and what a wonderful tune it turned out to be." Terence nodded slowly, a contented smile on his face. "Indeed, my friends, sometimes it takes a little magic to remind us of the music in our lives." As the sun set, casting a warm golden glow over Twinklewood Hollow, the villagers gathered for a feast beneath the stars. Laughter and the clinking of glasses filled the air, mingling with the gentle hush of the forest. The night ended with Pipkin and Flick leading everyone in a joyful dance, their feet tapping out a merry rhythm on the cobblestone streets. And so, with hearts full of joy and the bonds of friendship stronger than ever, the villagers drifted into happy dreams, comforted by the knowledge that even in a world of magic and melody, the greatest harmony of all was found in their togetherness. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the Lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the Lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The Lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzon, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The Lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength in vulnerability. In turn, the lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. The soft hum of the damaged engine echoed through the cargo bay like a lullaby gone wrong. Zara tucked her three-fingered hands deeper into the pockets of her patched flight suit, the lavender scales along her neck rippling with unease as she stared at the blinking red lights on the console. Outside the cracked viewport, the emerald mists of the uncharted planet swirled in lazy patterns, tendrils occasionally brushing against the ship's hull with a sound like whispering silk. "Diagnostic complete," chimed the ship's AI in its usual monotone. Atmospheric composition breathable. Survival probability 67.3%. The Zalian mechanic snorted, her vertical pupils narrowing at the readout. Survival's always been better than average odds for me, she muttered, securing the last magnetic clamp on her repair belt. The belt jangled with tools collected from 7 different star systems, a wrench from the methane forges of Typhon V, a molecular welder traded from a cyborg merchant in the Cerulean Belt, and her lucky hydrospanner with the dent from that time she'd fixed a stellar Empress's yacht during a meteor shower. The ramp descended with a protesting whine, revealing a landscape that made Zara's breath catch. Towering crystalline trees pulsed with inner light, their faceted leaves chiming like glass wind chimes in the gentle breeze. The ground beneath them shimmered with bioluminescent moss that dimmed and brightened in slow waves, as if the planet itself were breathing. Somewhere in the distance, liquid silver streams sang as they tumbled over smooth obsidian rocks. Her boot had barely touched the glowing moss when a sharp, trilling sound cut through the musical landscape. Zara froze, her hand flying to the ion cutter at her belt. Emerging from behind a cluster of amber ferns was a creature, unlike anything in her star charts, a being of shifting mercury-like substance, its form constantly flowing between something resembling a 6-legged fox and a floating cluster of liquid spheres. Its surface reflected the forest colors in rippling patterns that hurt to look at directly. "Hey now," Zara said carefully, keeping her palms visible in the universal gesture of peace. "Just here to fix my ship, no trouble intended." The creature responded with a burst of crystalline chimes that vibrated in Zara's chest bone. When she didn't react, it shimmered brighter, its form suddenly resolving into a perfect mirror image of Zara herself, lavender scales, tool belt and all, before dissolving back into quicksilver abstraction. "Well, that's a new one," Zara breathed, her tail twitching nervously behind her. She'd met shapeshifters before in the asteroid markets, but none that mirrored her down to the chipped scale on her left elbow. The creature seemed to take her hesitation as invitation, flowing closer until Zara caught her own reflection warping in its silvery surface. Their uneasy truce shattered when Zara's boot crunched on something brittle beneath the moss. The creature recoiled with a sound like shattering stained glass, its form splintering into jagged shards that hovered menacingly in the air. Between them lay the remains of a delicate honeycomb structure, perhaps a nest or food storage, now crushed beyond recognition. "Criff," Zara whispered, watching the shimmering shards begin to rotate faster. "Didn't see that there, friend, let me just..." She reached slowly for her repair kit, thinking to offer some form of compensation. The motion proved disastrous. A silvery tendril lashed out, sending her tool belt flying into the luminescent underbrush. Zara scrambled backward as the creature advanced, its chiming now shrill and discordant. She barely registered the strange warmth spreading through her chest, where the tendril had grazed her flight suit. Her entire focus was on the glowing yellow mineral deposit now clutched in her hand, the closest thing she had to a defensive weapon. The standoff might have ended in tragedy were it not for the sudden groan from above. Both looked up as a massive crystalline branch cracked under the weight of Zara's ship, shearing off and plummeting toward them. Without thinking, Zara lunged forward, tackling her quicksilver adversary out of the path of destruction. They tumbled together into a bed of glowing ferns, the creature's surface bubbling with shock where it made contact with her scales. For 3 heartbeats they stared at each other, Zalian mechanic and alien enigma, both breathing heavily. Then the creature extended a trembling mercury droplet toward Zara's chest. Where it touched, the fabric of her flight suit dissolved to reveal nothing. No wound, no scar, just smooth lavender scales glowing faintly with the same golden hue as the creature's core. "Ah," Zara said softly, understanding dawning. "You weren't attacking, you were trying to..." She gestured helplessly at her chest, where the creature's healing touch had apparently neutralized some unknown planetary toxin. The guilt settled heavy in her stomach as she looked from the crushed hive to the creature's still quivering form. "And I thought you were." The chiming softened, the creature's shape melting into something rounder, less threatening. It extended a tendril toward the broken hive, then toward Zara's scattered tools. When she didn't move, it chimed impatiently and nudged the hydrospanner toward her with a mercury paw. Repairs took on new meaning as they worked through the planet's long twilight. Zara learned to read the creature's shifting hues: warm gold for approval, cool blue when she nearly made a mistake with the delicate crystal structures. In turn, she taught it basic tool functions, laughing when it attempted to mimic her three-fingered grip with comically oversized silver claws. They discovered the crushed hive could be restored using resin from the crystal trees, mixed with flecks of Zara's discarded ship parts that the creature insisted on adding with artistic flair. When the first meteor shower struck that night, it was the creature who alerted her, its surface flashing urgent crimson as it herded Zara toward an underground cavern. They huddled together beneath the planet's surface as the world above erupted in blazing light, Zara's hand resting on what passed for the creature's shoulder, feeling its vibrations gradually calm from panicked staccato to a soothing hum. "You know," Zara said during a lull in the bombardment, watching the creature fashion a makeshift light globe from some glowing moss and a discarded fuel cell, "I never caught your name." The creature tilted its head, then pressed a mercury tendril to her temple. Images flooded her mind: starlight on liquid metal, the secret names of flowing streams, the vibration pattern that meant home in a language of light and motion. "Keth," Zara breathed, the sound feeling right in her mouth. The creature Keth chimed in approval, its surface rippling with pleasure. Their final challenge came with the dawn. Zara stood before her repaired ship, the ramp extended, tool belt heavier with a new addition, a perfect mercury droplet hardened into glass. Keth's form wavered at the forest edge, its usual gold hues muted to soft amber. "It doesn't have to be goodbye," Zara said, crouching to meet what passed for Keth's eyes. "The galaxy's smaller than you think. I could." She trailed off, suddenly aware of the vastness between star systems. But Keth chimed softly, extending a tendril to touch the ship's hull. Where mercury met metal, faint golden lines spread through the plating like veins of starlight, a permanent piece of Keth's essence woven into the ship's framework. Years later, when Captain Zara of the starship Mercurial regaled wide-eyed listeners with tales of her most improbable friendship, she'd always pause at this part. "That's when I understood," she'd say, polishing her lucky hydrospanner with its new mercury swirl designs, "that true companionship isn't about speaking the same language or sharing the same form. It's about the spaces between stars where understanding grows and the courage to reach out when everything tells you to pull back." As her ship ascended through the emerald atmosphere that day, Zara watched Keth's form shimmer and expand below a quicksilver constellation waving goodbye. The comm console beeped with an incoming transmission, displaying coordinates to a previously unknown planet rich with crystalline ore. Attached was a single image, their repaired hive structure, now glowing with the combined artistry of Zalian engineering and Mercury native artistry. And in her chest, where Keth's healing touch had left its mark, Zara carried a warmth that no deep space chill could ever extinguish, the quiet certainty that somewhere among the singing forests and silver streams, a being of light and motion would always remember the scale-kinned mechanic who learned to listen with more than her ears. Once upon a time, in a verdant forest where the trees stretched their branches towards the heavens, there lived a community of creatures whose lives were intricately woven into the fabric of nature itself. In this enchanted realm, the whispers of the wind carried ancient melodies, and the babbling brooks sang softly of the secrets they had witnessed over the centuries. At the heart of this mystical forest dwelled a wise old oak tree, its gnarled bark etched with the memories of 1,000 summers. Perched among its branches was a family of owls, guardians of the woodland lore. The eldest owl, whose eyes shone like 2 moons, had seen the forest through countless cycles of rebirth and renewal. One crisp autumn evening, as the leaves danced in a gentle breeze, the young owlets gathered around their elder, eager to learn the ways of the forest. The wise old owl cleared his throat and began to speak, his voice rich and melodious. "My dear ones, this forest is a sacred place, where every living being plays a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. From the smallest insect to the mightiest oak, each creature has a purpose, a thread woven into the tapestry of life." The owlets listened intently, their feathers ruffling in the cool night air. "Look around you, my children," the elder continued. "See how the squirrels meticulously gather their winter stores, ensuring the survival of their kind. Observe the bees as they flit from flower to flower, pollinating the plants that sustain us all. Even the mushrooms that sprout from the fallen logs play their part, recycling the nutrients of the earth." As the wise owl spoke, the forest seemed to come alive with a symphony of sounds, the rustling of leaves, the chittering of insects, and the distant call of a nightingale. The owlets marveled at the intricate tapestry of life that surrounded them. "But our forest is not merely a place of survival," the elder added, his eyes twinkling with ancient wisdom. "It is a realm where magic breathes life into every season, where the cycles of nature are celebrated with reverence and wonder." With a sweep of his wing, the old owl gestured towards the distant horizon, where the first hints of autumn's fiery hues were beginning to blaze across the treetops. As the leaves turn crimson and gold, the forest prepares for its annual slumber, embracing the chill of winter with grace and acceptance. It is during this time that the fairies gather, spinning their gossamer threads to weave blankets of warmth for the slumbering creatures. The owlets gasped in delight, for they had heard tales of the elusive fairies, but had never glimpsed their enchanting presence. "And when the first snowflakes drift down from the heavens," the elder continued, "the spirits of the forest awaken, their icy breath painting intricate patterns upon the frozen ponds and streams. These spirits are the guardians of winter, ensuring that the forest rests peacefully until the first buds of spring emerge." As the night deepened, the old owl's voice grew softer, lulling the owlets into a state of tranquil wonder. He spoke of the magical renewal of springtime, when the earth awakened from its slumber, and the forest was alive with the songs of nesting birds and the gentle unfurling of new leaves. He described the vibrant energy of summer, when the forest basked in the warmth of the sun, and the air was thick with the fragrance of wildflowers. Throughout his tales, the wise old owl wove a tapestry of interconnectedness, reminding his young charges that every creature, every plant, and every element of the forest played a vital role in maintaining the delicate balance of nature. "Remember, my dear ones," he whispered as the first rays of dawn peeked through the canopy. "The wisdom of the forest has been passed down through generations, a sacred trust that we must honor and protect. For it is only through our reverence for the natural world that we can ensure its beauty and magic will endure for centuries to come." As the sun rose over the ancient forest, the owlets blinked sleepily, their hearts filled with a newfound appreciation for the wonders that surrounded them. They knew that the lessons of the wise old oak would guide them through their lives, reminding them of the sacred harmony that bound all creatures together in nature's eternal dance. Once upon a time, in the quaint village of Whimsy Hollow, where the lanes were cobbled with candy stones and the rooftops shimmered like rainbow scales, there lived a peculiar family of hedgehogs known as the Twiddlepuffs. The Twiddlepuffs were no ordinary hedgehogs. Each member of the family had a unique magical trait. Fizz, the youngest, could make flowers bloom with a sneeze, while his sister, Tilly, had a giggle so infectious that it could make even the grumpiest of frogs join in a chorus of laughter. Their home was a delightful burrow nestled beneath a towering lollipop tree, where the air always smelled of mint and honey. Inside, the walls were lined with shelves of shimmering trinkets, each one a memento of adventures past. The fireplace crackled softly, its flames dancing a merry jig, while the scent of freshly baked acorn pie wafted through the air, inviting and warm. One sunny morning, as the dew still clung to the grass like tiny jewels, a peculiar event unfolded in Whimsy Hollow. The village's magical fountain, known for its sparkling waters that granted the most joyful dreams, had suddenly stopped flowing. The fountain, crafted from glistening crystal and adorned with carvings of playful otters, stood silent, its usual melody of tinkling waters replaced by an ominous hush. The villagers gathered around, their faces a mix of concern and curiosity. Among them was the wise and whimsical Mayor Pippin, a rabbit with spectacles perched precariously on his twitching nose and a waistcoat filled with pockets of peculiar odds and ends. "We must solve this riddle," declared Mayor Pippin, peering at the fountain with a thoughtful frown. "For without our dream water, the nights will grow restless and the dreams mundane." Fizz and Tilly, always up for an adventure, volunteered to help. With a spark of determination in their eyes, they set off on a quest to uncover the mystery. Their first stop was the cozy cottage of Granny Wobble, an elderly turtle with a pant for storytelling and a fondness for treacle. "Ah, yes," Granny Wobble mused, adjusting her spectacles with a slow, deliberate motion. "The fountain's heart is a crystal teardrop, known to be enchanted. It is said to be the source of its magic." "But where has the crystal gone?" Tilly asked, her eyes wide with wonder. "To find the crystal," Granny Wobble continued, "you must follow the path of the moonbeams, for they will lead you to the enchanted grove where whispers of old magic dwell." With Granny Wobble's cryptic advice in mind, Fizz and Tilly set off towards the edge of Whimsy Hollow, where the trees intertwined like old friends whispering secrets. As night fell, the moon cast a silvery glow across their path, illuminating a trail of moonbeams that danced like ribbons in the night. The journey was filled with delightful surprises. Along the way, they encountered Whisk the squirrel, who was renowned for his incredible juggling skills. Whisk joined them on their quest, juggling acorns and pine cones with such flair that it lifted their spirits and added a touch of whimsy to their travels. Eventually, the trio arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a place where the air shimmered with possibilities, and the trees whispered in a language only the heart could understand. In the heart of the grove stood a magnificent tree, its bark etched with ancient runes that glowed softly. Just as they approached, a small, mischievous sprite named Glimmer appeared, her wings sparkling like diamond dust. "I know what you seek," she chimed, her voice like the tinkling of tiny bells. "The crystal teardrop was borrowed by the wind, who wished to compose a melody unlike any other." "Can we get it back?" Fizz inquired, his nose twitching with excitement. "Of course," Glimmer giggled. "All you need is a song of friendship, for the wind loves nothing more than the harmony of kindred souls." And so, beneath the canopy of the Enchanted Grove, Fizz, Tilly, and Whisk began to sing. Their melody was a lilting tune that spoke of laughter and dreams, of adventures shared and dreams fulfilled. The wind, who had been listening from afar, was so moved by their song that it returned the crystal teardrop, placing it gently in Fizz's tiny paws. With the crystal in hand, the trio made their way back to Whimsy Hollow, where a crowd of villagers greeted them with cheers and hugs. Mayor Pippin beamed with pride as he placed the crystal back in the fountain, and with a joyous gurgle, the waters began to flow once more, sparkling like 1,000 stars. That night, as the village drifted into slumber, the dreams that visited each villager were more vibrant and joyful than ever before. And as for Fizz and Tilly, they snuggled into their cozy burrow beneath the lollipop tree, the warmth of friendship and adventure weaving through their dreams like a gentle lullaby. And so, in the heart of Whimsy Hollow, where magic and laughter danced hand in hand, the Twiddlepuffs slept soundly, knowing that the world was just a little bit brighter because of their journey. And as the moon cast its silvery glow over the village, the fountain sang its familiar song, a melody of dreams and delight that carried through the night, whispering promises of more whimsical adventures to come. Once upon a time, nestled in a serene valley surrounded by lush emerald hills, lay the quaint village of Willowbrook. In this village, ivy-clad cottages stood under the watchful embrace of towering oak trees, their branches whispering ancient secrets to the winds. Among these cottages, at the end of a winding cobblestone path, was the home of a young woman named Eleanor. Eleanor had always been a creature of habit, finding comfort in the routines that shaped her days. She knew every stone in the path she walked, every note of the birdsong that greeted her at dawn. Yet, as the seasons began to shift from the vibrant energy of summer to the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor felt a growing unease. a restlessness she could not quite name. The familiar patterns of her life seemed to stifle rather than soothe, and she found herself yearning for something just beyond her reach. One crisp morning, as the first golden leaves tumbled from the trees like coins from a treasure chest, Eleanor set out for a walk in the nearby forest, seeking solace in the rustling leaves and soft earth. The forest was a tapestry of colors, the air rich with the scent of pine and the earthy perfume of fallen leaves. As she wandered deeper into the woods, she came upon a sight that made her heart pause. A small, glistening pond, its surface a mirror reflecting the world above. Drawn to its tranquil beauty, Eleanor knelt at the water's edge. As she gazed into the pond, a gentle ripple disturbed its surface, and from its depths emerged a curious creature. It was a small, luminous fish with scales that shimmered like 1,000 rainbows. The fish spoke, its voice a soft melody that seemed to echo in Eleanor's mind. "Greetings, Eleanor," the fish said with a gentle nod. "I am the Keeper of Waters. You have come seeking change, have you not?" Eleanor blinked in surprise, her heart fluttering like the wings of the butterflies that danced around her. "I suppose I have," she replied, her voice barely a whisper, "but I do not know what it is that I seek." The Keeper of Waters glided closer, its eyes wise and knowing. "Change is a river, ever flowing, ever changing," it said. "It can be daunting, yet it is the essence of life. Embrace it, and you will discover your true self." As these words settled in her heart, the pond began to shimmer with a warm, golden light. Eleanor felt a gentle warmth spread through her, and when she looked around, she found herself no longer alone. The forest had transformed, and standing beside her were creatures of the wood, the spirited fox, the wise owl, and the playful squirrel, all friends she had known since her childhood. Each creature spoke in turn, their voices weaving a tapestry of encouragement and support. The fox, with eyes like amber, spoke of courage and the joy of exploration. The owl, perched with grace, shared wisdom and the importance of patience. The squirrel chattered about the delight found in small wonders and the magic of discovery. With each word, Eleanor felt a growing sense of peace and possibility. She saw her life not as a series of fixed patterns, but as a journey filled with endless potential. She realized that change was not something to be feared, but a path to new adventures and self-discovery. In gratitude, Eleanor thanked the Keeper of Waters and her woodland friends. As she rose to leave, the pond's light faded, and the forest returned to its familiar form. Yet within Eleanor's heart, a transformation had begun, a spark of courage and curiosity that would guide her forward. Returning to Willowbrook, Eleanor found that the world around her seemed more vibrant, more alive. She welcomed the changing seasons, each day an opportunity to learn and grow. She embraced new experiences, finding joy in the unexpected and strength in her newfound resilience. And so, in the gentle embrace of autumn, Eleanor discovered the beauty of personal growth and magical transformation. With the support of her friends and the wisdom of the Keeper of Waters, she learned that life, like the shimmering pond, was a mirror reflecting the endless possibilities within her. In time, Eleanor became a beacon of inspiration for others in Willowbrook, her story a reminder that change, though challenging, can lead to the most wondrous discoveries. And as the stars twinkled above the village each night, the gentle hum of the forest sang a lullaby of hope and transformation, a song that carried the promise of new beginnings for all who dared to dream. Once upon a time, nestled between lush, rolling hills and the whispering babble of a crystal-clear brook, lay the quaint village of Meadowdown. This little village was known for its charming cobblestone streets, the scent of sweet lavender drifting from cottage gardens, and the gentle chime of bells from the old stone chapel at the village square. But beyond the common sights and sounds, Meadowdown held a secret known only to those who had the heart to discover it. In a small ivy-clad cottage at the edge of the village lived a young girl named Clara. Clara was a kind-hearted soul, with hair the color of ripe chestnuts and eyes that sparkled like dew-kissed leaves. She was known throughout the village for her gentle nature and unwavering curiosity. Her days were filled with helping her neighbors, tending her garden, and dreaming of adventures beyond the horizon. One crisp autumn morning, as Clara wandered through the golden-hued forest that bordered Meadowdown, she stumbled upon an object unlike any she had seen before. It was a delicate, silver key, its surface intricately etched with swirling patterns that glinted in the dappled sunlight. Intrigued, Clara picked up the key, feeling a gentle warmth spread through her fingers as she held it. As she examined the key, a soft voice broke the gentle rustling of the leaves. "Ah, you have found it," the voice said, seemingly coming from nowhere and everywhere at once. Startled, Clara looked around until her eyes fell upon a small rabbit with fur as white as freshly fallen snow and eyes as blue as the summer sky. This was no ordinary rabbit, for it wore a tiny emerald-green waistcoat and a pair of spectacles perched upon its twitching nose. "Who are you?" Clara asked, her voice filled with wonder rather than fear. "My name is Thistle," the rabbit replied, adjusting his spectacles with a practiced paw. "I am the guardian of the Whispering Woods, and it seems you have found the Key of Whispers." Clara looked at the key in her hand, now understanding its significance. "What does the key unlock?" she asked, her curiosity piqued. Thistle hopped closer, his whiskers twitching with excitement. "The key unlocks the Door of Secrets, a magical portal that reveals the hidden wonders of the forest. But beware, only those with a pure heart and a wise mind can truly benefit from its magic." With Thistle guiding her, Clara embarked on a journey deeper into the forest. The path was lined with towering trees whose branches formed a canopy of vibrant reds and oranges, and the air was filled with the earthy scent of fallen leaves. As they walked, Thistle shared stories of the forest's hidden magic, of creatures that sang to the moon and flowers that bloomed only under starlight. Their journey was not without challenges. At one point, they came upon a wide, rushing stream, its waters too deep and swift to cross easily. Clara paused, thinking deeply. Instead of attempting to force her way across, she noticed the pattern of stepping stones hidden just beneath the surface, revealed only to those who took the time to truly observe. With careful steps, Clara and Thistle made their way across the stream, their trust in each other growing with every challenge they faced. Along the way, they encountered other forest inhabitants who offered their unique wisdom. There was Luna, the wise old owl with feathers like moonlit shadows, who taught Clara the importance of patience and listening to the world around her. And there was Fern, the playful squirrel with a tail like a plume, who showed Clara the joy of laughter and the beauty of small, everyday wonders. Finally, after a journey filled with learning and laughter, they reached the Door of Secrets. It stood nestled between two ancient oak trees, its surface shimmering with a light all its own. Clara hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of the key in her hand before turning to Thistle. "Are you ready?" he asked, his eyes twinkling with encouragement. Taking a deep breath, Clara nodded and inserted the key into the lock. As she turned it, the door swung open with a gentle creak, revealing a world of breathtaking beauty. A world where the trees whispered secrets of the ages, and the air was filled with a melody only the heart could hear. Clara stepped through, feeling a sense of peace and belonging wash over her. She had embarked on this journey with a heart full of curiosity and returned with a heart full of wisdom and wonder. She realized that the true magic of the key was not in the wonders it revealed, but in the journey itself and the friendships she had forged along the way. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of pink and gold, Clara and Thistle made their way back to Meadowdown. The village welcomed them with open arms, its lights twinkling like stars in the gathering dusk. Clara placed the key in a special place in her garden, knowing its magic would always be there, ready to guide those who were willing to listen and learn. And every evening, as the village settled into the comforting embrace of night, Clara would share stories of her adventures, her voice a gentle melody that lulled the village to sleep. And so in the heart of Meadowdown, where ordinary objects held extraordinary secrets, Clara's story of discovery and wonder was whispered from generation to generation, a reminder that the true magic of life lies not in the destination, but in the journey itself. Title: The Whisper of the Willow. In a quaint village nestled between rolling hills and the edge of a vast, whispering forest, lived a gentle young girl named Leora. Her days were filled with the hum of bees in the meadow, the scent of wildflowers on the breeze, and the comforting embrace of her grandmother's stories by nightfall. Leora's world was one of serene beauty, yet she harbored a yearning for something more, a spark of magic to ignite her heart's deepest dreams. The village was surrounded by legends of the enchanted forest, a place where the old trees told tales to those who would listen, and the streams sang lullabies to the moon. But the heart of these stories was the ancient Willow of Whispers, a tree said to hold the power to reveal one's true path in life. Many sought its wisdom, but few returned unchanged, for the forest had a way of showing each visitor not only who they were, but who they could become. Leora often wandered to the forest's edge, her fingers brushing the soft moss that clung to the trunks of the trees. Her grandmother's stories painted images in her mind, of brave explorers and wise creatures, but the Willow of Whispers remained an enigma, a mystery she longed to unravel. It was on one such day, with the sun dappling through the leaves and a gentle breeze rustling the branches, that Leora felt the forest calling to her more strongly than ever before. With a heart full of anticipation and a small satchel packed with essentials, bread, cheese, and her grandmother's knitted shawl, Leora stepped into the forest. The air was cool and filled with the earthy scent of pine and damp earth. As she ventured deeper, the trees seemed to lean closer, their boughs whispering secrets that only the forest knew. Leora felt a tingling at the back of her neck, a sensation both thrilling and comforting, as if the forest was welcoming her into its embrace. As the path wound deeper into the forest, Leora met a curious friend, a small, bright-eyed squirrel named Pip. His fur was a tawny gold, and he chittered merrily as he bounded from branch to branch beside her. "Where are you headed, young traveler?" Pip asked, his voice a soft, musical note in the forest symphony. Leora smiled, her heart lightened by the squirrel's friendly demeanor. "I'm seeking the Willow of Whispers," she replied, her eyes alight with determination. Pip twitched his whiskers thoughtfully. "Ah, the willow," he said, nodding. "Many have sought its wisdom, but it is not easily found. The forest has a way of testing those who desire its secrets." "I am ready," Leora declared, her voice steady with resolve. "I believe the willow will guide me." With Pip scampering alongside her, Leora continued her journey. The forest was a tapestry of colors and sounds, each step revealing new wonders. Birds sang sweetly in the canopy above, their songs weaving through the leaves like a gentle lullaby. The sunlight danced across the forest floor, painting patterns of light and shadow that seemed to shift with every breath of wind. As they walked, Pip told Leora tales of the forest's inhabitants. A wise old owl who knew the stars by heart, a family of foxes who danced under the moon, and a mischievous sprite who played tricks on unwary travelers. Leora listened with delight, her imagination painting vivid pictures of these magical creatures. Yet, as the day wore on, the path grew more tangled and overgrown. Vines draped like curtains across their way, and the underbrush thickened, whispering against Leora's legs as she pushed forward. The air grew cooler, and the forest seemed to hold its breath, waiting. "Do not be discouraged," Pip chirped, sensing her unease. "Every journey worth taking has its trials." Leora nodded, brushing aside a strand of ivy. Her determination was unwavering, her heart guided by the stories her grandmother had woven, a tapestry of courage, kindness, and the endless potential within. At last, as the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting the forest in hues of gold and amber, they arrived at a clearing. In its center stood the Willow of Whispers, its trunk wide and gnarled with age, its branches sweeping gracefully to the ground like a curtain of leaves. The air around the tree shimmered softly, as if infused with magic. Leora approached the willow with reverence, her steps slow and deliberate. She felt the weight of the forest's silence, a sacred hush that enveloped the clearing. Pip perched on a nearby rock, watching with bright, curious eyes. With a deep breath, Leora reached out to touch the willow's bark, her fingers brushing against its rough, ancient surface. As her hand made contact, a gentle warmth spread through her, and she closed her eyes, allowing the magic to wash over her. In the stillness, Leora heard the whisper of the willow, a soft, melodic voice that seemed to come from the very heart of the tree. It spoke not in words, but in feelings and images, a tapestry of memories and dreams. She saw herself as she was, a young girl filled with wonder and longing. But she also saw glimpses of what could be, a future shaped by choices and courage, by kindness and discovery. The willow showed her paths that twisted and turned, each leading to a different version of herself. As the visions faded, Leora opened her eyes, her heart brimming with understanding. The willow had not given her clear answers, but it had shown her the possibilities, the power of choice, and the strength within her to forge her own path. Pip hopped to her side, his eyes gleaming with approval. "You have the heart of a true adventurer," he said, his voice full of warmth. Leora smiled, her heart light with newfound clarity. "I see now," she said softly. "The journey is as important as the destination. It's not just about finding answers, but about discovering who you are along the way." With the willow's wisdom nestled in her heart, Leora and Pip began their journey back through the forest. The path seemed brighter now, the forest's secrets a little less mysterious. As they walked, Leora felt a deep sense of peace, knowing that she was not alone, that the forest, with its whispers and wonders, would always be there to guide her. As they emerged from the trees, the village lay before them, bathed in the soft glow of dusk. The familiar sense of home wrapped around Leora like a comforting embrace, and she knew that she was forever changed by her journey. Her grandmother greeted her with a knowing smile, her eyes twinkling with the wisdom of 1,000 stories. Leora embraced her, feeling the warmth of love and belonging. That night, as she lay beneath the stars, Leora closed her eyes and listened to the forest's lullaby, her heart full of gratitude and dreams yet to be realized. The Willow of Whispers had shown her the way, but it was her journey to walk, her story to write. And so, with the gentle rustle of leaves and the soft murmur of the night, Leora drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with the magic of the forest and the endless possibilities of tomorrow. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the canopy overhead swayed like a sea of emeralds, there thrived a hidden world that few humans ever glimpsed. This was a place where sunlight dripped through the leaves like golden honey, where the air was sweet with the perfume of wildflowers and the earthy scent of moss. Here, the world pulsed with the quiet rhythm of life, orchestrated by the soft whispers of the wind and the gentle rustling of creatures unseen. Among the inhabitants of this enchanted realm were the Sylvans, gentle beings as old as the forest itself. They were small, with skin that shimmered like the bark of birch trees, and hair that danced in colors of autumn leaves. The Sylvans were the forest's caretakers, guardians of the delicate balance that nurtured all life within. In this haven of tranquility, the Sylvans lived in harmony with the creatures of the woods. Deer with eyes like pools of melted chocolate grazed alongside them, and birds with feathers of sapphire and emerald sang songs that wove through the branches like ribbons of melody. Each creature knew its place in the intricate web of life, guided by the wisdom passed down through countless generations. One such Sylvan was a young guardian named Leora. Her eyes reflected the deep greens of the forest, and her heart beat in tune with the ancient trees. Leora had always been fascinated by the changing seasons, each one a story written in the language of nature. Her favorite time was the gentle transition from summer to autumn, when the forest donned its cloak of fiery hues and the air was crisp with the promise of change. It was during this time of transition that a peculiar phenomenon began to occur. The wind, usually a playful presence that danced through the trees, began to carry a murmur of distress. The leaves whispered of an imbalance, a disruption in the harmony that sustained their world. The forest, once vibrant and thriving, seemed to hold its breath, waiting for something to set it right. Leora, with her deep connection to the forest, felt a stirring in her heart. She knew that the answer lay somewhere within the whispers of the wind and the rustle of the leaves. Gathering her courage, she set out to seek the wisdom of the elder oak, the oldest and wisest tree in the forest, whose roots delved deep into the earth and whose branches reached for the sky. The journey to the elder oak took Leora through paths carpeted with fallen leaves, their colors a tapestry of gold and crimson. The air was filled with the sound of crunching beneath her feet and the occasional scurry of woodland creatures. As she walked, a gentle rain began to fall, each drop a crystal note in the symphony of the forest. When Leora finally stood before the elder oak, she felt a sense of awe and reverence. The tree towered above her, its bark etched with the stories of ages past, its branches stretching wide as if to embrace the entire forest. Leora placed her hand against the rough bark, feeling the life that thrummed beneath her fingertips. "O wise elder," she whispered, "the forest is troubled. The balance has shifted, and I seek your counsel." The elder oak's response was a soft rustling, a language that Leora had learned to understand through years of listening. "The seasons are the breath of the forest," the tree seemed to say. "When one breathes too deeply, the others must adjust. The balance is delicate, like the web of a spider after rain." Leora pondered these words, letting them settle in her heart. She realized that the forest's harmony was not just a matter of nature's rhythms, but of understanding and cooperation among all its inhabitants. With newfound clarity, Leora returned to the Sylvan village. She gathered the creatures of the forest, the deer, the birds, the squirrels with their bright eyes and bushy tails. Together, they listened as Leora shared the elder oak's wisdom. "We must work together," she said, her voice as gentle as the breeze. "Each of us plays a part in maintaining the balance. The wind, the rain, the sun, and the soil, each has a role, and so do we." The creatures nodded, understanding that they were part of a greater whole. They set about their tasks, guided by Leora's gentle leadership. The birds carried seeds to new places, ensuring the forest's renewal. The deer pruned the undergrowth, allowing light to reach the forest floor. The sylvans tended to the trees, nurturing the saplings that would one day stand as tall as the elder oak. As the days passed, the forest began to breathe easier. The murmur of distress faded, replaced by the harmonious song of life. The balance had been restored, not by force but by understanding and cooperation. And so the seasons continued their dance, each one a chapter in the forest's story. Leora, now wiser and filled with a deeper connection to her home, knew that the lessons of the elder oak would guide her and the generations to come. Under the canopy of stars, as the forest settled into the embrace of night, Leora sat beneath the elder oak, feeling the warmth of the earth and the cool kiss of the breeze. She closed her eyes, letting the peace of the forest fill her soul, knowing that she was part of something beautiful and eternal. In this ancient forest, where magic and reality intertwined, the hidden lives of natural creatures thrived in harmony, their stories woven into the fabric of the world. And as the gentle night wrapped its arms around the forest, all was as it should be, balanced, peaceful, and whole. In the quiet village of Wixbottom, where chimney smoke curled into shapes of sleeping dragons and cobblestones remembered every footstep, there lived a flaxen-haired girl named Mira, who could hear the secret songs of buttons. Every morning as she sewed bright fasteners onto coats in her aunt's tailor's shop, tiny voices trilled against her fingertips, brass ones humming marches, pearlescent buttons singing lullabies, wooden toggles chanting sea shanties. But it was the silent button that changed everything, a tarnished silver disc at the bottom of Mrs. Bramble's mending basket, quieter than snowfall. One crisp October evening, when golden light pooled like spilled honey across the workroom, Mira pressed the cold metal to her ear. Instead of song, she felt a pull behind her navel, as if the button's shank had hooked her very soul. The world blurred into a swirl of cinnamon-scented shadows, and when her feet found solid ground, she stood in a moonlit meadow where willows wept silver tears into a brook. There beneath a tree wearing a scarf of moss sat a badger in a waistcoat, sipping tea from an acorn cup. Late by 17 years, but punctuality's overrated, the badger rumbled, patting the grass beside him. His spectacles glowed with trapped fireflies. "You've come for the stitching, I presume." Thus began Mira's tutelage under Thaddeus T., loom, badger emeritus of temporal seams. Each night the silent button whisked her to the meadow, where Thaddeus taught her to mend not fabric, but moments. With thread spun from dandelion wishes and a needle forged from a star's sigh, she learned to darn torn memories, patch frayed hopes, and secure loose ends of time itself. "The world's unraveling, stitch by stitch," Thaddeus muttered as Mira practiced binding yesterday's regrets to tomorrow's promises. "Someone's been snipping vital threads." The trouble arrived as frost painted ferns on the tailor's shop windows. A creeping chill seeped through Wixbottom, not the kind that reddens noses, but one that made bread refuse to rise and candles burn blue and cold. Villagers brought Mira garments haunted by fading, a baker's apron where dough forgot to swell, a midwife's shawl that no longer remembered lullabies, the mayor's gloves that shook with indecision. Through her button, Mira saw the truth, frayed silver threads connecting every person and place, snapping like overstretched yarn. Time's tapestry is coming undone, clucked Nettle, a clockwork songbird companion Thaddeus crafted from sundial parts and a nightingale's heart. Perched on Mira's shoulder, her brass feathers whirred anxiously. We need the weaver's comb. Their quest led them through the buttonhole gate into the hinterlands of memory. They navigated forests where trees grew rings like storybook pages, crossed rivers of spilled secrets that whispered around their ankles, and outwitted a melancholy fog that tried to stitch their shadows to the ground. In a valley of forgotten birthdays, they met their second ally, a patchwork girl named Calico, whose hair was ribbon scraps and whose laugh jingled like scissors. The combs guarded by the unraveler, Calico warned, fingers flying as she repaired Mira's wind-tattered cloak with threads of twilight. He wasn't always cruel. Once he trimmed Time's split ends, but grief made him spiteful. Her button eyes gleamed. He needs remembrance, not defeat. The tower of hourglass stones loomed over a plain of broken clocks. Inside, the unraveler spun on a wheel of snapped threads, his form shifting between a sorrow-eyed man and a monstrous tangle of scissors. Mira's fingers trembled, but Thaddeus nudged her forward. Stitch the truth, child. You were loved, Mira whispered, threading her needle with starlight. As she spoke, her button grew warm not with magic, but with memories pouring through the silver disc, the unraveler teaching a small girl to knit, laughing as yarn cascaded around them, the same man sobbing over an empty cradle, his first vengeful snip at Time's fabric. With each stitch, Mira mended his story to the greater tapestry until his scissor hands stilled. Forgotten hurts fester, the unraveler rasped, now a silver-haired man holding out the comb, a simple thing of cherry wood and spider silk. Keep the weave whole, little stitcher. Back in Wicksbottom, Mira pressed the comb to the village weather vane. With Calico's ribbons fluttering guidance and Thaddeus growling tempo, she wove dawn's first light through every snapped thread. Bakeries exhaled yeast-scented sighs, gardens remembered their colors, and children skipped rhymes twined through the streets. The silent button now sang a new melody in Mira's palm, a lullaby of mended moments. Years later, travelers would marvel at the town where tea stayed perfectly warm in cups, where arguments dissolved like sugar, and where every child received a button on their 10th birthday. But locals simply smiled, tending their shops as autumn leaves drifted down like clipped threads, knowing a flaxen-haired mender walked the cobbles, her pockets jingling with silver discs and her ears full of the world's quietest, most important songs. And if you listen very closely tonight, as the fire pops its secret language and your quilt settles around you like a drifted cloud, you might hear it too, the soft snick of a button finding its proper place, stitching our scattered moments into something whole, something warm, something forever. In a cozy cottage tucked away in a woodland glade, there lived a young rabbit named Hazel. She had always been content hopping amongst the ferns and wildflowers, her soft brown fur blending seamlessly with the earthy surroundings. Yet, deep within her heart, a flicker of curiosity burned, a yearning for something more. One dewy morning, as Hazel nibbled on a crisp dandelion leaf, a glimmering light caught her eye. She followed the ethereal glow to a clearing where a magnificent butterfly floated before her. Its wings were a kaleidoscope of vibrant hues, shimmering with an otherworldly radiance. "Greetings, young Hazel," the butterfly spoke in a melodious voice. "I am Zephyr, a guardian of transformation." Hazel's eyes widened in wonder. "A talking butterfly? This must be a dream." Zephyr fluttered closer, trailing stardust in her wake. "Dreams are the seeds of change, my dear. You have a great journey ahead, one that will test your courage and reshape your very being." Uncertainty flickered across Hazel's features. Change was a daunting concept, and she had always found solace in the familiar. "But I'm just a simple rabbit," she protested. "What journey could possibly await me?" With a warm chuckle, Zephyr replied, "The most wondrous transformations often begin with the smallest of seeds. Look within, and you will find a spark waiting to be fanned into a brilliant flame." Before Hazel could respond, a rustling came from the undergrowth, and two of her dearest friends emerged, Oakley, the wise old oak tree, and Flutter, the hummingbird. "Do not fear, little one," Oakley rumbled, his bark rough yet comforting. "We will be with you every step of the way." Flutter zipped excitedly around Hazel's head. "Oh, this is going to be such an adventure. You'll see. It will be simply dazzling." Reassured by her friend's presence, Hazel turned to Zephyr. "What must I do?" The butterfly's wings shimmered with magic. "Seek the enchanted grove, where the veil between worlds grows thin. There, you will undergo a transformation that will reveal your true self." With a deep breath, Hazel nodded. Though apprehensive, she knew this was a journey she must embark upon. And so, with Oakley and Flutter by her side, Hazel set off into the unknown, her paws treading paths she had never dared explore before. The forest seemed to come alive with each step, whispering secrets in the gentle whispers of the wind. After many twists and turns, they arrived at the Enchanted Grove, a vibrant meadow where moonbeams danced across a shimmering stream. Hazel gazed in awe at the ethereal beauty surrounding her. Suddenly, a warm glow emanated from within her, and she felt her body beginning to shift and change. Her fur transformed into downy feathers of the richest brown, and her paws melded into delicate wings. Oakley and Flutter watched in wonderment as their friend emerged from her cocoon, reborn as a magnificent owl. Hazel stretched her wings, reveling in her newfound form, and took to the skies with a joyous hoot. As she soared above the treetops, bathed in the soft moonlight, Hazel realized that the spark Zephyr had spoken of was her own inner strength and resilience. The journey had been one of self-discovery, revealing the beauty and grace that had been within her all along. With a grateful heart, Hazel descended to her friends, her eyes shining with wisdom. "Thank you," she said, her voice now a gentle coo. "Without your guidance and unwavering support, I may never have found the courage to spread my wings." Oakley and Flutter beamed with pride, for they knew that their friend had blossomed into her truest, most radiant self. From that day forth, Hazel took to the night skies, her keen eyes ever watchful for those in need of guidance. And whenever a fellow creature felt lost or uncertain, she would share the lessons she had learned. That change, though daunting, can be an opportunity for growth and transformation, and that true beauty lies not in physical form, but in the courage to embrace one's authentic self. The Whispering Locket and the Guardian of Glimmerwood. Beneath skies painted in twilight lavender, where chimney smoke curled like sleeping cats above thatched roofs, there lived a girl named Leela whose footsteps fell softer than dandelion fluff. Each evening, as the village of Willowmere settled into its quilted silence, she would kneel by her windowsill, listening to the distant murmur of Glimmerwood, an ancient forest said to hold secrets in its knotted roots. But tonight was different. Tonight the wind carried not the usual pine-scented lullabies, but a shiver that made the oil lamps gutter and the village dogs whine into their paws. It began with a flicker of silver in the meadow, a light darting between thistles like a minnow in a stream. Leela's breath fogged the window pane as she pressed closer, heart drumming a curious rhythm. The light led her past moonlit haystacks, through dewy grass that clung to her nightdress like shy fingers, until she stood at the forest's edge where shadows pooled thick as ink. There, tangled in a hawthorn bush, hung a locket no larger than a hazelnut, its surface etched with spirals that seemed to shift when touched by starlight. "Don't." The voice came from a fox seated primly on a mossy stone, its fur the color of smoldering embers. It tilted its head, amber eyes reflecting the locket's glow. "That trinket isn't for the clumsy-handed child." Leila froze, one hand hovering near the thorny branches. You talk. And you gawk," the fox sniffed, twitching a whisker. "Names are currency here. Mine's Ember, yours." Leela, why shouldn't I touch it?" Ember's tail curled tight. "Because that's no mere bauble, it's a whisperstone, last of its kind. Choose wisely, leave it be, or wake the old magic and see this forest as it truly is. The locket pulsed warmly, and suddenly Leela understood the hum she'd heard all her life. The creak of oaks, the chuckle of brooks, was a language half-remembered. Her fingers closed around the chain. The world unraveled. Where gnarled trees once stood, now rose pillars of living amber, their canopies a mosaic of jade and citrine leaves chiming in the breeze. Fireflies waltzed in formal gowns of light, and the path beneath Leela's feet shimmered with crushed opal dust. Ember trotted beside her, fur blazing brighter in this unveiled realm. Welcome to Glimmerwood's heart, or what's left of it. They crested a hill, and Leela gasped. Below stretched a valley veined with luminous rivers, but great swaths lay desolate, trees skeletal, earth cracked and oozing a viscous blackness that smelled of burnt sugar and regret. A figure moved in the blight, a towering stag with antlers like ice, dragging a scythe that left withering scars in the soil. The Shade King, Ember whispered. He feeds on forgotten magic. The locket's song could heal the land, but only if you learn to wield it before the blight consumes. A twig snapped. The stag's head swiveled, hollow eyes locking onto Leela. She ran, thorns tearing her sleeves, the locket burning against her chest. They escaped through a waterfall that parted like liquid crystal, tumbling into a cavern where bioluminescent mushrooms bobbed in alarm. He felt the locket's pulse, Ember panted. We need the grove wardens, guardians who once kept the balance, but they've scattered since the blight began. Find them and you might mend this. Their first ally emerged at dawn, an owl named Pippin, no taller than a teacup, whose feathers changed color with his moods. He perched on Leela's shoulder, blinking milky eyes. South, he hooted, where stone kisses sky. The mountains loomed treacherous, cliffs slick with ice. Halfway up, a rock slide trapped them in a crevice, the air thinning as night gnawed at their courage. Leela pressed the locket to her heart, humming a lullaby her mother once sang. The spirals glowed, weaving golden threads into the rock until a tunnel unfurled, fragile as spider silk but holding. Clever, rumbled a voice like grinding boulders. A mountain hare the size of a sheep blocked their path, obsidian claws glinting. But cleverness won't sway me, little thief. Ember growled low, but Leela knelt, offering wild rosemary from her pocket. We're not stealing anything, we're trying to give back what was lost. The hare, named Thorn, studied her. The last human who came here took our crystal springs for his jewels. I'm not him. Leela opened her palm, where the locket's light pooled like liquid sun. Please, help us save your home. Thorn's ear twitched. Then he turned, carving a path through the snow with a single swipe. Mind the crevices and don't touch the blue ice, it bites. Winter melted into a valley where autumn reigned eternal. Maple trees rained copper leaves, each one singing a different note when caught. Here they found Win, a girl woven from willow branches, her hair a cascade of lichen. She danced around Leela, leaving trails of clover. The locket remembers you, she trilled. You've worn it before, many, many turnings ago. In a pool formed by petrified tears, wept, Win explained, by a star who loved the earth too much, visions flickered. Leela saw her own face reflected in a medieval tapestry, the locket around her ancestor's neck as they planted the first acorn of Glimmerwood. The magic chose your bloodline, Win murmured. But magic fades when stories aren't shared. The Shade King's roar shook the valley. Black vines slithered over the ridge, thorns dripping venom. Thorn charged, shattering the first wave with a stomp, while Pippin dive-bombed snarling tendrils. Go. Ember shoved Leela toward a grove of stone monoliths. The final warden's here. Among the monoliths stood a child sculpted from marble, eyes sealed shut. Leela touched its hand, cold. "Wake up," she pleaded. The locket dimmed, its song faltering. Ember nuzzled her cheek. "You've been trying to fix things alone, but some doors only open together." Leela glanced at her companions, fox, owl, hare, dryad, and understood. She placed the locket on the statue's palm, then layered their paws and hands atop it. Light erupted. The marble child blinked, revealing eyes like molten quartz. "The keeper returns," it intoned. "Speak your wish." "Heal the forest," Leela whispered, "and the Shade King." The keeper smiled sadly. "To mend a wound, you must first clean it." They found the stag at the blight's epicenter, his scythe raised over the heart tree, an oak whose roots cradled a pulsing sapphire. "Stop," Leela cried. "You're killing it." The Shade King stilled. "I am saving it," he rasped, voice frayed as old rope. "The blight must be cut away." Ember stiffened. "He's not the enemy. He's a guardian gone mad with grief." The keeper stepped forward, light swirling from its fingertips. Images unfolded, the Shade King centuries ago, a noble guardian pruning sickened branches to save the whole. But as villages grew and magic waned, his purpose twisted. "You tried to protect," Leela realized. "But the blight isn't the sickness, it's the cure gone wild, like fever fighting infection." The stag trembled. "I forgot the balance." Leela approached, unafraid. "Let us remember together." Guided by the locket's song, they wove a new magic, Thorn's strength breaking the cracked earth, Pippin's sight finding healthy roots beneath rot, Wind's laughter coaxing buds from dead branches, Ember's warmth melting frost, and the keeper's hands blending their efforts into harmony. The Shade King's scythe dissolved into fireflies that settled on the blight, not destroying, but transforming it into rich loam where white lilies bloomed. In the village, dawn broke with birdsong sweeter than any in memory. Leela stood at her window, the locket now a simple silver shell against her chest. She could still taste elderberry wine from the warden's celebration, still feel Ember's fur as they parted, a brush of warmth against her hand. "Where's the fox?" her little brother asked, peering at the meadow. Layla smiled, touching a lily that grew by her doorstep, its petals edged in gold. "Guarding something precious, but he'll visit when the maple leaves sing." And if some nights when the wind carried the scent of snowdrops and cedar, she'd slip into the forest to speak with stones and dance with shadows, well, that was a story for another twilight. The locket's whispers grew fainter each season, its magic seeping into the soil, the streams, the children who left breadcrumbs for red foxes. But in dreams, Leela still heard them all, the creak of roots stretching, the sigh of mountains settling into sleep, and a voice like smoldering embers murmuring, "Well done, keeper, well done." In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the misty mountains, where the air was always sweet, with the scent of blooming wildflowers, and the gentle hum of bees filled the lazy afternoons, there lived a young girl named Miri. Miri had a heart full of dreams, and eyes that sparkled with the curiosity of 100 adventures yet to be told. Her favorite pastime was to sit on the porch of her cozy little cottage, gazing at the mysterious mountains that loomed like ancient sentinels, their peaks hidden beneath a perpetual veil of mist. One golden autumn morning, when the leaves were turning to shades of amber and the cool breeze carried a hint of the coming winter, Miri decided it was the perfect day for an adventure. She packed a small satchel with her favorite honey cakes, a flask of warm tea, and her mother's old map, though she knew it by heart, and set off towards the mountains with a skip in her step. The path to the misty mountains was lined with towering oak trees whose leaves whispered secrets to the wind. As Miri walked, the world around her seemed to hold its breath in gentle anticipation, the air thick with the kind of magic that only children and dreamers could truly sense. The further she ventured, the more the familiar village faded into a distant memory, replaced by the wonders of nature's untouched beauty. After several hours of weaving through the verdant forest, Miri emerged into a clearing where the mountains stood tall and proud before her. Here the mist was thick and cool, wrapping around her like a soft, silken cloak. It was here that she first met the whimsy wisp, a curious little creature that glowed with a soft, shimmering light. It fluttered around Miri, trailing sparkles in the air like a comet tail, its laughter like the tinkling of tiny bells. "Hello there," Miri greeted, her voice gentle and welcoming. "Are you a guardian of these mountains?" The whimsy wisp giggled, swirling around her with delight. "I am a friend to explorers like you," it chimed, its voice as light as the breeze. "Follow me if you dare, for there are wonders to behold and secrets to uncover." With her heart beating with excitement and wonder, Miri followed the wisp deeper into the mountains. The path was winding and sometimes steep, but the whimsy wisp was always there, its light guiding her through the mist. Along the way, they encountered a stream that sang as it danced over stones, its melody as soothing as the lullaby of a mother to her child. Miri paused to drink from the stream, its water crisp and refreshing, invigorating her spirit. As they climbed higher, the mist began to part, revealing a hidden valley bathed in golden sunlight. The valley was unlike anything Miri had ever seen, a place where colors seemed brighter and sounds more melodious. Here trees bore fruits of every hue imaginable, and flowers bloomed in cascading waterfalls of color and scent. In the heart of this enchanted valley stood the grand oak, a tree so old and wise that it seemed to have witnessed the birth of time itself. Beneath the grand oak's sprawling branches, Miri found a gathering of creatures, none of which she had ever seen before. There was a fuzzle, a round, fluffy creature with fur that changed colors with its mood, a trillfin, a bird with iridescent feathers that sang in harmonies that echoed through the valley, and a gentle glimmerfox whose eyes sparkled like the first stars of evening. "Welcome, brave traveler," the grand oak's deep voice resonated through the air, warm and inviting. "You have come far and shown courage in the face of the unknown. What is it that you seek in this land of wonders?" Miri thought for a moment, her heart full of the beauty and magic surrounding her. "I seek to understand the world beyond my village," she replied softly. "To learn and grow, to see with my own eyes the miracles that lie beyond the familiar." The grand oak's leaves rustled approvingly, and the creatures gathered around her with smiles and nods. "You have shown courage, young one," the oak spoke, "for it takes a brave heart to step into the unknown. Know this, the world is full of wonders, and each step you take opens a new door to discovery." As the day wore on, Miri spent her time learning from the creatures, listening to their stories, and playing in the sun-dappled meadow. The fuzzle taught her how to weave crowns from the flowers that grew abundantly, while the trillfin sang songs that told tales of ancient times and distant lands. The glimmerfox, with its gentle gaze, showed her the beauty of stillness and reflection. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of pink and purple, Miri knew it was time to return home. She bid farewell to her newfound friends, her heart full of gratitude and joy. The whimsy wisp once again became her guide, leading her safely back through the mountains, its light a comforting presence in the growing twilight. When Miri finally emerged from the mist and saw the warm glow of her village lights in the distance, she felt a peace settle within her. She had ventured into the unknown and returned with stories and wisdom that would forever be a part of her. As she curled up in her bed that night, the soft quilt pulled up to her chin, Miri closed her eyes with a smile. She knew that the world was vast and full of wonders waiting to be discovered, and she would face them all with courage and an open heart. And so, with dreams of shimmering valleys and starry-eyed creatures, Miri drifted into a restful sleep, her spirit as light and free as the whimsy wisp that had led her to her adventure. In the heart of an ancient forest, where the towering trees wore cloaks of emerald leaves and whispered secrets with the wind, there existed a hidden realm teeming with life and magic. The air was perfumed with the scent of pine and moss, and the ground was soft beneath a blanket of fallen leaves, gently crunching underfoot like a soft symphony. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in golden beams, creating patches of warmth that danced on the forest floor, while shadows played in the cooler, deeper parts. Here, amid the rustle of leaves and the melodious calls of forest birds, lived creatures both ordinary and extraordinary. Among them was a gentle doe named Lyra, whose steps were as light as the falling leaves. Her coat was the soft brown of sun-dappled earth, and her eyes were as deep and warm as the forest itself. Lyra was beloved by all the forest dwellers for her wisdom and kindness, always ready to lend an ear or share a piece of advice. One crisp autumn morning, as the forest was painted in hues of amber and gold, a chill breeze carried the first whispers of winter. Lyra sensed a change approaching, a shift in the balance of the forest's harmony. Concerned, she set off to consult Elder Maple, the oldest and most revered tree in the forest, whose branches stretched wide like arms welcoming the sky. As Lyra approached Elder Maple, the tree's leaves rustled softly, a welcome and a promise of guidance. "Dear Lyra," the tree intoned, its voice a deep, comforting rumble, "the winds of change are upon us, and with it comes the challenge of maintaining our delicate harmony." The doe listened intently, her ears twitching in earnest attention. "How can we ensure balance, Elder? What must we do?" she asked, her voice as gentle as a breeze through the leaves. Elder Maple's branches swayed thoughtfully. "Each season brings its own magic and responsibility," it explained. "The task of this season is to prepare for the coming winter. But more than gathering and storing, we must also ensure that every creature finds its place, its part in this cycle." With gratitude in her heart, Lyra set off to spread Elder Maple's wisdom. She trotted through the forest where the air was sweet and crisp, sharing the message with every creature she met. She spoke to the busy squirrels, their cheeks full of acorns, and the songbirds, perched high above, their feathers ruffled against the cool breeze. Each listened and understood, knowing that their actions would weave the fabric of their shared home. As the days grew shorter and the nights cooler, the forest community came together in a flurry of activity. The squirrels gathered nuts with renewed vigor, guided by Lyra's gentle encouragement. The birds, taking heed of her words, sang the songs of the changing season, their melodies a reminder of the cycle of life. In the evenings, when the sky turned to a tapestry of twilight colors, Lyra would gather with her friends by a quiet brook. The water shimmered beneath the moonlight, and a gentle mist rose from its surface, carrying with it the earthy scent of damp leaves. Here, by the brook's edge, they shared stories of the forest, tales of old told by their ancestors. One such evening, as the stars twinkled like scattered jewels in the sky, a young fox named Finn approached Lyra. His fur was a vibrant red, and his eyes sparkled with curiosity and the eagerness of youth. "Lyra," he began, his voice tinged with a hint of anxiety, "as the forest prepares for winter, I find myself unsure of where I fit in. What is my role in this grand tapestry?" Lyra smiled warmly, her gaze soft and assuring. "Dear Finn," she replied, "every creature has a place and purpose, just as every leaf has its branch, and every branch its tree. You are a guardian of stories, a keeper of our history. Share your tales, remind us of who we are and where we've been. In doing so, you strengthen the ties that bind us." Finn's eyes shone with understanding, and he nodded, feeling a deep sense of belonging. The gentle wisdom passed down from Elder Maple through Lyra to Finn was like a thread weaving through the forest, connecting each creature in a tapestry of unity and purpose. As winter's breath finally settled over the forest, a hush fell upon the land. Snow blanketed the earth in a pristine quilt, and the air was crisp and invigorating. The creatures, nestled in their dens and nests, remembered Lyra's guidance and the stories shared by Finn. They felt the warmth of their community, the comfort of knowing they were part of something greater. In this enchanted forest, where magic and reality danced in harmony, the cycle of life continued, ever turning. And there, beside the crackling fireplace of their shared spirit, the creatures of the forest knew peace, each playing their part in the eternal song of the natural world. The whispering woods had always hummed with secrets older than moonlight. Beneath cathedral trees whose roots cradled forgotten languages, there existed a community of creatures who wore the forest like a second skin. Moss-knitted rabbits whose fur changed with the seasons, starlight-drunk fireflies that wrote poems in the air, and badgers with maps of constellations etched into their paw pads all moved through the dappled shadows. Their world balanced on the edge of a maple leaf, precarious, beautiful, and governed by the ancient pact between the turning wheel, as they called the seasons, and the heartstone, a crystalline relic pulsing deep within the forest's core. One crisp autumn when leaves whisper, a young fox kit named Sorrel noticed the first crack in the world. It appeared as she practiced painting frost patterns with her breath against a spider's web, a skill her grandmother had taught her when the last winter's snow still clung to the earth. The web trembled not from her exhale, but from the faintest shimmer in the air above it, like heat distortion over summer stones. When she pressed a paw to the quivering space, it tasted of burnt honey and loneliness. "Grandmother," Sorrel called, her voice sending a spiral of amber leaves dancing, "the veil between worlds has a toothache." The elder fox emerged from her den of woven ferns, her coat the color of storm clouds and wisdom. She sniffed the air, ears twitching to the discordant rhythm of a woodpecker's delayed morning song. "The heartstone weakens," she murmured, watching a maple leaf stall mid-fall, caught between gold and crimson. "Come, we must consult the council of root and crown." Their journey to the stone hollow revealed the forest's deepening malaise. Brook salamanders floated belly up, their bioluminescent tails dimmed. Oak guardians, ancient trees with faces in their bark, groaned as their lower branches petrified into cold stone. Worst of all were the silence pockets, clearings where sound died as if smothered by invisible moss. Sorrel's whiskers tingled with wrongness when they passed through one, her own heartbeat muffled into nothingness. At the stone hollow, the council had already gathered. Thistlewood, the great horned owl whose feathers held the pattern of every winter storm, perched on a quartz outcropping. Between his talons lay the heartstone, once a vibrant geode singing with inner light, now a dull lump of rock veined with sickly green. Circling him were the season keepers, a maple-key dragonfly representing spring, a berry-fat dormouse for summer, a persimmon-hued salamander for autumn, and a snow hare whose fur still held patches of winter's last gasp. "The turning wheel hesitates," rumbled Thistlewood, his voice the creak of timber holding up the sky. "Without the heartstone's rhythm, seasons will bleed into each other until life unravels." Sorrel's grandmother stepped forward, her tail brushing a constellation of glowing mushrooms into brighter life. "The stone's illness mirrors the forest's wounds. We must mend both as one." A plan was woven like silken thread through the dark. They would collect the 4 essences tied to each season's zenith and use them to cleanse the heartstone. Sorrel, chosen for her keen nose and quicker paws, would lead the gathering. Her first quest took her east to the spring vale, where the air itself blossomed. The journey sang in her blood. She bounded past fiddleheads uncurling like sleep-warmed paws, through meadows where dandelion clocks chimed the hour with drifting seeds. At the vale, a waterfall where liquid sunlight cascaded over emerald rocks, she met the season keeper, a silver-throated deer whose antlers sprouted living cherry blossoms. "Prove your heart matches the spring's renewal," the deer spoke in water-song tones. Before them, the waterfall parted to reveal a sapling choked by thorny vines, its leaves trembling in Earth's memory of winter. Sorrel approached not with teeth or claws, but with the lullaby her grandmother sang when frost bit too deep. As she hummed, the thorns softened into wild roses. The sapling stretched upward, buds bursting into flowers that rained peach-scented gratitude. The deer bowed, a single blossom floating into Sorrel's satchel, the essence of awakening. Summer's trial burned brighter. In the south, where heat shimmered like a living thing, Sorrel found the season keeper, a jewel-eyed tree frog enthroned on a lily pad the size of a thundercloud. The air throbbed with the heartbeat of 1,000 cicadas. "Bring order to the chaos," croaked the frog, indicating a sun-scorched meadow where plants grew in wild, suffocating tangles. Drought crackled in every yellowed blade. Remembering the badger's lessons on balance, Sorrel didn't rip through the overgrowth. Instead, she dug irrigation channels mimicking the constellations on her grandmother's paws, redirecting a sluggish stream to kiss parched roots. She pruned judiciously, thinning enough for sunlight to nourish, not scorch. When the first melon vine curled gratefully around her leg, the frog gifted her the essence of abundance, a drop of liquid amber that hummed with bee song. Autumn's test came in the west, where the season keeper, a squirrel with a tail like smoldering embers, waited atop a pyramid of pumpkins. "Everything here clings too tightly," they chittered, gesturing to an orchard where fruit rotted on branches, leaves refusing to fall. The air reeked of sweet decay. Sorrel twitched her nose at the malaise. She began gathering fallen acorns, arranging them in spirals that whispered of cyclical endings. With a badger's digging claw borrowed from the council stores, she carved tiny doors in the stubborn trees, inviting wood beetles to begin the recycling dance. Lastly, she blew the first frost breath she'd ever learned across the highest branches. As reluctant apples thudded to the ground, the squirrel tossed her the essence of release, a maple key that spun ceaselessly in midair. Winter's challenge almost broke her. In the north's endless twilight, the season keeper was a carved ice wolf whose howl shaped snowflakes. Find warmth without fire, it growled, icicle teeth clinking. Around them, creatures shivered in a blizzard that stole breath and hope. Sorrel thought of dormice sharing nests, of owls sheltering lost fawns under their wings. Gathering the trembling animals, she taught them the huddle dance, a weaving of bodies and breath that kindled communal warmth. When the ice wolf itself began to shiver, she brushed her frost-flecked tail against its paw in shared vulnerability. The essence of rest came as a snowflake that never melted, its crystalline patterns holding the quiet promise of spring's return. Back at Stone Hollow, the council blended the essences into a chalice of woven vines. As Sorrel poured the mixture over the heartstone, the forest held its breath. For a terrible moment, nothing happened. Then, a sound like the first rainfall after drought. The stone's cracks glowed gold, its geode interior spinning to life like a miniature galaxy. Through the bond all forest creatures shared, Sorrel felt the changes ripple outward. Salamanders flipping right side up with indignant splashes, petrified branches sprouting new leaves, silence pockets filling with the symphony of a woodpecker's repentant rhythm. When the last tendril of green sickness vanished, Thistlewood lifted the restored heartstone high. "Remember this day," he boomed as the essences swirled into the stone, creating a new vein of iridescent light. Harmony isn't a spell but a practice, 1,000 small choices to listen, adapt, and care. Years later, when Sorrel had cubs of her own with coats like dappled sunlight, she'd bring them to the stone hollow during the turning days. Together, they'd watch the season keepers perform their dance, the deer's blossoms melting into the frog's summer rains, the squirrel's falling leaves giving way to the wolf's gentle snows. And when curious noses twitched at the heartstone's glow, she'd tell them of cracked veils and communal warmth, her words weaving through the firefly-lit air like a promise. Nothing is ever truly broken when many paws work to mend it. The forest breathed its agreement in the scent of rain-soaked loam and applewood smoke, in the crunch of leaves under careful paws, in the silent understanding that flowed root to branch to star-dusted wing. Somewhere an elder fox smiled as her granddaughter's laughter tangled with the wind, another thread in the endless, beautiful tapestry of the whispering woods. In a quaint village nestled at the foot of the Mistywood Mountains, where the air was sweet with the scent of blooming lilacs, and the gentle murmur of the river lullaby could be heard on quiet evenings, there lived a young woman named Isla. Isla was known far and wide for her kindness and gentle demeanor, yet she found herself struggling with the winds of change that seemed to swirl ever more insistently around her. Isla cherished her life in the village, where each day was a familiar pattern of tending to her flourishing garden and assisting the villagers with her herbal remedies. But as the seasons turned, she felt a stirring within her, a restlessness she couldn't quite name. It was as if her heart whispered of adventures beyond the fields she knew so well, yet her mind clung to the comfort of the known. One particularly serene afternoon, as golden rays of sunlight filtered through the rustling leaves, Isla sat by the riverbank, her fingers trailing lazily through the cool water. It was here she often found solace and clarity, and today was no different, for as she watched the play of light on the ripples, a curious thing happened. The water began to shimmer with an ethereal glow, and from its depths emerged a small, luminescent creature, a water sprite, no taller than a foot, with wings that glinted like moonlit dew. The sprite, whose name was Sylvie, was a guardian of the river, entrusted with maintaining its harmony. "Dear Isla," Sylvie chimed in a voice as melodic as a chime, "I sense your heart's yearning for something beyond. Change is a part of life's grand tapestry, and it need not be feared." Startled yet comforted by Sylvie's presence, Isla listened intently as the sprite continued. "Embrace these winds of change, dear one, for they carry with them opportunities for growth and transformation." Despite Sylvie's words, Isla felt a knot of uncertainty tighten within her. "But what if I'm not ready? What if I fail?" she murmured, gazing into the sprite's wise eyes. Sylvie smiled, her glow warming the air. "Remember, Isla, you are never alone. The forest itself is alive with those who care for you, ready to lend their wisdom and aid." Heartened by Sylvie's assurance, Isla thanked the sprite, who vanished with a soft splash into the river, leaving a trail of sparkling droplets in her wake. With a newfound resolve, Isla rose and made her way back to the village, determination blossoming alongside the lilacs. The following morning, Isla awoke with the sun's first light, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of pine and promises of new beginnings. She decided to seek counsel from Elder Rowan, the village's wise sage, whose wisdom was as deep as the roots of the ancient trees. The path to Elder Rowan's cottage wound through lush meadows and under arching boughs, where birds sang of dawn's beauty. As Isla approached, she noticed the warm glow of a fire crackling within, its smoke curling up like a dragon's breath into the morning sky. Elder Rowan greeted her with a kind smile, his eyes twinkling like stars in the twilight. "Ah, Isla, I've been expecting you," he said, gesturing for her to sit beside the hearth. "The winds of change have whispered of your coming." Isla poured out her heart, speaking of her fears and the sprite's counsel. Elder Rowan listened with the patience of a timeless oak, nodding thoughtfully. "My dear, change is indeed daunting, but it is also a great teacher," he mused, his voice a soothing balm. "Consider the caterpillar, who must surrender its form to become a butterfly. It is through transformation that we discover our truest selves." Isla pondered his words, the flickering fire casting gentle shadows that danced across the walls. "But how do I find the courage to embrace it?" she asked softly. Elder Rowan handed her a small, intricately carved wooden box. "Within this box is a seed," he explained. "Plant it in your garden, and let it be a symbol of your journey. Nurture it with care, and watch how it mirrors your own growth." Grateful for his guidance, Isla returned home with the seed, feeling a sense of purpose kindling within her. She chose a special spot in her garden, where the sun's warmth lingered longest, and gently pressed the seed into the earth. Days turned to weeks, and Isla tended to the seed with devotion, watering it with clear river water and surrounding it with the rich soil of the forest floor. As she cared for it, she found herself changing too, her heart opening to the possibilities that lay beyond her comfort zone. During this time, Isla often visited her dear friend Aidan, a gentle-hearted blacksmith whose laughter was as infectious as springtime. Aidan had faced his own fears of change when he took up his father's smithy, and he offered Isla his unwavering support. "You're stronger than you know, Isla," Aidan said one afternoon, the rhythmic clang of his hammer a steady backdrop. "Just as iron must be tempered by fire to become steel, so too must we face challenges to grow." As the village cycled through the seasons, Isla's seed began to sprout, its tender leaves unfurling toward the sky. With each new leaf, Isla felt her confidence bloom, and the knot of uncertainty within her began to loosen. One moonlit night, as Isla sat in her garden, the air heavy with the fragrance of night-blooming jasmine, she heard a soft rustle among the leaves. Sylvie, the water sprite, appeared once more, her wings casting a silvery glow. "Look at how you've grown, Isla," Sylvie remarked, her voice a gentle whisper. "Just like this plant, you've stretched beyond your limits, reaching for the light." Isla smiled, a quiet joy filling her heart. "I think I'm ready now," she said, her voice steady, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead. Sylvie nodded, her wings fluttering softly. "Remember, dear one, the journey is as important as the destination. Trust in yourself and in the friendships that support you." With those parting words, Sylvie vanished into the night, leaving behind a shimmering trail that lingered in the air like a promise. As dawn broke the next day, Ela awoke with a sense of peace and clarity. She knew she could face the unknown, for she had grown stronger and wiser through her journey. With her heart open to the possibilities of the world beyond the village, Isla embraced the winds of change, ready to spread her wings and soar. And so in the gentle embrace of the Mistywood Mountains, a young woman discovered the beauty of transformation, guided by wisdom, friendship, and the magic of her own heart. As she stepped into the world, she carried with her the lesson that change, though daunting, was the very essence of life's wondrous journey. In the heart of a lush, whispering forest, where the trees seemed to hum gentle lullabies with the wind, lay a quaint village known as Willowbrook. It was a place where magic danced lightly on the air, mingling with the scent of wildflowers and warm, earthy moss. The cottages, with their thatched roofs and colorful gardens, nestled snugly against the hillside, each one surrounded by a low stone wall that seemed to hug the homes gently. In this serene village lived a thoughtful young girl named Clara. She had a keen eye and a curious heart, always noticing the little things others might miss. Her days were filled with adventures and discoveries, but lately something peculiar had been happening. Each morning the villagers awoke to find their garden gates mysteriously open, tools scattered about, and sometimes even small trinkets missing. The villagers were puzzled but not alarmed, for they knew their village was a safe and gentle place. Still, they were curious, and so they turned to Clara, hoping she might unravel the mystery. With a nod and a determined glint in her eyes, Clara promised to investigate. She started her quest by visiting the gardens at dusk, just as the sun dipped below the horizon, leaving streaks of coral and lavender in the sky. The air was cool and sweet, carrying the scent of honeysuckle. Clara crouched by the hedges, her notebook in hand, and waited patiently. As the moon rose, casting silver beams across the village, Clara noticed something unusual. From the corner of her eye, she saw a soft glow weaving through the gardens. It wasn't the light of fireflies which flickered gently above her, but something more deliberate. She followed it quietly, her footsteps muffled by the soft grass. To her surprise, Clara discovered a small group of creatures, no taller than her knee, with shimmering wings and bright, curious eyes. They were busy at work, tending to the gardens with care, though their methods were a bit chaotic. Clara watched as they rearranged stones, polished leaves with tiny cloths, and gathered forgotten trinkets into neat piles. "Hello there," Clara called softly, not wanting to startle them. The creatures paused, their wings fluttering like the pages of a book caught in a breeze, and then they turned to face her. "We mean no harm," one of them spoke, its voice like the tinkling of a bell. "We are the Glimmerfolk, caretakers of the night." Clara smiled warmly, her heart filling with understanding. "But why open the gates and scatter things about?" she asked gently. The Glimmerfolk exchanged glances, their eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "We were trying to help," explained another, its voice soft and melodic. "But we did not understand the ways of your village. We thought the tools were to be used, and the gates should breathe with the gardens." Clara chuckled softly, touched by their sincerity. "Your intentions are kind," she assured them, "but perhaps we can learn from each other. I could show you how we tend our gardens, and you can teach me the ways of the night." And so began a delightful exchange of knowledge. Each evening, as the stars blossomed in the sky, Clara and the Glimmerfolk worked together. The creatures taught Clara about the secret language of plants and the songs of the earth, while Clara explained the villagers' ways, showing them how to care for the gardens in harmony with the day. As the days passed, the mystery of the open gates was resolved, and the village thrived with newfound magic. The Glimmerfolk, now understanding the balance between night and day, helped the gardens flourish in ways the villagers had never imagined. Flowers bloomed with vibrant colors, and the air was filled with a melody of nature's own making. The villagers, grateful for Clara's wisdom and the Glimmerfolk's friendship, held a small celebration under the twinkling stars. There was laughter and joy, a gentle reminder that misunderstandings could be mended with kindness and cooperation. And so, under the watchful gaze of the moon, Willowbrook continued to be a place where magic and harmony danced hand in hand, a cozy haven where mysteries were welcomed as friends and solved with the warmth of understanding. As Clara lay in bed that night, her heart full of contentment, she knew that the world was a little brighter and a little more magical, thanks to the friends she had found. And as she drifted into dreams, the village slept peacefully, cradled in the gentle arms of the forest, where the trees sang their lullabies to the stars above. In a quiet village nestled between hills that whispered with wind-blown secrets, there lived a boy named Milo whose pockets were always full of curious things. Smooth stones that hummed when held to the ear, feathers that shimmered like liquid starlight, and acorn caps that fit perfectly on his thumb. But his greatest discovery came on the eve of his 10th birthday, when he found an oil lantern tucked behind a crate of dried lavender in the attic. Its brass surface was dull with age, and etched into its base were words worn soft as a grandmother's hands, "Seek what hides in plain sight." That night, as the first cricket began its even song, Milo polished the lantern until his face blinked back at him from the metal. When he struck a match to light the wick, the flame leapt not in gold, but in rippling silver, casting patterns across the walls like moonlight dancing through willow branches. The air smelled suddenly of rain-soaked earth and something sweet, vanilla perhaps, or ripe plums. A path of glowing foxglove blossoms appeared beyond his window, winding into the ink-dark forest where villagers never wandered after dusk. Milo's boots crunched on frosted leaves as he followed the trail, the lantern swinging gently in his grip. Shadows stretched and shivered around him until he reached a clearing where a hedgehog in a waistcoat of moss stood atop a toadstool, tiny spectacles balanced on his snout. "You're late," the hedgehog huffed, though his eyes twinkled like dew. "Bramble at your service. I suppose you've come about the weeping." "The weeping." Milo crouched, lantern light pooling around them. A sound shivered through the trees then, a mournful wail that made Milo's bones ache. Bramble's quills drooped. The guardian of roots, her heart tree is sick, and without its song the forest's memories are unraveling. Birds forget their nests, streams misplace their courses. Even the stars, he pointed to the sky, where constellations flickered like guttering candles, grow faint. The lantern's flame dimmed as the wail came again, closer now. Bramble scurried up Milo's sleeve, his whisper urgent. "The lantern chose you, but only kindness can mend what's broken. Remember, roots listen best when the world holds its breath." They pressed deeper into the woods, guided by a firefly named Glint, whose wings left trails of citrine light. "I'll illuminate doubts," she declared, zipping ahead. "Doubts in doorways and, oh, duck." Milo barely avoided a spiderweb strung with trembling pearls of rain. When they found the guardian, she was curled at the base of a massive oak, her bark-like skin split with cracks that oozed amber tears. The tree above her groaned, its branches clutching shriveled leaves. "It starves," the guardian mourned, voice rasping like dry reeds. "The roots cannot hear the sky's song anymore." Milo knelt, setting the lantern between them. Up close the tree's bark bore carvings, swirling patterns that told stories of seasons long past. He placed a palm against the trunk and images flooded his mind. A sapling drinking starlight, generations of owls nesting in its arms, the first time snowfall kissed its branches. But the memories grew fractured, fading like ink in water. "The roots need to remember," Milo murmured. Bramble nibbled a threadbare root tendril. "They're tangled, too much noise underground, grumbling stones, chattering worms." Glint settled on Milo's shoulder. "What if we sing the tree's own story back to it? so the roots recognized their song. The guardian lifted her face, hope kindling in her hollow eyes. The tree gave its voice to the wind long ago. We've forgotten the tune. Milo studied the lantern's inscription, seek what hides in plain sight, and gasped. The stories are right here. He traced the carvings on the oak. These aren't just marks, they're notes. Unlatching the lantern's glass, he held the flame near the symbols. Shadows leapt across the grooves, transforming them into a musical staff dotted with notes. Glint hummed, translating the patterns into a melody as delicate as cobwebs. The guardian joined in, her voice deep and resonant as a cello string. Bramble drummed a rhythm on an acorn cap. Milo closed his eyes, pouring the lantern's silvery light into the song, imagining it seeping through soil to where the roots lay knotted and confused. Slowly, the ground warmed. The oak shuddered as roots untwined, stretching toward the melody. Overhead, leaves plumped emerald green, and a single blossom unfurled, a white petaled star that drifted into Milo's palm. The heart tree's gratitude, the guardian whispered. Plant it where memories grow thin, and it will whisper the world's stories back into balance. As dawn painted the sky peach and lavender, Milo returned home, the lantern now glowing with a steady, butterscotch light. In the village square, he planted the blossom beside the well. By midday, elders swapping tales there found their voices richer, their laughter brighter. Children discovered they could suddenly recall every word of their grandparents' bedtime stories. Milo still collects curious things, but now he seeks objects heavy with unsung tales. A locket that hums lullabies when opened, a quill that writes in the scent of its memories, campfire smoke, rose gardens, fresh-baked bread. And on quiet evenings, when the lantern's light spills across his windowsill, he swears he hears brambles snuffly chuckle in the rustle of leaves, or glimpses glint spark leading fireflies in constellations no one else recognizes. The villagers say the boy with the lantern has a way of mending broken things, clocks that won't tick, friendships frayed by harsh words, hearts stiffened by loneliness. But Milo knows the truth. Every object, every person, holds a song beneath their surface. Sometimes all they need is a gentle light and someone willing to listen. Once in a village hugged by hills that turned amber at sunset, there lived a girl with a cloak the color of moss after rain. Her name was Layla, and she carried curiosity in her pockets like pebbles, always collecting questions, often wandering beyond the cobblestone paths to seek answers. One evening, as she watched the last light bleed into twilight, she noticed something peculiar, a trail of silver fireflies darting into the forest where the trees grew so close together, their branches knitted like clasped hands. The fireflies pulsed in a rhythm as though breathing. Leela's boots crunched over fallen pine needles as she followed, her breath making little clouds in the chill air. Soon the ordinary oaks and birches gave way to trees she'd never seen, slim trunks glowing faintly blue, leaves that chimed like wind chimes when brushed. The fireflies led her to an archway of ivy, where roots curled into the shape of a doorway, and beyond it lay the whispering woods. Here the air smelled of caramelized maple and distant thunderstorms. Moss cushioned every step, and bioluminescent flowers bloomed in teacup-sized hollows, casting pools of violet and gold. But the true marvel was the sound the trees hummed. Not with wind, but with actual melodies, low, resonant notes that made Layla's bones feel warm. A stream zigzagged through the clearing, its water sparkling as though liquid starlight had been poured into it. "You've arrived just in time," said a voice like rustling parchment. Leela turned to find a hedgehog sitting upright on a toadstool, spectacles balanced on its snout. It held a tiny ledger in one paw. "The midnight market closes when the moon touches the western pines. Best hurry, dear." Before she could ask what a midnight market was, the hedgehog gestured with a quill toward a path lined with floating lanterns shaped like lilies. Leela hurried forward, her cloak snagging on brambles that unraveled politely to let her pass. The trees parted and she gasped. Spread before her was a clearing bustling with creatures and stalls. A badger in a waistcoat sold jars of moonlight jam. A family of rabbits peddled cloaks woven from dandelion fluff. Fireflies strung between branches formed glowing banners that read, "Barter with wonder, pay with kindness." The market thrummed with soft laughter and the clink of teacups, and everywhere the scent of cinnamon and fresh rain hung in the air. But as Leela wandered, marveling at baskets of cloudberries and mirrors that showed your reflection as a child, she noticed the lanterns dimming. The moon slid lower. The hedgehog had warned her, the market was vanishing. Stalls dissolved into mist, creatures tipped their hats and faded into the trees. Panic fluttered in Leela's chest. How would she find her way back? Lost, little one. A tortoise emerged from the shadows, its shell etched with constellations. Its eyes gleamed like twin moons. The woods shift when the market ends. To leave, you must follow the river's song, but beware the hollow fog. It drinks courage. The river. Leela knelt. But there are dozens of streams here. The tortoise blinked slowly. Ah, but only one sings in a voice only the lost can hear. Listen with your feet, not your ears. As the last stall vanished, Leela stood alone in sudden darkness. The friendly bioluminescence had died. Now the woods felt velvet black and immense. She closed her eyes, trembling. The tortoise's riddle echoed, "Listen with your feet." She stepped forward, boots sinking into cool moss. Another step. Then another. A faint vibration traveled up her soles, a hum deeper than the tree's melodies. There. She inched toward it, arms outstretched, until her fingers brushed cold, singing water. The river. But as she waded in, silver currents tugging her knees, a fog rolled in, thick and iridescent like oil on water. It whispered in her mind, "What if you're wrong? What if the river drowns you? What if the path never ends?" Her breath quickened. The water seemed deeper suddenly, the current fierce. Then she remembered the market's banner, "Barter with wonder, pay with kindness." "I'll trade you a story," she said aloud, voice shaking. "For safe passage." The fog rippled. Whether from curiosity or amusement, it slowed. So Leela told it about the village baker who'd once mistaken salt for sugar and invented pretzel cakes. She described the time she'd tamed a feral kitten with patience and fish scraps. Her words spun into the mist, and slowly the fog thinned, revealing stepping stones she hadn't seen before. "Thank you," she whispered, hopping from stone to stone. The fog dissipated, and the river's song grew sweeter, leading her to a shore where willows dipped their branches into the water. There, beneath a tree hung with glass baubles that chimed in the breeze, sat a creature Leela could scarcely believe, a bear made of stardust. Its fur shifted like the northern lights, and its paws left glowing prints on the moss. Around its neck hung a pendant shaped like a key. "You've journeyed wisely," the bear rumbled, its voice a symphony of distant thunder and falling snow. "Many reach the market, but few brave the fog. What do you seek?" Leela hesitated. I don't know. I just wanted to see what was here." The bear's laugh shook dewdrops from the leaves. "Ah, the best reason of all. Curiosity is a compass that leads to marvels." It plucked the pendant from its neck and placed it in her palm. The key shimmered, warm as a heartbeat. "This is for remembering." Remembering what? But the bear was already walking away, dissolving into a swirl of stardust. "That courage isn't the absence of fear," its voice echoed. "It's the choice to wonder louder than you worry." The key pulsed gently. Leela clutched it, turned, and found herself standing at the forest's edge, dawn pinkening the sky. The ordinary trees looked different now. She could have sworn she saw a blue glow in their roots. When she returned home, villagers asked where she'd been. Exploring, she said simply. That night, she placed the key on her windowsill. Moonlight struck it, casting constellations onto her walls, a map of the whispering woods, the river's winding path, and one tiny, glowing bear. Years later, when children begged for stories, Leela told them of a market that trades in kindness, fog that fears laughter, and a bear who taught her that the bravest hearts are those that stay tender enough to marvel. She showed them the key, now strung on a ribbon around her neck. But does it unlock anything? A child always asked. Leela would smile. Oh yes, but not chests or doors. It unlocks the part of you that knows how to wander and how to come home. And if on certain nights you peeked through her cottage window, you'd see her gazing at the forest, the key glowing softly, as if answering a call only it could hear. The woods never looked the same to her again. They weren't unknown anymore, just a friend waiting to whisper new secrets when the world was quiet and the fireflies danced. In a quiet village nestled between whispering pines and a brook that sang lullabies over smooth stones, there lived a round-cheeked girl named Tilly who collected curious things. Her pockets always bulged with bottle caps that shimmered like dragon scales, feathers that changed color in sunlight, and pebbles warm as freshly baked bread. But her most prized possession was a tarnished silver key found buried in the roots of an ancient oak, its teeth shaped like tiny crescent moons. One drizzly afternoon, while organizing her treasures in the attic, Tilly discovered a peculiar keyhole beneath a moth-eaten tapestry. It glowed faintly, as if someone had trapped moonlight in the wood. When her lunar key slid in with a satisfied click, the wall dissolved into mist, revealing a cobblestone path lined with lanterns shaped like dandelion clocks, their seeds glowing like captive fireflies. The path led to a dimly lit workshop where 7 clocks hung suspended from the ceiling, each frozen at a different hour. In the center stood a workbench cluttered with curious tools, scissors that snipped shadows into lace patterns, a thimble overflowing with liquid starlight, and an enormous book bound in what looked like dragonfly wings. A voice like creaking floorboards startled her. You're early for the mending, but just in time for tea. From behind a grandfather clock emerged a badger in a patched waistcoat, balancing a tray of lavender shortbread and steaming chamomile tea in a pot that swirled with galaxies. I'm Horatio, he said, brushing flour from his whiskers, keeper of lost moments. That key of yours isn't for doors, child. It wins the clocks of forgotten memories. As Tilly sipped tea that tasted like grandmother hugs and rainy day stories, Horatio explained how unremembered joys escaped as silver dust collected by the clocks. But the 7th clock, its face cracked, hands dangling limply, had stopped absorbing memories long ago. Without it, the village will lose its laughter, its secret kindnesses, its quiet courage, he sighed, the constellations in his teacup dimming. Their quest began in the velvet hollows, where memories rolled like fog through valleys of memory moss. A chatty sparrow named Pippin, who wore acorn caps as hats, joined them. Lost things find me whether I like it or not. She navigated using a compass needle that pointed not north, but toward what matters most. Through fields of frozen tears that chimed like wind chimes when stepped on, and past rivers where fish made from whispered secrets jumped over their canoe, they collected glowing memory fragments in Horatio's starry teapot. The true challenge came at the obsidian bridge guarded by the absence, a shadow creature formed from forgotten fears. It loomed like storm clouds given form, its voice the screech of unoiled hinges. No light may cross, it roared, tendrils of darkness extinguishing their lanterns. Tilly's fingers trembled against the memory-filled teapot, now pulsing warm as a heartbeat. Remembering how her mother once calmed her night terrors by naming 3 good things, Tilly whispered, the cinnamon scent of Horatio's workshop. Pippin chirped, watching sunrises from my birch tree perch. Horatio added, the click when a memory fits where it belongs. As they spoke, the teapot overflowed with light, not blinding but gentle as dawn. The absence shriveled like mist under morning sun, revealing the bridge now carpeted in starlight blossoms. Mending the 7th clock required not tools, but truth. Tilly placed the teapot's memories into the clock's cracked face as Horatio hummed a lullaby older than rivers. The final fragment, a memory of Tilly herself placing the key back under the oak for her future self to find, clicked into place. Clocks chimed in unison, showering the workshop in snowflake-shaped memories that dissolved into the air like sugar in tea. Returning home, Tilly found her key now warm to the touch, its teeth gleaming. The village seemed unchanged, yet Baker missed her. Bramble suddenly recalled his wife's favorite song, Old Miss. Ivy found her long-lost recipe for honey-crisp apple pie, and children's laughter lingered in twilight like fireflies. In her attic the keyhole remained, a faint silver smile in the wood. Years later, when a wide-eyed boy showed Tilly a compass that pointed to second chances, she served him starberry tea in a familiar galaxy-swirled pot, the 7th clock ticking contentedly above them. And if sometimes, when the world seems too quiet, you might hear the soft chime of memory clocks drifting through dreams, reminding us all that what we cherish never truly fades, so long as we share it with kindred spirits under the same velvet sky.